Can you stop pestering me? We're already broken up. How many times do I have to say it? Wang Xinyu said, her face full of disgust as she scattered the roses in her hand onto the man's face, while also giving him a disdainful glare. The surrounding bystanders watched the man who had been dumped by Wang Xinyu murmuring among themselves. Lin Ye couldn't help but look up at them, then turned his gaze to his girlfriend of 4 years in college, Wang Xinyu, and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Pain. So much pain. He couldn't believe that a 4-year relationship could vanish like that. But the lover before him now seemed so unfamiliar, as if he had. Just as Lin Ye was about to step forward and speak to her, a sports car worth tens of millions roared by, stopping right at the roadside beside the crowd. Wang Xinyu, who had just been wearing a fierce expression, instantly changed her face upon seeing the sports car. Lin Ye wanted to stop her, but it seemed he had lost all his courage in an instant. The man in the car was Huang Hao, a rich second generation from Suzhou City, different from them fresh graduates who had come to Suzhou to make a living. His family had assets worth hundreds of millions. Lin Ye was just a recently graduated college student with an intern salary of 3,000. His parents were farmers in their hometown. He had thought he found a girlfriend who was also a fellow female classmate from his hometown, Wang Xinyu, and believed that an innocent rural girl would share hardships with him, but who knew that only half a year after graduation she ran off with someone else. After being discovered, Wang Xinyu immediately said she wanted to break up unilaterally, ending the relationship. Previously, Wang Xinyu had always told Lin Ye that they would get married after graduation. Now thinking about it, this woman really was a good actress. Like most manipulative women, she was using him as a backup while searching for someone with better material conditions. Lin Ye also knew that the rich second generation just wanted to play with her, but so what? Some women think they are stunningly beautiful and destined to marry into a wealthy. Watching Huang Hao's hand on Wang Xinyu's leg in the car, Lin Ye gave a self-deprecating cold laugh. This woman had hidden it so deeply, she had deceived him for so long. Recalling the sweet college life, Lin Ye shook his head helplessly. He took out a pack of little gold cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and watched the sports car drive away. His heart was filled with loss, a suffocating feeling overwhelmed him. Thinking about it, his life really seemed like a failure. His classmates isolated him, his friends borrowed money and never returned it, his girlfriend ran off with someone else, his graduate salary was pitifully low, and he couldn't even afford cigarettes over 20 yuan. Wasn't he just a living fool? And after graduation, he was treated like a dog by the boss son in the company. He couldn't even say no, or they wouldn't let him become a regular employee. What a damn coward. And just then Lin Ye felt a sharp pain in his chest, followed by a cutting pain in his left wrist, as if being stabbed. Originally, Lin Ye thought it was heart failure due to excessive sadness. But soon he saw that the bystanders from before were all wailing on the ground, almost the same as him, clutching their chests in extreme pain. Lin Ye endured the pain and tried to find a place to sit down, but soon the entire Suzhou city was enveloped by a blue energy shield. And above everyone's head, a countdown timer displayed 0030. Lin Ye felt that he had seen this energy shield somewhere before, but couldn't recall at the moment. Then the countdown started moving, and everyone's pain intensified. Lin Ye was no exception, especially his left arm, where something seemed to be about to burst out from. Just as Lin Ye was in excruciating pain, he felt darkness before his eyes, and then entered a pitch-black space. In the middle of the space there was only a display screen, nothing else. Lin Ye instinctively looked down at his left arm, and immediately his eyes widened. Isn't this the gem on the character's arm in ARK Survival Evolved? How? He was all too familiar with this game. During his 4 years of college he played it whenever he had free time. Moreover, he was a merchant in the game, trading dinosaurs and various items. He was proficient in various strategies and techniques, sometimes earning 100 or 200 yuan a day. This game was also his financial source for dating in college. Just as Lin Ye was looking at the foreign object on his arm in confusion, the screen in the middle suddenly lit up. Then came a very familiar scene. A map of an island was displayed. Please choose your spawn point. Lin Ye stared blankly at this alto-familiar map. There was no mistake. This was the origin island for all ARK beginners. Dumbfounded, Lin Ye was a bit stunned. Could it be that he had been hurt by his cheating girlfriend so much that his brain was now scrambled? Was this a hallucination before death? Just as he was dumbfounded, someone suddenly posted on the public chat, "Holy shit. Where's this? I still have to deliver food. Hey, what are you doing? You scared me. This seems like a game. What's going on? Did we all transmigrate?" The people in the public chat were discussing, and then a system prompt appeared. "Dear survivors, if you want to return to the real world, please do your best to clear the levels. The power of the 3 obelisks is about to disperse. We hope you can save our world. Good luck. I am Helena. I had no choice but to randomly select your city. I believe you can succeed. I will send the basic rules to the gem in your arm. Please check carefully." Upon seeing this message, Lin Ye immediately opened the gem on his arm, and sure enough, there was a note inside. It only wrote the way to complete the main quest. To enter the next map level, you must defeat the 3 bosses of the island, the Broodmother, the Megapithecus, and the Dragon. Only those who complete all maps can return to the real world. If a survivor fails to clear even one level within a year, they will be killed in the game and cannot be revived. Currently, there are 8 million survivors with 1,000 servers simultaneously open. After defeating the hard boss, survivors can go to the obelisk to change servers at any time. Each server has about 8,000 people. Note, never be alone. Having understood everything, Lin Ye's eyes widened. Just now Helena said their city. The entire city of Suzhou had transmigrated. The friend who borrowed money and never returned his classmates, and even the green tea girlfriend who just dumped him, all, and the people from his company. The more Lin Ye thought, the more excited he became. If that was really the case, then this was really interesting. This game is not as popular as League or King of Glory. Oh, very few people play it. Why is that? There are 3 reasons. First, the operation difficulty is extremely high and unfriendly to casual players. Second, the game has no recharge or trading system. Third, the death rate in this game is extremely high, and when you die you drop everything. Handicapped and stupid people can't play this game. Soon someone posted on the public chat, ouch. I chose to spawn in the south. As soon as I appeared, I met a carnivorous dinosaur that could swim. It hurts. It bit off my arm. So scary. Even if I can respawn, I don't want to be eaten alive. Just thinking about it hurts. Lin Ye watched the newbies discussing on the screen, sneered repeatedly, looked at the map, and directly chose to respawn in the western region of the island. Most newbies would definitely choose the easiest southern area, but Lin Ye knew that with 8,000 people in a server after being killed by dinosaurs, most would choose the simplest southern spawn. Then resources and territory would be divided up. Development would be slow. And finding teammates. In the early stage, what teammates? A complete waste of time. And Lin Ye, an old hand who had already mastered the island, looked around immediately after spawning and felt great. To the west was the sea, to the east was the grassland, and on the shore a few stupid dodo birds were chirping. This place was very safe. No carnivorous dinosaurs, just need to watch out for the occasional raptor on the grassland. Lin Ye was overjoyed. Soon he started punching trees. ARK survival first lesson: if you want to be rich, first punch trees. Punching trees yields wood and thatch, one of the most important early resources and the core material for crafting basic tools. Lin Ye punched the tree while yelling in pain. This seems a bit different from the game. Is the pain sensation 100? No wonder that person said it hurts to die. Just then a shadow suddenly flew over the head of the veteran Lin Ye. Hearing the alto familiar call, Lin Ye shivered. Could it be this unlucky an ichthyornis right above my spawn? This creature was the most hated existence among all ARK players, could be called a lifelong enemy, because this bird liked to steal things. And then with a cry it dove down. In one peck it snatched away the wood Lin Ye had collected in pain. Lin Ye was stunned. I advise you to be kind. Don't mess with me. They'll give you one more chance. I'm a veteran. That fishbird clearly didn't take the fake newbie who had played for thousands of hours seriously. After circling arrogantly up into the sky, it began to fly in circles around Lin Ye below. Lin Ye was annoyed. He had just been thinking how nice this place was, not even a carnivorous dinosaur. And now there was a damn bird. With another GA sound, the fishbird dove towards Lin Ye. The thatch Lin Ye had just gathered was gone, and he had nothing on. Without time to think, Lin Ye sprinted and jumped into the river. The most basic operation when facing danger early on was to jump into the water and quickly swim away to safety. Because of his low level, he was slow and couldn't run fast. If he encountered a meat-eating dinosaur while fleeing, he'd be in trouble. As Lin Ye jumped into the shallow sea, the fishbird slowly flew up into the sky, starting to look for its next victim. Lin Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. The seawater was surprisingly cool, and he, a landlubber, could actually swim. He guessed it was automatically set when he transmigrated into the game. As he swam towards the shore, he saw several piranhas swimming towards him from behind, seemingly intending to bite him. Piranhas were a major headache for many newbies in this game. Countless players had been bitten to death while crossing rivers. It could be said that there was no ARK player who hadn't been killed by piranhas. Sure enough, veteran Lin Ye, while swimming ashore, got bitten on the backside. Lin Ye felt a sour pain for the first time in the game, and it was the game he was best at. Dazed, he was a bit stunned. Although the damage was low to him, it was a great humiliation. The house wasn't even built yet, but was already blooming. And it seemed the wound was still bleeding. There was no such damn, I won't get tetanus from this, right? Does it have to be this realistic, he muttered. What if I got swallowed by a Trex? Lin Ye shivered involuntarily at the thought of being chewed inside a dinosaur's mouth body, torn apart, slowly dissolved by stomach acid. Even if he could respawn, dying too many times would cause psychological problems. He must not die. Lin Ye had no virtues, but one: he was afraid of death. After checking the surroundings for fishbirds or dilophosaurs, Lin Ye began gathering materials again. He needed to quickly make the most basic tools: a stone pickaxe and a stone hatchet. The needed materials were wood, thatch, stone, and flint. With the same operation, he reluctantly punched a tree, picked up a few stones from the ground, and began crafting. Just then he leveled up, reaching level 2. Normal newbie players would be excited to see what skills they unlocked, as each level unlocked crafting skills in this game. Later he could craft shotguns, crossbows, refrigerators, and more by himself. He also gained one attribute point which could be used to increase health, stamina, movement speed, weight, melee damage, resistance, oxygen, crafting speed, etc. Considering he wanted to build a home at the foot of the snowy mountain, low health wouldn't withstand the cold. Lin Ye barely looked and directly put a point into health. He would level up a bit first, then start adding to weight and speed. Initial health was 100 points, each point added 10. Adding some health early on would prevent dying too often. 100 health could freeze to death overnight. In the early stages, do nothing but level up first. Reach around level 30, then plan to build a house and tame dinosaurs. By then the core skills would be unlocked. There were 2 ways to level up: by killing creatures or by crafting items. Lin Ye naturally chose the second, continuously making stone pickaxes and hatchets until he reached level 7. Then he unlocked fiber clothing, made himself a simple set of protective gear, and crafted several wooden spears for self-defense. Then he started punching trees again, planning to make some thatch foundations. These were basically useless as any creature could smash them. Their only use was to gain experience by crafting. While Lin Ye was punching trees, someone spoke in the global chat, and Lin Ye recognized the speaker. It was his buddy Zhao Baowen, who owed him 1,000 yuan. They had met at an internet cafe, and Zhao knew Lin Ye played this. When Zhao had accompanied him for an all-nighter, he had seen Lin Ye play this game. He also saw Lin Ye make money through it. After transmigrating, Zhao found this place oddly familiar. After dying 3 times, he couldn't take it anymore. Although he could respawn, it was too painful. No one was unafraid of the pain of death. Zhao had foolishly chosen the most difficult northern region and experienced being killed instantly upon respawning. Before he could even open his eyes, 6 wolves were tearing at him. He died less than a second after respawning, and even saw his own intestines exposed. So he shouted in global chat, "Lin Ye, my good buddy, are you on this server? Can you come help me? They'll pay you back that 1,000. Lin Ye had already killed 3 dilophosaurs with his wooden spear. These small carnivores, easy to defeat with serpentine movement, were no match for him. Seeing Zhao calling him in global chat, he didn't want to respond. Damn it, nowadays people who owed money were the bosses. Last time he lent him money because Zhao said he had no money. But Zhao didn't pay on time and didn't answer calls. Later, when confronted, he simply said he had no money. Threw away his integrity for 1,000 yuan. Lin Ye let out a light laugh. What a small world. While Lin Ye was leveling up at an astonishing speed, another old acquaintance sent a message in global chat. "Honey, are you there? Insinu, it's so scary here, can you come help me?" This time Lin Ye was unsettled, his eyes widening like a dead fish. Could it be this coincidental? All those bastards were on the same server. Lin Ye laughed. "Huh, your day has come." Lin Ye, while laughing, crafted a bola, a god-tier early-game item, using hide and fiber. With this, he wouldn't be afraid of. Just then, fully equipped, Lin Ye saw the fishbird attacking 2 new unlucky guys. Lin Ye turned and ran north, not wanting those bastards to know he was here. Take it slow. Let them die for a few days, enjoy the good life. Then he'll go save them, show off on his flying dinosaur, and throw them into the sea. Let them experience the pressure of the deep sea. Just for fun. Then he would tell that green tea woman, "Save you once, and you have to sleep with me once. Or just build a full metal house and lock her up. Hee, she cheated on me first, she brought this on herself. But first I should create a tribe name. Otherwise, if I build a base directly, it will show my name, Lin Ye." Lin Ye talked while walking, opened the gem on his left hand, and sure enough, there was an option to create a tribe. After thinking, he named it, "I'm a newbie, don't hit me." How cheeky. Just then, more people in global chat started talking about Lin Ye. It seemed like all his classmates had been teleported to this server, including his colleagues and boss. "What are you all looking for Lin Ye for? What's up with him?" "Nothing, just asking. I remember Lin Ye plays this game, right? Seems like he's a pro." Lin Ye watched several familiar faces appear on the public screen, his expression growing increasingly arrogant. Gradually, his face twisted into a crooked-mouthed Dragon King. At that moment, the fishbird that had been killing the new unlucky souls behind him successfully forced another one into the water. The man thought he had escaped, but the next second 4 giant piranhas, each a meter long, tore him apart from the anus. Lin Ye suppressed his inner agitation. He had to develop quietly and quickly. If there were veteran ARK players among the 800 people on this server, it would be. Even if this server had none, other servers would definitely have them. Among 8 million people, he couldn't be the only one who knew how to play. If someone raided his base, it would be a grand celebration. Although he didn't know whether this place was a peaceful server or a PvP server, development was the priority regardless. Just then Lin Ye spotted a lone raptor wandering near the red obelisk. Regardless of the creature's level, Lin Ye had already decided to tame it. With a mount, he could ride directly to his planned base location and start laying foundations. He was already level 20 and had made hundreds of thatch foundations, almost all of which he had thrown away. Behind him, a newcomer excitedly picked up the discarded foundations, muttering, take off, until he was over-encumbered and could only start placing them on the ground. For players who hadn't played ARK, reaching level 20 in a few tens of minutes might sound high, but for a veteran, not reaching level 90 on the first day was considered garbage. The time in this ARK world matched the real world, a 24-hour system, no longer passing day and night in the blink of an eye like in the game. To be safe, Lin Ye used the hide he had on him to make a set of hide armor, increasing his margin for error. He wouldn't be instantly killed by a raptor. Then he picked up the bolus he had made. In ancient times, this weapon was used to tie stones to ropes, spin them overhead, and throw them to entangle the legs of enemy warhorses. If it hit a small creature, it would be immobilized. Lin Ye had already started swinging the bolus back and forth, and the lone raptor had spotted him. For such a tender-skinned creature, this raptor was overjoyed. It had just eaten a fat guy chased by a fishbird. Another one. Lin Ye's face turned cold. The bolus above his head spun faster and faster. Although he usually wouldn't even glance at such low-level creatures, he had to be careful. But caution was still necessary. The raptor, also known as the noob killer. It had a devastating pounce skill. Once it got close, it would jump up, use its giant claws to dig into your flesh, then step on the prey and tear at it. Imagine being stepped on by a raptor, its claws piercing your skin, then biting your neck and pulling hard. With 100 pain perception, this would definitely be a lifelong nightmare. Soon the raptor charged straight at Lin Ye. Lin Ye accelerated the bolus, spinning it, while slowly stepping backward, adjusting his angle. He tried to keep the raptor in a straight line with his line of sight. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. Now, with a sudden throw, the prepared bolus flew out, perfectly entangling the raptor's legs. The raptor was instantly locked and unable to move. Lin Ye immediately switched to a prepared wooden club. In the ARK world, to tame a dinosaur, most methods involved knocking it out first. You could use fists, slingshots, or wooden clubs. Later there would be tranquilizer, arrows, and darts. After knocking it out, you feed it its favorite food. Lin Ye quickly ran to the side of the raptor, showed an extremely friendly expression, and began whacking it on the head. The raptor trembled in pain. Lin Ye hit faster and faster until the club broke. He had prepared for more and continued whacking. While beating the raptor's head, he caught a glimpse of its level from the corner of his eye. 50. Luckily, it wasn't level 100 or above. Otherwise, a wooden club might not have knocked it out. If it broke free from the bolus, he would be in big trouble. Soon, under Lin Ye's tender care, the raptor let out a final whimper and collapsed unconscious. Lin Ye, overjoyed, took out 100 narco berries he had collected earlier and placed them in the raptor's inventory. Then he placed the raw meat he had obtained from killing dilophosaurs and dodos onto the raptor. Now he just had to wait for the raptor to eat the raw meat and increase the taming progress. When the taming effectiveness reached 100, it would be successfully tamed. During this time, you must not let the raptor be attacked or killed by other creatures. If it is attacked during taming, the taming effectiveness drops, which is very troublesome. Originally, a level 50 raptor after taming might rise to level 60. If wild creatures hit it a few times, the tamed level could be much lower. Lin Ye looked at the time on his left arm. Sure enough, the time flow in this world matched the real world. He recalled from memory to tame a level 50 raptor using common raw meat, it would take about 30 minutes. During this time, he also needed to gather extra hide to make a raptor saddle. His level was high enough for that. Once he had a mount, he could head straight to He aimed to enter the swamp cave, the leveling paradise on the island map, on the first day. He needed to reach level 90. On the second day, he would go for mainstream dinosaurs like Rex and Ankylosaurus. The next hours would be spent endlessly chopping trees and mining rocks. He had to keep crafting buildings to level up. To speed up, he needed better tools, metal axes and metal picks. Before heading to the base, he should still pick up the Helena notes that grant experience. They not only give direct experience, but also increase the experience multiplier for a period of time. Early leveling was crucial. Lin Ye thought and planned as he walked. Soon he spotted a few stupid-looking dodos wandering in the distance. Without a second thought, he pulled out a prepared wooden spear. The gem on his left arm had a storage space ability, but the capacity was limited and directly tied to the survivor's weight capacity. After killing a few dodos with Hitandran tactics, Lin Ye obtained the hide needed for the raptor saddle. Look, I've already made the saddle for you before you're even tamed. Wake up soon, my. While Lin Ye was guarding the raptor, chopping trees and crafting buildings to level up, the public chat was flooded with new players encountering something terrifying. Distress signals were scrolling. Almost all were from the southern part of the island. Someone save me. I can't see. A small thing spat poison into my eyes. It hurts. It hurts so much. I'm going blind. Help me. My thatch house is almost destroyed. Lin Ye smirked as he watched hundreds of messages flooding the public chat. He could vaguely imagine the expressions on the faces of dozens of middle-aged aunties and uncles when they encountered a Dilophosaur, a creature barely the size of a young child. On the southern coast of the isolated island, dozens of middle-aged men and women were scrambling in every direction, desperately seeking places to hide. Just moments ago, 3 hideous lizards had emerged from nowhere. They could spit venom. If it hit a person, their eyes would snap shut, rendering them blind for at least dozens of seconds. Then they would be bitten and mauled. 2 people had just been bitten to death right before their eyes. Panic rippled through the crowd. Some of them clearly hadn't processed the situation, yet still trapped in a daze of who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? If this were a game without the sensation of pain, many might have tried to fight back since death wouldn't hurt. But now it was different. Most of these people had already died once and none of them wanted that venom sprayed on their faces. Just a moment ago a man's skin had been dissolved by it. That was a fate worse than death, unable to die yet living in agony. The three dilophosaurs were like wolves among sheep chasing the dozens of people wildly along the riverbank. In their entire lives these three had never been so bold. It was an absolutely earth-shattering achievement in the ARK world. Three of the lowest-level dilophosaurs hunting a group of survivors. It was like three huskies chasing a crowd of adults. Someone was still typing in the public chat, apparently a boss. Someone protect me. I'm the CEO of Suzhou Wantian Company. When I get out of here I'll give you $1 million. I mean it. Is there any kind brother to protect me? My name is Li Xiaoxiao. I'm willing to be his girlfriend. In times of disaster there were always a few blustering types who wanted to play the hero. A somewhat well-known game streamer from Suzhou posted in the public chat, "Look at you all, so pathetic. It's embarrassing. Isn't it just a game?" Someone quickly recognized him. It was the former card game streamer 66 Kai. 66 Kai was already level 5. Although he had never played ARK, he was still a bit sharper than the average person. He knew the first thing to do was punch trees and build things. Soon people in the public chat were flattering him, begging the big shot to carry them, asking the pro to take them along. 66 Kai felt a surge of satisfaction. He had been washed up for years. If he could pick up a few girls now. Don't worry, a brainless game like this'll clear it in no time. It's nothing. I'm on the southern island now, coordinates X42, Y80. Anyone who wants to join my tribe, come quickly. Ladies first. Seeing a pro offering to carry them, the public chat instantly erupted into chaos, with everyone clamoring to join. Lin Ye laughed at 66 Kai's utter foolishness. This guy had clearly never really played before. The biggest taboo in this game was recruiting just anyone. More people meant more trouble, and all of it petty. A complete waste of time. Lin Ye, who had initially thought 66 Kai might have some skill, now dismissed him as an idiot. Just then Lin Ye's loyal raptor had been successfully tamed. Because of this his level had jumped from 50 to 60. Without much thought Lin Ye mounted the raptor and went hunting to level up a bit. The weakness of a raptor was its fragility and low carrying capacity. If you were loaded with weapons and armor, a low-level one might not even be able to carry you. With the raptor, Lin Ye rode it straight north. There was a place on the island where almost all mainstream dinosaurs spawned. It was like a meat grinder with carnivores and herbivores fighting endlessly 24 hours a day. That place was at the foot of the snowy mountains in the far north. To the west was the sea, to the north the icy ocean. To the east was a high plateau, and to the south was the coastal area where Lin Ye was. The reason Lin Ye chose to settle near the snowy mountains was mainly to prepare for taming mainstream creatures like Tyrannosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Doedicurus mammoths, and Argentavis tomorrow. As long as he didn't get too close to that meat grinder there was almost no threat. To the south of the grinder, at most raptors spawned. He already had one, so he had nothing to fear. Along the way Lin Ye relied on his memory to search for explorer notes that could boost experience. These were scattered all over the map, but most were well hidden. He picked up 5 on the way, though he felt he might have missed some in between. But he didn't want to waste time going back. After absorbing these 5 notes, he had reached level 26. He also gained a 2,500 second experience boost buff, during which all experience gained would be increased. Without a moment's hesitation, he started punching trees and mining stone on the spot. After placing 2 wooden foundations, he could visibly see his experience bar rising. Then came the tedious process of punching trees and mining stones. When the 2,500 seconds were up, he had reached level 30. Almost all stone building options were unlocked. During his mining, he had also gathered over a dozen metal ores. Without wasting time, he laid a foundation, set up a forge, opened his survivor engram skills, unlocked the refining forge for smelting metal, and threw the ores in. Soon he had entered the Iron Age. While others were still in the southern noob zone clamoring to be taken in by that arrogant game streamer, Lin Ye had already crafted a metal hatchet and a metal pickaxe using the smithy. Next he mounted his raptor and headed to the eastern highlands to collect a few more explorer notes. He gained another 2,000 second buff. On the way he spotted a trio of highly aggressive Allosaurus, but they seemed to be busy fighting a few Brontosaurus and paid him a mere no attention. After collecting the notes, he leveled up once more. Then Lin Ye began building a house. Building the house was just a side goal. His main purpose was to level up by producing building materials. For the next 2 full hours he worked on constructing his stone house. This kind of structure could withstand damage from most dinosaurs, including Tyrannosaurus. Many beginners would start with thatch houses, or at best wooden ones. All of that was a waste of time. Lin Ye's stone house was neither too big nor too small. After 2 hours his level had reached 50. Don't think that was fast. At higher levels the experience needed for each level became an astronomical figure. By level 50, even eating notes and producing building parts barely added any experience. Fortunately the house was finished. Now he could plan for the swamp cave. At level 50, with his health and movement speed, Lin Ye, as a veteran, had enough to make a run through it. While Lin Ye was monotonously punching trees and mining stones to build his base and level up, the actors down south were causing trouble again. In 2 hours the streamer 66 Kai had successfully recruited 100 people into his tribe. More than half of them were women. He was overjoyed. But the men who hadn't been recruited into his tribe were furious. Damn it. He didn't take me in. Should we mess him up? When one person intends to cause trouble, a second person often follows suit. Especially after seeing the plump Lu Kai surrounded by a group of girls, the envious men began to stir. They first attempted to attack Lu Kai's thatched foundation with fists and stone axes, but after a long while they discovered it was indestructible. Moreover, they received a notification the first 3 months after the server launch are in peace mode. Only after 3 months, the barbaric battle mode will commence. In peace mode, players cannot harm the buildings of other tribes or the survivors themselves. The troublemakers were momentarily stunned. Peace mode. A 3-month truce. But sometimes jealousy can make people very... One person who had been bitten to death by a double-head dragon turned to look at a few double-head dragons in the distance, his eyes glinting with malice. We may not be able to take him down, but that doesn't mean we can't target other things. Isn't he a big shot? I'll die again if I have to, but I'll take him down. As he spoke, he handed everything to a teammate nearby, and then ran naked toward the 3 double-head dragons, cursing them as ugly. The 3 double-head dragons had just killed 7 or 8 bipedal sheep, and had become quite the celebrities in the ARK world. They were not one to take such insults lightly. In an instant they opened their crests and began charging their venom attacks. The burly man caught a glimpse of the levels of the 3 double-head dragons and immediately shuddered. What the hell? 3 of them over level 100. Although he was panicking, he also felt exhilarated. In the distance, his teammates with tears in their eyes watched the one who had foolishly drawn the attention of the double-head dragons to Lu Kai's thatched house, with misty eyes saying, "Brother, you truly are a ruthless one." As he was bitten repeatedly, the man screamed, one of his arms now broken. Yet through his relentless efforts, he managed to lure those 3 double-head dragons to Lu Kai's doorstep. Then he perished. Before dying, he cursed, "You won't let me join, huh? I'll make sure to take you down." This is what they mean by the bigger the tree, the more wind it attracts. Soon the people in the thatched house sensed something was amiss. Lu Kai, who was boasting by the campfire about how formidable he had been, seemed to have heard a sound like ding ding ding. The women were also a bit puzzled. In the next second, the thatched wall behind them was suddenly smashed by something. The sunlight was blinding, and everyone was stunned. Then the 2 double-head dragons jumped in, wearing expressions that screamed dinner time as they began to bite indiscriminately. Lu Kai was terrified, his soul nearly flying away. He had never played this game before and had no idea about the strength of his opponents. He also didn't know how to deal with such creatures. All he could think of was to quickly open the door and run. But as soon as he opened it, one double-head dragon blocked the entrance. The ruthless one who had just respawned looked at the chaos Lu Kai was in and sneered, "I was wondering what this was. Turns out it's just a coward." The women who had died at the hands of the double-head dragons began to curse in the public chat after respawning. "I can't believe this. Is this how he dies? You've got to be kidding." He was scared enough to hide behind the women. "Damn Lu Kai, I curse you. You scammer. You touched me earlier. I never expected him to be such a weakling. You deserve it, you brainless fool." Meanwhile, Lu Kai, fearing being seen by those people, planned to switch to a different spawn point. After thinking for a while, he chose to respawn in the west. As soon as he opened his eyes, he cursed, "Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Once I level up, I'll make sure they regret it." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something strange. Running over to take a look, his eyes widened in disbelief. "What the hell? What the hell?" Lu Kai nearly shouted as if he had seen something extremely bizarre and ridiculous. His expression turned into one of sheer shock. "Whose house is this? Why is it so big? Made of stone. What the hell? They've already tamed raptors and triceratops in just 2 hours. And built a stone house. This player has some serious skills." Screaming and elongating the last sound for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, who was taming the toothless pterosaur to the north, was unaware that a certain bird brain had already found his house. Lu Kai gulped with excitement. Although he had never played ARK, he had seen others play. He could confidently assert that this person was definitely a big shot. Lu Kai eagerly wanted to know the name of the player. Upon entering, a row of yellow tribe names appeared before his eyes. "I'm a newbie, please don't attack me." Lu Kai was dumbfounded. This was called a newbie. What kind of newbie was this impressive? He wanted to go inside to take a look, perhaps that person was inside. However, after circling around for a long time, he couldn't find a way in because the house was completely enclosed like a matchbox. There wasn't even a window, just 2 doors, both of which were closed. Thus Lu Kai waited by the door, planning to build his thatched foundation next to this player so that he could have a big shot to rely on in case of danger. However, when he successfully laid down a thatched foundation, he suddenly saw the model of the thatched foundation turn red. With a line of text appearing before his eyes, he was dumbfounded. "The foundation or gate is too close to other survivors. Construction is not allowed." What the hell? What's going on? Just as he was confused, he saw someone ahead randomly placing stone pillars. Lu Kai then realized that this big shot was claiming land. He had nearly placed pillars in every possible building location nearby. This person was definitely a big shot. Moreover, he was clad in full metallic armor. At that moment, Lin Ye finally spotted a toothless pterosaur slowly landing. This type of pterosaur had no teeth, which is why it was called toothless. Although it was carnivorous, it wouldn't actively attack humans. Usually, it would be flying high in the sky, making it hard to tame. Only when it landed could one attempt to tame it. Soon Lin Ye rushed over at an incredibly fast speed matching that of a raptor, clearly having invested a lot of attribute points into speed. While running, he brandished a meteor hammer at the pterosaur, and after hitting it, he took out a crossbow equipped with tranquilizer arrows and shot at the toothless pterosaur's head. After a few shots, it was knocked out. The tranquilizer arrows significantly increased the dizziness value upon hitting the head. This was a level 145 pterosaur. It was also part of Lin Ye's preparations for heading to the poisonous cave in the redwood forest. Then Lin Ye rode his triceratops to gather berries, waiting for the pterosaur to wake up. As soon as he stepped out, he saw an extremely sleazy man waving his hands with a fawning expression, shouting, "Big brother, take me." Lin Ye stared in utter bewilderment at the feathered creature that had seemingly materialized out of nowhere, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Though he had anticipated this place would eventually be discovered, given its proximity to the western spawn point, the speed of it all still caught him off guard. He paid the fellow no mind. By now Lin Ye was well aware of the 3-month grace period, and he intended to conquer the hard-mode island boss within that very window. He had no time to waste on these small fry. Then he would move on to the next map and develop ahead of schedule. Those who failed to defeat the boss would be stuck here indefinitely, only to be eliminated by the system after a year. When the time came, he could return and sell clearance slots, turning these 8,000 souls into his personal blacksmiths. He would recruit 8,000 laborers at once, establishing underwater and mining cave strongholds. Those who refused would be locked away. "Boss, take me with you. He'll do anything." Lu Lukai kept pleading, but Lin Ye had already placed the prime thigh meat before the pterosaur. At the same time, he fed the pterosaur some dark berries which would keep the creature in a state of unconsciousness without waking. If the creature suddenly awoke during the taming process, it meant failure. After securing the pterosaur, Lin Ye as a precaution enclosed it within 3 wooden barricades, ensuring that small carnivorous dinosaurs, like the Dilophosaur, Lu Lukai was still murmuring, offering to be Lin Ye's vanguard. Meanwhile, Lin Ye had already gathered some building materials, intending to seal off the entire southern path. This way no other survivors would come to bother him. Lu Lukai watched as Lin Ye cordoned off the land, unaware that Lin Ye had already decided his fate. Don't forget, this place was at the foot of a snowy mountain. Without proper clothing, anyone who ventured north would suffer continuous health loss. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye pretended to head north for some grand endeavor. Lu Lukai followed closely. But before they had gone far, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him. Watching Lin Ye, who was riding a raptor and shooting a Sarcosuchus with a crossbow, Lu Lukai felt his resolve waver. He could already see his health dwindling. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the snow-white peak piercing the clouds, crowned with a dazzling blue obelisk that stood like a colossal pillar reaching into the heavens. Achoo! Lu Lukai couldn't take it anymore. Every nerve here seemed hypersensitive, and he wanted to run back. But he found his limbs numb with cold and his health was nearly depleted. Who could have imagined the cold would be so deadly? In just 1 minute his health was reduced to a sliver. Before he could even cry out, Lu Lukai froze to death. Seeing the man had died from the cold, Lin Ye wasted no resources. He had his raptor tear into Lu Lukai's corpse, yielding 9 pieces of raw meat. Respawned once again in the west, Lu Lukai found himself blocked by the barricades and dinosaur gates Lin Ye had erected. To the east were sheer cliffs he couldn't scale, and to the west lay an endless ocean with the barricades and gates extending at least a dozen meters. Would it be too risky to swim around through the sea? Unwilling to give up, Lu Lukai jumped into the water, intending to swim over to Lin Ye's base. But as soon as he entered the sea, he recoiled in terror. Several megalodons were lurking along the coast, making the water a death sentence. Lu Lukai's mind raced. He was smart enough not to foolishly threaten Lin Ye or broadcast his tribe to the entire server. Provoking such a powerhouse would make his life here a living hell. Having come from the gaming world himself, he understood since the big shot didn't want him around head, just build a small hut on the beach south of his base. Sometimes when in a good mood, such a powerhouse might toss a few trinkets his way. As long as he didn't offend him. If an opportunity to help arose, the other might even repay the favor. Lu Lukai began chopping trees, replaying Lin Ye's taming of the pterosaur in his mind, filled with admiration. Meanwhile, after a long wait, Lin Ye finally tamed the pterosaur. Delighted by its level, he thought level 198. Not bad at all. Prime thigh meat is trickier to get than raw meat, so it cost me some time. In the ARK, carnivorous dinosaurs generally prefer high-quality meat. Using such meat significantly improves both taming time and taming effectiveness. Raw meat, prime thigh meat, mutton, in that order. Mutton is the dream meal for most carnivores. But sheep in the ARK world rarely live long, and are seldom. Lin Ye mounted the pterosaur and took to the skies. He was currently level 50, but to enter the poison gas cave and level up while seeking treasures, he needed to reach level 52. At level 52, he could craft a megatherium saddle and ride it to sweep through the poison gas cave. The Megatherium was the undisputed king of that cave. No snake or insect dared to face it. Once he tamed the Megatherium, Lin Ye could head to the poison gas cave. Noticing it was already noon, he felt a pang of hunger. After roasting some meat, he ate it with berries. Honestly, the food was terrible, completely flavorless. He needed to find some salt. Otherwise, eating was utterly bland. It was like seeing a pair of exquisite legs clad in black silk, but without high heels. It was like eating plain white-cut chicken without dipping sauce, soulless. After saddling the tamed pterosaur, Lin Ye mounted the level 198 creature and soared into the sky. Returning to his base, he led both dinosaurs into his matchbox-shaped enclosure and set them to neutral mode. They would immediately counterattack any unit that. Next, Lin Ye prepared the items needed for the mangrove forest expedition. For foundations, 8 stone doorframes, wooden ramps, ghillie armor, canteens, white berries, healing potions, crossbow, sword, flak, armor, sleeping bags. Surveying the densely packed gear, Lin Ye's encumbrance shot up to 290. The pterosaur outside couldn't possibly carry him. A normal pterosaur's carry capacity started at just over 100, with higher level ones reaching 200. Lin Ye first flew the pterosaur to the northern grind area to level up a bit. Once ready, he mounted his pterosaur and headed for the mangrove forest in the islands. Lu Yokai, south of his base, watched Lin Ye depart on the pterosaur, so awestruck he wanted to kneel and call him father. But envy aside, he still had to finish it. Just then, several more people respawned behind him. There were 5 men and 1 woman, led by a man named Huang Hao. The other 4 men appeared to be his underlings. The woman was all too familiar to Lin Ye, Wang Xinyu. When Huang Hao spotted Lin Ye's house in the distance, his eyes widened. Damn. Who built a base here? At that moment, Lu Lukai stepped forward, wooden spear in hand, road closed. What are you doing? Don't come any further. Knowing that Lin Ye was the reclusive master known as 66 Open, he naturally didn't want these people to disturb his peace. He also feared they might take his spot, causing the master's neighbor to be replaced. Huang Hao, seeing 66 Open approaching, mistook him for someone from the massive building behind, and immediately became sycophantic. Big brother, I am Huang Hao, son of Huang Dabiao, the wealthy merchant from Suzhou. I beg you to take me in. 66 Open was taken aback watching this brat who flaunted his father right away and mentally dismissed him as an idiot. Wasn't everyone from the entire city of Suzhou teleported here? If they couldn't clear the island in a year, they'd all die. Why was he bringing up his father? 66 Open waved his hand with a look of disgust and said, not interested. Go back where you came from. Just then, one of Huang Hao's underlings suddenly noticed that the name of the tribe behind the walls and barricades was different from 66 Open's tribe and shouted out, Brother Hao, he's not from this tribe. He's messing with us. Huang Hao's expression shifted, instantly turning from a sycophant to a tyrant in less than a second. His eyes gleamed with malice and a hint of questionable intelligence. Damn it. You dare mess with me. Everyone in Suzhou knows my name. Get him. Huang Hao charged in and 66 Open was baffled. Was this guy an idiot? They were in peaceful mode right now. Huang Hao and his men started punching and kicking 66 Open. Having just respawned, they had nothing. One clever one picked up a stone and a branch to make a stone pickaxe, intending to dismantle 66 Open's thatch hut. After a few minutes of beating, 66 Open laughed. You guys are idiots. Huang Hao thought he was scared and retorted, still talking tough. Huh, beat him to death. 66 Open nearly laughed like a pig. Though he wasn't good at the game, he knew these guys weren't just stupid, they were brainless. So the 4 men kept chasing and hitting 66 Open, but they didn't even scratch him. 66 Open picked up his tools and continued chopping trees, planning to build a wooden house. Then he intended to learn from that master and tame him out. He definitely wouldn't dare to tame a carnivorous dinosaur, as their bites were real and painful. Watching the herbivorous Parasaurolophus in the distance, 66 Open got an idea. Meanwhile, Huang Hao, who had been attacking 66 Open for minutes, sensed something was wrong. They were starting to feel weak and uncomfortable. He wasn't affected at all. Continuously attacking drained stamina, and low stamina caused hunger to drop. Soon Huang Hao and his men grew hungry. They began gathering berries, eating, while collecting, utterly bewildered. Wang Xinyu watched the whole scene, thinking that even if 66 Open wasn't from the opposing tribe, he must know them, or why would they let him build here? After some thought, Wang Xinyu mustered the courage to approach 66 Open. 66 Open didn't want to deal with these morons either. He said directly, I suggest you go back where you came from. This place isn't for you, or face the consequences. Huang Hao wanted to curse him, but his underling suddenly spotted a wild raptor prowling in the woods. 66 Open saw it too. Without a second thought, he quickly placed several barricades around his thatch hut, then went inside and shut the door. Huang Hao and his men screamed in terror, Big brother, open the door. I was wrong. Let us in. Inside the thatch hut, 66 Open held his bolus, deep in thought. From the sounds outside, it seemed that woman had already been killed. Should he try while it was attacking them? If he could tame the raptor, would that master look up to him? Fortune favors the bold. He'll risk dying again. 66 Open moved. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the raptor had achieved a multi-kill, everyone was dead. 66 Open noticed something strange. That raptor seemed off. Why was its body pale white and glowing red? and it seemed larger than a normal raptor. The next second the raptor shot towards 6-6 Open like a missile. 6-6 Open threw a bola hitting it, but it didn't trap it. Then it killed him in one bite. When he respawned at home, the raptor, it started tearing apart his house. 6-6 Open was stunned. How was this raptor so fierce? In 3 hits, it demolished his home, destroying the cabinet, bed, mortar, and refinery. 6-6 Open died again, and his house was completely wrecked. This time he saw the red notification, "You were killed by an alpha raptor." 6-6 Open refused to give up. He wanted to tame it, thinking if he could tame an alpha he'd be set, but he didn't know alpha creatures couldn't be tamed. When he crafted a club and bolus and arrived, he saw Huang Hao and his scumbags heading there too. They were on their way to Lin Ye's place, hoping to join. The alpha raptor was also baffled. Were these idiots lining up to be fed? Meanwhile, Lin Ye, who had set up a simple trap in the redwood forest, didn't know that an alpha raptor to the south had already racked up 20 kills, single-handedly crushing anyone's hope of reaching his home. Lin Ye used his binoculars to scan from a rock in the redwood forest. This place was extremely dangerous for beginners. Nearby was a disgusting swamp with Titanoboa and Sarcosuchus. And there were giant leeches in the water. The redwood forest was teeming with carnivores, including packs of terror birds which were incredibly fast and had high attack power. They could peck a person's brains out in one go. There were also highly aggressive creatures like scorpions, saber-toothed allosaurs, and carnotaurus. And Tyrannosaurus rex roamed here too. This place was like a massive arena where carnivores and herbivores fought day and night 24 hours a day. Some herbivores were no pushovers either. Kentrosaurus, Stegosaurus, and Therizinosaurus. Especially Therizinosaurus, this herbivore was extremely aggressive. It dared to face off against T-Rex with 6 claws, each nearly half a meter long. Lin Ye looked around, examining the small trap head built with foundations and door frames. He checked the map again. He was sure this was where Megatherium spawned. He searched for a long time, but didn't find any Megatherium. However, he discovered another formidable ally for cave exploration, Thylacoleo, a beast that could climb and leap. Lin Ye peered through his binoculars and saw that the bag-shaped lion climbing upside down on the side of the giant red tree was actually level 150. The maximum level for wild creatures was 150. Although this creature wasn't what he needed most at the moment, it would still come in handy later. With it, Lin Ye could stride freely through the other caves. After some thought, he decided to capture it anyway, since the giant ground sloths in this area hadn't spawned yet, likely killed off by something. So Lin Ye rode his pterosaur to his beast trap and shot an arrow at the bag-shaped lion. The bag-shaped lion leaped down from the tree and charged toward Lin Ye in the trap at a breakneck speed. Lin Ye calculated the distance, and just as the beast climbed up the ramp and was about to fall in, he rode his pterosaur and fled. The bag-shaped lion landed squarely in the trap. This simple trap was built by erecting 4 walls of tumter-high railings on the ground with a ramp outside leading up to it. Once inside, escape was impossible. Only entry, no exit. To be safe, Lin Ye flew back to the giant boulder on his pterosaur. In the wilderness, one must always stay vigilant. If danger lurks behind and you fail to see it, trouble awaits. As Lin Ye readied his crossbow to shoot, he suddenly spotted 3 alto familiar creatures. His pupils dilated instantly as he raised his binoculars to focus. A level 150 male giant ground sloth, and a level 135 and level 145 female giant ground sloths. Holy crap, a gift from heaven. I can breed a 2nd generation. I guess the ground sloth spawned while I was luring the bag-shaped lion. Lin Ye was ecstatic, but he kept his cool. First, he rode his pterosaur to kill a few nearby carnotaurs, ensuring no other carnivores remained. Then he returned to the beast trap and began shooting tranquilizer arrows at the bag-shaped lion. The trapped beast was at his mercy, and soon it fell unconscious. Gazing at the giant ground sloths, Lin Ye was thrilled. He started chopping wood and mining stone on the spot to build another trap. To tame all 3 ground sloths together, he'd need a 4x4 trap at the very least. Just as Lin Ye was chopping wood, a beastly roar suddenly echoed in his ears. That sound belonged to the creature he hated second most. Holy shit! A blur flashed by, and Lin Ye was stunned. He clutched his head, frozen in place, unable to move. This creature, though small in size, was utterly vile. Its scientific name was the head beast. It always hid in the dirt, and unless you looked closely, you'd never notice the small mound. Once prey came near, it would burst out and catch them off guard. Its first attack also came with a stunning effect. Lin Ye was dazed for a while. When he turned around, the head beast was already attacking his pterosaur. But for a veteran like Lin Ye, most flying mounts were set to passive mode. Even if attacked, they wouldn't fight back or flee. Lin Ye had absolute confidence that he wouldn't die. In the redwoods, the only way he could perish was by being recklessly bold. A normal newbie, upon regaining their senses, would see their pterosaur take to the skies, triggering a desperate escape that might lead them into other predators. Coming to his senses, Lin Ye switched to a metal sword and charged at the head beast, slashing away. A level 20 trash mob. WHYD, you have to jump me. A few strikes later, the head beast was dead. The pterosaur hadn't moved an inch. Checking its stats, it had only lost a third of its health. After gathering more wood to build the beast trap, Lin Ye repeated the process, luring all 3 giant ground sloths into the... He shot them unconscious one by one. Then he checked the bag-shaped lion's torpor. It had dropped significantly. 20 minutes had already passed. Now it's a race against time. Lin Ye knew well what it took to tame 4 high-level creatures early on. First, a massive amount of blackberries, ensuring these beasts stayed unconscious for hours without waking up. He'd have to keep gathering. Picking them by hand would never be enough in time. It would take at least 4 hours to get all 4 up. The blackberries Lin Ye had brought were only enough for one. Lin Ye pondered, hesitating as he looked at the bag-shaped lion, which needed mutton to tame. He just remembered that taming a high-level bag-shaped lion with mutton took at least 3 hours. And it had to be cooked mutton. He'd have to roast it. If he used regular cooked meat, it would take 4.5 hours. Hunting meat, roasting it, gathering blackberries. And taming the giant ground sloths required high-quality thigh meat and honey. There was no feed available now. It was a hassle. He had to find a slave laborer. The plan had changed. He needed to hunt meat while the slave gathered berries, or he'd never make it in time. The first sucker Lin Ye thought of was naturally 66 Kai, who lived nearby. He didn't need to invite him into the tribe. Just give him the Triceratops head tamed on a whim and have him gather blackberries. That guy would definitely work hard. With that in mind, Lin Ye first made 10 barricades and surrounded the beast trap. This was the redwoods. If something ate his prey, he'd be out of luck. After checking the torpor levels and confirming everything was fine, Lin Ye mounted his pterosaur and flew straight back. He flew as fast as possible. If he could endure these 4 hours, he could enter the poison gas cave. Then, with the giant ground sloths blocking the cave entrance, anyone who wanted to level up would have to answer to Lin Ye. To dominate the server, one had to be ruthless. Soon Lin Ye returned to his stone house. Surveying the chaotic mess to the south, he glanced around in confusion. He spotted an elite raptor chasing 66 Kai. Lin Ye was baffled. How persistent was this guy? His base was destroyed, and he was still respawning. Other corpses. Lin Ye lowered his binoculars and looked at 66 Kai, lost in thought. Down below, 66 Kai was at his wit's end. He had been killed by that elite raptor 7 times already. Some people were legends of the night, he was too. And now he was dead again. This time he chose to respawn in the west. Huang Hao and his crew dared not come anymore. That elite raptor was just too fierce. But as 66 Kai planned to gather resources and craft weapons to go back, he suddenly saw Lin Ye on his pterosaur attacking the elite raptor. The pterosaur's attack method was a 360-degree spinning dive. A few hits later, the elite raptor was bleeding. 66 Kai was stunned. Holy crap. Do dinosaurs have skills? This pterosaur. The pterosaur's stamina only allowed 3 spinning attacks. After using them, Lin Ye waited on the roof for stamina. He also remarked, elites can't be tamed. Unless you're the beast taming Empress Li Meiying. A minute later, the level 25 elite raptor was dead. 66 Kai started screaming on the spot, Dad. Dad, take me. Dad, I'm your son. Take me. Lin Ye glanced back at Lu Kai, having already guessed that he might have kept outsiders from bothering him while he was away. Though it wasn't particularly effective, it showed that this man had come to recognize his place. In the ARK, there was another type of person who fared well. Those with sweet tongues and quick feet, who would drop everything to assist a big shot at a moment's notice. Such people often got along well everywhere. Even a lone wolf sometimes needed help. Lin Ye checked the Pteranodon's pack, who after killing that elite raptor, he had directly leveled up to 52. A purple crossbow with 198 attack. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. This item was somewhat useful in the early stages. Its attack was double that of an ordinary crossbow. This meant the arrows fired would also inflict higher torpor than normal. He also obtained a large pile of high-quality prime meat, which spoiled very quickly. Considering he still had to wait before heading to the mangrove, he directly placed it in his... Then without a word, he mounted the Triceratops and went out to gather narcoberries. Lu Kai watched from outside the wall as Lin Ye emerged from the dino gate, his eyes brimming with envy. Lin Ye was in a hurry and didn't say much. After gathering a large number of narcoberries, he rode the Triceratops over to Lu Kai and said, Do me a favor. Gather 200 narcoberries for me, and this Triceratops is yours. With that, Lin Ye pressed the release button for the Triceratops. Lu Kai stared in astonishment at the dinosaur, now in a claimable state. There are a few stone foundations, a bed, and a cabinet in the Triceratops. Set them up first, then keep gathering. Put the narcoberries in the cabinet. He'll be back in an hour to pick them up. Lin Ye finished speaking and left. Returning to his stone house, he checked the oven and saw the cooked prime meat and regular meat. At least the Thylacoleo had food now. He still needed to get food for the megatheriums. Killing large herbivores one by one yielded pitifully little prime meat, but taking down an elite dropped a lot at once. 3 megatheriums would likely need 200 prime meat, and he had to wait until they were hungry enough to feed them all at once, since uncooked prime meat spoiled extremely fast. Lin Ye took the narcoberries he had gathered and returned to the trap in the mangrove. Seeing a Carnotaurus, one of the ARK's 3 useless creatures, pretending to attack the trapped megatheriums, he let out a cold laugh. Every ARK player was familiar with the three useless creatures, and the Carnotaurus topped the list. Without a second thought, Lin Ye flew into the trap and fired a few arrows at the Carnotaurus stuck between the spike walls. The Carnotaurus clearly panicked and turned to flee. Lin Ye loosed another arrow, and it died. He happily gained 4 pieces of prime meat. Lin Ye first checked the torpor levels of the 3 megatheriums, then the thylacoleos. As expected, taming this thylacoleo had been rushed. Its torpor was dropping, but an hour had already passed, and it would wake up soon. Killing it now seemed wasteful. After placing the cooked meat and prime meat into the thylacoleo's inventory, Lin Ye fed it several more batches of narcoberries. Next came the meat-gathering phase. If he could find elite raptors under level 50, just 2 would be enough. If not, he would have to gather prime meat and feed it continuously until the megatheriums woke up. Just then a message suddenly appeared in global chat. It was from a woman, and Lin Ye recognized her. "Can someone please rescue us? These men have trapped us in a house." I'm at Red ARK. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes at the woman, speaking his mind, growing restless. This woman was none other than his university homeroom teacher Gu Lingxin. At their university, she was the pinnacle of beauty and figure, to the point that even the campus belle felt embarrassed to stand beside her. What Gu Lingxin said next made Lin Ye even more agitated. "Can you let us go? They are still students." Chen Yushua said, "Teacher, don't beg them. They clearly aren't good people. We'll find a way out." At that moment, several men in global chat jeered, "Haha. They tame dinosaurs, we tame women. Anyone want to come have some fun? A crossbow, metal axe, sword, or flak armor gets you one." These 2 women are top-tier beauties from Suzhou Art Academy. Xiao Shui is the campus belle, and that amazing teacher is a married woman. They're even wearing black stockings. TSK Tisk, there are no black stockings in this world. Miss out, and they're gone forever. I'm serious. We're on the island south of Red ARK. Isn't it fun to enjoy yourself before going back to grinding? Huh. Just offer a full set of Metal Gear, and you can play all you want. Haha. Even on a peaceful server, there's pleasure, right? They can't die anyway, let's have our fun. You can even use a dinosaur for any Dilopterosaur raptor, anything works. Just not a dodo. Deep in the mangrove, Lin Ye looked at the 3 megatheriums with a troubled expression, grateful he hadn't put meat in yet. Otherwise he would have a headache. He definitely had to rescue this homeroom teacher. During his university years, Gu Lingxin knew his parents were farmers and had applied for a hardship grant for him. He received a monthly living allowance of 300 yuan from the school. Lin Ye often skipped class, and his teacher knew he was playing games to earn money. Most of the time, she only gave verbal warnings, never reported him or contacted his parents. Because Lin Ye's family was truly poor, and at that time, he was already happy to make money from gaming. His homeroom teacher had also told him that Wang Xinyu wasn't right for him. Maybe even back then she had already seen something. But Lin Ye, caught up in the moment, hadn't listened. Especially in his sophomore year, when his family had trouble, his teacher personally lent him 200 yuan. He remembered it. Setting everything else aside, he had to save the teacher who had been so kind to him in college. They had probably been tricked into entering someone's building and then locked in. From here to Red ARK, the round trip should take less than 40 minutes. To be safe, Lin Ye fed the 3 megatheriums and the thylacoleo some narcoberries to keep them unconscious longer. Soon Lin Ye mounted his pteranodon and flew off. He considered whether to recruit his homeroom teacher into his tribe or observe for a while first. Let them build a base near his tribe. He naturally trusted his teacher. She wouldn't harm him. But that campus belle. After all, she was the school beauty. Hadn't she seen more men than he had? How could she be a good person? Meanwhile, on a small island south of Red ARK, a dozen or so men had indeed arrived carrying some Metal Gear. Everyone wanted to see how the exquisite married teacher and the campus belle were being tamed. Haha. Welcome, brothers, to our Dalong tribe. These women are so stupid, haha. A few words, and they walked right into our building. We locked the door, and they were trapped inside. Come on, put your stuff in the cabinet, and we'll all go in together. A group of men excitedly surrounded the thatched house in the Dalang tribe. The tribal chief Zhang Dalang opened the door, revealing Gu Lingxin, Chen Yushua, and Li Ting, who appeared somewhat flustered. This was because the outside was filled with men. They were originally establishing a base in the southern part of the deserted island, but Li Ting inadvertently attracted a horde of giant river beavers, which completely demolished the thatched house they had built. All 3 of them had perished. Choosing to respawn near the Red ARK, they immediately spotted a man, Zhang Dalang, who had tamed it. Gu Lingxin looked at the 2 sophomore students from her school, filled with worry. She had initially thought that the other party would kindly take them in, but little did she know it was a trap to lure them in for barbecue and drinks. As soon as they entered, the man closed the door. In a state of peace, they could not break through the thatched walls. The men outside had spotted the 3 women, their mouths watering uncontrollably. Especially Gu Lingxin, who stood at least 173 centimeters tall. Dressed in professional attire with black stockings and high heels, her figure was simply... The survivors present were eager to discuss how the ARK dinosaurs reproduced and transcended generations. They wondered if the human offspring could break through some attributes. How could they know if they didn't try? At that moment, Chen Yushua also recognized familiar faces among the men, discovering that 2 of them were students from their school. Moreover, Chen Yushua knew them. Wang Tian, Lu Feng, you too. Why did you join them? She shouted angrily. The two boys outside laughed. Haha, naturally it's to find you. Aren't you always aloof at school? Don't you ignore us unless we approach. Today let's see just how aloof you really are. After all, there are no police or laws here. The bigger fist dictates the rules. Li Ting was also enraged, as she simply couldn't understand why as fellow students they would not help in times of trouble, and instead kick them when they were down. Gu Lingxin looked at the men filled with regret. It was her fault for trusting others too easily. Perhaps some people's inner nature had already twisted after being transported to this world. They would go to great lengths to ensure their own comfort. It was likely that somewhere on this deserted island there were other women like them who had been. Any woman trying to survive by relying on men here would probably not end well. The men had already planned to come in, and both Qin Yuxue and Li Ting were panicking, tears brimming in their eyes. They couldn't die. Even if they tried, dying meant simply respawning at a new location, but they had nothing on them. If they were humiliated like this, how would they live in the future? Gu Lingxin instinctively shielded her two students, knowing they would certainly not escape. A sense of helplessness washed over her. Qin Yuxue furiously typed on the public screen, "May you all die a horrible death. I curse you to die a horrible death." But the men's focus was no longer on the screen. They rushed in with gleaming eyes. Gu Lingxin was the first to be pinned down onto the thatched ground by the men who held her limbs, spreading her arms and legs apart. Though there was no substantial physical harm, the humiliation was very real. Even at that moment, Gu Lingxin was still worried about her two students. She pleaded with these men to let her two students go, but in a lawless world, men often change their faces faster than women. After all, in reality, they were not getting their needs met. Just as the three women felt despair, they suddenly heard something outside the thatched house. It was Lin Ye, who had just shot 2 arrows at a level 120 scythe dragon, and without thinking had brought the wild scythe dragon to this legendary Delang tribe. The men inside the thatched house were puzzled, wondering what was happening outside. It sounded like the footsteps of some large creature. Zhang Delang peeked outside, and was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? A scythe dragon. Lin Ye had already soared into the sky on his pterosaur, watching as the scythe dragon smashed the thatched house in one swipe. The scythe dragon then swiftly dispatched Zhang Delang, who was only level 8, with another swipe. The shirtless men who had planned to discuss biological reproduction and multi-generation breakthroughs with Gu Lingxin were now running in panic. The scythe dragon is slaughtering the village. It's slaughtering the village. The overwhelming fear made each of them terrified. Although they could respawn, no one wanted to have their intestines ripped out by a dinosaur. At that moment, the scythe dragon also spotted the 3 women sitting on the ground. Lin Ye exhaled, seeing that the area was now clear, and he swooped down. He commanded his pterosaur to unleash a spinning attack on the scythe dragon, which yelped in pain, instantly raising its aggro level. Lin Ye leisurely led the scythe dragon away. He didn't dare to confront the scythe dragon head-on. This creature could directly attack players riding on its back. Moreover, its attack power was a moment of carelessness could lead to death. Lin Ye led the scythe dragon toward the sea, where its aggro would dissipate. Lin Ye then flew back to the side of Gu Lingxin and the other 2 women. Gu Lingxin instinctively shielded the 2 girls as she looked at the man in the metallic mask. But she soon noticed the name above Lin. Yes, head Lin Ye. Are you the Lin Ye who graduated last year? Lin Ye nodded and glanced at the now freed homeroom teacher. He then looked at the time. 30 minutes had already passed, and they had to return to the mangrove forest. Homeroom teacher, just head north from here. My home is on the coast at the foot of the snow mountain. I have other things to attend to. When you get there, there's a man riding a triceratops. Tell him I sent you. After saying that, Lin Ye headed back to the mangrove forest without looking back, as the bag with the lion was about to wake up and he needed to feed it the black fruit, otherwise it would fail. After feeding it, he had to hurry home to get more black fruit from Lulu and come back to feed it. It was truly a race against time. Thankfully, he had found someone to help in advance, or else he wouldn't even be able to go to the toxic gas cave today. Moreover, Lin Ye was also considering how to deal with those 2 younger sisters. They were a burden. What were they even here for? What, to be a black slave? Lin Ye was conflicted, unsure whether to take them in or not. Later on, when he became a dominant figure, wouldn't all women be his? Would he still need to choose? Those who disobeyed or advocated for feminism would all be locked up. Let's take the homeroom teacher into the tribe first. The other 2 can stay beside and build their own tribe. As Lin Ye flew, he murmured to himself. If he took them in and they became annoying, it would drive him crazy. Qin Yuxue looked at Lin Ye riding the pterosaur as he flew away, worriedly saying, "Teacher, is he your student? What's he like? He won't be another." Gu Lingxin shook her head, glancing north. She planned to head over, otherwise she wouldn't be so lucky next time they encountered such a situation. Li Ting looked at Qin Yuxue in astonishment and said, "He just saved us, and we didn't even get to thank him, yet we're speculating whether he's a good person." "I'm going north. It's obvious he can be trusted." After the 3 girls finished speaking, they proceeded north along the western coast, avoiding any creatures they encountered from afar. Even the slightest sight of a secondary paddler made them wary. Previously, when building their home in the southern part of the deserted island, Li Ting had secretly opened something called a beaver den. Without taking anything, she was chased and bitten by several giant beavers over a meter long. Thus, the thatched cottage of the three became ruins. Unfamiliar with dinosaurs, they were terrified along the way. Finally, through their efforts, they reached a place close to the snow mountain just in time to see Lin Ye riding a pterosaur rushing down in a hurry without looking back. Upon seeing Lin Ye return, the man riding the triceratops quickly shouted, "I've only collected over 10,000 black fruits. They are all in the cabinet, and I've unlocked it." Without a moment's thought, Lin Ye placed part of the black fruits into his fridge, took the rest, while riding the pterosaur, and didn't speak to the approaching Gu Lengxin and the other girl. It was as if he was in a rush to reincarnate. The three girls watched as the pterosaur spun around, and then vanished completely. Chen Yuxue stared blankly at the departing Lin Ye, puzzled. Wouldn't a normal man be captivated by their presence? Could it be? Is he gay? Chen Yuxue glanced over at Lu Kai, who was riding the triceratops and planning to gather fruits, and instinctively swallowed. Surely these two aren't gay. You must be Teacher Gu, right? Lin Ye just told me that you can build your home opposite mine. I have some animal skins for you to take. Lu Kai said with a flattering smile, tossing out 3 bundles of animal skins, each containing 100 pieces. These were obtained from monsters he killed while riding the triceratops. For complete newcomers, animal skins were among the hardest resources to gather in the early game. I barely got any from killing the dodo birds. The 3 people across each picked up a bundle, looking at Lu Kai with some confusion. What is he off to do? I don't know. It must be something very important. You should build a foundation next to my house and set up some beds. With a bed, if you die, you can respawn here. Lu Kai continued to gather fruits. Although he didn't know the exact use of these items, since Lin Ye wanted so many, he needed to stock up. Moreover, he vaguely felt that the 3 women Lin Ye rescued would eventually be taken by him. This was a game world. There were no laws or morals. On this deserted island, it was quite normal for some beautiful women to be confined in buildings for entertainment. There were probably people doing just that right now. After all, it was a peace server. Even if 1,000 people came together, they couldn't cause any real harm. Gu Lengxin looked at Lu Kai and then at her 2 students. After some thought, she figured it was safest to build a house here. The previous Zhang Dalong was none other than the security guard from their school. She initially thought they could look out for each other since they all recognized one another, but who knew that Zhang Dalong was already up to no good? Li Ting looked expectantly toward Lin Ye's house in the distance, which was simply stunning. She felt that since he had rescued them, it wouldn't be too much to consider him a boyfriend, and it seemed he was quite skilled. Li Ting already wanted to follow Lin Ye, while Chen Yuxue next to her was immersed in studying her imprint skills and attributes. She didn't want to rely on a man. The independent Chen Yuxue hesitated as she considered the few attribute points she hadn't allocated yet. What should I add? Is damage the most important in a game? Should I increase melee damage? This seems necessary. Chen Yuxue clearly hadn't been educated about ARK, who normally allocates points to melee damage in a game. There would be a moment later when she regretted this. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, hurrying to the mangrove forest to reincarnate, finally landed as the bag lion was about to wake up. Fortunately, he had previously saved Gu Lengxin and came to the mangrove forest to gather some black fruits, otherwise it would surely have been a failed taming. After feeding the black fruits, the dizziness levels of the 4 creatures began to rise slowly. Lin Ye calculated the time. The taming time for the ground sloth was shorter than that for the bag lion, so he had to go quickly to hunt for high-quality thigh meat. Without time to think further, Lin Ye raced against time again, arriving at the riverbank opposite the mangrove forest. He looked around, but found no elite velociraptor. He glanced north towards the volcano and spotted an elite bull dinosaur. Looking through his binoculars, he was instantly overjoyed. Level 15. It can be killed. Lin Ye first lured the elite bull dinosaur to a pile of rubble nearby, and then found a pit to use. To wear down the opponent using this pterosaur, he needed to first immobilize the opponent's movements. On the eastern edge of the boundary between the mangrove forest and the volcano, there was a pile of rubble where some stones could respawn randomly. After scanning the area, Lin Ye quickly landed and smashed the stone in the middle. He had used this place many times and was already familiar with it. Then he rode the pterosaur to lure the bull dinosaur, and sure enough, even elite monsters in ARK still proved to be weak. After just a few steps, the elite bull dinosaur was led into the prepared stone pit trap. Following the same principle, the outer stones were coercive, allowing passage, but making it impossible to escape once inside. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Surprisingly, the experience gained was not enough for him to level up, and he also received a blue bee skin coat with 50. Not that it was of much use. Just as Lin Ye had finished off the elite bull dinosaur, he suddenly heard a savage roar behind him. That sound was all too familiar. He thought it was a wild T-Rex that had come out from somewhere, and didn't think much of it before mounting the pterosaur. As soon as he got on, he sensed a chilling and ominous killing intent behind him. As the pure white T-Rex, glowing with red light, lunged at Lin Ye's pterosaur, Lin Ye's heart raced, as if 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping past. What the hell? Big brother, big brother, big brother. Spare the dragon. Lin Ye's pterosaur with its health bar almost depleted executed a spinning dash and narrowly escaped to the sky. Looking down, a level 135 Elite T-Rex was rampaging below, appearing instantly wherever it went. Lin Ye's face turned grim. Elite T-Rexes were rarely seen on this deserted island, and this one was level 135. Forget about newbies, many veterans riding their main dinosaurs might not survive. Damn, I'm glad I ran fast, otherwise I would have been in deep trouble. Lin Ye didn't dare linger. This place would soon belong to the Elite T-Rex for the next few days. Even if you trapped it, you probably couldn't kill it. Currently the damage dealt to it was less than its recovery speed. Lin Ye returned to the mangrove forest and fed the high-quality thigh meat he had just obtained to the 150-level male ground sloth. The tame bag lion only gained 3 levels, which left Lin Ye feeling somewhat displeased. He suddenly recalled that if a bag lion wasn't tamed with feed, the effectiveness of its taming wouldn't be high regardless of what it ate. Moreover, he had insufficient cooked thigh meat earlier, and he had also thrown in 200 pieces of ordinary cooked meat. Gaining a few levels was already quite an accomplishment for him. With 4,500 health and 195 attack, this attack is decent enough for dungeon crawling. Having something was better than nothing. Next time, think things through to avoid such time-wasting actions. Just as Lin Ye was reflecting on himself, the level 150 Earth Sloth was successfully tamed. It has a level of 205, health of 8,600, attack of 275. While that's impressive, although not top tier, it's still quite formidable. Lin Ye, who had just been self-deprecating, instantly beamed upon seeing this Earth Sloth. If he had fed it, its health would likely have reached 9,000, and its attack might have exceeded 300. With the Earth Sloth, hunting for quality thigh meat would be a breeze. Lin Ye also brought along a saddle for the Earth Sloth. Once mounted, he felt an overwhelming sense of superiority over the redwood forest, ready to take on any beast, be it a bull dragon, thunder dragon, beam dragon, sword dragon, or Tyrannosaurus. As long as he didn't venture near that elite Tyrannosaurus, he could roam freely here. While hunting, he spotted another level 70 elite raptor and couldn't help but grin. With a powerful creature by his side, Lin Ye was on a killing spree. After acquiring the quality thigh meat, he planned to feed the 2 female Earth Sloths he had tamed at levels 145 and 135. Although those 2 levels were not as high as the 150, they would still be useful. Next up was the long-awaited poison gas cave. Lin Ye scanned the surroundings. He needed to find a supply drop light beam to upload these tamed creatures to the ARK. He had discovered that this isolated island currently lacked low-temperature chambers and icebox skills, remaining locked in black and inaccessible. The low-temperature chamber, also known as a pokeball, could contain any creature roughly the size of an apple. He would likely have to wait until reaching the Genesis map to unlock the low-temperature chamber skill, for now relying on the most primitive methods. Soon Lin Ye found a beam of blue supply light and rushed over with his newly caught Earth Sloth and bag lion. Just as he arrived, before he could open the supply box, an old foe suddenly lunged out. A level 95 beast-headed creature came up and gave Lin Ye a big hug. Lin Ye covered his head, dizzy and cursing. Damn, the beast-headed creature clearly picked the wrong target. Previously, Lin Ye had only been with Mountain Chicken, but now he had Chun Haonan, Big Brother, and a host of other Hong Kong gang leaders. The beast-headed creature didn't last even 3 seconds before being torn apart by 3 Earth Sloths and the bag lion. What the hell? This game's many settings are ridiculous. Why did that beast-headed creature commit suicide? It clearly couldn't win. Just to annoy me, Lin Ye said disdainfully. In the next moment, another shocking setting appeared. Poolah! Lin Ye suddenly defecated. Dazed, Lin Ye stared at the pile of feces he had just produced, wondering how it had managed to escape his pants. Moreover, there was a prompt button above the poop saying, "Pick up." Lin Ye instinctively swallowed hard, imagining if he were with his homeroom teacher conversing, when suddenly he defecated. What kind of expression would that be? Lin Ye pondered while uploading several creatures to the ARK. Then he rode his pterosaur to the entrance of the poison gas cave, his mind filled with the image of his homeroom teacher defecating in front of him. Then he walked over, thinking, pickups? What about if he needed to sleep at night? 99 of players in the ARK had their beds placed side by side, laying out 5 or 6 beds horizontally, face to face, or they might cram 7 or 8 beds in the same spot. Wouldn't they need to undress to sleep? Some settings could surely be manipulated. For instance, if I wanted to defecate, couldn't I just do it? What kind of nonsense is this? Lin Ye shook his head, vigorously bewildered. First, he needed to level up. The beakless pterosaur looked at Lin Ye, who was grinning foolishly, seemingly a bit alarmed. It wore a bewildered expression, secretly thinking, this guy isn't planning to ride me into the poison gas cave, is he? It's a no-flee zone inside, you fool. I haven't even looked for a female pterosaur yet. Lin Ye certainly wasn't oblivious. He took out the sleeping bag and storage box he had prepared in advance, and placed 4 sleeping bags at the entrance of the poison gas cave, clearly planning something big. The PC version of ARK differs from the mobile version. In the mobile version, you can exploit bugs to get artifacts, and even use artifacts as tributes for God gear. Moreover, most mines in the PC version are quite challenging. Some veterans have even claimed they would rather die than enter a cave. It's rumored that numerous well-known streamers and bloggers have suffered disgrace in the desert mine of the Fairyland map. The difficulty of the poison gas cave is also extremely high for newcomers. The entrance can block 98 of creatures from entering due to its small size. Additionally, players continuously lose health inside. To level up beyond level 90, on the first day Lin Ye was destined to die twice. And it would be a profound kind of death. The entrance of the poison gas cave is teeming with countless poisonous insects and giant pythons, all between levels 200,400. To find the treasure chest and release the earth sloth from the ARK, he would need to die at least twice. The first time would involve running in naked and parkouring, luring all the monsters blocking the entrance to the first water pit. He couldn't afford to stop even for a moment. He had to keep running and carefully time his jumps. If he got stuck among the poisonous insects, he was as good as dead. The second death would occur when opening the chest to download the earth sloths. That moment of pause would definitely lead to his. Lin Ye glanced at the items in his storage box, feeling very heavy-hearted. This was a typical case of seeking suffering for the sake of leveling up with a 100 pain factor. He thought for a moment and decided to bring along 100 white fruits and 5 health potions to increase his margin for error. Eating white fruits would allow a person to lose a lot of moisture and reduce dizziness. If bitten by the poisonous titan python in the cave, if he didn't consume white fruits or stimulants, he was bound to faint. Lin Ye looked at what he had on him, and without much thought placed everything into the storage box, only taking the white fruits, rare flowers, and health potions. As soon as he entered the emerald green poison gas cave, he immediately felt short of breath and nauseous. There was no time to think. The longer he lingered, the more health. Looking at the ancient millipedes, spiders, giant dragonflies, and titan pythons at the entrance, Lin Ye instinctively swallowed hard. Indeed, games are not the same as reality. Here pain was at a 100 rate and fear was also at 100. However, thankfully it was a game. Some mechanics remained. Lin Ye had already seen that group of creatures approaching him. Without a second thought, he realized that if they blocked the entrance, it would all be over. He made a quick dash, landing among the poisonous insects, and jumped up instantly. Those insects had a delay when attacking, just enough to miss Lin Ye. In midair, Lin Ye was bitten a few times by giant dragonflies, causing his health to start dropping. He began consuming health potions. Immediately afterward, he jumped forcefully and landed behind the poisonous insects. Fortunately, he had allocated most of his attribute points to speed, otherwise he wouldn't have made it. Upon seeing Lin Ye, all the poisonous insects erupted in chaos. Lin Ye laughed heartily and charged toward the first water pool, even taking a bite of rare flower, just before his imminent death. Eating it would emit a scent that would provoke all surrounding creatures to attack him, a cheeky tactic for drawing aggro. Come on. You have died to a level 380 ancient giant lizard. Lin Ye's entire body was torn apart when he died. The venom of that ancient giant lizard also had a paralyzing effect, but at least he didn't die as horribly as he had imagined. He hadn't endured any inhuman torture. When Lin Ye revived from his sleeping bag, he subconsciously tilted his neck. The pain of death was gone, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. One more death, and he'd be set. Sure enough, when Lin Ye re-entered the poison gas cave, all the creatures in the first main tunnel had already fled to the pool. Lin Ye had come in naked again. He needed to die once more. From here, there were 3 branching paths. The right path led to a second pool teeming with monsters. Inside the pool was a treasure chest which could release the giant but Lin Ye didn't plan to take the right path. There were too many monsters there. He'd likely die before he could even open the chest and release the sloth. On the far left there was a narrow, upward slanting path, usually swarming with giant dragonflies. Occasionally it spawned spiders, arthropleura, or titanoboa. The number of monsters was small, and a treasure chest also spawned there. Even if he died after releasing the giant sloth, it wouldn't matter, since the monsters were few. Even an unridden, unsaddled sloth could take them down. Lin Ye didn't overthink it. Without a gas mask or diving suit in the cave, he'd keep losing health. He went into parkour mode again and charged straight in. The monsters in the first pool, seeing Lin Ye, who had just died, but the entrance to the left path was narrow, trapping most monsters outside. Lin Ye made it to the fork safely and spotted 2 titanoboas at a glance. Behind them was the treasure chest. Damn it, I'm really out of luck. Lin Ye knew he'd die even after releasing the sloth, but he couldn't care less. With a leap he reached the chest. In the blink of an eye, opened it and downloaded the giant sloth. The next second a titanoboa already poised bit him, and within 3 seconds he collapsed unconscious. The titanoboa's venom was potent. He hadn't had time to eat a white berry to neutralize it after releasing the sloth, so he fell. The giant sloth immediately launched an attack, but Lin Ye couldn't see it kill the 2 titanoboas. Then 3 spiders arrived and gnawed him to death while he was still unconscious. When Lin Ye revived again, he brought all his equipment this time. He charged in once more, risking his life. The pterosaurs outside stared at him as if he were an idiot. Did this human have a death wish? This time when Lin Ye reached the giant sloth, the 2 titanoboas and spiders were already dead. Without a moment's hesitation, he took out the sloth's saddle and put it on. The moment he mounted the giant sloth, he felt invincible. From this instant, the poison gas cave was his to conquer. From now on, anyone who wanted to come here to kill monsters for levels and blueprints would have to answer to him. After mounting the sloth, he carefully checked all his gear. There was no need to wear spare armor yet. The venom sprayed by the Arthropleura here could destroy most equipment outright, making them one of the most annoying creatures for players venturing into the cave. Then came the sweep. Eating a rare flower, he attracted a horde of monsters and went into slaughter mode. With one punch from the giant sloth, kill notifications flooded the screen. The level-up music played non-stop. With that single punch, Lin Ye reached level 62. He still couldn't craft a diving suit due to his level. He'd need to die a few more times and kill some monsters. Once he reached level 81, he could unlock the diving suit and be immune to the toxic gas. He then began clearing each cave chamber, eating a rare flower in every one. Many monsters hid in the walls, and the giant dragonflies, afraid of the sloth, wouldn't attack on their own. The slaughter in the poison gas cave went more smoothly than expected. By the end of his first run, Lin Ye was already level 75. Although Head died a few times from the gas, he could now craft a diving suit. No more fear of the toxic gas. He also found a few blueprints in the chests. The first run didn't yield anything special. After the first clear, the rest was easy. Lin Ye parked the giant sloth at the entrance of the first tunnel in the poison gas cave. No one else could get in now. Next time, Head bring in a few more to block the way. Problem solved. Leaving the poison gas cave, Lin Ye mounted his pterosaur and began scouting for notes, while also looking for high-level Tyrannosaurus Rex and Ankylosaurus. He considered whether to tame one as a precaution. But just as he took to the sky, he suddenly yawned. Lin Ye was stunned. What the hell? I'm actually sleepy. In the original game settings, players never felt tired. They could work 247. He checked the time. It was already past 8 p.m. He was a bit bewildered. Did he have to sleep every night now? Some settings had merged with reality. But Lin Ye had planned to reach level 90 tonight. After a moment's thought, he decided to do a few more runs before heading back to sleep, since the poison gas cave respawned every 30 minutes. When Lin Ye came for his second run, he had already picked up 2 notes outside, gaining an experience boost buff. While Lin Ye was grinding levels like mad, the other players on the island also noticed a problem. They were sleepy. This was a serious issue. There were 8,000 players on the server, and most had never played a survival game before. Many didn't even know how to build a house. Only about a third had their own huts and beds. The rest were panicking, and some had started spamming the chat. What the hell? Isn't this a game? Why am I sleepy? Where do I sleep? Is it really this realistic? I have to sleep in the wild. Anyone kind enough to let me crash? A baryonyx demolished my house. As night fell, darkness enveloped the island. While leveling up, Lin Ye wondered if he could adjust the gamma to brighten things up. But he was dumbfounded. Tweaking the game's brightness was no longer an option. Without a torch at night, he was as blind as a bat. In the newbie village of the island's southern zone, many players had already lit torches looking like cavemen. A few middle-aged men gathered, staring enviously at a thatch hut built by some youngsters. Young man, can we stay for one night? It's too dangerous outside. Well, leave in the morning. The people inside were Huang Hao and his crew. They had played games before and knew how to build, unlike the older folks who still had no idea what to do. Inside, Wang Xinyu watched Huang Hao and his gang nervously. She felt that following Huang Hao was a bad idea. He had already gotten them killed at least 10 times today. If Lin Ye were here, she wouldn't be suffering like this. No room, no room. Go somewhere else. Don't bother me. Huang Hao had planned to do something special tonight, so letting someone in would have been terribly awkward. His underlings had thoughtfully partitioned the thatch walls into small bedrooms, and everyone had already lain down to sleep. Wang Xinyu looked at Huang Hao, who seemed far from clever, and felt a twinge of doubt. Earlier today, a man who had watched Fang's videos said it would take at least 10 years to clear this game. The first island map was the simplest, with most wild monsters at very low levels, including many at level 5. Other maps were named something like Scorched Earth, The Center, Ragnarok, Crystal Isles, Genesis, Lost Island, and Valguero. Each map had unique landscapes and monster species, and the bosses were different too. According to Helena's earlier claim, clearing one map a year would take at least a decade. Moreover, after 3 months, the peaceful server state would shift to a PvP state, allowing players to attack each other. The one with the biggest fist would be the boss. Wang Xinyu, a woman who clung to power and wealth, naturally didn't want to entrust her fate to that idiot-rich second-generation Huang Hao. This wasn't Earth anymore. Just as Wang Xinyu was pondering, Huang Hao entered. She let out a sigh. Though she no longer wished to stay with him, she hadn't left yet. Watching Huang Hao, who lost his stamina within minutes, Wang Xinyu sneered inwardly. She planned to ditch this fool as soon as she met a capable expert, and would reluctantly remain here for now. After darkness fell, the island became far more perilous. Those without shelter in the wilderness almost all experienced. One moment you were gathering thatch, and with the next a carnivorous dinosaur would suddenly leap out. In the pitch-black night, you couldn't see anything in the distance. All night long, those people kept spamming the chat. Some were so frightened they leaned against someone else's thatch hut and fell asleep, daring not to venture out into the darkness again. Meanwhile, Gu Lingxin and her two companions who had built a thatch hut near Lin Ye's tribe and settled down for the night were lost in thought. Gu Lingxin watched 6-6 who was felling trees in the dark and felt a restless urge. Indeed, no matter the place, those already superior to others worked even harder than the complainers. 6-6 was already upgrading his thatch hut. He planned to replace everything with wood. He had also successfully tamed 3 dodos. He was overjoyed. Inside the thatch hut, Chen Yuxue was still studying character attributes and engram skills. Unlike Li Ting, she had believed since childhood that men were no good. When she was very young, because she was so cute, a lecherous old man lured her into a small grove. If her father hadn't arrived in time, she might have met a terrible fate. From a few years old, she had learned a lesson: no man in the world was any good. They all enjoyed perverse things. In college, though she was crowned the campus belle for her looks, she never dated anyone. The 2 classmates she encountered earlier in Dalong's tribe had once tried to chat her up. Probably because she ignored them, they harbored resentment and wanted to harass her. Beside her, Li Ting looked at Chen Yuxue, who was studying the attribute list, and said helplessly, "You can't go on like this. It's right not to rely on men, but we can ask for advice. That senior Lin Ye seems to know a lot. Why not ask him when he comes back? It could save us a lot of detours. You need to be humble." Chen Yuxue glanced at Li Ting and sighed with slight displeasure. "I know you've taken a liking to him. A good girl like you always dreams of a prince rescuing a princess. He saved you, and now you can't wait to run into his arms." Li Ting, instead of getting angry, laughed. Maybe I should go after him. Let him carry us. Isn't it said that when a girl chases a guy, it's just a thin veil?" Chen Yuxue's eyes widened. "You're not serious, are you?" Gu Lingxin stood up from the bed with some resignation, gazing at Lin Ye's stone house dark, and without light, her mind restless. Why wasn't he back even at 11 p.m.? Could something have happened? As she thought, Gu Lingxin opened the chat window. Seeing the spam from others, she knew how dangerous it was to be out late at night. Was Lin Ye in danger? Trapped somewhere and unable to escape? The more she thought, the more likely it seemed. Back in school, whenever Lin Ye encountered trouble, he would keep his head down and say nothing. Having grown up in a small village, Lin Ye shouldered almost everything himself because his parents were ordinary. Worried that Lin Ye might be in danger, Gu Lingxin typed in the public chat, "Classmate Lin, are you okay? Have you run into trouble?" Lin Ye, who had already grinded to level 85 in the poison gas cave, was stunned wide-eyed. Holy crap. Is he about to be exposed on the very first day? Wang Xinyu's eyes flew open and she quickly replied, "Teacher Gu. Is that Teacher Gu? Are you talking about Lin Ye? Is he here?" Even Zhao Baowen, who owed Lin Ye money, and Lin Ye's boss and colleagues from his company saw this message. Lin Ye, the expert you're talking about. 6-6, who had been a game streamer, was still chopping wood outside. His CPU went into overdrive. This big shot had so many acquaintances here. Why didn't he take them in? And why did he name his tribe him a noob? Don't hit me. And he had blocked the path to his house. Realizing something, 6-6 rushed to Gu Lingxin's thatch hut and shouted, "Don't say it's him. Don't say it's him. For heaven's sake, don't mess up. If the others find out the big shot is Lin Ye, will we ever have peace?" Gu Lingxin was taken aback. She had almost replied to Wang Xinyu. Li Ting also caught on. "Teacher, quickly say it's not him, just make up a name." Gu Lingxin replied without hesitation, "No, I was talking about classmate Lin Xing. Are you here too, Xinyu? Isn't Lin Ye with you?" When Wang Xinyu saw this message, she was utterly disappointed. She knew how formidable Lin Ye was at this game. During his 4 years of college, he had earned almost all his money from selling dragons. She had even seen Lin Ye's tribe back then, which they called the Server Dominator, with dozens of underlings, and having wiped out several— "No," Wang Xinyu replied, and then went to sleep, not wanting to chat further with her former homeroom teacher. In the poison gas cave, Lin Ye's expression was deeply troubled. What was going on? Lin Ye was a bit confused. What did Gu Lingxin mean? As he pondered, he opened a red loot crate below. His mind was a little scattered, and he completely failed to notice that the blueprint he drew from the crate was a legendary one. Holy crap. An epic Rex saddle blueprint with 109 armor. Ha ha ha. Holy shit. Holy shit. Laughing until his voice cracked. Lin Ye's elation was far from an exaggeration. It even surpassed the joy of acquiring a blueprint for the highest quality legendary Tyrannosaurus Rex saddle, for the legendary blueprint demanded an overwhelming abundance of materials. A single blacksmith's bench might not suffice to accommodate them all. Even if you stumbled upon such a blueprint in the early stages, its creation was beyond your reach. However, an epic-grade blueprint was an entirely different matter. Upon inspection, Lin Ye discovered that a single blacksmith's bench could perfectly accommodate all the materials required by this blueprint. With it in hand, he could hatch a second-generation Tyrannosaurus Rex to challenge the simple difficulty boss. Every saddle came with its own armor. Whether a boss could be vanquished depended half on the dinosaur and half on the saddle. Though the difficult tier boss remained unconquerable for now, possessing the blueprint made it merely a matter of time. Once more, Lin Ye's lips curled into the signature smirk of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. After storing the Tyrannosaurus Rex blueprint in an outdoor chest, he returned home to craft a diving suit, then ventured out again to gather notes, aiming to level up to 90. Somehow his luck soared to its peak during the final wave. A 220 damage long neck rifle blueprint. My goodness, this luck is simply explosive. Overwhelmed by his bounty, Lin Ye planned to ride his pteranodon home with his treasures. A surge of exhilaration filled his heart. Yet, just as Lin Ye's pteranodon was about to soar out of the redwood forest, he suddenly caught the roar of some beast. He froze for an instant. The next second, a level 30 thylacoleo, leaping from some crooked neck tree, pounced on Lin Ye, knocking him off his pteranodon and onto the ground. Lin Ye immediately cursed. Damned ARK's special feature. He'll be damned. In the pitch-black darkness, he had failed to notice a thylacoleo lurking in the tree. He perished. Upon respawning, Lin Ye instantly switched to parkour mode, sprinting frantically through the gloom to retrieve the bag he had dropped upon death. He evaded countless predators along the way, not daring to look back. A single glance would spell doom. From the sounds alone, he could tell there were at least 4 terror birds behind him, followed by a Carnotaurus and a Titanoboa. Soon Lin Ye spotted his fallen bag, but retrieving it now would surely mean another death. Just then he caught sight of a hapless Diplodocus, a large herbivorous dinosaur. A spark of inspiration lit up his eyes as he dashed toward the Diplodocus. Oblivious to the danger, the creature continued grazing, stupidly unaware that Lin Ye was leading a dozen predators to bid it good night. Lin Ye darted between the Diplodocus' legs and took cover behind it. The pursuing carnivores sank their fangs into the Diplodocus. Without daring to glance back, Lin Ye sprinted to retrieve his bag, whistled for his pteranodon to descend, and mounted it to flee once more. His heart pounded as if it might explode. Losing the blueprints he had worked so hard to obtain would have been devastating. Even as he flew to his doorstep, he hadn't fully recovered. Damn it, I can't adjust the brightness. How am I supposed to see a thing? Looks like I'll have to stay vigilant at night from now on. Just then 66, who had finished upgrading his wooden house, spotted Lin Ye's return and shouted excitedly, "The boss is back. Everyone wake up. Hey." Upon hearing Lin Ye's return, Gu Lingxin and the others in the thatch hut quickly grabbed torches and rushed out. The weight of their anxiety finally lifted. When the 4 of them saw Lin Ye now at level 90, their expressions lit up as if injected with adrenaline. Chen Yushu stammered, You. Unable to form a second word for a long while. 66 involuntarily swallowed hard. Boss. Awesome. Gu Lingxin, who had nearly revealed Lin Ye's secret out of worry, spoke sheepishly. I was just concerned for you, nothing else, Lin. Please don't hold it against your teacher. Seizing the moment, 66 began to boast. Boss, I told your homeroom teacher to change her tune. He. Lin Ye glanced at them, his expression complicated. Though they hadn't betrayed him, he was still reluctant to recruit them into his tribe. He had been pondering all night if he took in his homeroom teacher, her nature would inevitably lead her to bring the 2 girls along. Now that Lin Ye possessed the blueprints, he was even more cautious. After a moment of thought, he declared, Hey, race the plan. You'll develop your base next to mine and form an alliance. I'll invite you in so you can build your structures near my home. 66 agreed on the spot. Let's name the alliance Newbie Squad. We might encounter players from other servers later on, so we need to keep a low profile. As he spoke, Lin Ye created an alliance and invited them all. Also, from now on, contact me through the alliance channel, not the global public chat. Lin Ye stated with utmost seriousness. Everyone nodded in agreement. Just then Lin Ye spotted a blue supply crate descending in the distance and promptly mounted his pteranodon to investigate. While the others stood in confusion, Lin Ye summoned a pair of tamed megatheriums and a thylacoleo. 66, witnessing Lin Ye's slick moves, felt an even deeper admiration. He went out for a few hours, reached level 90, tamed several beasts. And those megatheriums are over level 200. Li Ting was now utterly awestruck. Trembling with excitement, she said, Senior, why don't you just take us into your tribe? He'll do whatever you say. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Ye was taken aback, looking at the demure Li Ting with some bewilderment. After a pause, he replied helplessly, Let's talk about it later. I'm used to being alone. Let's call it a night. I'm pretty tired. Tomorrow morning I'll teach you the basics, and you can start developing. With that, Lin Ye led his tamed creatures back to his dwelling. That night, he fell asleep quickly. By 6:00 the next morning, Lin Ye was still asleep when he heard 66 outside frantically whacking a dodo with a wooden club. The guy was clearly addicted to taming dodos. His hut already housed 11 of them, a veritable chicken farmer. Gu Lingxin and the 2 other women were also awake. When they saw Lin Ye emerge, they began expressing their gratitude. Before they could say much, Lin Ye called 66 over. Today I'm giving you a task. Do nothing but build your houses out of stone. If your level isn't high enough, keep crafting thatch foundations and wooden foundations. In this game world, hard work is the only way forward. Get to it. With those words, Lin Ye mounted his pteranodon and departed. Without a second thought, 66 grabbed his axe and pickaxe and began chopping trees. Gu Lingxin gazed blankly at Lin Ye's retreating figure. Build houses. Weren't they supposed to learn the basics? Don't overthink it, Teacher Gu. Trusting the boss is always the right call. By the way, have you girls considered pairing up with the boss? If you stick with him, I guarantee you'll surpass everyone else. Don't forget to look out for me then. Gu Lingxin was taken aback. Get involved with her former student. A teacher-student romance. Gu Lingxin obviously thought that someone like Lily Yokai was talking nonsense. She certainly wouldn't have any relationship with Lin. However, Lily Yokai's words reminded one person, Li Ting, who had been muttering all night. Looking at her companions beside her, Li Ting uttered something that left them all astonished. If I were as powerful as him, I would never date anyone. I'd clear the game straight away, not letting those guys fight the boss. All the women in this server would come to me just to survive. I'd do whatever I want. This world exists for me. I am the ruler of this world. Those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish. When Li Ting said this, Gu Lingxin and Chen Yuxue stared at the girl in astonishment, feeling as if she were a stranger. Lily Yokai, who was collecting stones nearby, also heard this and immediately quickened his pace in gathering rocks. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, who had already ridden the pteranodon to the arena at the foot of the snowy mountain, looked contemplatively at the 4 stone dinosaur door frames and 2 stone dinosaur gates in his hands. Before taming the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he had to solve the feed problem first. Without feed, the tamed REXS stats could. Before the ARK update, making feed was very tedious. One type of dinosaur egg could only make one kind of feed, and each feed could only tame 1 to 3 creatures at most. Now after the update, feed is only divided into 6 types: basic, simple, regular, superior, exceptional, and extraordinary. You only need to make the highest level extraordinary feed to tame most creatures. The materials required for this feed are also quite tricky: special eggs, honey, and Lazarus chowder. On the island map, special eggs can only be produced by 2 creatures. One is the rather simple-looking Hesperornis. The other is the Uteranus, which has a group of minions. Lin Ye checked the time. This morning, he would tame a mediocre eagle for extra weight and transport, then head to the snowy mountains to catch some low-level Uteranus. He would also look for sheep on the snowy mountain. If there were any, he would trap them for later use. With 1 sheep, he could easily tame several Uteranus. Later, if he caught an oviraptor, making extraordinary feed would be a breeze. Soon, under Lin Ye's precise shooting, a pitch-black Argentavis slowly descended from the sky. To ensure the creature flew into the dinosaur gate trap in one go, Lin Ye first led it forward a couple of steps, adjusted its altitude, and then quickly ran into the dinosaur gate trap. There was a small trick to note: the last gate wasn't placed in advance, but kept in hand. Once the eagle flew in, he placed it directly, saving the time needed to close the gate. This was a level 50 Argentavis with weight capacity several times higher than that of a pteranodon. Anyway, it was now a race against time. If he started hatching second-generation Tyrannosaurus Rex by the next day, once they matured, he could immediately take on the easy spider. With his skills, even with just second-generation dinosaurs, clearing all the easy bosses wouldn't be a problem. Unlocking tech would speed up his development even more. Soon the unlucky eagle was shot unconscious. After knocking it out, Lin Ye rode the pteranodon back to his southern residence. He checked the time. The female Megatherium at home couldn't breed yet. Downloading it from the ARK data would reset its breeding cooldown. Still 3 hours until breeding. He'll go gather some blackberries first. There's a lot to tame today, Lin Ye said as he mounted the Megatherium and started his digging spree. He headed straight for where the eagle had fainted. While gathering blackberries, he also planned to collect some high-quality prime meat to roast in case he couldn't find any sheep today and needed it for taming low-level Uteranus. He also intended to clear out the arena again to see if a high-level Ankylosaurus or Doedicurus would spawn. Lin Ye's ambitions for today were clearly quite grand. 1 male and 7 female low-level Uteranus. A set of tooled dinosaurs, Ankylosaurus, Doedicurus, and an eagle. 1 pair of perfect Tyrannosaurus Rex. After clearing the arena, Lin Ye first fed the prime meat to the eagle and then gathered blackberries for later use. The morning had been non-stop. Seeing Lin Ye even more active than them, Lily Yokai and Gu Lingxin became even more determined to gather stones and build their house. Lily Yokai, while hammering stones, sang in his off-key voice, looking like a goofball, Kong long Kong lang. Kong lang Kong. Kong long Kong lang Kong lang Kong. My bayou, my bayou. In the distance, Li Ting was getting hungry. She always had breakfast. Hearing the calls of the dodos from the chicken farmer's house, she snuck in and stole a few eggs. Chen Yuxue, on the other hand, was unlucky. She had put all her stat points into attack. After hitting the stone twice, her weight capacity was full, and she couldn't move. Each time she could only craft 1 foundation in her inventory, and she moved very slowly the whole time. From somewhere in the distance, a giant turtle crawled by, moving faster than Chen Yuxue. Chen Yuxue stared wide-eyed at the massive shell of the creature called the Carbonomes, her face twitching. Watching the others gather materials with ease, she felt very frustrated. Did they all invest in weight? What use was that? Wasn't it all about damage when fighting bosses later? Having just leveled up by crafting a foundation, Chen Yuxue, stubborn as a mule, put another point into attack. Hey, wouldn't you know it? The yield from gathering stones seemed to have increased a bit. While others got 3 stones per hit, she got 4. But she had to stop after every 2 swings. Quite comical, really. Gu Lingxin, true to her role as a teacher, asked Lily Yokai how to tame dodos and dinosaurs. Lily Yokai then told her about Lin Ye's technique of using a bola to trap a pteranodon. She believed that sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the cutting of wood. If she tamed a dinosaur for transport, building the house would be fast. After looking around, Gu Lingxin set her sights on a distant Parasaurolophus, a herbivorous duck-billed dinosaur that could detect enemy units in advance. Most people would tame one and set it to alert mode at home. This creature could also detect newly hatched babies, as all red-named creatures fell within its detection range. Gu Lingxin took the bola and went for it. Lily Yokai was stunned. He wanted to say something, but the next second the Parasaurolophus had its legs entangled by Gu Lingxin's bola and couldn't move. Then came the club to the head. The level 15 Parasaurolophus collapsed unconscious. Li Ting, still stealing eggs, saw this and widened her eyes. Holy crap. The homeroom teacher is amazing. At that moment, Lin Ye returned on his newly tamed eagle. Seeing the teacher's unusually agile movements, he couldn't help but swallow nervously. Lin Ye had no time to linger. It was another day of racing against the clock, with so many dragons out to get him that he couldn't afford a single pause. Returning home, he used the last of his metal to craft a dozen metal billboards, his means to trap the Uranus. His home was left with not a single piece of iron. Lin Ye sighed, then shamelessly begged from the impoverished 6-6 for another 20 metal ingots. Though reluctant, 6-6 gave in. The main issue was that he had no idea where to mine metal. These ingots came from breaking rocks, yielding only 1 or 2 at a time. With the 20 metal ingots, Lin Ye crafted 2 more crossbows for backup, donned fur clothing, mounted his eagle, and headed for the snowy mountains, beginning another day of grueling labor. While Lin Ye's alliance quietly developed, the group in the south started stirring up trouble. In truth, many people, whether in reality or in games, love to cause chaos. Some always form cliques and do things they think are useful, but it's all just to make others work harder while they merely give orders. This is often the case with management in many companies as well. A man claiming to be an expert in the survival game ARK arrived with 3 others, accompanied by a tamed triceratops and a raptor, instantly becoming the center of attention in the southern noob village. As luck would have it, yesterday this man, named Zhao Baowen, was chased by a raptor. After a desperate escape, he managed to get away. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted a triceratops trapped by rocks, and the very raptor that had chased him was also stuck. Zhao Baowen's eyes widened. He stepped closer and saw that both dinosaurs couldn't escape. He vaguely recalled watching Lin Ye play this game, using a slingshot to knock out some turtle-like creature. Maybe he could knock them out. Plus, he had heard someone say that knocking them out and feeding them berries and meat could tame dinosaurs. Zhao Baowen crafted a slingshot on the spot and fired. After knocking out both dinosaurs, he used an axe to break the rocks trapping them. By the time the others woke up the next day, this lucky bastard had already recruited a few followers. In a world without guides, tips, or explanations, those who had never played ARK wouldn't think to trap dinosaurs for taming. Thus, taming dinosaurs in the early stages was extremely difficult. Even a pro like Lin Ye had to use trap contraptions, highlighting the challenge. With 2 dinosaurs, Zhao Baowen instantly became the big shot. Someone even gave him a metal chest plate, pledging to follow. Some people easily get arrogant. When Zhao Baowen had 10 followers, he already felt he had conquered the island. I tamed them in the dark last night. With my slick moves and skills, catching dragons is a piece of cake, right? Zhao Baowen said excitedly. Some people, once they achieve a little, stop striving. It's the same in reality. Zhao Baowen had no intention of venturing into the deep mountains to catch more dragons. He just wanted to watch his followers build him a wooden villa in his new tribe. Often people indulge in comfort, and comfort breeds complacency. Some who consider themselves clever, driven by a worship of power, found Zhao Baowen, a lean man named Qian Suanpan. He offered to help Zhao Baowen manage people to build a 1,000-member tribe and become a regional overlord. And Qian Suanpan was indeed somewhat clever. Chief, I think we should pick a high ground that's easy to defend and hard to attack. Use wooden dinosaur gates and spikes to include. Then have all new members build their own homes, with each dwelling no larger than 3 by 3. As long as we unite, there's nothing to fear. Right now everyone is scattered. Zhao Baowen was convinced by the proposal. People in the public chat flattered Zhao Baowen, eager to join. Some even claimed he was a celestial scholar sent from heaven, showering him with sycophantic praise. Lin Ye, who had already knocked out 3 low-level Uranus, burst into laughter. Build a human city. Aren't you going to breed dinosaurs? Where will the dinosaurs go? In this game, dinosaurs are the main focus. Building a human town and hiding in a dead end. What's the point? If you can't beat the boss, everyone dies in a year. When the time comes, I'll ride my armed Quetzal and just massacre the city. A bunch of fools. Who came up with that idea? Hilarious. Thank you for slowing everyone's development. Lin Ye appreciate it. Not only Lin Ye saw this, but also his ex-girlfriend, the Green Tea Wang Si. When she learned that Zhao Baowen had tamed 2 dinosaurs, her eyes widened with excitement. Right? He was friends with Lin Ye. Lin Ye knows how to play, so he must too. If I follow him now, he'll be the chief's wife, living as I please. No more endless work. I'm a fairy, how can I do rough labor? That's for men. So Wang Xinyu immediately quit the tribe of the rich second-generation Huang Hao and joined Zhao Baowen. Zhao Baowen was taken aback when he saw Wang Xinyu. He vaguely remembered this woman wasn't a good person. Now that he was the chief of a large tribe, he could have any woman. Why settle for a country bumpkin? She wasn't attractive, looked gaunt and sallow, and seemed a bit mean. Zhao Baowen had heard Lin Ye talk about her. She knew Lin Ye had no money but kept asking him for it. She was unattractive and not someone to show off at school. When she dumped Lin Ye, she had no money. Only a good guy like Lin Ye would think a village girl wouldn't be materialistic. But some villagers are even more harsh than city folks. It's about the person, not the place. Zhao Baowen, also from the countryside, understood poor mountains and bad waters breed tricky folk. Poverty makes people ruthless without limits. Thinking of how despicable this woman had been, Zhao Baowen immediately had her expelled. With nowhere to go, Wang Xinyu shamelessly returned to Huang Hao. Huang Hao, who was taming dodos, shouted coldly, "Get the hell out. Don't disgust me." Unrelenting, Wang Xinyu said, "How didn't you say you'd be good to me?" Huang Hao fumed, "Fuck off. Are you stupid? That night at the club the lights were dim and you were dressed slutty, so I thought you were hot. Who knew you'd be this ugly? Damn it, I wanted to dump you after that night. Since we got transported here, and I had no woman, I used you for a few days, and now you're putting on a show. Go wherever you want." Hearing this, Wang Xinyu's murderous intent flared, hatred igniting in her pathetic heart. She swore to make everyone pay. "If I find a true expert, I'll kill them all 100 times a day." Suddenly, she recalled the massive stone house she had seen. Her eyes lit up, and she dashed toward the western region. Wang Xinyu felt that the tribe she had encountered that day was undoubtedly top tier. It had only been a few hours since the server launched. Even by today's standards, their development speed was remarkably fast. No one else had such a large stone house at that time. All the way, Wang Xinyu pondered how to join them. Distracted, she was surrounded and killed by several dilophosaurs. Upon death, she respawned at the western point once more. But this time when she respawned, she was utterly dumbfounded. She found herself inside a tiny 1-by-1 wooden hut. She couldn't get out. Staring at the tribe name on the structure, which read "Imanoob, don't hit me," she was left stunned. Immediately she shouted in the public chat, "Imanoob, don't hit me. I respawned inside your house. Can you let me out?" Lin Ye, who had already tranquilized 7 Uteranus, burst into laughter like a pig. He never expected that the first person trapped in his wooden hut blocking the respawn point would be that wretched woman. "Huh. There's a road to heaven, but you refuse. There's no gate to hell, yet you barge right in. Just stay in there. Huh." Blocking respawn points was such an underhanded trick that only a veteran could pull it off. Lin Ye had all the exact coordinates of every respawn point etched into his mind. Earlier that morning, he had casually sealed off all the western respawn points. Anyone unlucky enough to die would just have to stay inside. And in that wooden hut, you could only feel hunger by depleting your... Then you'd starve to death. The process was agonizingly slow, possibly taking a whole day and night. With full pain sensitivity enabled, it would be excruciatingly torturous. Naturally, Lin Ye planned to block all respawn points later. And on a massive scale. Except for a few points near supply drops that couldn't be sealed, he knew every single respawn point on the island like the back of his hand. Wang Xinyu was questioning her existence inside the wooden hut. She couldn't understand why she had to endure such suffering. Hatred surged once more within her powerless heart. She had to join that big tribe. Then she'd make everyone who bullied her pay with their lives. This was the mindset of a helpless woman brainwashed by modern commerce, complaining when faced with difficulties and seeking a man to rely on for a better life. But in the days to come, she could never have dreamed of what awaited her. After knocking out those low-level Uteranus, Lin Ye decided not to bother looking for sheep. The creature levels on this island seemed generally low. He was surprised to find a level 5 Uteranus. Taming the Megatherium yesterday must have been a stroke of incredible luck. After feeding the Uteranus cooked prime meat, he returned to the arena below the snowy mountain. He wanted to check if any Ankylosaurus had spawned. Some had, but their levels were awkwardly mediocre. There were 3 in total at levels 20, 45, and 130. Even if he tamed the level 131, its stats wouldn't be top tier. However, it was a female. Despite his hesitation, Lin Ye decided to go for it. Ankylosaurus moved extremely slowly. Even if you backed away while attacking it, it couldn't reach you. There was no need for traps or anything. Lin Ye simply led the 3 Ankylosaurus back home, kiting them all the way. As he ran, he fired at the level 131 using his 200 damage long. The tranquilizer darts from the long neck rifle were more effective than arrows, knocking the target out faster. When he brought the 3 Ankylosaurus to his doorstep, Lulu Kai and Gulingshin were mesmerized. They had never seen such a kiting method for taming creatures. Once at the spot, Lin Ye first tranquilized the low-level 1, then the level 45. Finally, he took down the Ankylosaurus that had already been hit by 4 tranquilizer darts. Not a scratch on him. Then Lin Ye said to Lulu Kai and the others, "I'll leave these to you. Keep an eye out for carnivores while building the base. Once these 2 low-level ones are tamed, you can each take 1. Lin Ye placed purple berries on the Ankylosaurus. Without kibble or vegetables yet, this would have to do for now. Since they were knocked out right at the doorstep, he could check on them. With that, Lin Ye flew back toward the snowy mountain, guessing those low-level Uteranus had already woken up. Behind him, Lulu Kai looked at the bewildered Gulingshin and said, "Teacher Gu, what did I tell you? Stick with the boss, and all you have to do is watch. If you can learn even half of what you see, you'll be better than most." Gu Lingxi nodded and opened her engram skills thinking about the gun Lin Ye had used to knock them out. She wanted to craft one too, but seeing the amount of metal required she instinctively gulped. There was no metal nearby, the only source was the snowy mountain. She couldn't go there yet. Meanwhile Lin Ye, already charging up the snowy mountain, began leading his Uteranus toward a nearby supply drop. Along the way he had to clear out creatures in advance or the low-level Uteranus wouldn't make it. It cost him a lot of time. Taming took nearly 2 hours, and leading the creatures to upload at the supply drop wasted another hour. Lin Ye checked the time, it was already 10 a.m. Time was flying. Just then Lin Ye spotted something unusual. The silhouette seemed unnaturally large. This was the snowy mountain, and Tyrannosaurus rex shouldn't spawn here. Could it be the island's apex predator, the Giganotosaurus? An even more fearsome existence than the Trex. Lin Ye quickly mounted his Argentavis and flew over to investigate. When he saw the massive creature's form, his eyes lit up with even more excitement than if he had spotted a Giganotosaurus. Holy crap! A level 150 Carcharodontosaurus. Pure red. This super-large carnivore belonging to the same class as the land-dominating Giganotosaurus not only had a cooler appearance, but was also easier to tame. Their spawn points were the same as the Giganotosaurus. Wherever a Giga spawned, there was a chance for a Carcharodontosaurus to appear. By easier I mean for veterans only. It didn't need to be knocked out or trapped. For a Giganotosaurus, you might have to fire hundreds of tranquilizer darts before it fell, and you'd have to feed it narcotics and narcoberries constantly, as Gigas woke up extremely fast. In just a few minutes, Carcharodontosaurus was different. To tame it, you just kept your distance without aggroing it, dragged creature corpses to build its trust to 100, and then you could mount it. Once mounted, you gained taming affinity by killing creatures. If handled properly, and without taking damage, the tamed creature would have top-tier stats. Lin Ye was naturally thrilled, getting a max-level red Carcharodontosaurus without wasting resources or too much time. Only a fool would pass that up. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He quickly descended, searching for creatures he could kill, preferably large ones. To be safe, he'll place a few sleeping bags. To tame a level 150 Carcharodontosaurus like this one, Lin Ye had to prepare for a prolonged struggle. Typically one would use a Tyrannosaurus rex to feed such a creature. But the snowy mountains had none. Most of the creatures here were ancient beings with fur, ancient penguins, Uteranus, packs of wolves, mammoths, and woolly rhinos. Lin Ye planned to feed the giant with the corpse of a Uteranus. Before that, he needed to lure it into a depression in the terrain that wasn't too narrow so it wouldn't run into the water and get stuck while he fought other creatures. Especially the water below the snowy mountains. Once a wild creature went down, it couldn't climb back up. Some ice floes had sealed the surface. It would be a disaster. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. Not only was this not a game, but it was also Lin Ye's first time seeing such a massive carnivorous dinosaur in person. The Argentavis he was riding might not even withstand 2 bites, and Lin Ye himself likely couldn't survive even one. If he were bitten, he would be imprinted on the northwest in an instant. Not a single mistake could be made throughout the entire process. Lin Ye relied on the encyclopedia-like memory in his mind to recall every detailed step of taming a Carcharodontosaurus. You couldn't trap it and then tame it. If trapped, it wouldn't trust you and wouldn't eat the corpse you brought. When you dragged the corpse over, the Carcharodontosaurus would raise its head to sniff the blood, then slowly walk toward you. You had to drop the corpse just before it reached you, and then flee quickly. Otherwise, after it finished the corpse and found you still watching, you would become its second course. Without good armor, Lin Ye certainly couldn't withstand a single bite. If the first feeding didn't reach 100 trust, it wouldn't let him ride. He would have to drag another corpse over to feed it. Once trust was full, he could ride it to kill monsters. Then it was a race against time. The Carcharodontosaurus would grant the rider a 600-second friend buff. It would consider the rider its friend, but only for 600 seconds. Lin Ye had to ride it to kill nearby monsters. Each kill might increase the taming percentage by 1. Once the taming percentage reached 100, it would be successfully tamed. Moreover, during the killing process, the Carcharodontosaurus couldn't take damage, including fall damage and attacks from wild creatures. He had to control the angle and distance for kills. If the 600 seconds passed without taming, he would have to drag another corpse to feed it, and only after trust reached 100 could he continue riding it to kill. In short, you treat it to a meal, it lets you ride it to kill, and if you kill enough, it follows you. Lin Ye observed the surrounding terrain while watching the creature's movements and appearance. He hadn't looked closely before, but now he saw that the creature looked absolutely magnificent. It was about 13 meters long, covered in various large and small spikes. Its back was bright red, its belly orange-red, and its patterns were also orange-red, looking even more flamboyant than the clouds in the sky. Its teeth were all shark-like, like serrated blades. Lin Ye's heart raced. He was more excited than seeing a woman in black. This Carcharodontosaurus had a high chance of being top tier. Having captured so many dinosaurs, he had a feeling. This wild Carcharodontosaurus could dominate the island. Even the former land's strongest, the Giganotosaurus, would have to think twice before challenging it. Lin Ye had already begun luring the Carcharodontosaurus toward a sunken pit. He had to first bring it to a place without any wild creatures. Then through repeated feeding of corpses, he would build trust. Once trust was established, he could ride it to a safer and more convenient taming location, such as the high plains behind his home, where Tyrannosaurus rex spawned below and Allosaurus above, allowing feeding from both sides. The first establishment of a friend relationship had to lay the groundwork for later steps. It took Lin Ye nearly 30 minutes to bring the Carcharodontosaurus to a suitable spot. His eagle had also been bitten, its health nearly depleted. Fortunately, Argentavis could regain health by eating corpses, otherwise it would have taken even longer. After leading the Carcharodontosaurus to the location, Lin Ye went to find large carnivorous creatures nearby. 3 unfortunate Allosaurus around level 60 appeared before him. Without a strong dinosaur, Lin Ye needed to lure out one of the 3 Allosaurus, preferably close to the Carcharodontosaurus, so that after killing it he could drag its corpse to feed the larger creature. The process of dragging the corpse couldn't exceed 5 minutes, or it would decompose. Then he would return to lure another Allosaurus, kill it, and drag it over. Thus, controlling the distances was crucial to taming the Carcharodontosaurus. When Lin Ye bravely dragged the corpse to within 50 meters of the beast, he truly felt the fear of the ancient world. Previously, taming a Megatherium or an eagle hadn't seemed so terrifying. But facing this predator that could swallow him whole with one bite made his breath quicken. Playing a game was just a game. The third-person perspective and the computer screen couldn't convey that direct fear. Even a glance at its eyes sent chills down Lin Ye's spine. Now Lin Ye understood the second rule of this world. Not only was the pain 100 real, but the fear was also 100 real. In reality, a cowardly person who didn't change in this world would not end well. Just then the Carcharodontosaurus moved. It raised its head, proudly sniffed the air, and looked down at the corpse Lin Ye had dragged over with a condescending gaze. When it lowered its head and walked toward Lin Ye, he could feel the ground trembling. Yes, in reality, such a giant creature would make the earth shake as it walked. In games, many people turned off options like ground tremors and motion blur, but here everything was connected to reality. Lin Ye swallowed instinctively. Watching the Carcharodontosaurus approaching, he seized the moment and released the corpse in his hand. Then he turned and ran for his life. Never looked back. It only takes about 3 seconds to eat the corpse. If you're still in its sight after it finishes, you're as good as dead. Even if you max out your speed to 130, you can't outrun it. Because eating the corpse would stack the blood rage buff, making it incredibly fast. After running a safe distance, Lin Ye mounted his eagle and flew into the sky, his heart still pounding. Damn, it wasn't this thrilling when I played the game. If a coward encountered this, they'd probably wet their pants at the sight of a Carcharodontosaurus and be too scared to move. Just then Lin Ye noticed the trust level had increased by 1/9. Next, he would have to carefully repeat the previous steps. This is exciting. The time required to build up the target's trust was longer than Lin Ye had anticipated. Following his previous method, it took him nearly 40 minutes to max out its trust. After the first taming session, he proceeded to slay monsters while advancing toward his predetermined second location, the high ground east of his home beneath which lay the arena. Once he fully replenished its trust a second time, he could descend and unleash carnage below. Throughout the process of killing monsters, he had to constantly monitor its stamina. If the stamina ran out, the Carcharodontosaurus would stand dazed in place, allowing wild creatures to attack it, thereby reducing the taming effectiveness. When Lin Ye arrived at the preset location, there were about 60 seconds remaining. Glancing back at the eagle in the sky that was set to follow, he dismounted the Carcharodontosaurus 20 seconds early after slaying 2 Stegosauruses. Then he rode the eagle away into the distance. Below, it was time once again to feed the Carcharodontosaurus with corpses. The taming process was exceedingly lengthy. Lin Ye had initially thought it would take 3 hours, but by the time he successfully subdued this island apex predator, it was already 4 in the afternoon. As for capturing a pair of top-tier Tyrannosauruses to breed for eggs today, that would depend on whether he dared to venture out at night. He probably couldn't see the path even if he did. Still, Lin Ye felt immensely satisfied today. This level 150 Carcharodontosaurus had awakened at level 220 with over 200 health and attack power exceeding 270. If he bred a second generation with full imprinting, the attack would surely surpass 300. With a bit of luck, it might even reach 400 attack, and health would be at least 3300. For massive carnivores like the Giganotosaurus and Carcharodontosaurus, their innate attack attributes were already explosive. Wild ones rarely reached 200 attack. Its greatest strength lay in its more comprehensive abilities compared to the Giganotosaurus, making it a true hexagon warrior. Damage type, like the Giganotosaurus, it could ignore the defenses of rock elementals and titanosaurs. Its bite inflicted a shredded debuff similar to heavy injury and slowing effects. Tail whip, a wide 360-degree area effect attack that knocked back enemies. Killing Frenzy, when the Carcharodontosaurus killed a creature, it triggered a 10-second killing frenzy effect, during which its movement speed increased by about 20 and its stun resistance was enhanced. Blood Rage, as the Carcharodontosaurus continuously killed creatures, its rage built up, progressively boosting its attack power, health regeneration, and the duration of its battle cry. Its sustainability was extremely overpowered, regenerating nearly 100 health per second. Savage battle cry. The Carcharodontosaurus let out a roar that invigorated the dragon pack, clearing blood rage and other buffs, while granting all nearby allied units the acceleration effect of killing frenzy. Unstoppable. Huh. Lin Ye gazed at this Carcharodontosaurus with an ecstatic grin. The Carcharodontosaurus also lowered its head with a somewhat lecherous smile. I'm invincible. Who else? I asked who else on this island. Lin Ye's mouth twisted into the smirk of a crooked-mouthed dragon king once again. This had happened at least 10 times since his transmigration, and he didn't fear someone tearing him apart one day. Moreover, this one was male. Later he could capture some females for breeding. Once he inherited the same attributes onto a female, he could mass-produce and break through limits. Too bad I'm still a few levels short. I can't craft the Carcharodontosaurus saddle. Now at level 90, Lin Ye stared dry-mouthed at the outrageously flamboyant giant carnivorous dinosaur, his heart itching with desire. Now that it was tamed, wasn't it frustrating not being able to ride it? This feeling was akin to traveling miles to meet your online girlfriend only to have her agree to turn the virtual romance into reality. And just as you're about to get down to business in the hotel room, she suddenly says, "Oh no. I just got my period." That was exactly how Lin Ye felt now. Watching the sun about to set, he thought capturing a Tyrannosaurus today was clearly impossible. The island was pitch black as a dog's den at night. Just then, with a gust of untaxed eerie wind, an unexpected thick fog began to slowly envelop the entire island. Lin Ye swallowed instinctively. The most irritating setting across all maps was the foggy weather on this island. No other map had such nauseating weather. Only this island had fog with visibility no greater than 30 meters. Lin Ye checked the time. It was already 4:30 p.m. and nightfall would soon follow. He thought to himself, forget it, if fate simply didn't want him to tame a Tyrannosaurus today with the fog rolling in. He might as well release the 7 Tyrannosaurs, let them mate to produce a few exceptional kibbles, first then breed them again tomorrow to have 12 kibbles. Might as well catch an oviraptor and see if I can get more kibble to tame a Tyrannosaurus tomorrow. The oviraptor, a small dinosaur that only eats eggs, was about the same size as a dilophosaur in the ARK world. Keeping it at home would significantly increase the egg-laying frequency of all dinosaurs. Then Lin Ye went to a supply drop north of his home near the arena and downloaded the 7 Tyrannosaurs he had previously uploaded to the ARK. Thus he returned home with a pack of carnivorous beasts. Lily Yokai and Gu Lingxin, who had already built stone houses, were still appraising each other's dwellings, feeling that Lin Ye's big matchbox was far too ugly. And it was too tall. Gu Lingxin had built a Chinese-style stone villa, a 2-story house with a stone wall in front capable of parking 4 medium-sized dinosaurs. Inside it had 5 bedrooms, a living room, 3 bathrooms, and a kitchen. It was almost built like a modern villa with meticulous details, torches hung on the walls, a sloped roof. A style completely different from Lin Ye and his group's matchbox. It was certainly livable, but once it turned into a brutal player versus player mode in 3 months, such houses would become mere decorations. They were even less practical than a matchbox. Lily Yukai, on the other hand, built a Western-style castle, draining all his brainpower. Its area was larger than Gu Lingxin's house, with a 6x8 foundation. As they were arranging their furniture inside, Lily Yukai suddenly felt a faint, subtle vibration. Puzzled, he muttered an earth. Outside, Qin Yuxue, who was still chopping wood to build cabinets, was utterly stunned. She watched Lin Ye return with a large group of carnivorous dinosaurs and swallowed instinctively. Though she didn't want to rely on men, she now felt a deep sense of defeat. Since childhood, she had been strong-willed, and today she had produced the fewest building material. Moreover, Teacher Gu had captured a Parasaurolophus to serve as a guard in the yard, and Li Ting had caught a few dodos. Feeling somewhat dejected, Qin Yuxue lowered her head and went to her bedroom, lost in thought. When Lily Yukai saw the group of dinosaurs Lin Ye had captured, he blurted out, "SHD, if I were a woman, I'd run over and hug his waist and kiss him right now. Big bro, carry me." Just then a woman actually ran over with an excited expression. Lily Yukai's eyes went wide in disbelief. WTF. A young woman named Li Ting, her face brimming with excitement, dashed toward Lin Ye and spoke with utmost admiration, "Brother, can you teach me? You're so amazing. I absolutely adore you." Lin Ye glanced back at the girl, then turned to look at the 3 ankylosaurs he had just tamed in front of his door, pondering as he said, "Wait until evening, I still need to go out for a while." Seeing that Lin Ye was not paying much attention to her, Li Ting immediately grabbed his hand and said, "Brother, did you know? I've had feelings for you since the very first moment. Can I stay by your side?" As she spoke these words, Li Ting was visibly stirred. Then somewhat shyly she began to whisper, "From now on I'll do whatever you ask. I promise. Ever since the day you saved me, my mind has been filled with nothing but you." Lin Ye was stunned, and even the sharp-toothed dragon and the Uranus behind him were left dumbfounded. Gu Lingxin watched as Li Ting ran over to confess her feelings to Lin Ye, her mind going blank. Was that a confession? She remembered that Li Ting had never had a boyfriend in college, had she? Wait, how did she dare to confess to him? "Can I be your girlfriend? I will follow you with all my heart, Brother Lin. My name is Li Ting." You might not know me, but Li Ting was still pouring out her heart to Lin Ye, but he suddenly interjected, we'll talk tonight. I really have to go now? If I wait until dark with the fog, I won't be able to leave. Li Ting stood there in a daze watching Lin Ye lead the dinosaurs into his house. She couldn't believe he had rejected her. Though she wasn't the campus belle, her looks and figure were still better than most girls. Lin Ye was clear-headed. If he were truly to choose a wife, she would have to be someone he could completely trust. Someone who admired and followed him just because of his strength. He wouldn't even glance at such people in the game. Most of those who sought to reap without sowing would later betray him. If he had to pick a wife, Gu Lingxin would be the first choice, and the second would certainly not be this Li Ting. On the contrary, that stubborn one Chen Yuxue still held some promise in his eyes. Ever since that green TBTCH Wang Xinyu had played him, Lin Ye was no longer the pathetic simp he once was. Just because he was strong, she would follow him. What if someone took everything from him in the future? Would she run off with someone else? He could certainly have fun, but in the early stages he didn't want to waste time on women. After all the beauties in this district would eventually be his. No one could take them away. As Lin Ye pondered, he called Lu Lukai and Gu Lingxin over to the ankylosaurs, giving each of them a low-level 1. Then shamelessly he approached the penniless Lu Lukai again. Got any eggs at your place? Bring me as many as you have. I've got over 130. Those 20 chickens lay like crazy, well, I've been harvesting plenty every day. I won't starve. They'll go get them for you. Lu Lukai didn't say much. With the ankylosaurs, they should be able to protect themselves now. Even with the dodo eggs, Lin Ye felt it wasn't enough. He also took a few Uteranus eggs. Despite its small size, taming an oviraptor required a huge number of eggs. Before leaving, he checked on the giant sloth, set it to mate, and then would return in 2 hours to collect the offspring. After loading everything onto the eagle, Lin Ye stripped down and ran to the bed. He planned to spend the evening leveling up, aiming to reach level 97 without any trouble. It was only 5 o'clock now, leaving over 6 hours until midnight. Plenty of time for leveling. Besides, the cave was unaffected by night or fog. Pressing the teleport button on the bed, Lin Ye instantly arrived at the 2x2 stone house he had set up earlier at the entrance of the poison gas cave. He retrieved his diving suit and rare flowers from the storage chest and entered the cave again to grind experience. He thought that once he had enough levels he would return at night to craft a saddle for the shark-toothed dragon. Taming the Tyrannosaurus Rex would have to wait until tomorrow, hoping the damn fog would clear by then. Lin Ye quickly cleared a wave in the poison gas cave, then stripped down and ran back to the stone house outside. He stored the blueprints and artifacts he had found in the chest and teleported home again. He then took the eggs and went out to find an oviraptor. Despite the fog, he remembered where small oviraptors spawned. Once he caught one, the poison gas cave would reset, and he would go back to farm it. By the time he finished, the giant sloth would have given birth. Everything was perfectly timed. Not a moment was wasted. Back in the house, Li Ting watched Lin Ye venture out into the thick fog again, touching her face with a hint of melancholy. Her first confession had failed. Wasn't it supposed to be easy for a girl to win over a guy, as they said on TV? That despicable Lin Ye actually looks down on me. I won't accept this. They'll find him tonight and ask him straight. Does he think I'm ugly, or what? Could it be that I'm trying to deceive him? Just as Li Ting was lost in thought, the stubborn Chen Yuxue ran outside again with her gear, her eyes locked on a distant level 15 Triceratops. Battle intent flared within her. She took out the bow and arrow she had just crafted, intending to shoot it unconscious. But stubborn as she was, despite her determination to rely on herself, she lacked crucial information. Without immobilizing a Triceratops, it was nearly impossible for a novice to knock it out with mere positioning. Because the Triceratops had high head defense, you had to aim for its body. Chen Yuxue mimicked Lin Ye's method of taming an ankylosaur and fired at the Triceratops, landing all 3 arrows on its head. The Triceratops, enraged by the pain, began to glow red from its horns. 2 other Triceratops from afar also rushed over, but due to the fog, Chen Yuxue didn't see them. Panic set in. She had only attacked one, and now reinforcements were coming. And why were all the Triceratops stomping their right front legs? Was that some kind of attack? Just as Chen Yuxue fired another arrow, the 3 Triceratops charged at her simultaneously. She tried to dodge, but she hadn't invested in speed. All her attribute points had gone into melee damage. With only 100 health points, she was warmly greeted by the 3 Triceratops. You have died to a level 35 Triceratops. Resurrecting once again in the stone house, Chen Yuxue refused to give up. She believed she could tame one, just like Lin Ye, using skillful positioning. If I can't do it once, I'll try twice. If twice fails, then 3 times. I want sleep tonight. I refuse to believe I can't tame one. Chen Yuxue's stubbornness mirrored that of many self-reliant new players, driven by an unyielding spirit. She died 3 more times after that. But persistence paid off as she finally managed to shoot 1 Triceratops unconscious. No sooner had she done so than she was killed again. Even though being trampled by a Triceratops was excruciatingly painful, she said nothing, refusing to admit defeat. The entire scene was witnessed by Lu Liukai, who was collecting eggs inside the house. He fell silent for a moment. With pain sensitivity set to 100, this Chen Yuxue actually Lu Lukai found himself captivated by the campus belle. Aren't campus belles supposed to be green tea betches and player girls? But this Xiao Shui. Lu Lukai was peeping through the window like a lovesick fool, his gaze fixed on Chen Yuxue, who was already feeding the triceratops below, utterly captivated. One had to admit Chen Yuxia's figure was undeniably alluring. Unlike the mature and seductive Gu Lingxin, this girl clearly had yet to experience the affairs of. Her eyes held a resolute yet tender gleam, the bridge of her nose perfectly proportioned, and her long jet-black hair cascaded with silky smoothness. Especially her clean fair neck, where her collarbones seemed so delicate they could hold water. Lu Lukai kept watching, unable to resist eating an egg. Dressed in a JK uniform, Chen Yuxue was obviously unaware of her secret admirer. Lu Lukai stared at her stunning long legs and black stockings, calculating in his mind that they must be at least 1.2 meters long. Xiao Shui was probably about 1.72 meters tall. If she wore high heels, she would be even taller than him. Seductive yet pure, resolute, yet brave, beautiful, and enchanting. This school beauty had deeply moved the heart of Lu Lukai, a 160-pound chubby guy. But just as Lu Lukai was lost in his fantasies, he suddenly spotted a shadow in the sky. Lin Ye had returned on his eagle without warning, and the eagle's claws were clutching and overwrapped her. Lu Lukai immediately caught Lin Ye's expression. Lin Ye was also observing Chen Yuxue, and it seemed he had been watching for a while. Startled, Lu Lukai quickly ducked back and pretended to sleep. He had no idea if Lin Ye had seen him ogling Chen Yuxue. He wasn't a fool. He guessed that Li Ting had probably failed to meet Lin Ye's standards. Any normal man would choose this school beauty. Though she had a sharp tongue, this was no longer the real world. It was the prehistoric era. A beautiful woman who could fend for herself would be liked by anyone. Lu Lukai thought nervously, suspecting that Lin Ye would eventually take all 3 women for himself. It was just that in the beginning there were too many things to handle. Better not compete with this big shot for women. Don't even think about it. Maybe later find someone he doesn't like. Having made up his mind, Lu Lukai fell asleep. After watching for a long time, Lin Ye flew back to his stone house with a faint knowing smile. Most veterans couldn't help but chuckle when they saw newcomers taming dinosaurs with their lives. As soon as Lin Ye got home, he placed the oviraptor beside the group of Uteranus, then turned and walked over to the giant sloth couple. He checked the time. Perfect, just 1 minute until birth. With no time to waste, he first rode the male to gather a few hundred berries. Meanwhile, Chen Yuxue, who was taming the triceratops across the way, had just seen Lin Ye laughing at her. His smug attitude infuriated her. After collecting the berries, Lin Ye returned to the house. When he saw 2 newborns, his eyes widened with excitement. No way. Oh no. A boy and a girl. 1 male, 1 female. Lin Ye stared thoughtfully. Neither of the baby giant sloths had perfect inheritance. What a pity. What did perfect inheritance mean? For instance, the male giant sloth might have high health points while the female had high attack. Inheriting all these high attributes into a single giant sloth was a matter of chance. Only when a cub perfectly inherited the attributes of both parents could it be used as a breeding stock to mass-produce the next generation. And the chance of attribute breakthroughs was even lower. It was an extremely lengthy process. However, fortunately on this server the cubs matured in a single day. Except for this increased growth rate, all other rates remained at their original values. Lin Ye looked at the newborn male giant sloth cub, already feeling a murderous intent. A veteran would kill a dragon without hesitation. Why keep it? Without perfect inheritance and being male, it was a waste of space and mood. He would have to feed it until adulthood. But this time Lin Ye didn't act. He fell silent, glancing at Chen Yuxue outside, then at Gu Lingxin's house. He thought to himself that even if these giant sloths didn't imprint, they would still be enough for the women to use. With that in mind, Lin Ye called out, "Teacher Gu, could you come here for a moment?" Chen Yuxue glanced at Lin Ye, then continued picking berries by hand, her face flushed with it. The moment she recalled Lin Ye sneering at her while she tamed the triceratops, she wanted to tear off his crooked mouth. When Gu Lingxin arrived, she stared wide-eyed at the small giant sloth in front of her. "A baby. For us. Remember to always keep its inventory full of berries and make a feeding trough. Once its growth reaches 10%, it can eat from the trough on its own. Be very careful in the beginning, or it might starve to death. If nothing goes wrong, it will be fully grown by tomorrow." Gu Lingxin was thrilled. Suddenly, Li Ting appeared out of nowhere, her expression somewhat awkward. As soon as Li Ting came out, she felt embarrassed herself. She had rehearsed many things to say to Lin Ye, but when she stood before him, facing the iron-masked Lin Ye, she was dumbfounded, stammering incoherently. Lin Ye said softly, "Learn more from Teacher Gu. This isn't our world. Women who rely on men for a good life will only end up with one fate. That is becoming a man's plaything." Unexpectedly, Li Ting blurted out, "I'm willing to be yours." Before she could finish, she blushed and ran away at lightning speed. Lin Ye was stunned. Had Li Ting never been through such things before? Could a normal girl say something like that? Gu Lingxin watched the retreating Li Ting thoughtfully. She knew her student well. Li Ting had no other outstanding qualities, but she could assess the situation more keenly than anyone else. Li Ting probably understood the rules of survival here better than they did. But precisely because of her strong sense of purpose, Lin Ye was still wary of her. Nevertheless, hearing those words from her caused a subtle shift in Lin Ye's mindset. He certainly couldn't summon Li Ting tonight in front of Chun Yushua and Gu. Wouldn't it be foolish to refuse a woman who offered herself to him? He had to maintain his persona and come up with a plan. Slyly. After all, he intended to take both Gu Lingxin and Chun Yushua eventually. He could take Li Ting first as a temporary measure. Of course, take didn't mean recruit into the tribe. Lin Ye checked the time. It was already 9 p.m. The poison cave had respawned. After this run, he should be able to craft the saddle for the Megalodon. He had to go again. With that thought, Lin Ye quickly said, "If you're free around 10 p.m. tonight, come to my place. He'll explain the nearby resource points and the standard methods for taming dinosaurs." Lu Lukai immediately shouted, "Haha, that's great. I must make some notes to save." Just then Wang Xinyu, who had been locked up by Lin Ye all day, started spamming the chat again. "Which bastard built this house here? Despicable. You'll get your comeuppance. Which son of a bitch are you? Come out. They'll skin you alive." Lin Ye burst out laughing. Damn, was this woman asking for trouble? Lin Ye was somewhat annoyed at that moment, pondering how to use his cunning intellect to teach a lesson to the woman who had deceived him for. Thankfully, this was a game where resurrection was possible. If killing were allowed, Lin Ye would have slain this woman on the very first day to vent. Even in a peaceful server, there are plenty of ways to make someone miserable. Lin Ye sneered, planning to stir up some trouble. Soon he captured a dung beetle. Though it was called a beetle, it looked more like a pig. This creature was timid and utterly defenseless. Moreover, it was known for its immense appetite, which also meant its digestive system was exceptionally efficient. He could feed it white berries at any time to induce defecation on an empty stomach. Since the pain and all sensations are 100% real, burying someone in a pit of filth, that feeling would surely drive them mad with delight. Soon Lin Ye rode an eagle carrying his dung beetle to the place where Wang Xinyu was imprisoned. He expanded the revival point outside, turning the 1x1 structure into a 2x2 to accommodate more filth for the upcoming pit. He even added a second level with a sloping ramp. The dung beetle could climb up, turn around, and face downward. Meanwhile, Wang Xinyu heard the commotion outside and called out, "Is anyone there? Can anyone save me? Can you rescue me?" Lin Ye remained silent, guessing that soon the woman would faint from hunger and thirst. Then he would enter, dismantle the walls and roof, and trap Wang Xinyu in the 2x2 enclosure. After all, once she was unconscious, she wouldn't see who had done this. Time passed slowly, and Wang Xinyu kept talking inside until she eventually collapsed. Overjoyed, Lin Ye quickly opened the door, removed the walls, and before leaving crafted a storage box. He unlocked it and placed 3 water bottles and hundreds of grilled meat inside. It wasn't out of kindness. A normal person on the verge of starving to death would instinctively grab food and eat without a second. That's human nature. But the rules of the ARK world were different. If Wang Xinyu ate and drank, her health, already halved by hunger, would slowly she wouldn't die, and if she didn't die, she'd be stuck here for days. It was a vicious cycle. Could anyone endure hunger with all senses at full intensity? Most couldn't. Eating would only make her plight worse. By the time she got out, Lin Ye would probably have already fought the boss. He laughed heartily and closed the door as he left. Then he went to the second floor behind the dung beetle. Soon Wang Xinyu woke up again, feeling ravenous and parched as her health dropped. She hadn't eaten in a day. In this game, prolonged hunger caused dizziness and health loss. Why has this room suddenly grown so big? And there's a cabinet. Wang Xinyu's eyes lit up. Outside, Lin Ye covered his mouth to stifle laughter. This woman was truly a fool. He hadn't noticed when they were dating. When faced with real trouble, she was as clueless as an idiot. Inside, Wang Xinyu found the food and water in the box, overjoyed, and immediately began eating. Her brain didn't question, "You idiot, if you eat, how will you die? If you can't die, you'll be stuck here forever." Lin Ye wasn't too cruel. He let her have a few bites before acting. Below, Wang Xinyu continued eating, but soon noticed the room seemed to lack a roof. She could see the sky. Strange. Why was there a fat pig above? What was it doing? Just as Wang Xinyu spotted the dung beetle, Lin Ye, hiding beside it, began feeding it white berries as a laxative. It was a torrent of filth. Feces balls shot into the sky and crashed heavily into Wang Xinyu's room. She was utterly Then more and more dung balls rained down incessantly. Wang Xinyu's lips trembled. Disgusting. Utterly disgusting. She was being buried, though the burying material was somewhat peculiar. After finishing with Wang Xinyu, Lin Ye rode a pterosaur home as he needed to discuss resource points and mainstream dinosaurs with Lu Kai and the others by 10 p.m. Wang Xinyu wanted to die, but she couldn't. Having just eaten grilled meat and drunk water, her stamina and health were full. Gazing at the night sky from the filth pit, Wang Xinyu wept, crying out in grievance, "Mom, I want to go home. What is this wretched place?" Having dealt with the scheming woman, Lin Ye was in high spirits, his nose practically whistling with glee. That was his nature. If you treated him well, he would repay you 100-fold. But if you toyed with his true heart, there was no room for past love. Once parted, it was only. A man must be ruthless, and a woman's heart is the most venomous. If Lin Ye hadn't known how to play this game, and Wang Xinyu had found a powerful ally, she might have retaliated against him in even more. Back home, Lin Ye first checked on the female baby sloth, fed it some berries, and then called Lu Kai and Gu Lingxin over. Chen Yuxue initially didn't want to come as she disliked being treated like a child by men, especially Lin Ye, who had dared to sneer at her. Li Ting saw her reluctance and coaxed. Come on, why are you so stubborn? Like a bull. Come with me. Don't you want to craft iron armor? How can you do that without knowing where to find metal? We also want to make generators and refrigerators, but we don't even have pearls. We're missing so many materials. Are we supposed to wait for heaven to drop them on us? Gu Lingxin also noticed Chen Yuxue's reluctance and sighed helplessly. This girl had lost her mother young and grew up with her father, making her overly strong-willed. Let's go, Shui. Think of it as for yourself. If you feel embarrassed, strive to become stronger by any means. One day when Senior Lin Ye needs your help, you'll have repaid him right. After some persuasion, the three women finally left, and Lu Kai had been waiting for a while. Seeing the group of Uranus in Lin Ye's house, he swallowed instinctively. So cool. Uranus. The name alone sounds awesome. They must be great fighters, right? Are they strong in battle? Lin Ye shook his head. Not really like your dodos. I caught them just for their eggs. Lu Kai wore a skeptical expression, utterly unconvinced. Lin Ye saw the three women at the door and slowly rose from his wooden chair. All right, let's begin. First, he'll cover a few rules of ARK. First, don't easily recruit people. Humans are the most disgusting creatures in the ARK world. The only reason someone wants to join your tribe is 100% because they perceive you as stronger, believing that following you is better than going it alone. But remember, once someone joins your tribe, they can use all your dinosaurs' equipment, blueprints, and buildings. If you encounter someone with ill intentions, they might release all your dinosaurs, dismantle your structures, leave the tribe, and then reclaim your tames. That would be game over for you. Don't think it's impossible. Even with good relationships, conflicting styles can lead to disputes. If a conflict arises, the tribe will fall apart. How would you divide the assets? Lin Ye spoke earnestly as Lu Kai and Gu Lingxin listened attentively. Having played many games, Lu Kai now understood Lin Ye's implication. He didn't fully trust them yet, because they knew nothing. If he took them in, and they invited others who might steal Lin Ye's belongings, the loss would be devastating. Once you accept teammates, you can't help but overthink while sleeping. Is my teammate truly loyal to me? Won't they secretly take my breeding dragon eggs and give them away? The second rule: never announce what you're doing on global chat, nor reveal what dinosaurs you have. Silent wealth is the true path to success. If you tell someone you just knocked out a level 150 Tyrannosaurus Rex at a certain location, there are those who can't stand other success. They'll lure wild creatures to attack your still taming Rex. Lu Kai immediately blurted, are there really people that despicable? Plenty. If it's on a PvP server, they'll knock you unconscious from behind while you open the REXS inventory, defeat it, imprison you for days on end, and even force-feed you feces. Lu Kai. Lin Ye spent roughly 30 minutes explaining the laws of the ARK, leaving the four listeners utterly stunned. They had never considered such things before. The more they heard, the more unsettling it became. Alright, next up are the resource points and essential dinosaurs. When Lin Ye reached this point, the four of them almost held their breath, sitting with utmost seriousness as they listened. Today, while constructing their houses, they had leveled up to over 40, and for the first time they realized how quickly crafting building materials boosted their experience. They had also unlocked many electrical appliances like fabricators, generators, and lights. However, the materials required for these items were things they had never even seen, so they could only leave them untouched. In our area, resources are abundant. The volcano crater to the southeast holds obsidian, crystal, metal, and more. The snow-capped mountains also have plenty of metal. Moreover, along the coastal shallows near the snowy mountains, there are large deposits of silica, pearls, and oil. These cover almost all the early-stage resources we need. However, getting to these two locations requires some preparation. Since it's a full sensory experience, you'll need fur clothing for the snowy mountains and ghillie armor for the volcano. To craft fur clothing, you'll need to hunt furry creatures like mammoths. For ghillie armor, you'll need to kill penguins in the snowy mountains to obtain organic polymer. Before that, each of you will need an Argentavis. I've already built a taming pen near the Colosseum at the northern gate, and it's unlocked. Tomorrow morning, each of you should go capture an Argentavis. For the early game, the level doesn't matter. Just make sure it can fly. Lin Ye continued explaining for another half an hour, covering the densest resource locations, precautions for gathering materials, and certain taboos. He specifically demonstrated the stamina management of an Argentavis. After circling once on the bird, it lost stamina midair and began an uncontrolled descent. Remember, land early. Otherwise, the bird might inadvertently drop near a predator. Always keep an eye on stamina when riding a flying creature. Many newcomers overlook this. After finishing this topic, Lin Ye spent another 10 minutes explaining the taming methods for essential dinosaurs. During this time, he noticed Li Ting constantly staring at him. After a moment's thought, he decided to assign them tasks. Alright, tomorrow Teacher Gu will take Xiao Shui to the foot of the snowy mountains to capture 2 Argentavis. Li Ting, you'll ride my Argentavis to the volcano to collect obsidian. He'll provide you with a set of ghillie armor. Lu Yokai will give you fur clothing. Ride your triceratops to the riverbank in the snowy mountains to collect pearls. That's the plan for the four of you tomorrow. Divide the resources evenly afterward. Everyone nodded repeatedly. By the time the tutorial ended, it was already past 11 p.m. Lin Ye, someone who couldn't stay idle, decided to run the swamp cave one more time before bed. After all, it took less than 10 minutes. Although his level was already sufficient to craft a megalodon saddle, he couldn't stop hunting for blueprints. He still needed a set of 100 durability flak armor blueprints, a pump-action shotgun blueprint, a megalodon blueprint, a Ket's platform saddle blueprint, and more. Soon he teleported to the swamp cave again. After another round of clearing, his level increased only slightly, and the only blueprint he obtained was a Mastercraft Ichthyosaurus saddle, currently useless. Is it too early to occupy the 10 underwater caves on the island? Lin Ye felt a bit melancholic. He planned to establish a secondary base in an underwater cave, as a lone wolf needed multiple hideouts. After some deliberation, he decided to postpone building a base in the underwater caves. He understood the principle that a strong nation doesn't rely solely on natural defenses. Upon returning, the baby Megatherium had grown to 13 maturity and could now eat from the feeding trough. Today had been decent enough, and Lin Ye went to sleep peacefully. While Lin Ye slept, the other four were unusually alert. Lu Lukai was already recalling Lin Ye's words. Since there were no pins in this world, he had to find a way to record them himself. So he fetched some charcoal from the refining forge, and using the pitch-black carbon, scrawled the resource point distributions Lin Ye had mentioned onto a canvas in crooked line. The women next door were much smarter. Gu Lingxin sharpened a piece of charcoal into a fine point, wrapped it in a piece of hide, and began writing on a note. Chen Yushua, however, couldn't sleep due to anxiety. The operations Lin Ye described today were beyond her capabilities, given her stat distribution. Fur clothing was heavy. If she wore it, her mere 100 weight capacity would leave her unable to carry anything else without being over-encumbered. And go gather resources. If any creature showed up, she'd be toast. She was already questioning her existence. Recalling that Li Ting had asked Lin Ye earlier, "Brother Lin, what if someone puts all their points into melee damage?" Lin Ye had replied, "All into attack. Wouldn't that be useless? You wouldn't be able to carry or do anything. Is my stat build useless? Is there any hope for me?" At the thought, Chen Yushua burst into tears. While Chen Yushua was questioning her own existence, Li Ting, who had just returned from the restroom, walked over with a look of utter relief. "Ugh, I can't believe this game. It just randomly decides to. You know, whenever it wants. I'm so done. Good thing Brother Lin made us a toilet, so we can handle it ourselves. Otherwise that would have been so embarrassing." Li Ting muttered as she walked passing by Chen Yuxia's room. Seeing the door ajar, she stepped inside. She immediately spotted Chen Yushua, sobbing on the bed. "Why are you crying, Shua?" Li Ting asked, puzzled as she approached. Chen Yushua quickly wiped her tears, a stubborn expression plastered across her face. "It's nothing." But Li Ting, her longtime best friend, could see right through her. "Oh, come on, my dear. I just think you're being too stubborn. I asked around, and Lu Lukai also said to add health, weight, and movement speed. Don't be upset. He'll ask Brother Lin for a solution tomorrow. He'll know what to do. I believe in him. Stop crying, okay?" Li Ting said, gently patting her head. Chen Yushua felt a swirl of emotions. The lecture Lin Ye had given tonight had undoubtedly provided direction for their group of four who had been floundering like headless flies. Yet with direction came the realization of their own inadequacies. Chen Yushua, an independent and ambitious girl, never wanted to rely on a man. But tonight her spirit was moved by him. Lin Ye was not only far more capable than her, but also calmer and steadier. Unlike Li Ting, who wanted to warm Lin Ye's bed, Chen Yuxia's inner thoughts were more explosive. "One day, I will surpass you." Yet she had been saved by Lin Ye and then taught by him. This debt of gratitude weighed heavily on her heart, for she was not one to forget a kindness. "Get some sleep. He'll ask for you tomorrow. We're sisters after all. We share joy and sorrow. Your problem is my problem. Sleep now, sleep now," Li Ting said, her face full of concern. The night wind was cold, and the people in the southern part of the island welcomed their second night. Almost no one was still sleeping outside. The best shelter anyone had was a 2x2 thatched hut with a campfire inside for warmth. The harsh environment forced those unfamiliar with the ARK to learn how to survive. Meanwhile, Zhao Baowen, who had established a large tribe of 1,000 people on a highland in the south, had already moved into a wood. For easier management, the strategist Qian Suanpan had them form 10 tribes, with everyone joining one. Then these tribes allied with the leading tribe, which consisted only of Qian Suanpan and Zhao Baowen's trusted followers. It had to be said the strategist had some skill. Though he couldn't tame dragons or explore caves, he certainly knew how to manage people. With 1,000 people working together, their barricades and wooden dinosaur gate walls were quickly erected. Behind the walls stood dozens of small thatched and wooden huts, mostly 2 stories high and compact. Due to the sheer number of people, Qian Suanpan had them sleep 20 to a room like a giant dormitory. They even had a chicken farm with over 200 dodos being raised in the back. The 1,000 people seemed to have found a new hope. They were already imagining how in time their human city would stand tall on this ancient desolate. Humans were the masters of Earth. Once they had a city, those dinosaurs would be nothing to fear. However, some sharp minds sensed something was wrong. They looked at the note Helena had placed in their gems, warning them that they had to defeat the 3 bosses on the island's hard mode, or they would all die within a year. If they built a city, when would they fight the bosses? At the same time, various tribes large and small were forming all over the island. After 2 days of painful struggle, those unfamiliar with ARK had learned one thing: to avoid being eaten by dinosaurs, you had to find a group. Only by joining a collective could you survive better. Lone wanderers were rare, and occasionally one could see the flickering light of torches and campfires in the island's south and east. At dawn, a 10-person tribe near the redwood forest encountered an alpha Tyrannosaurus rex, its body glowing with red light. The tribe was wiped out in an instant, and its members began spamming the chat boss. An alpha Trex. Such a terrifying thing. For newcomers, this was indeed a boss-level threat. That alpha Trex was the same one Lin Ye had seen earlier. After annihilating the 10-person tribe, it turned its gaze toward a smaller tribe nearby, letting out a savage roar of excitement. The roar terrified a man and a woman who were playing cards inside their hut. They fled without even pulling up their pants. Another night of chat spam. A legend was spreading about an alpha tyrant near the redwood forest. The next morning, Lin Ye's first task upon waking was, of course, mapping the poison cave. He finished mapping it again in under 10 minutes. Ashiba, a legendary diving suit. I really don't want to go into the water now. Lin Ye grumbled, putting it away and teleporting back home. Meanwhile, Gu Lengxin had taken Chen Yuxue out to catch eagles, and Lu Kai had headed to the snowy coast to collect pearls. Lin Ye turned to look at Li Ting, who was now right next to him, and stroked his chin. He had planned to secretly follow her when she went to mine resources at the volcano. But now, seeing her expression, her blushing face, Lin Ye swallowed hard. After a moment's thought, he decided it was too risky. What if Chen Yuxue and Gu Lengxin saw them? How would he win them over then? So Lin Ye crafted 2 wooden foundations, some walls, and a bed. He planned to find a secluded spot, set up the small house and bed, and have a thorough discussion with Li Ting about how breeding worked in this ARK game. She had come to him so many times. If he kept refusing, he'd be a real scoundrel. It wouldn't take long anyway. He could go look for the Trex afterward. With that, he mounted his Pteranodon, carrying the gear he had prepared for taming the Trex. Li Ting beside him also mounted the Argentavis he had given her. Let's go. It's on the way. It'll take you to see the volcano, Lin Ye said, soaring into the sky on his Pteranodon, with Li Ting following closely. Seeing Lin Ye fly far ahead, Li Ting hurriedly called out, "Brother Lin, wait for me." When she finally caught up, Li Ting nervously glanced down and immediately hugged the Argentavis' huge head in fright. "Oh my god, it's so high. I'm afraid of heights." Lin Ye chuckled. "How about we fly lower? Let's first go check out that hill over there." Li Ting nodded repeatedly, completely unaware of what she was about to face. Li Ting, soaring through the sky alongside Lin Ye, flew to the foot of a volcano. Without hesitation, she confessed her feelings, leaving Lin Ye utterly astonished. Meanwhile, within the volcanic cavern, the overseer, engrossed in eavesdropping on the confession, inadvertently clicked a mysterious elemental node left by Li Meiying and Helena onto Lin Ye's information panel. Startled, the overseer instantly transformed into a fire-breathing dragon, shrieking, "It's over, it's over, it's over. Damn it, damn it. That shrew Li Meiying will definitely kill me when she returns. It's over, it's over. I'm doomed." The overseer continued to screech within the ascension cavern, morphing into the form of the boss broodmother spider and scurrying about frantically, then shifting into the King Kong boss, pounding its chest and stamping its feet. After an indeterminate amount of time, the overseer assumed Lin Ye's appearance and began to question the very meaning of his existence. He pondered whether to use his authority over this isolated island to eliminate Lin Ye and seize the second-generation overseer system that Li Meiying and the others would use to reshape Earth. Just then, within the wooden cabin, Lin Ye felt an irritating itch from the gem on his left arm. Li Ting was indeed quite. To survive, this choice was certainly not a loss for her, and she believed that since Lin Ye had saved her, being with him was only natural. Lin Ye was still bewildered, his arm growing increasingly painful. Was that gem moving? The next second, Lin Ye's eyes widened as if something had entered his mind. He felt as though he was growing a brain. The next moment, a very fiery female voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. "Congratulations, survivor, for successfully binding the surveillance system. I am Li Meiying." Lin Ye gasped, trembling at the sight of the golden-armored female general wielding a spear within his mind. He instinctively swallowed, staring at Li Ting before him, still unable to collect his thoughts. Then Li Meiying's voice resonated again in his mind. "What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be after 10 years, when the strongest survivor is chosen, that the overseer system would be bound? How could this happen at the very beginning?" Lin Ye was equally confused. "Are you the real Li Meiying?" "No, I am an intelligent AI auxiliary survival projection created with Li Meiying's personality." Li Meiying's projection spoke with some irritation, appearing as vivid as a living person. Lin Ye was still in a daze. Could this be the legendary Golden Finger? Which benefactor had bestowed this upon him? Others received their golden fingers the moment they transmigrated, but he on the other hand had to fire an Italian cannon at the foot of a volcano to receive a gift from the heavens. Such a plot was beyond the imagination of an ordinary writer. At that moment Li Meiying's projection suddenly discovered something incredibly absurd. What? How can your sample implant bind to the system? How is this possible? Could you be? The overseer system has actually acknowledged you as its master. This. Just then the overseer on the isolated island was also dumbfounded, staring at Lin Ye's stats panel in utter disbelief. The overseer revealed a deeply troubled and astonished expression, muttering, "If I told that shrew Li Meiying that he is one of the 3 obelisk candidates destined to save Earth, would she believe it?" Now gazing at Lin Ye's attribute panel, the overseer was immensely thrilled. Ha ha ha, why should I be afraid? As long as this Lin Ye demonstrates enough power to intimidate Li Meiying and Helena, they will absolutely believe it. This guy leveled up to 97 in a single day, and even tamed a newly implanted shark-toothed dragon sample. His strength is considerable. I can take a vacation, ha ha ha. When this Lin Ye comes to fight me, I'll just create a mirror image to go easy on him, and let him pass. I've selected the strongest survivor in my zone. I can take a vacation now. The overseer laughed until his mouth twisted, displaying the same crooked grin as Lin. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, still in a state of shock, descended into an even deeper confusion. He listened as Li Meiying's projection explained that by taming a max-level biological sample through normal methods, he could unlock that creature's illustrated skill. He was somewhat puzzled. What does that mean? Can you explain it in simpler terms? Don't be so official. After a moment of thought, Li Meiying said, "It means that if you tame a level 150 creature, you can unlock its skill. Take your shark-toothed dragon, for example. If you kill creatures consecutively, you can activate the blood rage effect. This is somewhat similar to the Overseer's ability. He can transform into a fire-breathing dragon or King Kong, and use their abilities while also gaining their attributes. Although the Overseer is already very powerful, it's still not enough to resolve the crisis on Earth. This system of yours was jointly created by Li Meiying and the deified Helena. It compiles data from all biological samples, and can materialize the skills used by the creatures in the illustrated guide. You could say that while its early-stage capabilities are slightly weaker than the Overseer's system, in the later stages you'll become godlike." Hearing this, Lin Ye grew excited. Did this mean that if he captured a shadow stealth or hatched a rock dragon, he could become invisible? Later on there would be the lightning wyvern's breath, the stone golem's physical defense and immunity effects, and the Parasaurolophus alert skill. If he could keep the alert mode permanently active, wouldn't he dominate in PvP without even lifting a finger? Soon another exhilarating skill came to Lin Ye's mind. If he tamed a level 150 dung beetle, would he also be able to send dung balls flying everywhere? If he tamed a level 150 Sarcosuchus, could he continuously unleash the excavation buff that enhances chest quality? Tame an electric eel, and he could administer electrotherapy indefinitely. Tame an Archaeopteryx, and he could glide through the sky. At that moment, Li Meiying's voice rang out once more, "Survivor, there's one more ability of this Overseer's system that I need to tell you about." Lin Ye's lips began to curl uncontrollably, and his brows started to furrow slightly. Before he could fully adopt that smug expression, Li Meiying quickly added, "This Overseer system can detect the attributes and data of your tribe members. You can monitor your tribe members' affinity at any time to better manage the tribe. Because we once had a companion named Rockwell who betrayed us. Well, not exactly betrayal, but he later went against us, and the conflict brought us great pain. This affinity module was also created by Helena." Hearing this, a hint of melancholy crept across Lin Ye's face. He vaguely recalled that all the recipes in this ARK were crafted by Rockwell the chemist. Later, due to some discoveries, Rockwell betrayed humanity, fully corrupted, and became the boss of Genesis Part 2. So according to you, are your original self and Helena on other maps? Or on the island? Lin Ye asked with some excitement, swallowing hard as he gazed at Li Meiying's projection, though he wasn't sure why. "I don't know either. They seem to have gone looking for something." Upon hearing this, Lin Ye smiled. If the system said so, it meant that official characters like Li Meiying and Helena, perhaps even Genesis. The more Lin Ye thought about it, the more thrilled he became. He immediately hugged Li Ting and kissed her again. Li Ting was startled at first, then quickly grabbed Lin Ye's arm and said, "I'll stick with you from now on. You have to take responsibility for me. I promise I won't cause trouble." Lin Ye chuckled. Now that he had the golden finger, his grin was almost permanent and his face was nearly twisted out of shape. A gleam of arrogant pride and killing intent shone in his eyes. Li Ting, not understanding why, kept smiling as she looked at the scrawny Lin Ye before her. Lin Ye waved his hand and shouted, "Go gather resources at the volcano first. Call Teacher Gu and the others tonight." Li Ting wanted to say something, but hesitated. "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's nothing." Li Ting lowered her head as she spoke, as if troubled by some worry. Earlier she had pondered a question: if this place truly had over a dozen maps, as Lu Lukai had said, and if clearing each map took a year, then it would take at least 10 years. Moreover, some difficult maps might take even longer than a year. Looking at Lin Ye, Li Ting knew she had entrusted her entire life to him, and she was certain that in this place Lin Ye would inevitably find other women. Because this was a lawless primitive era where the strong ruled. Seeing Lin Ye about to leave, Li Ting quickly called out, "Hey, I only have one request. When you find other women, don't forget me. I was the first to be with you. Even if you like Teacher Gu, at least I have to be in the top 3. Lin Ye was stunned for a moment. Looking at the resolute woman, he finally understood the resolve she had made before coming to him. Don't worry, I won't forget you. Get ready to join my tribe tonight. Keep it secret. I'm only telling you first. With the overseer system, Lin Ye grew confident. Through the affinity module, he could build 100 loyalty among tribe members. Once affinity reached 100 points, betrayal would be impossible. If anyone's affinity showed issues, he could expel them immediately. To be safe, he would set certain vaults to admin-only access. Li Ting's eyes widened. Really? You're going to let me into the tribe? Just yesterday Lin Ye had lectured them about not letting just anyone into the tribe, and now he was about to bring them all in. That meant he had accepted them. Lin Ye laughed. You're mine now. Is there a problem with me letting you in? Li Ting was ecstatic. She hadn't expected Lin Ye to accept her into the tribe today. She screamed with joy, turned around, mounted her eagle, and flew to the volcano, no longer afraid of heights or bothered by the heat. Lin Ye let out a relieved sigh, looking at the gem in his hand that had changed form, already planning his next moves. With this system, his survival chances and combat abilities against others would greatly improve. But his health was still 400. These attribute limitations were unchangeable. Taming dinosaurs remained the main objective, while also subduing every creature he encountered naturally at level 150 to unlock all skills. There were several skills Lin Ye desperately wanted. For instance, the Baryonyx night vision and mobility in darkness. Its pupils would turn golden, doubling its movement speed. I still need to catch a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Clearing the island and the subsequent maps will take at least 10 years to finish. I must focus on raising main dinosaurs. Now that I have the system, it'll make everyone in the tribe stronger. Soon Lin Ye mounted his pteranodon and took to the skies. Flying over the border between the volcano and the redwood forest, he searched everywhere for high-level Tyrannosaurus Rexes. When he encountered a level 25 one, Lin Ye immediately killed it with his pteranodon. Then he flew toward a distant mine in the upper right corner of the island. Just then someone spoke on the global chat. I found an island. It only has herbivorous dinosaurs. I'm the lord of this island from now on. Let's call it Herbivore Island. At this, small groups not affiliated with major tribes all expressed friendliness. They wanted to know where it was. Finding an island without carnivorous dinosaurs would be a dream come true for these newcomers. But that person refused to reveal the location, only boasting. Then another person spoke on the global chat. The boss of Suzhou Wantian Group, whose employee Zhang Beishan was the one who found Herbivore Island. The boss said, "Little Zhang, you're something. Where are you? Can you come pick me up? Once we're out, I'll give you 2 months bonus." Zhang Beishan replied with just 2 words, "Idiot." Meanwhile, in the northeast of the island, a group of people who thought they were clever built rafts and sailed toward the opposite island. They thought it was Herbivore Island, but it was the island's most infamous Death Island. As soon as they arrived, they were dumbfounded. It was almost entirely populated by carnivorous dinosaurs, with 6 Tyrannosaurus Rexes alone. Oh, my God. Just as those people were steering their rafts back, their rafts suddenly came under attack from an unknown creature. The attack came from beneath the sea. Panic seized them all. If they fell into the water, their stamina would never suffice to swim to the opposite shore. In their moment of chaos, the next second, one raft was shattered, and the 4 people on it plunged into the sea. The 4 who fell into the water caught sight of the massive, monstrous fish lurking beneath the surface, their terror overwhelming them. Forgetting whatever dangers Death Island held, they turned and swam back with all their might. Swimming back would still allow them to reach the shore. Soon other rafts began to be attacked as well, and a man holding a telescope quickly identified the colossal creature assaulting them. Leadsichthies. So huge. Unbelievably huge. They soon realized another issue: this monster only harbored hatred for the rafts. Once they fell into the water, the Leadsichthies paid them no attention whatsoever. Just as they felt relieved and planned to swim back to Death Island, they witnessed the few who had already reached the shore being devoured by several Tyrannosaurs. Despair washed over them in that moment. Stay in the sea and drown, or swim ashore and be torn apart. To drown or be bitten to death? That was the question. But as they hesitated, another marine predator surfaced from the depths. One indifferent to rafts, but intensely interested in living prey. A school of colossal megalodons swam toward them. Those megalodons wore expressions that practically screamed, "Dinner time," and they began chasing and biting the people. What followed was too gruesome to witness. An entire tribe of over a dozen people perished in the ocean depths. Similar scenes unfolded along the coasts of the isolated island as others searched desperately for that vegetarian island. Soon someone truly found the island where Zhang Beishan resided. Zhang Beishan quickly made a silencing gesture, and the other person understood its meaning. Zhang Beishan also knew he couldn't hold this place alone. If he wanted to develop steadily, he would need to recruit all who found this island into his tribe. He believed that with over a dozen people they wouldn't be inferior to Zhao Baoen's 1,000-member tribe. Lin Ye, still searching for the Tyrannosaurus Rex, paid no attention to the chat records on the public screen, because he knew that every newcomer who went to the vegetarian island would regret it. When you arrive, you'll find that place is barren as a desert. Many resources still require you to gather on the shore. However, it is indeed safe in the early stages. That's its only advantage. For beginners, it's decent. For veterans, it's utterly useless. Now that he had the system, Lin Ye had to start many of his plans. Searching for a max-level mainstream dinosaur was too time-consuming. Lin Ye doubted he could even find one today. Lin Ye even felt like giving up. His usual luck in capturing dinosaurs seemed to have abandoned him today. Perhaps binding the system had exhausted all his fortune. He returned to the poisonous gas cave in the mangrove forest for another run, and this time, he looted a legendary saddle. Another underwater one, a legendary Mosasaurus saddle. Damn it, do I really have to go underwater? Exiting the poisonous gas cave, Lin Ye began to ponder. He shouldn't waste time hunting for a max-level Tyrannosaurus Rex. Should he go back and recruit Lu Kai and the others into his tribe, then send Li Ting and Lu Kai separately across the map to find Tyrannosaurus Rex, Ankylosaurus, and Utaranus, these mainstream dinosaurs? After that, he could go to the underwater caves and place pillars in all 10 of them. If there were any experts, securing those underwater caves would become troublesome. Occupy all the underwater caves, then head to the ice cave and blue obelisk to place metal pillars and ceilings, including green obelisk and red obelisk. Claim all the critical locations first. Lin Ye only considered it for a moment before shaking his head. If he provoked public outrage, all 7,000+ people would come after him. That would be a headache. Ensuring his own development, while symbolically occupying some key positions, was still necessary. After some thought, Lin Ye decided to seize the underwater cave's blue obelisk and the ice cave for now. Before that, I need to capture an ichthyosaurus. Having made up his mind, Lin Ye murmured calmly. Then he typed in the Alliance channel. Everyone come back home when you get a chance. I'll add you to the tribe. Don't speak in the world chat. Reply to me in the Alliance channel. Lu Kai's eyes widened in shock. Still mining on the snowy shore, he was so excited that he dropped several pearls. Gu Lingxin and Qin Yushua also looked at Lin Ye's words in surprise. Then they glanced at the eagle they had just tranquilized and quickly replied, "We're catching an eagle. If we join your tribe, what about the creature?" "No rush. 2 of you join first. Once the eagle is tamed, the last one can come in. I have tasks to assign." After saying this, Lin Ye mounted his pteranodon and returned to the base. Back at the tribe, he first found his Tyrannosaurus Rex blueprint, placed it in a safe, and locked it. Accessible only to administrators. He would study the tribe permissions in detail tonight. He vaguely remembered that he could set permission levels for each tribe member, allowing them to use only specific containers and equipment, including permissions for dinosaur usage. If their permissions were insufficient, they couldn't use them. But he couldn't be too rigid or overbearing. After all, there was a friendliness module. Making others feel uncomfortable wouldn't do. After some thought, Lin Ye created a canvas, stuck it onto his safe, and wrote with a brush, "Lin Ye's stinky shoe cabinet." It was humorous without causing discomfort. Inside there was nothing but a single Tyrannosaurus Rex blueprint. Just then Gu Lingxin and the others returned. Lu Kai was so excited he shouted, "The boss is taking us in." "Huh, we're taking off. Daddy, take me flying." Lin Ye looked at the fat man with a wry smile, coughed awkwardly, and said, "From now on we're all in the same tribe. No need to be so humble. Let's start with you, Lulu. Don't click the wrong option. Choose tribe merge. That way your house and dinosaurs will all be combined into my tribe." Lu Kai nodded excitedly, and then he joined. The moment he entered the tribe, his entire face twisted with joy. Lin Ye also saw Lu Kai's friendliness level 70. He estimated that he would need to do things that pleased him, like taking him to the poisonous gas cave to level up to increase it further. Lin Ye subconsciously stroked his chin as he looked at the arriving Gu Lingxin and the other 2 women. Li Ting was already eager to join. It was sooner than she had expected. Hadn't Lin Ye said it would be tonight? "Hey, race the plan. Xiao Shui and Li Ting, leave your current tribe and join mine. Teacher Gu, wait until the eagle is tamed before merging your tribe with mine. I have tasks to assign now. Starting today, all of us need to race against time." As Lin Ye finished speaking, he froze. He looked at Li Ting's and Chun Yuxia's friendliness levels, thinking he had misread them. Li Ting's friendliness was 80, while Chun Yuxia's was 100. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. He remembered that Chun Yuxia had never spoken to him before, yet her affinity was maxed out. On the other hand, why was Li Ting's affinity still lacking? She was already his woman, and she had shown such great initiative and awareness. How could it not be full? Lin Ye instinctively opened the affinity module and first checked the note for Chun Yuxia. He was taken aback. "Because you saved her from danger, Chun Yuxia regards you as her benefactor." When Lin Ye saw the note for Li Ting's affinity, his expression instantly exploded. "Because you faltered halfway, she worries about her future and thinks you're inadequate in that regard, labeling you as a weakling." Lin Ye's crooked mouth twitched uncontrollably. Was he a weakling? Since when? The next second he recalled that just moments ago in the cabin at the foot of the volcano while reciting poetry with her, he had barely started the main event when he faltered due to arm pain. The whole thing lasted only a few minutes. Li Ting kept praising him, and she seemed to be laughing the whole time. Damn it. Lin Ye understood. He stood there, his face full of melancholy. Lu Liukai, Chen Yuxue, and the others looked at Lin Ye with confusion. Why did he seem unwell after calling them over? Li Ting muttered to herself, could he be sick? Has he still not recovered? Oh my god. Lin Ye forced back his resentment, swallowed subconsciously, and thought about giving Li Ting a thorough lesson tonight. You could call him a dog, you could call him lousy, but you couldn't call him a weakling. That was a personal insult. Boss, why did you call us here? Lu Liukai asked in confusion. Lin Ye had been staring blankly for several minutes. Lin Ye coughed twice, forcing an awkward smile, and said, well, starting today we'll divide the work. This place won't be our base forever, we need to plan for the future. Shift system. Today Lu Liukai will go to the snowy mountain to mine metal, 200 metal, in one day. Tomorrow it's Xiaoxu's turn, and the day after Li Ting. When Lin Ye mentioned mining 200 metal, Lu Liukai gasped 3 times in shock. He thought he must have misheard. 200 metal? Are you sure it's 200? Lu Liukai's voice trembled as he spoke. Xiaoxue and Li Ting beside him were also dumbfounded. Xiaoxue had only 100 carry weight, so she could bring back just 80 metal pieces per trip. To mine 200 metal ingots, she'd need half a month. Lin Ye knew it was time to teach them the tricks. He mounted his eagle, grabbed the nearby ankylosaurus, and flew to the pile of rocks at the entrance. Watch closely. He'll show you once how to use weight glitching to bring back more metal. The ankylosaurus inventory reduces the weight of metal. Metal that originally weighed 300 becomes almost nothing on the ankylosaurus. Make good use of this feature. After speaking, Lin Ye dismounted the eagle and started mining rocks on the ankylosaurus. Soon the ankylosaurus with all its points and weight capacity became overloaded and couldn't move at all. I put all my points into weight for my ankylosaurus. In the early game, investing in weight is the meta. Attribute points determine development speed. Don't add attack. When the ankylosaurus couldn't move, Lin Ye mounted the eagle again, grabbed the ankylosaurus, and flew it to another rock pile. Lu Liukai's eyes lit up. I get it. The eagle has 200 carry weight, so it can carry the overloaded ankylosaurus. And then, before he could finish, Lin Ye continued. We don't have a whip yet, otherwise with these 2 subpar creatures we could bring back even more metal. During gathering, discard all the stone. The metal must stay in the ankylosaurus inventory. He'll tell you the metal spawn points. After the snowy mountain, go to the volcano, rotate. Before landing to mine, look around. If you encounter monsters, lure them to a cliff or far away. Lu Liukai nodded repeatedly. With this method, he could bring back at least 2,000 to 3,000 metal per trip. He couldn't even dream of 2,000 metal in a day. Little did he know this mining speed and method were the most basic in his iron-pumping secrets. Alright Li Ting, your task today is to raid beaver dams. There are several beaver dam spawn points on the island. Grab and go. Your eagle can't fight them. Be fast, the clumsy beavers can't catch you. Your target is 3000 cement. Li Ting's battle spirit ignited at the thought of stealing from those giant rats' treasures. Back when they first started, she had raided a beaver dam, attracting a swarm of beavers that flattened their thatch hut. Today, old scores and new grudges would be settled together. Next was Xiaoxue. Lin Ye looked at her and said directly, your task is to go to the border between the mine and the volcano's redwood forest to find a Tyrannosaurus Rex of level 130 or higher. If you encounter low-level ones, kill them from the eagle. You need to attack the Trexes back from the air. It's a bit tricky. Chen Yuxue nodded, but felt a bit worried. Her carry weight and health were only 100 points. If she went out to kill monsters, this little health would get her killed instantly at the slightest danger. Li Ting quickly interjected, Brother Lin, can Xiaoxue respec? She put all her points into attack, and it's been driving her. Lin Ye was momentarily surprised. All points in attack. Boss, how did you allocate your stats? Can you tell us? Lu Liukai knew character attributes were crucial and asked eagerly. Lin Ye stroked his chin, recalling the recipe for the respec potion for getting soup. If he remembered correctly, the ingredients were cooked thigh meat, rare mushrooms, rare flowers, azure berries, stimulant, narcotic, and water. He could make it. Alright, I'll brew some for getting soup to reset attribute points. Xiaoxue respec before you go. Let me tell you about stat allocation. In normal survival, never focus on just one stat, because you'll need to do many things. Taming, mining, exploring caves, etc. Even if your movement speed is 150, with only 100 health, a single fall damage could kill you. People like that can't do gathering work, and without resources, how can you develop? Health must be at least 250, so even if the temperature suddenly changes, you have time to relocate. Or you can work under extreme heat or cold. Eating cooked meat restores health. Early stat allocation must be versatile for various tasks and environments, or you'll be in trouble. My early allocation was 350 health, 500 carry weight, and the rest in movement speed. Once we build a home and no longer need heavy gathering, I'll reallocate my stats. Chen Yushua was thrilled to hear she could respec and grab Lin Ye's hand excitedly. Li Ting, watching Xiox's excitement, felt a pang of jealousy. Xiao Xue was more beautiful than her. Lin Ye would surely fall for her. But then she remembered Lin Ye was a weakling. Her expression became quite intriguing. After Lin Ye finished his instructions, Lu Lukai and Li Ting went out. Lin Ye also gathered some materials and made 2 doses of forgetting potion. Xiao Xue excitedly gulped it down. The taste was simply atrocious, like cat poop coffee mixed with half a bottle of soy sauce. She stuck out her tongue in disgust, but soon realized her points had been cleared. She was overjoyed. Great. Brother Lin, you're amazing. I don't know how to thank you. Every time I face trouble, you help us. I'm really embarrassed. After resetting her stats, Xiao Xue was in high spirits, chatting while allocating points to health and carrying capacity. She also added a bit to movement speed. No worries, we're in the same tribe. Helping each other is only right. Go ahead. Use that high-damage purple crossbow from the forge. If it's hard to kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex while riding the eagle, shoot from a high vantage point. Tell me immediately if you encounter a high-level one. Chen Yushua nodded repeatedly. She used to be stubborn, always muttering resentful words. It was like the famous quote from a certain great figure. I Wang XX would rather starve to death or jump off here than eat your food. But once she eventually gave in and ate, she couldn't help but exclaim, oh my, this is delicious. Now Chen Yushua felt the same way. Under Lin Ye's help, she had been reborn and no longer sulked. Her eyes seemed to sparkle with light. Just then Gu Lingxin returned successfully with 2 tamed eagles. Seeing Chen Yushua repeatedly thanking Lin Ye, she thought the sun must have risen from the south. Lin Ye followed the same procedure, inviting her to join the tribe, and Gu Lingxin accepted. Chen Yushua mounted her eagle ready to head out. Before leaving, she said to Lin Ye, Brother Lin, don't worry. They'll definitely find you a high-level Tyrannosaurus Rex. Just wait for my good news. With that, she flew off into the distance. Gu Lingxin felt heartened seeing such a dramatic change. Teacher, please work on the crop plots at home. Build a greenhouse. You'll need to gather some crystal, then use dung beetle droppings and thatch in a compost bin to produce fertilizer. There are vegetable seeds in the fridge. Plant 2 medium crop plots each for potatoes, carrots, lemons, and corn. Then plant 8 plots of blackberries. You'll need to connect pipes and faucets. You should be able to figure it out. Also collect all the eggs from the Uteranus and store them in the fridge. Sort all the vaults and use canvas to label them with equipment, blueprints, materials, etc. Don't throw everything in one cabinet. It'll be a waste of time looking for things later. Gu Lingxin nodded, understanding Lin Ye's intentions. After assigning tasks to everyone, Lin Ye let out a sigh of relief. He checked the time. It was only 11 a.m. Still half a day left. First, he teleported to the swamp cave to loot blueprints, then went to the place where the treacherous Wang Xinyu was imprisoned, letting the dung beetles do their business again. But today Wang Xinyu was smarter. She collected the dung balls into her inventory. However, she couldn't hold them all. Her level was low and her carrying capacity was minimal. Lin Ye had anticipated this and deliberately built a 2x2 double-story house. Today Wang Xinyu spent another day spamming curses in the chat. She was already tired of it. In a great mood, Lin Ye mounted his pterosaur, equipped his diving suit and flippers, and headed out to find an ichthyosaurus. He had to claim all the predetermined spots today. Li Ting and the others' work was not going as smoothly as Lin Ye had imagined. While raiding a beaver dam, Li Ting was bitten by a Caprisuchus, and her eagle, following Lin Ye's example, was set to passive watching from the sky the entire time. It didn't move until Li Ting respawned. After reviving, Li Ting had Chen Yushua grab her and fly to retreat. Meanwhile, Lu Yokai, who was mining metal in the snow biome, started fooling around. He spotted some penguins and killed them on a whim, obtaining something called organic pollen. Curious, he thought it was edible since it had a spoilage timer. So he took a bite and instantly died. Later, Gu Lingxin had to ride her eagle to retrieve his corpse. Their tribe chat was flooded with reports of bizarre deaths. Lin Ye, who had just tamed an ichthyosaurus, couldn't help but chuckle. Look around before landing. Always look around. Never let your guard down. Don't let your dinos die. If they die, you'll have to tame them again. After taming the level 80 ichthyosaurus, Lin Ye equipped it with a legendary ichthyosaurus saddle he had looted from the swamp cave. He checked the time. It was 1 p.m. He needed to hurry. Riding the ichthyosaurus around the ocean floor would likely take until 6 p.m. Because he had to return home midway to pick up building materials like metal pillars, there was no way to carry enough for all 10 underwater caves in one trip. The underwater caves on the island were roughly divided into 3 types: small, medium, and large. One particular cave was located in the eastern sea near the eastern mines, a semi-invincible underwater cave close to the map border. Because the cave backed onto the map boundary and its entrance was very small, it was perfect for a hidden base. It could even be developed into a semi-invincible PvP stronghold. Anyone who has played ARK knows there are no absolutely invincible bases, only methods you haven't thought of yet. Metal structures were extremely difficult to destroy without RPGs and C4. And underwater you couldn't use most weapons. Without tech weapons, you were limited to melee weapons, crossbows, and compound bows. So to breach a fully fortified underwater cave, you'd have to defeat the boss first. Lin Ye continued placing pillars in various underwater caves, attaching metal ladders to each. He also placed a bed at each location, returning occasionally to refresh them. You know, the real ocean floor is pretty terrifying. Good thing I know the terrain, or a newbie would be scared out of their wits. Lin Ye muttered helplessly. Even though it was still daytime, he found the seabed oppressive. Occasionally mosasaurs and plesiosaurs would chase him, but he ignored them. He wouldn't even glance at water creatures below level 150. Time ticked by, pillar after pillar was placed. After claiming his most coveted underwater cave, Lin Ye's mood gradually calmed. This cave, backed by the map boundary, was easy to defend and hard to attack. The entrance was extremely narrow. Even a high-level mosasaur couldn't get in. At coordinates 3,690, a massive boulders on both sides blocked the approach. Without tech weapons, breaking in was nothing but wishful thinking. And even if the enemy had tech weapons, Lin Ye wasn't afraid. He planned to build a wall entirely out of vaults surrounded by turrets aimed at the water entrance. Vaults had 5,000 HP, far more durable than metal walls, making them a favorite defensive structure among PvP players. Plus, there was enough space inside to raise Gigantosauruses and Carcharodontosauruses. If he raised a group of Electrophorus in the water behind the rocks, they could electrocute any intruder on sight. Pure bliss. At least 100 vaults plus turrets and octagonal towers. That's a lot of metal. Should I recruit a few more slaves? Look at the nonsense he's spouting. Recruit a few more black slaves. In his eyes, as the Dragon King of the forest, were the rest of the tribe nothing but black slaves. Wasn't there a saying that often circulated on the ARK? Women only affect your determination to pump iron and your speed at killing. Since women hinder your forging, let them do the forging for you. Now that Lin Ye had the surveillance system to monitor friendship levels, he naturally grew bolder. Glancing at the time, it was already dusk. He announced in the tribe, "Step it up, folks. Fear not hardship. The more setbacks, the stronger we become. Tonight, it'll take you leveling up. Everyone can reach level 80 by tonight." Listen to that. Was that even human speech? More setbacks, stronger. Li Ting had already died 6 times, and the eagle was a goner. Later, she captured a low-level pterosaur and went around raiding nests. At that moment, she was starting to doubt life. Wasn't that hardship enough? Her original intention in giving herself to Lin Ye was to enjoy a good life with him, but instead of a good life, she was haunted by the shadow of death. Either she was besieged by giant beavers or devoured alive by piranhas. Another time, she was poisoned by a titanoboa. Yet when she heard Lin Ye say he'd take them leveling up at night, Li Ting's resentment instantly dissipated like smoke. As they flew about completing various tasks, some tribes on the isolated island also noticed these women riding flying creatures. Someone immediately shouted on the public channel, "I just saw a beauty in black stockings fly overhead on an Argentavis. Even the wind she stirred up smelled fragrant. Did you catch a glimpse of any key parts from down there?" "Ha ha ha. Black stockings. Where? He'll pay 200 metal just to get a look." Chen Yushue was furious at the group talking about her on the public channel. Just as she was about to curse, Lin Ye said in the tribe, "Don't say a word, let them talk. We must not reveal our tribe's name. There's no need to argue with fools. Work hard to find a Tyrannosaurus. It's almost dark. See if we can spot one." Gasping for breath, Chen Yushue replied, still looking. Then she took to the skies again. She wondered if there was something wrong with the game. The clothes they wore when teleporting remained on them, and even after resurrection their outfits persisted. Only by donning iron armor and other equipment could they cover up their original garments. Little did she know that according to the original settings, if they had crossed over, the women would be in bikinis and all the men in nothing but loincloths. 8,000 people arriving completely exposed. What a scene. Just then Chen Yushue seemed to spot something strange, something that didn't look like a living creature. Yet it bore a striking resemblance to a Tyrannosaurus. She raised her binoculars. Tech Tyrannosaurus. Level 180. Chen Yushue was a bit bewildered. Lin Ye had asked her to find a Tyrannosaurus, but what on earth was a Tech Tyrannosaurus? Gazing at the pitch-black metallic exterior of the Tech Tyrannosaurus, she was astonished. Was it some kind of mechanical dinosaur? Good heavens. It killed a Triceratops in 2 bites, so powerful. Chen Yushue swallowed hard and typed in the tribe channel, "I've spotted a level 180 Tech Tyrannosaurus. Should we capture it?" "Capture it. Capture it. Open the map and tell me the location. Drop everything and keep your eyes on it, don't lose it." Without a second thought, Lin Ye replied, and rode his ichthyosaurus straight toward the coastal home. He was trembling with excitement. Tech dinosaurs were different from ordinary ones. At first, they looked far cooler with an all-metal construction. Moreover, wild tech creatures had a maximum level 30 higher than normal tech ones, reaching level 180. The level conversion formula for normal creatures was 5/30, while for tech creatures, it was 6/30. Soon Lin Ye grabbed the metal billboards he had prepared long ago, along with the 200 damage long-range rifle and tranquilizer darts he had been reluctant to use. Chen Yushue kept following the Tech Tyrannosaurus, periodically updating Lin Ye on its location. Before long, she saw Lin Ye rushing over in a flurry and charging straight down below. After firing a tranquilizer dart from a high vantage point, he slowly rode his pterosaur, luring the tech Tyrannosaurus to a safe flat area. Chen Yuxue remained silent, throughout watching from afar, afraid to cause any trouble. Then Lin Ye's masterful use of billboards left her utterly stunned. Had the tech Tyrannosaurus actually been trapped inside? Was that how billboards were meant to be used? What followed was one-sided output. Veteran shooters always counted seconds, because after hitting a creature with a tranquilizer dart, the torpor value would continue rising for a few seconds. To prevent the tech Tyrannosaurus from losing too much health, controlling the shooting rhythm was crucial. The immobilized tech Tyrannosaurus soon succumbed to Lin Ye's relentless assault. Without hesitation, Lin Ye took out wooden barricades and encircled the tech Tyrannosaurus. Just then night fell. To be safe, he made a few torches and placed them around in case some reckless dinosaur attacked the unconscious Tyrannosaurus. That would ruin the taming effectiveness. Once everything was set, the most thrilling moment arrived. With a hint of anticipation, Lin Ye opened the tech Tyrannosaurus stat panel. His pupils dilated instantly. Holy crap. Over 370 attack on the ground. 11000 health. When it stands up, will the attack break? 400. If converted to attack points, it might reach 50 points. Beside him, Chen Yuxue looked at Lin Ye, who was making that crooked mouth expression again, utterly baffled by talk of attack points and such. What did attack on standing even mean? As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Ye was destined to spend the night with this tech Tyrannosaurus. He'd probably have to wait until tomorrow to prove to Li Ting that he wasn't. Moreover, there was an even more troublesome issue ahead, making the feed. Lin Ye never dreamed that he'd encounter a top-tier tech Tyrannosaurus on only the third day. Farming was too slow. The ingredients for extraordinary feed required potatoes and corn, which first had to be made into Lazarus chowder, then cooked together with Uteranus eggs, honey, and other items. Teacher Gu, have the vegetables grown yet? I need corn and potatoes. Gu Lingxin replied awkwardly, I just finished the crop plots in greenhouse. I don't know how long it'll take to grow. Lin Ye swallowed hard. He estimated it would be midnight before they had enough vegetables. With the greenhouse, it would be a bit faster. Next, he had to don ghillie armor, head to the redwoods to collect honey and store it in the fridge, and also capture a queen bee. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye directly shouted, everyone drop what you're doing. Tonight all of you come guard this tech Tyrannosaurus. Lu Liukai, ride a megatherium over here. I'm going to gather the materials needed for the feed. The night air was cool, the lone island once again cloaked in a black mantle. People of all sizes on the island hurried back in a flurry, none wishing to face the darkness heat. Only a few newly recruited survivors under Lin Ye, clutching torches and riding dinosaurs, set out with a mix of tension and excitement toward the designated location on the map. To prevent Lu Liukai from feeling daunted while navigating the dark alone on a megatherium, Gu Lingxin first had Li Ting fly over. She herself rode ahead on an eagle torch in hand to scout the path for Lu Liukai. In the darkness, they could see glowing creatures from afar. Near the foot of the volcano, one of the three Allosaurus brothers, the leader, radiated light from its body. They also spotted an alpharaptor. Lu Liukai carefully detoured around it. Upon reaching the junction of the volcano and the redwoods, they strove to avoid conflict and sprinted all the way. When they arrived near the mine where Lin Ye and the others were stationed, they saw from a distance 6 torches erected beside the tech Rex, shining like guiding beacons leading their way. Seeing everyone had gathered, Lin Ye spoke with utmost seriousness, you 4 stand guard here for the night. I've already set up foundations and beds nearby. If you die, you can respawn on the spot. There are 2 objectives. First, protect this Rex from being harmed by other fighting creatures. Some herbivores being chased might run over. Take them out in advance, including the carnivores chasing them. Second, get you all accustomed to working at night. If there's something we must do after dark, the whole team works overtime and it'll lead. We can catch some sleep tomorrow morning. Everyone nodded, gazing at the tech Rex that emitted a faint mechanical glow even in the dark. They knew this creature was extraordinary, or Lin Ye wouldn't have asked them to come all this way in the pitch black. After giving his instructions, Lin Ye mounted his pteranodon and left. He first returned to the tribe to collect eggs from the Uteranus that were ready to mate again. Checking the fridge, he found 32 eggs. Gu Lingxin must have been collecting them all day. A level 180 tech Rex would likely need 3,540 kibble. To be safe, Lin Ye planned to make 40. Just then a nearby Uteranus defecated, and a dark yellow Uteranus egg dropped, landing squarely on the pile of dung. Hey, a soft landing, Lin Ye exclaimed excitedly. He glanced at the oviraptor acting as a fertility booster and estimated they'd have 40 eggs by dawn. Next, he needed to prepare gear for harvesting honey. He vaguely recalled finding some ghillie armor of mediocre quality in the small room of the swamp cave. After a moment's thought, he used some of the available vegetables to craft a few bug repellents and brought along the rare flowers needed to tame a queen bee. To be safe, he also attached a flashlight attachment to his long-neck rifle and crafted 3 more torches. After all, the darkness was absolute, and without illumination, he couldn't see a thing. Donning the white ghillie armor from the base, Lin Ye mounted his pteranodon and set off for the swamp cave outpost. Along the way, he pondered the process of taming a queen bee. First, he needed to tame a queen bee and place it at the base to produce honey. By tomorrow morning, a small amount should be ready. For the rest of the honey, he'd have to collect it by hand. Some of it would need to be sent back to the base's fridge immediately, or it would spoil on him. It was another race against time. Lin Ye silently cursed himself for being a fool. Why hadn't he tamed a queen bee earlier? As he flew toward the swamp cave outpost, people who had returned to their respective tribes began discussing things in the global chat. Over these 3 days of struggle, they had gradually learned a few things. Some members of large tribes had even managed to tame carnotauruses and triceratops. Those with experience from other survival games stood out. Cuba tribe recruiting. Our leader is Brother Zhao Baowen. We currently have 1030 members, the largest tribe on the island. We've already tamed dodos, parasaurolophuses, and triceratops. Join us, and you'll never have to sleep outdoors again. Dormitory beds provided. Vegetarian island tribe recruiting. Only young people with priority given to girls. Our leader is Zhang Beishan. He has experience from playing the forest and island survival games. Our island has no carnivorous dinosaurs. Sleep in peace. Iron Forge recruiting. Located near the Green Obelisk. Only taking 10 people level 30 or above. All elite members with iron armor and mounts. Then Wang Xinyu posted, "Can any big brother come rescue little sister? I'm locked up. Save me, and it'll be yours." Wang Xinyu couldn't die even if she wanted to. When she woke up from fainting again today, her wooden house had been upgraded to a metal one, complete with an air conditioner and a fridge stocked with food. A metal faucet even gushed water. With an air conditioner, how could she die? The temperature was always comfortable. She couldn't overheat or freeze. And she couldn't bear the pain of starvation, so she ate whenever. The one who had upgraded her prison was naturally the Dragon King Lin Ye. After asking around with no response, Wang Xinyu once again questioned her existence. A thought even crossed her mind, maybe being locked up forever wasn't so bad. She had food and drink. Except for the daily torment of being buried in dung. As time passed, Wang Xinyu's psyche gradually twisted. Soon Lin Ye arrived at the swamp cave outpost, and changed into a purple ghillie chest piece and blue ghillie leggings. Searching for beehives in the pitch-black redwoods was far too dangerous. The hives were all in the trees, and even if he broke one, the queen bee might not land. However, Lin Ye knew of another beehive spawn point on flat terrain. Unfortunately, it was near Zhao Baowen's tribe on a highland plain in the southern islets of the island. Without overthinking, Lin Ye set off immediately. Even if he had to expose himself, he needed to tame the bee. After a few more days of grinding metal, he could establish a new outpost near the snowy blue obelisk. When he arrived near the southern islets, he saw a dense cluster of standing torches burning brightly. There were many small structures, mostly wood with a few stone ones. The people inside were preparing to sleep, while some men and women chatted about life under the night sky, searching for what they called love. Lin Ye peered through the crevices of the reef in front of their tribe. It was so dark he had to scan close to the ground. Sure enough, there were 2 beehives. Lin Ye swallowed hard. The terrain should make taming them not too difficult. Lin Ye placed a thatch foundation beside the beehive, extended it, and enclosed the hive in a 1x1 thatch hut using thatch walls and a wooden foundation, leaving only a thatch doorframe. That way, even if the hive was destroyed, the queen bee couldn't escape. But little did Lin Ye know his actions were spotted by a sentinel from Zhao Baowen's tribe who was watching through a spyglass. The young sentry, barely a teenager, sneered at Lin Ye, who was stumbling around in the dark. "Haha, is there really an idiot out here at night? Has he never faced death before?" The sentry beside him also chuckled. "Ah, who cares? Probably just some clueless rookie. Should we report this to the leader? Are you stupid? The chief is sleeping with a woman right now. If you want to stay in the tribe, keep your mouth shut. The more you say, the more mistakes you make. The more you do, the more you err. Seek no merit, but avoid fault. You're still too young." The young sentry nodded then, and the 2 of them kept gossiping about something. Which woman in the tribe was attractive, which one was beautiful, which one was satisfying. At night, men's chats always turned to. They chatted on and on for who knows how long. Then the sentry seemed to recall something. He remembered seeing the other's level and name just now. It seemed to be something like Lin. Had he heard that name somewhere before? But then it suddenly hit him. Holy shit. Level 9. He quickly grabbed his telescope to scout, but there was nothing there anymore. Even the thatched foundation had been dismantled. I must have seen wrong. How could it be level 97? Our chief is only level 38. Probably just my eyes. Using rare flowers, Lin Ye successfully tamed 2 queen bees, directly turning them into hive mode, so they could be packed into his inventory. He was now almost back at Red Ark. After returning home and placing the 2 hives, he put 100 rare flowers in each to ensure a steady supply of honey. Next up, collecting honey from the redwoods. Now came the thrilling part. Recalling his past ambushes by thylacoleos and dire bears, he let out a sigh. He might just end up dead tonight too. It was way too dark. Soon he rode the pteranodon to the Tech Rex. Lulu Kai had already gathered a large amount of narcoberries, using the megatherium ready to stay up and monitor the REXS torpor. Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly called out, "When its torpor starts to drop, feed it more narcoberries." The REXS torpor drains slowly, and we still have 8 hours until dawn. Everyone bear with it. I'm taking the megatherium. I need it. Lu Kai dismounted the Megatherium and mounted Lin Ye's Pteranodon to stand guard nearby. The three women were also patrolling the perimeter occasionally, killing a raptor that chased after a parasaur. Lin Ye watched this scene lost in thought. He had led PvP teams before and knew that workload distribution among members had to be equitable. Either everyone stayed awake or no one slept. Otherwise resentment would brew. After a few glances, he rode the Megatherium toward the distant redwoods. The redwoods had two types of trees. One was the common redwood that yielded a massive amount of wood when harvested. The other was the towering keratinized redwoods. Over time their bark had become indestructible and their trunks were so thick they couldn't be chopped down. Thylacoleos and Archaeopteryx loved to climb these keratinized redwoods, as did queen beehives. After searching in the dark for a long time, Lin Ye finally found a hive hanging from a tree trunk. But it was at least 3 stories high. Lin Ye hesitated. The spot was good. On the outskirts of the redwoods, no need to venture deep into danger. There were no creatures nearby either. It was just that the height was ridiculous. 3 minutes later, Lin Ye resorted to tree-chopping mode again, planning to build a wooden ramp. He would use pillars to support 3 ceilings directly under the hive, grab the honey, and bolt. After all, wild honey respawned in just 15 minutes. Each harvest yielded 5 units. Lin Ye didn't bother looking elsewhere. He gathered materials on the spot and crafted building parts. To keep his bearings, he placed a standing torch under that tree. Once everything was ready, Lin Ye raised his wooden shield and sword, grabbed the honey, and jumped down. After he stole the honey, a swarm of bees came rushing out. Although Lin Ye took 100 points of fall damage, he had already mounted the Megatherium, the bane of all insects. With one heavy swipe, he killed the swarm. Then he rode the Megatherium back to the Tech Rex and had Gu Lungxin fly the honey home on the Pteranodon to store in the fridge. You have to be fast. He'll be back with more honey in 20 minutes. Don't eat any. Check if the Uranus has laid an egg when you get home. If it has, put it in the fridge. Then it was just a repeat of the same process. Time ticked by. By 1 a.m. Lu Kai and the others were struggling to keep their eyes open. But seeing Lin Ye tirelessly venturing into the dark redwoods for honey, they forced themselves to stay alert. If the boss was still hustling, what right did they have to be tired? By 2 a.m. The public chat had gone silent. The clouds in the sky slowly parted, revealing a dense blanket of stars. Chen Yushua looked up at them, hugging her arms absent-mindedly. The night wind felt a bit chilly. Thinking of her father back home, her spirits sank. Having grown up without a mother, her father was her only family. He must be worried sick by now. She wondered what the outside world was like. No matter what, she had to find a way to grow stronger and beat this damn game to return. On the other side of the Rex, Li Ting also began to ponder the future. She vaguely remembered Helena saying they were summoned to save Helena's world. Something about energy dissipation and no other options. Does that mean after clearing these stages, there's still something else we need to do? After a while, Lin Ye returned. Seeing Gu Lingxin had also just arrived, Lin Ye smiled. Mission accomplished. Good work, everyone. He'll be back in a flash. Lu Kai could barely keep his eyes open. It was already 4 a.m. and dawn was near. Finally, the ordeal was over. Staying up late hurts the body and the kidneys. Ouch. My back is kind of sore. Lu Kai stretched wearily. Back at the tribe, Lin Ye prepared all the available materials, then rode the Megatherium to gather a large number of mejoberries at the entrance. He checked the greenhouse vegetables. There should be enough. Overjoyed, Lin Ye crafted a cooking pot and began making Lazarus chat. Then he used the Uranus eggs to cook kibble. Just then Lu Kai suddenly shouted in the tribe chat, "Holy shit, that level 135 Alpha Rex is right across the river. Boss, what do we do?" Lin Ye felt a pang of melancholy at that moment. The elite Tyrannosaurus Rex was certainly beyond their combat capabilities for now. Unlike ordinary creatures, eliminating this elite would require a prolonged cycle. If he sent Lu Kai and the others to lure that beast away for these newcomers who had never faced the terror of a giant carnivore, they might very well fail. Just as Lin Ye was pondering this, Chen Yushua had already mounted her eagle and set off to lure the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex. After the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex killed a Triceratops with 2 bites, it noticed Chen Yushua above. But Chen Yushua was unaware of the fundamental difference between an elite and an ordinary Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was larger in size and faster. Due to its bulk, it could stride over some rocks. Seeing the Tyrannosaurus Rex charging toward her, Chen Yushua hastily retreated deeper into the mangroves. But she hadn't flown far when she heard a beastly roar and something pounced on her. It was a level 100 red Thylacoleo which killed her in 2 bites after dragging her. Lin Ye, still preparing the feed, saw 2 blood red notifications. Tribe member Chen Yushua has been killed by a level 100 Thylacoleo. Your Argentavis has been killed by a level 135 elite Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fearing that Lu Kai and the others might make things worse, Lin Ye quickly shouted in the tribe channel, "Don't go. He'll lure it away." Lin Ye respawned directly beside the tech Tyrannosaurus without any gear, then sprinted naked toward the elite Tyrannosaurus. He couldn't outrun it with his speed alone. He had to rely on footwork and serpentine movements at that. Chen Yuxue, who had just respawned, watched Lin Ye running bareskinned to aggro the beast filled with shame. Their eagle had been killed. Lu Kai nervously swallowed, staring at Lin Ye, who had already reached the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex, his expression complex. If the beast caught him, the pain would be excruciating. What kind of courage and mindset did Lin Ye have to face such agony? Even if he was a master of the game, the physical pain was inescapable. Soon Lin Ye successfully drew the creature's attention. The elite Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped the ground, lowered its head, and let out a savage roar. Birds and beasts fled in panic. The entire mangrove forest echoed with that domineering bellow. Distant small tribes heard the sound, their hearts filled with unease. Once Lin Ye saw it giving chase, he quickly led it south through the mangroves, planning a grand scheme. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well make it meaningful. Drag this elite Tyrannosaurus Rex near the southern archipelago. Maybe it could directly take out Zhao Baowen's 1,000-member tribe. Then when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. With this thought, Lin Ye cast a cold glance around, watching the slowly rising sun as his vision grew clearer. Since dawn had broken, the initiative returned to Lin Ye. Leaping over boulders and weaving serpentinely around giant trees, the pursuing elite Tyrannosaurus Rex was relentless, nearly biting him several times, but he dodged with agility. Soon Lin Ye encountered 3 terror birds ahead. He sprinted behind a stegosaurus. The 3 terror birds clashed with the stegosaurus, and the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex began attacking the stegosaurus as well. Lin Ye took the chance to recover his stamina, surveying the path ahead. He had to bypass the swamp, or else a Sarcosuchus lurking there could ambush him and cut his journey. The 4 people near the tech Tyrannosaurus could no longer see Lin Ye. Li Ting sighed inwardly. No wonder he's the man I fancy. Brave as hell. If only he weren't so scrawny. Time ticked by, and the sky fully brightened. No one knew how Lin Ye managed to survive for so long without dying. By 6 a.m., Lu Kai and the others saw the notification of Lin Ye's death. Respawned at the base, Lin Ye resumed cooking the feed, but his mouth was twisted into a smirk. Chen Yuxue asked worriedly, "Brother Lin, where are you? Are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. Just wait for the screen spam." Screen spam. Chen Yuxue frowned in confusion. What screen spam, so early in the morning? Soon someone shouted on the public channel, "Holy crap. The elite Tyrannosaurus Rex from the mangroves has come to us. My newly built house. My chickens are all dead. It bit them all in one go. Holy crap. The pain. The agony." Because the southern archipelago was home to numerous tribes, they had nearly occupied every inch of it. Upon seeing the dense cluster of buildings, the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex mimicked Lin Ye's crooked grin. Then it charged. Today it was destined to achieve 1,000 kills. Those still asleep were fortunate. They died in their dreams. When they woke up again, they were bewildered. Where's my bed? Did I die to an elite Tyrannosaurus Rex? After wreaking havoc for a while, the beast finally reached the center of the southern archipelago. By the river, a freshly spawned Spinosaurus was wandering aimlessly, not even getting a bite before the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex crushed its skull. Oh, the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex roared in sheer ecstasy. On the high ground across the river, Zhao Baowen of the 1,000-member dominant tribe jolted awake. The woman in his arms was startled too. What's going on? Zhao Baowen quickly dressed, grabbed a metal spear, donned iron armor, and rushed out. The sentry on the watchtower shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The elite Tyrannosaurus Rex is coming. Get up now. It's heading our way." Everyone jolted awake, grabbed their gear and weapons, and gathered at the tribe's main gate. They watched in stunned silence as the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex crossed the river in 2 strides and killed a level 20 Brontosaurus with 3 bites. But then some genius shouted, "Don't be afraid. There are 1,000 of us. Even if each of us shoots 1 arrow, well, deal massive damage. It's just 1 beast. If we kill it, well, completely dominate the island." Soon some hot-blooded men joined in. "Yeah. Screw the fear. There are so many of us. A single spit from each of us could drown it." Zhao Baowen swallowed, nervously watching his members ready to charge, and he too began to feel confident. Who knows where that confidence came from? The next second, Zhao Baowen raised his metal spear and shouted before the crowd, "Tataki. Focus fire on the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex. Today we fight to the death without regret." The momentum was overwhelming. Everyone's battle spirit surged. They felt invincible. They thought they had already conquered the island. Victory was certain. The elite Tyrannosaurus Rex sneered with a crooked grin. Were these people idiots? What a stroke of luck today, encountering 1,000 fools at once. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, Lin Ye and his team had successfully tamed the tech Tyrannosaurus. Seeing its base attack of over 470, Lin Ye's grin was as crooked as that of the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex that had achieved 1,000 kills. It couldn't have been more twisted. 1,000 people were still novices incapable of using bows and arrows. Some of them couldn't even aim properly, let alone coordinate their volleys. In theory, 1,000 people each firing an arrow and sustained volleys could kill that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex, especially since it wasn't moving. Just like encountering those theoretical experts in games who only talk after the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex devoured the frontliners in a single bite, some were already thinking of fleeing. Yet others were brave enough to ride their Parasaurolophus and raptors to charge at the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex. Even the chieftain Zhao Baowen mounted his Triceratops, determined to live or die with his tribe. The dog-like strategist Qian Suanpan had already realized that these people were no match for the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex assault. Without a second thought, he left the tribe with his 4 trusted followers. Today Qian Suanpan saw clearly that Zhao Baowen was not a worthy leader. He needed to find someone deserving of his counsel. Thus he ordered his men to don full suits of iron armor from their warehouse, grab crossbows and various metal tools, and slip away. They also took several mounts with them. By the time Zhao Baowen realized what was happening, Qian Suanpan and his group were already far away. Seeing the strategist flee and quit the tribe, others hurried back to grab their belongings as well. Zhao Baowen cursed loudly, wanting to say more, but the next moment the elite Tyrannosaurus Rex was upon him, killing his Triceratops in 2 bites. Terrified, Zhao Baowen scrambled away, utterly distraught. The next second, he was bitten to death. 1 bite, instant kill. The pain of death stripped Zhao Baowen of all his former courage, as if countless daggers were crushing him from both sides. Then he was ground to death alive. Panicked, Zhao Baowen quickly resurrected and rushed to put on his gear. His newly acquired woman trembled in the hut, begging him to stay and protect her. He kicked her away. Zhao Baowen never wanted to die again. The agony made his eyes burn with fury. It was definitely level 10 pain. The 1,000-man tribe, which fancied itself the server's overlord, was dismantled by that elite Tyrannosaurus Rex in a single morning. Like a tree falling and scattering its monkeys, most people quit the tribe. Recruitment messages flooded the public chat again, but this time everyone had learned their lesson. They checked each other's strength before joining, and tribes interviewed potential. No one wanted to recruit someone who would flee with their mounts at the first sign of trouble. Those who relied on others to survive were the worst off. Here, unlike reality's sweet talk, and playing submissive wouldn't get you carried. If you were useless, only willing to talk, but not work, no one would bother with you. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, the hero of this incident, was sound asleep in his base. They hadn't slept all night. 6-6 was snoring like a log in his room. Gu Lingxin and Xin Yuxue were also asleep. Just as Lin Ye turned to change his sleeping position, he suddenly felt something beside him. Opening his eyes, he saw Li Ting had somehow crawled into his bed. Li Ting quickly made a shushing gesture and whispered, "Sure, they're all asleep. Don't talk, honey." Lin Ye instinctively shuddered. How did this woman get in? Soon he noticed the cooldown timer for the bed teleportation and instantly understood. I used the bed to teleport here. You were so brave today, can I sleep with you? Seeing Li Ting's bashful expression, Lin Ye's primal instincts stirred. He was no longer sleepy. He had to prove he wasn't a weakling. Damn it. Call him incompetent, but calling him a weakling was a personal attack. Li Ting didn't take Lin Ye's advance seriously, wearing an indifferent expression as she hugged him. But soon she began to doubt her life. Clearly this had exceeded her expectations. By noon, as she still couldn't fall asleep, the triumphant Lin Ye decided to skip sleep, too, checking the time and stretching with satisfaction. Life's pleasures must be seized while they last. Just then 6-6 and Gu Lingxin also woke up. Xin Yuxue got up planning to gather some blackberries. Her mistake yesterday had cost them an eagle, and now they were short on flying mounts. She intended to capture another eagle, preferably a high-level one. Hey, where's Li Ting? Still sleeping. Xin Yuxue went back to look for Li Ting, but her room was empty. Quickly Lin Ye returned to his matchbox base, crafted some walls and a ceiling, and sealed the sleeping Li Ting inside. He also set the door permissions, so only he could open it. Li Ting woke up earlier and went out to raid beaver dams. Let's start today's work, Lin Ye said with a straight face as if nothing had happened. After proving himself, his expression carried more confidence. Today 6-6 will search for a female tech Tyrannosaurus Rex. Any level will do. If you encounter Uteranus Ankylosaurus Doedicurus or Diodon above level 135, let me know. Teacher Gu, your turn to mine metal today. Before Lin Ye could assign Xin Yuxue, she spoke up. He'll go catch eagles. He'll get 2 high-level ones and breed them. Lin Ye paused and nodded. With tasks distributed, everyone went about their duties and soon left. Back in the room, Lin Ye looked at Li Ting sprawled on the bed, a crooked grin spreading across his face. Then with excitement, he turned his attention to his newly captured tech Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was certainly good enough as a breeding male. Base health 1600, attack over 470. Stamina and weight are decent too. Base level 264. Let me change the permissions first. Only I can operate it. After setting it up, Lin Ye went to the giant sloth pair. Their second-generation female had also reached adulthood. Then Lin Ye had the male mate with both females, hoping to achieve a perfect inheritance. Checking the incubation time, Lin Ye prepared to head out. Today he planned to claim the ice cave and then survey the tribes across the entire island. If he found any well-developed ones, he'd lure monsters their way to give them a rough welcome. Before that, he needed to visit the Resurrection Point prison again and have senior brother Jinshin Elephant fill the room with dung balls. Time to give Fairy Wong a bath. Wang Xinyu, still trapped in the prison, thought her tormentor wouldn't come today. As she was eating grilled meat from the fridge, a medium animal feces dropped from above. Then came more dung balls. Crackle pop. Bang crash. Wang Xinyu cursed again. If you've got the guts, kill me. Do you know who my boyfriend is? My boyfriend must have teleported here too. Hell, beat this game soon, and then hell come from another server to destroy you all. Hell definitely destroy you all. Bastards. Outside, Lin Ye also smiled, thinking this woman was truly shameless. He must have been blind at the time. Could she really use his name to intimidate others? Lin Ye obviously felt a bit irked, and with a cold chuckle, he looked at a dazed level 25 bull dragon in the distance and swiftly shot it down. After feeding it, he surrounded the prison with wooden barricades, making the bull dragon patrol around the prison. As everyone knows, the only advantage of the ARK's three-waist bull dragon is its loud footsteps. Duong 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 non-stop. The bull dragon circled around the prison, and Lin Ye smirked, thinking that Wang Xinyu wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. After setting everything up, Lin Ye resumed his work routine. First, he went to the snowy mountain area around the blue ARK and planted a circle of pillars in preparation for building a base. In the early days of the ARK, this map's ARK allowed for house construction, and many dominating players would occupy an ARK to prevent other tribes from fighting bosses. Lin Ye was no exception. The red and green ARKs were not easy to defend and were unsuitable as bases. The blue ARK at the snowy peak was daunting for many newcomers just due to the temperature. Additionally, the surrounding snowy mountains occasionally spawned south giants and shark-toothed dragons. Anyone wishing to tame such creatures would have to see if Lin Wang agreed. After setting up the pillars, Lin Ye went directly to the entrance of the ice cave, planted a few pillars at the entrance, and then left quickly. The monsters inside were two high-leveled consisting of bears and wolf packs, and there were high-level beasts lurking underground. After all this, Lin Ye mounted his pteranodon again and surveyed the map, with the green ARK becoming his primary reconnaissance target. Yesterday, someone named Iron Furnace on the public screen mentioned that everyone had iron armor and mounts, which caught his attention. Without a second thought, Lin Ye rode his pteranodon towards the green ARK. Along the way, he saw various houses, big and small, most of which were built along the seaside. It seemed those newcomers knew that the beach was the safest area, so their deaths weren't in vain. Lin Ye first arrived near the mine, looked around, and then planted several pillars on top of the mine, flying and planting wherever. When he reached the easternmost mining area, he noticed a few small tribes he hadn't paid attention to before and suddenly flew back. Just now it seemed he had seen a child. Confused, he flew to a high ground and began to observe the tribe called Peach Blossom Source with binoculars. The tribe was small, roughly 6 by 5 in size, made of stone and surrounded by barricades. The tribe chief was a man named Peach Blossom, looking quite elegant in a well-fitting animal skin outfit. Beside him was a man called Black Whirlwind. The two seemed to be discussing something. The next scene left Lin Ye a bit taken aback as he saw over 10 children in that tribe. Didn't they say only adults were teleported here? How could there be children? Lin Ye stared blankly at the obviously underage children, realizing there were also a few elderly people. At that moment, the man called Black Whirlwind mounted his Triceratops with a level 200 otter on his shoulder, seemingly planning to head out for something. Peach Blossom began teaching those children how to use weapons and some survival knowledge. Lin Ye could tell right away that this Black Whirlwind was a skilled player. His Triceratops was already level 200, far beyond what a new player's dinosaur could achieve. Lin Ye watched as Black Whirlwind slaughtered monsters, spotting an elite Velociraptor. The man actually charged straight at the Velociraptor on his Triceratops, displaying skills nearly identical to Lin Ye's. From a high vantage point, he timed his attacks, using the knockback effect of the Triceratops to take down the elite Velociraptor without taking damage. This man was undoubtedly a true master. Lin Ye felt a pang of melancholy, his brows furrowed, as he did not lure any monsters towards the Peach Blossom Source. Instead, he turned around and rode away on his pteranodon. The tribe chief Peach Blossom gazed at the distant man riding the pteranodon, deep in thought. At this moment, a small boy in front of him excitedly asked, "Brother Chief, you mentioned that when aiming with a bow the arrow falls in a parabolic arc. What is that about? Why do we need to raise the aim a bit?" Peach Blossom continued explaining weapon operation to the children. He had never played ARK before, and on the first day he was teleported here, he saw a group of children, which no tribe would take in, who would carry a bunch of dead weight. Peach Blossom gritted his teeth and brought all these children into the tribe, and this action was noticed by a seasoned player named Black Whirlwind. The two coincidentally agreed to take these children along to strive for survival. All the while, Lin Ye was thinking about the Peach Blossom Source tribe. He knew that Black Whirlwind was a seasoned player, and he also understood that, because the latter was taking care of a group of children, his development was slowed down. Could there really be righteous people in this world? Lin Ye, who had been battered by society countless times, felt a stir in his heart. He only thought about being a dominating player, but among these 800 people, if there were truly good people, should he help? Especially Black Whirlwind. He even felt a bit of admiration for his generosity. He could clearly develop alone. Why slow his own development? Did he have confidence in clearing the game? At that moment Black Whirlwind, who was out taming creatures, spotted a level 150 Thunder Dragon, and his expression turned cold. To prevent the children from being attacked by fishbirds and double-spine dragons, he needed to prioritize capturing a large creature with a wide attack range. He quickly took out his crossbow and began parkour shooting after landing. At this time Lin Ye had also arrived near the green ARK. The previous scene made him a bit anxious, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. Looking down at the tribe called Iron Furnace, his gaze turned a bit cold. The houses in Iron Furnace were made of metal, and each person had built a small 2x2 metal house. Though small, it indicated that the chief of this tribe had some skill. There were a total of 10 people each with mounts, 8 vice-crested dragons, and 2 triceratops, fully equipped in metal. It wouldn't take long for them to tame flying mounts. Even if they tried to lure monsters, they wouldn't be able to do it. Although Lin Ye was skilled in PV tricks, he didn't want to waste time on that right now. Things like inserting water pipes or taming baryonyx to block doors. After thinking for a moment, he planted several metal pillars directly beneath the obelisk of the green ARK to prevent the other side from occupying the ARK. After flying southwest and not discovering any noteworthy tribes, he decided to leave. Just as Lin Ye left the green ARK, Qian Xuan led a few people to the Iron Furnace tribe. I am Qian Xuan, here to seek a wise leader. Looking for a wise master. The chieftain of Ironforge Bastion was Li Tiawang, a 40-year-old man, a bona fide peasant contractor. Upon seeing Qian Xuanpan arrive with several underlings and Long Lai, he beamed with delight. He had long heard rumors that Zhao Baowen possessed a strategist, and that it was precisely Qian Xuanpan who had orchestrated the formation of the 1,000-member tribe. Welcome, welcome. But rules must be upheld. We must first assess each person's strength. We accept no idle mouths. Qian Xuanpan flushed with embarrassment at Li Tiawang's blunt remark. Li Tiawang continued, "You have one day. Each of you must capture a mount, alone. Succeed and you are welcome to join, and I shall personally gift each of you a suit of iron armor and a 4-square-meter metal dwelling." Qian Xuanpan nodded vigorously. Though Li Tiawang had shown him little deference, he knew full well that this man was infinitely more reliable than Zhao Baowen, the latter obsessed only with women. Just then a subordinate clad head Toto in iron armor rushed up, shouting in panic, "Chief! Disaster! Green ARK has been staked by strangers." "What a—" Li Tiawang's brow furrowed instantly. Who dared disturb his domain? When he saw the tribal name inscribed upon the stakes, he scratched the back of his head in bewilderment. "I'm a newbie. Don't hit me." "Huh? Who's this fool? What on earth is he doing staking territory here?" Qian Xuanpan also noticed the name, and faintly recalled that Wang Xinyu, a woman he'd met before, had repeatedly railed against this very tribe in chat. A sudden realization struck Qian Xuanpan. Could "I'm a newbie, don't hit me" truly be a master-level player? He remembered how on launch day Wang Xinyu and her group had frantically searched for a legendary player named Lin Ye. Qian Xuanpan's brow furrowed deeply. With his extraordinary intellect, he immediately deduced that "I'm a newbie, don't hit me" was almost certainly Lin Ye's tribe. If, as rumored, Lin Ye was a veteran who had already mastered the game, he would prove a far superior ally than Ironforge Bastion. Qian Xuanpan glanced at the assembled group, then quietly withdrew without uttering a word to any of those he'd brought. Opening his map, he concluded with certainty the master must be to the north. Spotting a Dilophosaurus in the distance, he moved swiftly. The others, seeing Qian Xuanpan begin his hunt, followed suit without hesitation. By dusk, Qian Xuanpan and 2 others had secured mounts, while 2 returned empty-handed. Li Tiawang dismissed them outright. "Get out, worthless fools." Yet moments later, only 2 riders appeared astride Dilophosaurus. Qian Xuanpan had vanished. Li Tiawang stood deep in thought, utterly baffled by the turn of events. Already mounted, Qian Xuanpan galloped westward, his Dilophosaurus sprinting at full speed. He had to find that master. A player shrewd enough to claim territory and build prisons at respawn points could not possibly be a novice. But as night fell, visibility dwindled. Dinosaurs lurked in the shadows, waiting. Though Qian Xuanpan possessed keen intellect, his physical stamina remained woefully inadequate. Before long, in the darkness near the red mangrove, a Spinosaurus ambushed and slew him instantly. His mount perished, and with it his morale. Yet some minds defy convention. Choosing his respawn point, Qian Xuanpan deliberately selected Western Respawn Point 2, the one every player dreaded. Their countless prisons barred escape. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Fortune favors the bold, and none dare enter the tiger's den without seizing its cub. Indeed, eyes sharpening with resolve, Qian Xuanpan confirmed resurrection at Western Respawn Point 2. True to expectation, he awoke beside a 11 wooden hut. In the distance loomed a 22 metal structure, with a Nodiamomus perched atop it. And pacing relentlessly before the door, a Carnotaurus roared with deafening cadence. "Ha ha ha, a true master, to wield a fearsome carnivorous mount, not for battle, but as a mere noise generator." Qian Xuanpan could scarcely contain his elation. He knew at last he had gambled correctly. He would wait here. This master would return. So Qian Xuanpan began hunting dodos nearby, crafting sleeping bags. Even if it took 10 days, or half a month, he would. After finishing the sleeping bags, another thought struck him. Why were only the western respawn points sealed? Could it be the Master's tribe lies nearby? To prevent rivals from developing? Yes, that must be it. Qian Suanpan sprang upright and scanned the horizon. Soon he spotted red ARK, and found upon arrival that stakes had already been driven into its soil. Without hesitation, he raced northward, toward the foot of the snow-capped mountains. By now it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ye and his companions had labored all day, yet encountered no noteworthy dinosaurs. Not a single female Tyrannosaurus rex roamed the entire map. Lu Kai, Gu Lingxin, Chen Yuxiue, and Li Ting, who had slept through the afternoon, now respawned at the outpost just outside the toxic gas cave. Lin Ye had prepared 5 full diving suits tonight. They would level up. Chief, why bring us to such a place? Night has fallen, and we ride no mounts. Lu Kai asked, perplexed. Lin Ye handed each of them roasted meat and a diving suit, then pointed toward the cave entrance ahead. They looked up, but saw nothing. Yet when they followed Lin Ye to the threshold, their eyes widened in unison. Whoa, an ancient tomb. Or is it a... Lin Ye smiled faintly. This is the toxic gas mine, a sacred ground for leveling up on the Isle. Don your diving suits. Follow me closely, but keep your distance. I'll clear the path. You'll harvest experience from behind. Eagerly they entered. Inside, emerald luminescence bathed the cavern, thick with toxic vapors. No torches were needed. It glowed brighter than the world outside, though the atmosphere pressed heavily upon the soul. Lin Ye mounted his giant ground sloth, glanced at the rare bloom in his hand, and commanded, maintain distance. I begin now. Lu Kai stared blankly ahead, seeing nothing. How could they level up? Then after Lin Ye consumed the rare flower, every dormant venomous creature surged to frenzied life. His giant ground sloth delivered a thunderous blow. Kill notifications flooded the screen. Level up chimes rang ceaselessly. Chen Yuxiue stood frozen, thighs this. In seconds she ascended to level 58. Lu Kai still doubted, until he opened his stat panel. Holy. Stay close. Tonight, every one of you reaches level 85. Tomorrow you'll grind solo. I won't accompany you, but I'll show you the locations of key treasure chests. As Lin Ye carved his path forward, he paused at the first chest, still explaining the cave's spawn cycle to his companion. The next instant a crimson chest yielded its prize, and Lin Ye exclaimed, awestruck, damn, after all these days, finally a drop. Ha ha ha. Lu Kai, driven by curiosity, hurried over to see what treasure Lin Ye had stumbled upon. He failed to notice the unusual movement in the puddle where the chest lay, and even Lin Ye remained oblivious. The moment Lu Kai approached, something latched onto him, causing him to yelp in pain. There's something in the water. Lin Ye swiftly mounted the megatherium and struck at the puddle, but found nothing. Turning his head, he saw a palm-sized leech already attached to Lu Kai's leg. Lin Ye thought little of it, assuming the leech had been stuck in a crevice and emerged too late, thus escaping his slaughter. Lu Kai, convinced he was done for, frantically tugged at the leech to no avail. Lin Ye dismounted the megatherium and pulled it off with his bare hands. Keep going. This is just the start. They'll take you through a loop. Remember the route. After we finish, park the megatherium at the cave entrance. Lin Ye opened his inventory, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the legendary Quetzal platform saddle he had just acquired. Preparations for an armed Quetzal could now begin. On the island, the strongest aerial unit was undoubtedly the armed Quetzal. With no wyverns, void dolphins, or ice wolves around, air superiority rested entirely in the hands of the armed Quetzal. After clearing the poison gas cave, once everyone returned to the tribe. Chen Yuxiue had captured a pair of Argentavis levels 145 and 140 during the day, and was now incubating their eggs in the air-conditioned room. Lin Ye had once again failed to hatch a megatherium with perfect inheritance. Both were males, and he killed them on the spot. Just as Lin Ye was contemplating catching a megalosaurus the next day to enhance his night vision, a stranger's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. I am Qian Su. I come in admiration to join. Lin Ye frowned immediately. Qian Suanpan, Zhao Baoan strategist. Lu Kai, hearing the commotion, rushed out to investigate. Since sealing the western respawn point, no one had come near their territory for a long time. Just then Qian Suanpan called out again. I am Qian Suanpan, here in admiration to join. Please accept me into your tribe. I wish to serve you and contribute what little I can. Lin Ye, who had already taken off his flak armor to sleep, put his equipment back on. When he stepped out and saw the man calling himself Qian Suanpan, he sneered coldly. Come in admiration to join. I don't recall ever saying I was recruiting. Qian Suanpan spoke with a fawning tone. Brother expert must be the strongest on this server, sealing respawn points, claiming territory with pillars. Before he could finish, he caught sight of Lin Ye's level and stood there dumbfounded. Level 97. Just then Gu Lingxin, Lu Kai, and the other 3 emerged as well. Qian Suanpan was utterly bewildered upon seeing their levels. Could it be that there was more than one expert? Their levels. Lin Ye felt no goodwill toward this strategist who sought to join him. What use was a man who could come up with such idiotic schemes as building a human city and a 1,000-man tribe? This game was nothing like reality. Give me a reason to take you in. What can you do? Didn't Zhao Baowen treat you? He entrusted you with managing the tribe, yet you betrayed them at the first sign of danger. Is that all? Tell me, what can you bring me? Faced with Lin Ye's interrogation, Qian Xuanpan tugged at his collar awkwardly. He had indeed been intimidated by the other's level, but it also confirmed his belief this man was a true titan. I humbly admit that in this game world I could never hope to defeat Chief Lin. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare oppose you. Though I'm clueless about the game's mechanics, I can help you divide the other tribes. I can make them wage war. I know your land-claiming strategy is to hinder their development. Then I can use my schemes to make those major tribes forge deadly grudges during the peace period. When the barbaric mode activates, they'll tear each other apart. And Chief Lin can reap the benefits like a fisherman. I also know you won't accept me so easily. I have only one request: if I complete my mission, please take me in before the barbaric server opens. Chief Lin. Lin Ye had never considered the aspect of scheming. Hearing the other's proposal, he found himself somewhat intrigued. If he let someone like this wreak havoc among the tribes, could it actually yield some results? With this thought, Lin Ye directly invited Qian Xuanpan into the tribe, and the latter was overjoyed. But the next second he was kicked out. The moment the other joined Lin Ye had seen his friendliness level, a mere 20 points. It didn't even pass the threshold. Lin Ye also knew he couldn't afford to offend or outright reject such a person. If provoked, he might immediately tell Ironforge that Lin Ye was the one who planted the pillars. Then this location would be exposed, and they'd be plagued with trouble every day. Fine, I'll give you a chance. If you can stir them into deadly grudges, I'll take you in before the barbaric mode starts. But let me warn you, in my tribe, loyalty matters more than intellect. You could use your cunning to turn the entire server against me. Let's see if I survive, or those 8000 useless mouths. Qian Xuanpan was ecstatic. With Lin Ye's words, he had a guarantee and a goal. Lin Ye studied him for a moment, then selected a low-level Argentavis from the tribe and gave it to him. Inside its inventory were flak armor, a metal axe, a metal pick, a spyglass, and some cooked meat. Qian Xuanpan looked at Lin Ye in confusion, unsure of his intentions. Lin Ye immediately unclaimed the Argentavis and said, "It's yours. I value talent. If you're truly loyal to me, I'll treat you well. Go to Ironforge and find a way to make them forge a deadly grudge with the people of Vegetarian Island." Qian Xuanpan was overjoyed. Mission guarantee. I can tell Chief Lin is destined for greatness. Giving away such a formidable creature without a second thought. Rest assured, even if I die 100 times, it'll disrupt their development. Sowing discord and stirring up trouble is my specialty. Lin Ye waved his hand. Go on, I'm counting on you. Keep an eye on the Argentavis stamina. Don't fall to your death. Qian Xuanpan was thrilled beyond measure. Mounting the Argentavis, he felt immensely proud. He now had a flying mount of his own. Lin Ye watched coldly as Qian Xuanpan flew toward the green ARK, his brows furrowed. If his friendliness level remained that low next time, he wouldn't hesitate to turn hostile. Then Lin Ye turned to the others and said, "Let's turn in early tonight. Tomorrow we'll dismantle everything and head to the snowy mountains to build our main metal base." That night the members of the Lin Ye tribe retired early, as they had stayed up all night the previous day and were still feeling the strain. At dawn the next day, Lin Ye woke up early. After gathering crops and honey, he mounted his eagle and ascended the snowy mountain. He needed to accelerate his development and couldn't rely on that schemer Thousand Abacus to sow discord. Upon reaching the blue arc atop the snowy peak, Lin Ye immediately placed 8 stone foundations in a corner that he had prepared the day before. Then he set up 16 refining furnaces with a blacksmith's bench and a machine tool in the middle. Finally, he built a small 1-by-1 resurrection hut nearby. Lin Ye then instructed those diligent workers. No, that was a typo. He told his diligent teammates to mount their eagles, grab the ankylosaurus, and come up to forge iron. Everyone work hard today. The 4 of you will handle the forging. Divide the areas among the volcano, snowy mountain, and mines. They'll go loot beaver dams and see if there are any creatures worth taming. Lin Ye spoke with earnest seriousness, clearly assigning himself the most difficult task. Without a word, the others immediately set to work. Now that's what you call teammates. Comrades willing to risk life and limb. Lin Ye was deeply moved. Then, with tears in his eyes, he mounted a pteranodon and flew south to the mangrove forest along the river to raid the dams. No sooner had he left than Lin Ye spotted a level 36 female tech rex. He turned back, immediately fetched supplies from home, and began a new round of taming. This time Lin Ye didn't bother with billboards. He simply ran and parkoured on the ground, quickly shooting the low-level tech rex unconscious with a few arrows. Looking around, he spotted a level 150 parasaur. Overjoyed, he tied it up with a bola and knocked it out with a long-neck rifle. Taming this creature would unlock its alarm skill. Although his Megalosaurus and Megatherium were both level 150, their skills were of little use to him at the moment. They were even less useful than the dung beetle's dung ball skill. Speak of the devil. Right next to Lin Ye, a pure green level 150 dung beetle waddled by its head, also green. Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? He had only been joking earlier about taming a dung beetle to learn the dung ball skill, and personally using it on that green tea Wang Xinyu. But now that he had actually encountered one, Lin Ye found it hard to bring himself to do it. He was a refined gentleman. Learning the dung ball skill would be far too unseemly, wouldn't it? Lin Ye stared dumbfounded at the pure green dung beetle, swaying its massive rear back and forth before him, its body adorned with black patterns resembling an old sow from a rural farm. The dung beetle kept casting sidelong glances at Lin Ye, its eyes filled with mockery. Lin Ye was stunned, his eyes crossing as he stared back. He threw a deadly bola, entangling the limbs of that fat pig, then aiming his 200 damage long-neck rifle, the same one that could kill a dodo in one shot. He fired at the creature's head. The pig-like creature squealed, sounding exactly like a pig in a rural pen. Lin Ye chuckled and fired twice more, knocking it unconscious. Oof, damn you. How dare you mock me? Even if you're already green enough, I won't let you off. You brought this upon yourself. Lin Ye sneered. Just then a microraptor darted out from nowhere, snatched his long-neck rifle, and bolted away. Lin Ye exclaimed, holy shit. The microraptor, also known as the thief dinosaur, would steal your belongings and flee. Indeed, it was fire. The most dazzling flame in the ARK, exceptionally ugly with a wretched appearance like a bald, scrawny giant rat. As it stole your item, it would even glance back at you standing upright, and scurrying away in quick mincing steps. Lin Ye drew his metal sword, and swung it wildly, cursing as he did, damn it. That's the most valuable thing I own. If you steal it, it'll have nothing. The microraptor kept turning its head left and right to look at Lin Ye, as if mocking him. Suddenly, it scurried over to a large creature nearby. 6 claws, each half a meter long, looked ferocious. Beside it lay the corpse of a rex, clearly killed by this beast. Lin Ye instinctively looked up and swallowed hard. He couldn't believe it, and raised his spyglass to check. It was a level 150 Therizinosaurus. Whoa, strange. Why are all the creatures I meet today level 150? Meanwhile, in the island Ascension Cave, the overseer was munching on freshly harvested black pearls, each one crunching crisply. It's your old man here who's been spawning them for you. Damn it, who knows when you'll go out taming. Yesterday I spawned several level 150 Ankylosaurus and Doedicurus near you, but you just walked right past them, gawking at that peach blossom source tribe for ages like an idiot. You need to develop faster, son. Tell dad what you want to tame. That max level Tech Rex is my gift to you. The overseer hummed a tune with pride. He needed Lin Ye to level up as quickly as possible. That Therizinosaurus also had top-tier stats. But he couldn't help Lin Ye too openly. He'd send the key creatures to Lin Ye and let him develop on his own. Otherwise, if Li Meiying found out that he, the island's overseer, had played favorites and cut corners, she'd send him to suffer he didn't want to go to those godforsaken places again. The island was so much better. He could do whatever he wanted. Thinking this, the overseer's eyes widened as he watched the microraptor steal Lin Ye's long-neck rifle. He pressed a button. When Lin Ye retrieved his 200 damage long-neck rifle, he was stunned. Huh, what the hell? How did this thing just die? He hadn't even hit it. Whatever. This Therizinosaurus is male and has a nice color. Let's tame it. Lin Ye said, preparing to build a taming trap. But when he got home, he remembered he only had 5 Uteranus eggs. Had need at least around 40 kibble to be safe. A level 150 Therizinosaurus was a rare find on the island. Lin Ye didn't want to feed it vegetables or berries, as that would take at least 10 hours, and the taming effectiveness would drop too much. Should I trap it first, and wait until tomorrow when I have kibble? Just then the nearby Uteranus seemed to start having diarrhea. Lin Ye stared at the Uteranus that had just laid 3 eggs at once, dumbfounded. Holy shit. Looking up, he saw that almost all the Uteranus had simultaneously laid 3 eggs. They had dropped them all at once. Is heaven helping me? In the Ascension Cave, the overseer immediately chimed in. It's not heaven helping you. It's your old man. Lin Ye's lips curled up once more as he gazed at the pile of still steaming Uteranus eggs. He shamelessly opened the breeding options for all the Uteranus again. He made the Uteranus, which had already calmed down, engage in another friendly cooperation. A fresh batch of eggs was obtained. The Uteranus nearly perished. The oviraptor beside them looked utterly stunned, as if saying, I feel like capturing me was completely unnecessary. You're a ruthless monster. With enough Uteranus eggs, Lin Ye naturally prepared some more billboards and pillars. To be safe, he put on iron armor. The claws of this creature struck incredibly fast. If he got swiped twice, while trapping it, had be done for. Thus, the egg-harvesting expert Lin Ye once again lured the Therizinosaurus. When it walked before the 2 crossed billboards he had placed in advance, Lin Ye seized the opportunity to insert another billboard behind it. This formed a triangle, trapping the Therizinosaurus inside. Before Lin Ye could react, the Therizinosaurus delivered a massive slap, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters. Lin Ye quickly endured the pain and scrambled to his feet. Seeing the trapped Therizinosaurus, he began firing tranquilizer darts. Once a creature was trapped, there was nothing to fear. Before long, the Therizinosaurus was shot unconscious. Lin Ye promptly grabbed wooden barricades and, out of habit, built a circle around it. He almost always surrounded high-level tames with barricades. After setting everything up, he placed a sleeping bag and scanned the surroundings for other carnivorous dinosaurs. Only then did he open the Therizinosaurus inventory attributes. Judging by the curve of Lin Ye's lips, he had seen a result that pleased him immensely. He estimated that he was the first on their server to obtain a top-tier Carcharodontosaurus, a top-tier Tech-Rex, and a top-tier Therizinosaurus. By using the remaining female dinosaurs to produce perfectly inherited females, he could mass-breed a second generation. With the second generation, he could take on simple bosses and unlock some items. Meanwhile, the overseer in the Ascension Cave suddenly received an anonymous call. It nervously swallowed its saliva. Seeing that the anonymous call's coordinates indicated Aberration, it panicked. Aberration was now Li Meiying's territory. Who else could be calling? The overseer's face nearly contorted in fear. Who was Li Meiying? She was the most popular and powerful beast queen among all official characters in the ARK game. A fierce woman who had single-handedly forced the obelisks to change multiple settings. She was also the only survivor capable of taming alpha creatures barehanded. Rumors said she was a female warrior from the Three Kingdoms era who had shot down a group of people with machine guns using a bow as soon as she teleported in. The overseer still remembered the terror of being trampled under Li Meiying's feet, yet it dared not refuse her communication. After some thought, the overseer answered, coughing tremblingly at him. I am the island overseer, code 007. A domineering female voice came through the line, turning the overseer's face green with fear. Are you abusing the surveillance system? Are you disrupting the balance of the island? The overseer instinctively swallowed and murmured, no. By heaven and earth. Am I that kind of person? Big sister, you've wronged your little brother. You'd better not. If I catch you messing around again, it'll make you laugh through tears. Just try it. Li Meiying hung up, leaving the island overseer no chance to retort. And now he was certain of one thing: his secret manipulation of spawning dinosaurs for Lin Ye had been discovered by the back end. After hanging up, the overseer sneered coldly, damn it. Who does she think she is? Just because she knows some superficial kung fu? Who's she trying to scare? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The next second the phone rang again, and the overseer shrank like an egg nearly dying from a system crash. Seeing it wasn't from Aberration, he sighed in relief. Phew. Scared me to death. I thought it was that shrew Li Meiying again. A woman like that is destined to be single for 1,000 years. No, 10,000 years. I curse her to be single for 100 million years in the ARK world. Cursing aside, the overseer still answered the call. Hello, this is Helena. The situation has changed. Most survivors in the obelisk servers are developing slowly. The peace period is shortened to 1 month. After 1 month, the barbaric battle mode will begin directly. Their overall strength seems far inferior to the previous batch, falling far short of expectations. Some people are still completely clueless. The overseer chuckled, delighted by Helena's words. Starting the war early. That's great. This way we can select the server lords for each server early. Then we can take an early vacation. Don't be complacent. Some servers have survivors with extremely low strength. Yours is relatively decent. It's possible that in a year half of the 8 million people won't be able to pass the hard bosses. The overseer was stunned. Half. Just on the island map, half will be eliminated. What's the point of playing later? Helena, no choice. Go arrange it. Send this message to everyone's gems. The overseer nodded. Just as Lin Ye was feeding the female Tech-Rex and the Diodon, the Therizinosaurus food level had dropped enough. He only needed to put the kibble in to tame it. Just as Lin Ye was about to insert the kibble, a line of green countdown text appeared before his eyes. Announcement time remaining until barbaric mode activates 30 days. Lin Ye frowned. Starting the war early. What was going on? Had Helena and the others encountered new problems, or was Rockwell coming to the island? The purpose of making them start the war early was only one: to select the strongest tribe to lead everyone in defeating the bosses. Although Lin Ye understood this, he wasn't a saint. He didn't plan to take everyone to fight the bosses. He would only bring his own tribe members. After some thought, he placed the kibble into the Therizinosaurus inventory. The public chat exploded again. Those who had never played ARK couldn't even handle dinosaurs, let alone barbaric battles. No one knew how many would end up locked away. Qian Suanpan, who had already joined the Ironforge tribe thanks to his eagle, was also deep in thought. This news was good for him. Once the war started early, he could join Lin Ye's tribe sooner. The tribes that had been developing independently now also had plans for diplomacy. A month would pass quickly. They needed to find allies. Ironforge, do you want to form an alliance? Can we form an alliance with you? After feeding the Therizinosaurus, Lin Ye took the newly awakened female Tech-Rex and the Diodon back home. Once there, he immediately had the 2 Tech-Rexes breed, and as soon as the egg appeared, he tossed it straight into the air-conditioned room. Then he mounted his Pteranodon and went to gather cement. This time the journey was much more normal. No level 150 monsters appeared the moment he stepped out. Having been intimidated by Li Meiying, the overseer dared not openly help Lin Ye anymore. After all, Lin Ye now possessed the second-generation overseer system that belonged to Li Meiying and her group. If she found out, she would definitely kill him. That system was meant for the future savior of Earth, but due to his blunder, it ended up with Lin Ye, who was just building a house at the foot of the volcano and pondering life. To avoid being blamed later by Li Meiying and the others, he had to ensure that Lin Ye's tribe became the strongest on this server. But he couldn't do it openly. Any more help would expose him. If Li Meiying teleported over from the aberration zone and saw the missing second-generation system, she'd stab him 99 times. How can I help? How can I help Lin Ye develop faster? The overseer lit a cigarette with a troubled expression. Where he got it from was anyone's guess. Staring at the list of 8,000 names, he fell into deep thought. Suddenly, he thought of Wang Xinyu, who had been locked up by Lin Ye for days. Then he considered the 3 women in Lin Ye's tribe, all beautiful, and immediately concluded that this guy was an old lecher. Should I send him all the kind-hearted and obedient beauties from this server? Doesn't he have that friendliness module? The overseer muttered, lost in thought. With more people in Lin Ye's tribe, he would naturally develop faster. If 100 beauties worked as blacksmiths for Lin Ye, wouldn't he skyrocket? But just as he was about to act, he thought of that shrew Li Meiying and swallowed nervously. Damn it, I can't be too obvious. Let me think. I definitely can't show my face. After some thought, the overseer transformed into a dim-witted pteranodon and flew out of the Ascension cave, heading toward a small tribe of only women near the Southern Isles. He had already checked the women in this tribe didn't want to rely on men. Though their looks varied, some beautiful, some plain, their character was absolutely trustworthy. Unlike Wang Xinyu, who only wanted to lean on men, these 7 or 8 women had always relied on themselves. They didn't have mounts yet, but they had raised quite a few dodos. The pteranodon the overseer had transformed into flew stupidly straight toward the tribe's gate. When the women opened the door, he flew right in, pretending to be lost, and crashed into their house. Seeing that a level 20 pteranodon was stuck in their home, the women rejoiced. Quick! Hurry! Close the door. Don't let it escape. Let's knock it out. This is amazing. A pteranodon stuck in our house. The women quickly grabbed their tranquilizer darts and started shooting. Normally one shot would make the pteranodon fly away, but this time was different. The pteranodon was stuck there and passed out after a few shots. The women were overjoyed. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, the Dragon King, who was nearby raiding beaver dams, had no idea that his godfather had risked his life again to find him 7 or 8 new slaves. Oh no, 7 or 8 new teammates. Lin Ye sneered at the giant beavers in the river. Stupid rats, what can you do if I steal your cement? Come up here if you dare. He kept grabbing and running. Suddenly, he found a beaver dam made only of wood, and he cursed loudly. Which bastard stole from a dam without clearing it? Don't you know it won't respawn if you don't clear it? What bad manners. Damn it. I curse that every time you tame a creature it gets bitten by another. Just as Lin Ye grabbed another dam, he saw a woman riding a pteranodon flying toward him. The woman was also panicking. Why wouldn't the newly tamed pteranodon obey? Why was it flying wildly? Lin Ye was stunned too, staring at the black stocking-clad long legs heading straight for him. The stockings seemed to be high-end Balenciaga with logos sparkling so brightly they nearly blinded Lin Ye. What's going on? Why is there no stamina? Oh my god, what's wrong with this pteranodon? The woman on top shouted. She had no idea what was happening. The moment she mounted it, the pteranodon flew outward. Now it had run out of stamina. Still dazed and confused, she was thrown off by the pteranodon. She landed right in Lin Ye's arms. Lin Ye swallowed hard. Watching the pteranodon, now out of stamina, slowly descend and get killed by a few carnivores, his expression was complicated. The triumphant overseer returned to the Ascension cave, chuckling nonstop. Good son, Dad can only help you this far. If I go any further, he'll probably be forcibly logged off. The rest is up to you. This woman named Lin Ye is the tribe leader. She used to be a fitness coach and a part-time model. Her figure is incredible. I bet you can't resist. Her character is solid and I'm sure you'll like her. Just as the overseer said, while Lin Ye was still gathering cement to build his house, a certain part of him stirred. The woman was also dazed. She looked at Lin Ye, holding her face flushing red. You? Put me down. Lin Ye swallowed awkwardly. When he held her, he clearly saw her figure. She was a living work of art, a true enchantress. He was a normal man, and he was stunned. How could such a coincidence happen? Who in ARK could encounter something like this? Out stealing beaver dams, and a woman falls from the sky. A beauty no less. Dressed in high-end black stockings. Miss Black Stockings. I mean, miss, which tribe are you from, and how did you fall from the sky? Lin Ye said, pretending to be serious. The woman shyly stepped back. It was her first time being held by a man. But before she could retreat 2 steps, a raptor appeared behind her. Without a word, Lin Ye shielded her. Lin Ye was astonished by Lin Ye's incredibly high level, her mouth agape. That raptor was no match for Lin Ye. A bowler wrapped it up, and a few swings of his iron sword finished it off. Fate works in mysterious ways. How many ARK players go out to steal beaver dams and end up picking up a blackstocking beauty? Lin Ye, while stealing beaver dams, also managed a heroic rescue of the blackstockings. And this beauty took a liking to him at first sight, her heart fluttering. Hi, my name is Lin Ye. What's yours? Lin Longwang had lived for over 20 years, yet he had never encountered something so uncanny. Moreover, all these impossibilities converged at once. This made the situation even more bewildering. First, he was the first player among the ARK survivors to steal a beaver dam and gain a heaven-blessed beauty. Second, this woman was wearing black stockings and high heels. In the world of ARK, this was more absurd than finding a shotgun with 755 damage lying on the ground. Third, and most ridiculously, she seemed to have feelings for him. Lin Ye, questioning his own existence, gazed at Lin Ye, whose heart fluttered like a startled deer. Around them, a few nosy dodos flapped their wings, foolishly clucking cuckoo as they scurried about. Occasionally, a parasaur or a mosechops wandered by, adding a touch of absurdity to the romantic scene. Lin Ye, somewhat dazed, peered again at the woman whose cheeks gradually turned from pink to a deepening purple. She dared not lift her eyes, instead casting her gaze downward at the ground, trying to mask her racing heart. Yet her flustered demeanor only made her more at a loss. Lin Ye, having watched his share of TV dramas since she had taken a liking to him. Observing her frantic expression, he blurted out, "Do you believe in love at first sight?" Lin Ye nodded immediately, then abruptly shook her head. Before she could compose herself to say something to hide her panic, he took both her hands in his. Lin Ye glanced at her level, only 27, and then instinctively looked at her attire, utterly astounded. This woman wore not only black stockings on her legs, but also black sun protection gloves on her arms and hands. Stunning. A temptress. A temptress within easy reach. Who needed a Giga? Who needed a Rex? Today my mission was to tame Miss Lin Ye. Could he recruit her into the tribe? She seemed to fancy him, her friendliness was probably maxed out. Should he try? With that thought, Lin Longwang asked again, "Why are you only level 27? Has it been tough for you? Come join me." Lin Ye nodded at first, then shook her head abruptly. I have 7 sisters. They're with me. Lin Ye understood. Lin Ye seemed a bit love-struck, likely to follow his every word. He wouldn't have believed such a woman existed if he hadn't seen it himself. She wanted to join, yet she couldn't abandon her teammates. This woman. Without a second thought, Lin Ye stepped forward, embraced her. Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively struggled, but something made her drop her fists. Then she wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's neck, tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and arched her leg backward at a 45-degree angle. Two strangers meeting for the first time were kissing. Around them, dodos, parasaurs, and triceratops watched the two bipeds with sidelong glances. From somewhere, the 3 useless compis of ARK, each only 20 centimeters long, scurried over to watch Lin Ye and Lin Ye. Suddenly, one compi lunged at Lin Ye. Lin Ye was horrified and tried to warn Lin Ye to dodge, but the man before her, clad in a legendary metal chest piece with 800 armor, clearly paid no heed to these little pests. "Don't worry about them, let them bite," Lin Ye said, whistling. The pteranodon, which had never been set to aggressive mode, was about to taste blood for the first time. As the pteranodon took flight, Lin Ye embraced her again. He endured the compi's bites while continuing to kiss her. Lin Ye had fully succumbed to the throes of love. She had been an extremely reserved woman before. In the past, she would never have done such a thing with a stranger. But sometimes love comes when you least expect it, leaving you no place to hide. The pteranodon soared and attacked the 3 compis, while Lin Ye attacked Lin Ye with his kisses. Taming this level 27 humanoid required patience. You couldn't let her be attacked by other creatures during the process. You also couldn't walk away midway, or the taming effectiveness would steadily drop. Eventually, she might refuse to be tamed altogether. It had to be done in one go. Lin Ye kissed her for a full 30 minutes, until her eyes had completely turned into hearts. It wasn't that Lin Ye wanted to stop, but Lulu Kai and the others were calling in the tribe channel. "Boss, we're out of cement at base. Do you have any on you? How much have you gathered? Should we build the industrial furnace first? What should a tribe leader do best? That is to slack off and let the slaves do all the work. Oh no, it is to work tirelessly, recruit members, and set grand goals and development plans. You must treat the tribe as your home. You must treat the slaves. Treat your teammates as family." Lin Ye coughed twice and quickly replied in the tribe chat, "You guys work on the metal. I'm at the bottom of the ocean, 3,000 meters deep, fighting a level 150 Tusituthus. I'm about to kill it. Li Ting, you're so amazing, well wait for you." After saying that, Lin Ye opened his inventory, and seeing only 600 units of cement, puffed out his chest with pride. But he didn't forget his main goal. He had to recruit this woman who fancied him into the tribe today. Preferably while she was still dazed, he could. Otherwise, once the fog cleared from her mind tonight, it would be too late. In the Ascension Cave, Overseer 007 was eating black pearls, muttering, "Hurry up and get to business. Damn it, you're killing me. First trick her into joining your tribe. Then lure all her women over to your base. With your knack for deception, why are you wasting time on lovey-dovey talk? Trash." Just as the Overseer was cursing in frustration, Lin's next move would become a legend in ARK history. Having just raided a beaver dam, Lin Ye had rare flowers on him. Beaver dams yielded not only cement, but also rare flowers, rare mushrooms, and other items. Now Lin Ye held a bouquet of flowers. 99 rare flowers. He knelt on one knee with tender affection, raised the rare flowers toward the woman before him, and shouted, "I beg you to join my tribe. The moment I saw you, I knew you would. You won't refuse me, will you, beautiful Xiao Yu? Overseer 007 stared in utter bewilderment at the rare flowers in Lin Ye's hand, wondering, can these be used like this? Aren't they meant to aggro enemies? Lu Yu was dumbfounded, her brain short-circuiting. This felt like a marriage proposal. Somehow she left her own tribe and joined. The moment she entered, Lin Ye saw her friendliness level 100. Guan Guan Ju Jiu Zai He Ji Zhou. A graceful lady, a gentleman's quest. This slick move made the overseer choking on his black pearl nearly keel over. Just as Lin Ye accepted Lu Yu into his tribe, a group of women came running from behind. Lin Ye looked up and saw a woman being pounced on by a swine crocodile, then bitten to death alive. Another was poisoned unconscious by a titanoboa. They had actually run all the way from the swamp to find Lu Yu. Lu Yu also saw her comrades arriving and was momentarily at a loss. Everyone. How did you? Lin Ye watched the women who had risked their lives to find Lu Yu, picked up his long-barreled rifle, aimed through the scope at the swine crocodile chasing them, and killed it with 3 shots. Then he also killed the titanoboa. 7 women had come, but 2 had died on the way. The leading woman looked at Lu Yu with deep concern. Sister Yue, why did you leave the tribe? We saw you riding out on a pterosaur and came to check. Are you alright? Lu Yu looked at the arriving Manana and the others, unsure of what to say. Their purpose in forming the tribe was to survive on their own, and yet she had run off with a man. How could she face these sisters? Find him okay. Sisters, I'll withdraw from the tribe first. He'll make it up to you when I have the chance. Lu Yu said awkwardly. Lin Ye watched the women with a complex expression. The one called Manana inadvertently saw Lin Ye's level, and her eyes went wide. Then she looked at Lu Yu with astonishment and murmured, I never thought you'd follow a man just because he's strong. Lu Yu clenched her fists nervously, not knowing how to respond. Seeing these sisters, her heart was in turmoil. Just then Lin Ye spoke with a proud smirk. She's my woman now. I welcome all of you to join, or at least form an alliance. If you ever face danger, you can always come. Before Lin Ye could finish, Manana sneered, dream on. We'd rather die than rely on a man. Sisters, let's go. Lu Yu instinctively reached out as her friends walked away, but Lin Ye stopped her. Don't worry, they'll come back to you after they've endured countless hardships. For now, come back with me. Lu Yu sighed helplessly, then Lin Ye grabbed her and flew back to their base on his pterosaur. All the way Lu Yu wondered what had come over her. Was this love? Could love make her abandon her companions? Or had she not explained herself clearly? She pondered how to explain to them later, and before she knew it, they had arrived at Lin Ye. Back at the tribe, Lin Ye went straight to the air-conditioned room and stared excitedly at the Tech Rex egg that was about to hatch in just a few. Without a hatchery, he couldn't check the baby's stats in advance. He wasn't aiming for a mutation, just hoping to inherit a perfect female, so he could start mass breeding. Lu Yu was stunned. She had never seen such an extravagant tribe in the southern islands. Enormous stone houses, a pack of Uteranus, and a pure red Carcharodontosaurus that looked ferocious. As she was lost in the sight, Lin Ye smirked again. The first egg had indeed inherited all the exceptional stats of the male Tech Rex, and the hatchling was female. Without a second thought, he rushed to the fridge to get meat to feed it. Meanwhile, he sent Lu Kai back to fetch cement. As soon as Lu Kai returned to the tribe, he saw the new addition Lu Yue and understood immediately. But he didn't say anything. Instead, he spoke seriously. Boss, are there any other nests you haven't looted? He'll go check other places. Today we can make more than half of our metal building materials. Lin Ye pretended to be serious. I've hit all the nests near the southern islands. Go check elsewhere. There should be plenty more. Lu Kai took off immediately, afraid to disturb Lin Ye's plans. For a big shot like him, it was his freedom to do as he pleased. Being able to carry them all along was already a blessing. Lu Kai now understood life all too well. And as he guessed, after he left, Lin Ye took the love-struck Lu Yu to the bed where Li Ting had once slept. That afternoon, Chief Lin spent over 6 hours persuading the new Lu Yu. From time to time, he would pull up his pants and rush out to feed the baby Rex, afraid it might starve. Lu Yu completely lost her ability to think. Even by nightfall, she couldn't process how she, such a conservative woman, could have done something so outrageous. Hadn't she wanted a slow-burning romance? A 3-year courtship, meeting the parents, then marriage, and only then giving herself. So how did she end up like this today? Beside her, Lin Ye acted as if nothing had happened. Don't worry, from now on you can walk tall on the island. Enough talk. I need to teleport all the creatures to a drop. We're moving tonight. The Snow Mountain base is half built, and we're tearing this place down. Lu Yu had been feeling deeply lost, but the sound of Lin Ye's voice sent an electric shock through her body. She stood up immediately and said, I'll help you move. Lin Ye smiled. Clearly Lu Yu's taming level had reached 100. Seeing how obedient Lu Yu was, Lin Ye gently reached out and patted her head. It's okay, get some rest. There's food in the fridge. I need to get busy. Lu Yu blushed and wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's arm, lowering her head as if to say something. Lin Ye leaned in. But just as they were whispering, Li Ting, who had been working all day, suddenly teleported in from her bed. Before she could even stand up, Li Ting called out, Oh honey, I'm so exhausted today. Forging is way too tiring. Can I? Before she could finish, she saw the 2 dumbfounded people in front of her. Lin Ye and Lu Yu also saw Li Ting teleport in. The scene was as tense as a three-way standoff. Everyone's mom, Lu Yu blurted out, "You have a wife." Lin Ye didn't deny it, and said proudly, "What do you think? Isn't my wife adorable?" The next second Lu Yu fainted on the spot, her concept of love shattered. Li Ting was also speechless. She had told Lin Ye to find women, but she thought he would go after teacher Gu, or her good sister Chen Yuxue. How could he bring back some random woman after just one day? But despite her jealousy, she knew her place. So she spoke with a hint of grievance. "Husband, let me make this clear. If you play favorites, he'll cause trouble. You can't be biased. Everything should be equal for all of us. Tomorrow you have to make her do the forging too. Otherwise I won't work for you anymore. Go ahead and kick me out if you—" As Li Ting spoke, she was already rifling through the weapons and equipment on Lin Ye's body. Lin Ye desperately pressed her head down to stop her, but Li Ting, being unreasonable, started biting him directly. Lin Ye's HP decreased by 5. Somewhat irritated, Lin Ye said, "Don't cause trouble. Let's talk this out. Didn't you say I could find another woman? What are you making a fuss about? You can find one, but you have to be fair. Tomorrow she has to forge 10,000 pieces of iron. If you don't let her forge iron, it'll drag your tech Rex into the river and drown it tomorrow." Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. It seemed it was time to move his assets to the underwater cave. Before he could think of his next move, Li Ting burst into tears, crying very loudly. Seeing that Lin Ye was actually serious about going against her, she immediately threw a tantrum. The nearby baby tech Rex looked at Lin Ye in confusion, indicating that its inventory was out of food and asking him to get some. "Get lost." Lin Ye tossed dozens of cooked meats into its inventory and kicked the newborn Rex away. "I've already let you find another woman. What more do you want? I just want fairness. And you're scheming against me. I'm your woman, and you're plotting against me. You." Li Ting kept wailing and screaming. Lin Ye felt a bit melancholic. He vaguely recalled an old saying. When your girlfriend cries or gets angry, give her one shot, and all problems would be solved. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. "Hey, you know this method actually worked." Slowly getting up from the bed, Li Ting looked at Lin Ye with a face full of grievance and said, "I was just speaking in anger. I would never harm my own man. But you must be fair. I won't bully her either. It'll even help convince her. After all, we don't know how many years we'll be stuck here. If she has to be with someone, it might as well be you, because my man is the strongest. Besides, my man is so powerful, eventually all the women on the server will be as he." Li Ting alternated between acting cute and looking aggrieved, which made Lin Ye want to laugh. "I've always been fair. Take her with you tomorrow. I have other things to do." After appeasing his wife, Lin Ye finally started preparing. Li Ting looked at Lu Yue, who was still unconscious in the distance, her expression contemplative. She then glanced at Lin Ye, who was busy moving things to the snowy mountain, and, "Tonight you won't disturb him from doing his important work. Just sleep until dawn," Li Ting said as she took out 10,000 blackberries from the fridge. "Once you join the same tribe, if you fainted, other tribe members could open your inventory and a tribute panel, and they could even feed you." At this moment, Li Ting was sneering at the newly joined woman as she stuffed a mouthful of blackberries into her. Force feeding. In a daze, Lu Yu felt like she was about to wake up, but then a wave of drowsiness overcame her. All night Lin Ye was busy moving, completely unaware that his good wife Li Ting was enthusiastically entertaining Lu Yu. First, he transferred their Ankylosaurus, Triceratops, Eagle, Pteranodon, Uteranus Techrex, and Carcharodontosaurus to a distant drop and uploaded them. Then he kept a high-weight Eagle to start shuttling supplies to the base at Blue Obelisk. So far, only the foundations were done, covering almost the entire platform of the Blue Obelisk. Only an obelisk was left in the middle. Nearby, Lu Lukai had built a simple wooden house for shelter from the cold. After releasing the dinosaurs, Lin Ye rode the Eagle and started hunting nearby. He needed to make a set of fur clothes for the newly arrived Lu Yue, who had no equipment. If she woke up later, she would stay here. Tonight, the outpost at the foot of the snowy mountain had to be dismantled. After making the fur clothes, Lin Ye saw Gu Lingxin and Chen Yuxue returning from outside. One was riding an eagle, the other an ankylosaurus, and they brought back over 500 metal pieces per trip. Seeing Lin Ye return, Chen Yuxue excitedly ran over and said, "Brother Lin, you're back. Oh, you've already moved our things over. Thank you so much." Lin Ye exhaled. It was still a bit cold on the snowy mountain. He thought he might need to find a blueprint for legendary fur clothes. "No problem. From now on, except for personal equipment, kept in your own chests, all other resources are shared among tribe members. No distinction between yours and mine. How much metal did you guys gather today?" Chen Yuxue excitedly raised 3 fingers and said, "I gathered 3000. From morning till night. Without a single stop." Lin Ye smiled, praised her a couple of times, then mounted his eagle, grabbed the ankylosaurus, and flew away. Gathering only 3000 metal per person per day was clearly insufficient. It only showed that she wasn't familiar enough with the distribution of metal nodes. For newcomers to the island, the most time-consuming part of gathering metal was the travel time to find ore. Lin Ye had already arrived at a cliff on the snowy mountain. A true master understood micromanagement. He rode a high-weight ankylosaurus, gathered some metal, and dumped the stone from his inventory. Soon, when he reached over 400 metal, he noticed the ankylosaurus could no longer move. A typical novice would think I can't gather anymore, I need to go back. But Lin Ye hated wasting time on travel. He always tried to carry as much as possible in one trip. When the ankylosaurus couldn't move, he used the high-weight eagle to carry it, landing precisely in the middle of metal nodes. Operating alone, the placement of the ankylosaurus had to be perfect, so he could ride it and gather metal while over-encumbered. A whip would be even more convenient, allowing him to drag the over-encumbered ankylosaurus forward. Even if he landed in the wrong spot, he could make minor adjustments. Every veteran metal gatherer had a complete mental map of gathering routes, knowing exactly where each iron node was, down to the exact number of iron nodes. Knowing where to start and where to end to efficiently gather all nearby iron wasn't something you could learn in just a day or two. Their minds held countless gathering strategies. Using an eagle and ankylosaurus to solo over-encumbered gathering was the most basic. There were also techniques like the Bronto platform, metal pusher Ket's platform, mining rig Dunkleustus, and ankylosaurus combo, and high-weight Limantria with a mining drill. There was no limit to the gathering methods you could imagine. Shun Yushue and her group of 4 had only gathered 1/0 metal in a day on the island. Lin Ye alone on the metal scarce the island gathered 1/0 raw metal in 3 hours using an eagle and but that wasn't the most shocking part. What stunned them was that it was 11 p.m. and Lin Ye was gathering metal in the dark. How did he manage that? How could he see? The smug Dragon King Lin Ye said with pride, "Just practice makes perfect. I know every iron node on this snowy mountain." By the way, Tinger, why hasn't Lu Yu woken up yet? She's been unconscious for too long. When Li Ting heard Lin Ye ask, she awkwardly scratched her head. Maybe she's just tired. Should we postpone dismantling the house until tomorrow? Lin Ye stared in disbelief at the foot of the snow-capped mountain. After pondering for a moment, he felt he had acted rather ungratefully considering someone had traveled such a long distance to be deceived by him. Once finished, he pulled up his pants and went to work on the forge. Was this something a person should do? Thus Lin Ye brandished the torch of love once more and rode his eagle through the snow to the foot of the mountain. Looking at the now completely empty stone base, Lin Ye immediately began to dismantle it. The process didn't take much time, but when he reached Lu Yu's room, he was surprised to find her still asleep. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that the bed had recently been occupied. Why were there still black fruits on the floor? At that moment he realized what had happened and hurried outside to gather some white fruits. The effects of the white berries were the exact opposite of the black ones. The black ones could induce a prolonged stupor, while the white ones could break the stupor, although one had to drink plenty of water. Upon returning, Lin Ye immediately fed Lu Yu the white fruits to dispel her dizziness. Lu Yu gradually opened her eyes, her mouth dry as she exclaimed how thirsty she was. But the next moment, she saw several star-like symbols continuing to swirl in her vision. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. Seeing Lu Yue, who had just woken and then fainted again, Lin Ye guessed that Li Ting must have fed her at least 7,000 or 8,000 black fruits. This would surely take until the next morning. What to do? Leaving her here alone seems quite unkind. After some thought, Lin Ye decided to take action, dismantling the houses of Lu Kai and Gu Lingxin as well. After finishing his work, Lin Ye checked the time. It was nearly midnight, so he directly entered Lu Yu's sleeping quarters. After all, she was already unconscious. She wouldn't know what he did. That night the wind on the deserted island was icy, but Lin Ye felt quite warm. When Lu Yu woke up, she felt as if she had just had a long dream in which she saw the man she liked had a wife. She even dreamt that the man's wife fed her black fruits, and then, "Good morning. A new day, a new beginning." Lin Ye greeted her with a proud expression. Only then did Lu Yu realize that what happened yesterday was all true. Just as she was about to say something, Lin Ye kissed her. Overwhelmed by her romantic thoughts, she momentarily lost her defenses, but quickly broke free, saying, "You have a girlfriend." "I can't." At that moment, Li Ting, who had just teleported over, called out proudly, "What are you afraid of? As long as you are willing, I can be your second wife, and you can be the main one. Eventually, all the women in the server will be my man's he. The sooner you realize, the sooner you'll enjoy." Lin Ye smirked and replied, "Smart. My tribe needs people like you. I'm off to work, I'll leave it to you." Lin Ye said this as he mounted his wyvern and headed to the snow mountain base. This server had a single growth multiplier set, which was for the growth of juvenile creatures. Whether it was a Trex or a southern giant dragon, all dragons grew in just one day. The breeding cycles of various creatures also happened to be one day. Thus, every morning Lin Ye would come to breed dinosaur offspring. The female Tech Rex from yesterday had just matured, so he brought her over to her father and obtained a Tech Rex egg with both parents having perfect attributes. He then led the sloths along with 2 other female sloths for breeding. With sloths and T-Rexes, they could take on simple spiders and King Kong gorillas. As for the scythe lizard, he still needed some females. On this deserted island, without the honorary laryngitis and terror bird, it would be safer to ride in on a scythe to take on fire-breathing dragons. Then using a large deer to block the way, he could basically get through. Moreover, this method could directly breach the hard mode of fire-breathing dragons, requiring some scythe saddles with over 100 defense and a shotgun with over 300 attack. Even if his Trex's attributes couldn't match the other two hard mode bosses, he could still manage to defeat the hard fire-breathing dragon by strategically maneuvering. The margin for error is just a bit low. Let's see how well I can maneuver. Lin Ye thought about the strategies for defeating the bosses while watching his dinosaurs lay eggs. Previously, he had successfully soloed the hard mode spider boss using a shotgun fully stocked with potions and played around the pillar like King Qin. But now it was different. He had to bring all his teammates to unlock technology preventing future hassles. After the breeding session, Lin Ye placed the dinosaur eggs in the refrigerator. The Snow Mountain base wasn't yet fully constructed, and without air conditioning, he could only store the eggs in the fridge. Then came the two daily tasks, checking the poisonous gas cave blueprints and annoying his green tea ex-girlfriend. However, this time Lin Ye didn't send the dreadnought to do the dirty work. Instead, he personally took 1-0 white fruits and approached Wang Xinyu with a mischievous expression, clearly not planning to act like a human. As expected, when he swallowed a large handful of white fruits, he felt as if he had been enlightened, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Boom, Linda Pow. Wang Xinyu clearly noticed that the person who came to annoy her today was human. She immediately cursed, but in a moment of distraction, a piece of human feces flew into her mouth. Lin Ye covered his mouth, trying not to laugh, but he soon realized another issue: what he produced was much smaller than what the dreadnought did. If he were to fill this 2x2 room, he'd need at least tens of thousands of white fruits. He might as well spend the entire morning just doing that. After some thought, he decided to let the dreadnought assist him. Then he ran off, starting a new round of dragon taming. Today, he needed to catch a Spino, which required night vision capability. What Lin Ye didn't know was that after being imprisoned for so many days, Wang Xinyu had finally come to a realization. She also discovered a setup that could allow her to escape. In the world of ARK, all consumables had a spoilage time. After spending so many days staring blankly in her room, Wang Xinyu occasionally gazed at the cooked meat in the fridge. Just yesterday, feeling bored, she played with a batch of cooked meat, and the spoilage time gave her an idea. Spoiled cooked meat turned into rotten meat, and eating it would cause blood loss. If blood loss continued, one would die. Just now, Lin Ye had brought more cooked meat to her fridge. Wang Xinyu took today's cooked meat and divided it into hundreds of portions to accelerate the spoilage. Wang Xinyu finally died. Upon her resurrection, she chose the revival point in the east, her expression filled with as she pondered how to take revenge on that rookie tribe of Spinosaurus hunting along the river caught sight of her. In an instant, she was slapped. You have died to a level 135 Spinosaurus. Wang Xinyu cursed angrily. After reviving, she desperately swung her fists to hit the wood, hoping to gather some straw and wood. This is how the ARK world is, and no matter how furious or resentful you are, what good does it do? There are too many powerless individuals shouting in anger, and she is just one among them. At that moment, Wang Xinyu saw 3 men in iron armor riding dinosaurs on the opposite side. She immediately recognized that they were likely from the strongest tribe, Ironforge, in the Green Ark. The powerless woman's mind began to stir again. Even in seeking revenge, she only wanted other men to help her. Thus Wang Xinyu tugged at her collar, exposing her barely noticeable cleavage as she ran towards the men taming the raptors. Upon seeing Wang Xinyu approach, the men ignored her, each busy with their own tasks. Wang Xinyu suffered a silent defeat. Yet she refused to believe that men in this world were not lecherous. Thus she began to act coy, trying to attract their attention. Which kind brother can help me? I've been wandering outside for so many days, dying countless times with no one to rely on. Wang Xinyu said with a seductive expression. At that moment, the 3 men spotted the level 135 Spinosaurus and excitedly shouted, "Damn! That level 135 is impressive. Should we find a way to capture it? But how do we capture it? We need to come up with a way to trap it before we can shoot it. I remember there's a skill called Giant Animal Trap that can trap large creatures. Shall we give it a try?" They said as they went back to prepare. Wang Xinyu, seeing that no one was paying attention to her, became furious. What's wrong? A group of big men actually don't understand how to cherish women. What kind of men are they? At that moment, a man in glasses riding an Argentine giant eagle appeared among the group. Qian Xuan recognized this woman as the one imprisoned by Lin Ye and immediately laughed. "Ah, what a celestial beauty. Sorry we didn't notice you." Seeing someone acknowledge her, Wang Xinyu hurriedly covered her head and pretended to faint, but no one came to help her. Qian Xuan also dared not touch her, fearing she would cling to him. Qian Xuan looked around playfully, then pretended to agree to let Wang Xinyu join the tribe. Wang Xinyu was overjoyed. Now that's more like it. She proudly lifted, but the next second she was snatched up by the Argentine giant eagle, and Qian Xuan chuckled silently. Looking at the distant volcano, he clearly intended to do something. "Don't panic, it'll take you to our tribe," Qian Xuan said playfully, and Wang Xinyu believed him, continuously chatting flirtatiously, calling him brother this and brother that. After talking for a while, she directly said, "It's all that detestable rookie tribe. They are nothing but beasts. Whoever can help me take revenge, I will follow them for the rest." Qian Xuan immediately responded, "Then isn't that person doomed? If you cling to them for life, then their life is ruined." Wang Xinyu was taken aback, but the next second she saw that they were actually at the volcano with the smoking magma clearly Qian Xuan was now the administrator of Ironforge with the authority to kick out members. Adjusting the position of the Argentine giant eagle, he directly threw Wang Xinyu into the magma before kicking her out. In a swift three-part action, he turned and left. Wang Xinyu died again. Reviving on the southern part of the deserted island, she cried as soon as she surfaced. She felt as if the whole world was against her. Did they have to be so cruel as to abandon a weak woman like her? Thus the thoughtless Wang Xinyu began spamming the World Channel rookies, "Don't hit me. Ironforge and Huanghao, you three tribe. One day I will make you regret it. You all forced me to do this." The leader of Ironforge, Li Tiawang, laughed at that moment and directly sent a message on the public screen. "Everyone listen up. If anyone dares to take in this woman, I will definitely bloodbath your tribe in 29 days. Huanghao, who had already become a small tribe leader, also sent a message. "I am Huanghao from Huangtian tribe. I also want to say that this woman is a loose woman, a blackheart one. She is a materialistic person trying to seduce me after dumping her college boyfriend Lin Ye, who had supported her for 4 years. I was just playing with her at the time. She wasn't interesting at all. If you're interested, you can go have fun with her, as she's quite flirtatious. As long as you help her, she'll sleep with you at night." At that moment, someone responded on the public screen, "Really? Where are you? Sister Xinyu, come find me. Although my house is still thatched, I've already caught 3 dodo birds. Are you hungry? Come eat dodo eggs." Lin Ye, who was searching for a Spinosaurus in the mine, was also stunned. He couldn't believe that Wang Xinyu had truly escaped, but a woman like her probably wouldn't have a good ending. Who would be foolish enough to make an enemy of the strongest tribe on the deserted island for a loose woman? Besides, she was ugly. Only those 70 or 80-year-old old men might want to try their luck. After sneering a couple of times, Lin Ye continued searching for the Spinosaurus in various mines. There are several mines on the deserted island where Spinosaurus spawn with a certain probability. The Spinosaurus in the central mine cannot be tamed. That is how the system is set. Moreover, most mines cannot be flown in. He had used an eagle to carry a bag lion. The bag lion, which had never shown itself, finally flaunted its abilities today, jumping directly over monsters and killing low-level Spinosauruses. It even casually picked up a few artifacts. The other mines on the deserted island are actually not too difficult for a veteran like Lin Ye, who could rush through naked. The caves on the deserted island are only a bit challenging in the sea bottom cutting cave. When lucky, he could ride an emperor crocodile straight inside, grab an artifact, and run. When unlucky, a level 150 elite squid and a large group of electric eel sharks might block the entrance, making it impossible to enter. After searching around, Lin Ye did not find his beloved level 150 Spinosaurus. Instead, he discovered a level 150 deputy crested dragon to the south, the first level 150 creature he had seen today. Damn, this bird is on the deserted island. And a level 5 wild dragon. Can you believe it? If I went to the central island or the fairyland, there would be plenty of level 150 dragons. Lin Ye cursed, but he still knocked out the deputy crested dragon. Just as he knocked it out, Lu Kai, who was mining for iron, suddenly saw something. From a distance, it looked like a gigantic Tyrannosaurus was walking back and forth halfway up the mountain of the mine, and it was very... Without a second thought, Lu Kai informed Lin Ye directly in the tribe channel. Lin Ye, somewhat melancholic, picked up a blade of grass and began to chew on it. A level 145 female, likely requiring no fewer than 37 feet. Yet today those Yutyrannus seemed far less prolific than before. Catching a Giganotosaurus was one thing, but the feed seemed insufficient. Lin Ye glanced at the time with a troubled expression. He vaguely recalled that Giganotosaurus consumed golden exceptional feed made from extra-large eggs, the kind produced by the Tyrannosaurus and Therizinosaurus in his base. Should I just go capture a few more female Yutyrannus? Another 10 of them. I refuse to believe that won't be enough. Lu Kai was puzzled by Lin Ye's silence. Normally he would be buzzing with excitement, discussing how to capture them. Boss! Lin Ye murmured in dismay, but before he could speak, Qin Yushu had chimed in. Brother Lin am smithing on the snowy mountain nearby, and I spotted a sheep. Lin Ye froze for a moment. It was as if fate had delivered exactly what he needed. Keep an eye on that sheep. Forget the smithing for now. I'm heading over to knock out that Giganotosaurus. Returning home, he pulled out his signature billboards. Lin Ye was already scrambling to prepare his gear. A level 145 Giganotosaurus was a rare sight on. Though it might not match the sheer ferocity of a Carcharodontosaurus, it was still once the mightiest creature on land. Once tamed, it would always prove useful. Just as Lin Ye was gathering supplies to go tame that Giganotosaurus, Lu Kai suddenly shouted in the tribe channel, "Oh no. Oh no. Boss, someone's already taming it. He trapped the Giganotosaurus in billboards, just like you did." Lin Ye was stunned. Who dared to steal his Giganotosaurus? Lu Kai continued. I saw the name. It's Black Whirlwind from Peach Blossom Source. He's already firing tranquilizer darts at the Giganotosaurus. Black Whirlwind is over level 80. Lin Ye furrowed his brow. He vaguely recalled that tribe. Only 2 adult men and a bunch of children. This Black Whirlwind was clearly a seasoned veteran. Remembering the scene at Peach Blossom Source that day, Lin Ye hesitated. Normally, he would have contested the tame, bringing a magnifying glass to monitor the Gigantotop. Then he would have his teammates focus fire to knock it out. Dinosaur theft was rare in PvE, but Lin Ye had experience. Lukai kept asking, boss. He's been shooting for a while. Should we steal it? What the? Why are there kids on pteranodons showing up? They're firing tranquilizer arrows at the Giganotosaurus too. Lin Ye made a quick decision. Don't interfere. Let them have it. Xiaoxue kill that sheep later, and send the mutton over. Qin Yuxue replied, alright. They'll keep an eye on this sheep. The others weren't fools. They guessed Lin Ye might want to recruit them or form an alliance. When Lin Ye arrived near the Giganotosaurus, he didn't intervene, watching from the sidelines with Lukai. Black Whirlwind noticed them and nodded in greeting. Once the Giganotosaurus collapsed, the children rushed over with the black berries they had gathered vying to feed the beast. To be safe, Black Whirlwind also brought some narcotics. The Giganotosaurus was enormous with immense torpor, but it also woke up the fastest. Tens of thousands of torpor could vanish in just 2 minutes. It required a massive amount of blackberries and narcotics to keep it sedated. I am Black Whirlwind. Many thanks to you two brothers for your generosity. Having already fed the Giganotosaurus blackberries, Black Whirlwind quickly cupped his hands in gratitude toward Lin Ye and the others. He had noticed Lukai arriving before him. According to PvE etiquette, whoever found the creature first had the right to tame it. Our tribe has too many children. I desperately need a powerful war dinosaur to protect them. Consider this a debt I owe you, Black Whirlwind. As Black Whirlwind spoke, Lin Ye smiled. He already possessed a Carcharodontosaurus far stronger than the Giganotosaurus, and he didn't fancy this one's coloration anyway. Giving it away was no loss. He actually admired a skilled player who could support children in the world of ARK. No worries. You probably don't have feed either, right? My teammate found a sheep near the snowy mountain. Well, kill it, and send you the mutton. Lin Ye. Black Whirlwind was overjoyed. He had been about to send the children to search for sheep. Without feed, mutton was the best alternative. Chief Lin, your kindness is deeply appreciated. If you ever need anything, I will give my all. Lin Ye didn't waste words and sent an alliance invitation. You seem like a veteran, Brother Black. How about we join forces? An alliance was different from merging tribes. Each tribe remained independent and non-interfering, but they could communicate on the alliance channel and build near each other's. Black Whirlwind scratched his head awkwardly. Give me a moment. I'm not the tribe leader. Let me talk to Old Peach. Lin Ye nodded. He assumed Old Peach was the Peach he had encountered before. When Peach heard about the alliance, he agreed immediately. Having grown close to Black Whirlwind over the past few days, their bond was strong. Peach even transferred tribe leadership to Black Whirlwind, granting him full authority. Some ARK players thought this way. In their eyes, brothers were the most trustworthy. With a single word from a brother, they would hand over because they knew their brother wouldn't betray them. It didn't matter who led the tribe. Trust was mutual. Seeing Black Whirlwind become tribe leader instantly, Lin Ye felt a pang of nostalgia. He recalled when a brother once gave him an entire tribe just to invite him to another server. In this game, finding friends to play with long-term was what truly mattered. Black Whirlwind didn't hesitate and joined Lin Ye's alliance. Soon Qin Yuxue arrived with the mutton from the slaughtered sheep. Lin Ye and Black Whirlwind chatted amiably. It turned out Black Whirlwind had also played ARK for 4 or 5 years. Feeling guilty about taking the Giganotosaurus, Black Whirlwind kept urging Lin Ye to visit his tribe and take something in return. Come on, brother. Come to our place for a bit. It's just to the east. See if there's anything you need. You gave up the Giganotosaurus and sent mutton. I'm a bit embarrassed, Black Whirlwind said warmly. The children chimed in, calling them Big Brother and Big Sister endlessly. Qin Yuxue scratched her head awkwardly, looking at Lin Ye. Lin Ye eventually agreed. When he arrived at Black Whirlwind's tribe, he was stunned. Holy crap. An armed Quetzal. It's nothing special. Caught it for the kids to play with. It's only a level 100 Quetzalcoatlus. Take a look. If anything catches your eye, I'll give it to you, brother. Just then a familiar female voice rang out from outside the yard. Kind souls inside, can you take me in? My name is Wang Xinyu, am all alone. I'll do anything, please, good brothers. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes and curled his lips into a smirk. He Xianfeng knitted his brows, listening to the woman shouting outside. Any veteran player of ARK knew that in this world there existed a certain breed of people who were nothing but a plague, distinct even from those beggars who constantly begged for dragons and supplies. Such a menace could single-handedly incur the displeasure of several major tribes. Most of these individuals were women in ARK, some disgruntled with their real lives, believing that in ARK a crowd of men would revolve around. They craved attention and stirred up trouble endlessly. Many people were the same in reality as in the game. These so-called fairies never lifted a finger in real life. Did you expect them to smith metal? To venture into a mine? Would they go? They'd rather seek out scenic spots and cute creatures to tame, or busy themselves with dyes and scissors to make themselves look pretty, never once touching the real work. If all else failed, they'd complain that your tribe's base was ugly, not as nice as someone else's, or that your dragons lacked the attack. That other tribe had everything. The gold diggers of the real world were practically identical in ARK. If you played on a PvE peaceful server it might, but if you played PvP and took in a troublesome woman your tribe would be doomed. The ruthless He Xianfeng had once brought his girlfriend to play ARK. One day when he was busy with work and missed her call she suspected him of cheating, and in a rage killed the breeding dragon he had spent a year cultivating. She dismantled his entire tech-tier house. Later she demanded he return to take her to a movie and buy her a diamond necklace before she would forgive him for not replying to her. A devastating blow. He Xianfeng said only one thing, let's break up. If this had happened in ARK, he might have done something beyond moral bounds. 4 He Xianfeng women only slowed his smithing speed and dulled his resolve to draw his sword and gun. Why would anyone need a woman in ARK? Which of these modern fairies could actually work? In ARK they were nothing but trouble. With that thought He Xianfeng shouted at Wang Xinyu outside. No one's outside. Wang Xinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She hurriedly called at the door. Good brother, please take me in. I'm so miserable, everyone's against me. What did I, a woman, ever do to deserve this boohoo? He Xianfeng glanced at the smirking Lin Ye and scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Don't panic, sis. I can't handle your antics with just these few dragons. They'll find you a big tribe. Let me ask around and see who needs people. So He Xianfeng typed in the public chat, anyone recruiting? Wang Xinyu came to me. My base is at coordinates XXXX. Interested parties contact me. She's not bad looking, about village bell level. Urgent. Hurry. Wang Xinyu upon seeing this erupted into a torrent of curses damning his ancestors for generations. After cursing, she fled fearing those old men in their 80s would come pester her, kissing and hugging her with no recourse. Lin Ye laughed so hard his nose twisted. This He Xianfeng was quite a character. Hearing how he had dumped his troublesome girlfriend for ARK, Lin Ye blurted out, holy crap. Don't get me started, these days women playing ARK are rarely normal. At the slightest disagreement, they'd play the victim on world chats, spouting nonsense, inciting hostility, and sowing discord. The men playing ARK were always busy smithing. When had they ever seen such manipulative women? They believe anything they were told. Anyway, I'm not taking in women. A bunch of kids would be more useful. He Xianfeng grew more agitated, completely disregarding Chen Yuxue, standing nearby. Chen Yuxue immediately flared up. You blackheart bastard. What are you saying? What's wrong with women? Do I eat your rice? He Xianfeng, startled to realize there was a woman present, looked at Lin Ye in surprise. His expression seemed to ask, why are you keeping a burden? Lin Ye raised his head proudly and declared, if a woman slows your smithing, then make her smith for you. The word struck He Xianfeng's fragile heart like a thunderclap. As if on cue, a real bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. In a split second, He Xianfeng's expression shifted rapidly. Looking at Chen Yuxue with her ankylosaurus, an eagle, he blurted out, a master. A pro. I was blind. Brother Lin, you're a true pro. Lin Ye scanned the area but found no particularly appealing dragons. Feeling obliged, he took several hundred units of resin. They hadn't yet built a resin tap in the redwoods. With resin, they could make vegetable cakes with honey and other ingredients. With vegetable cakes, they could tame creatures like sheep. Then when they lacked kibble, they could slaughter sheep instead. Sheep also yielded large amounts of wool, useful for making cold-resistant fur clothing. Later, when they found blueprints for legendary fur gear, they'd need vast quantities of hair. Alright, since you're so generous, I won't be shy. Once I get some Giganotosaurus eggs, they'll give you a few. He Xianfeng said to Lin Ye. Chen Yuxue, eager to leave, mounted her eagle, grabbed the ankylosaurus, and flew off. Lin Ye smiled awkwardly. Don't mind her, she's just a kid, I'll teach her a lesson later. He Xianfeng swallowed, nervously wondering just what kind of lesson Lin Ye had in mind. Leaving He Xianfeng's tribe, Lin Ye checked the resin in his inventory and planned to make some vegetable cakes for future use. Lu Liukai, however, piped up, we're so short on cement. Let me go gather some more, boss. Lin Ye frowned as he watched Lu Liukai ride his eagle toward the southern islets. Cement. Did they have to go to the swamp cave and use a Beelzebufo to lick insects for it? Thinking of the hundreds of vaults needed for his underwater impregnable base and the sheer quantity of metal and cement required, he massaged his forehead in frustration. Just then he spotted a level 150 Achatina in the distance. He gasped, holy, 150. How many vegetable cakes would that take? Achatina, a snail-like creature, ate nothing but vegetable cakes. Most people tamed them for cement production, keeping a group on wander mode to harvest a steady supply. They also produced small amounts of organic polymer. However, most caught low-level ones, as the cement output was the same regardless of level. Lin Ye stared at the level 150 Achatina, a crooked grin spreading across his face. If I unlock the skill to produce cement, wouldn't that be a breeze? Lin knocked out the level 150 Achatina with a single strike, then erected spike walls around it. Even after all his years playing ARK, he had never been foolish enough to tame a level 150 Achatina. He had no idea how many vegetable cakes it would require. He estimated he would need at least 40, maybe even more. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye returned home and turned all his resin and honey into vegetable cakes, totaling 49. He flew back, saw the Achatina's torpor nearly depleted, quickly fed it a few narcoberries, and then dumped all the vegetable cakes into its inventory. Watching the resource-hungry creature devour the cakes, Lin Ye swallowed involuntarily. I haven't even tasted a cake from ARK, you bastard. Despite his grumbling, Lin Ye's heart raced with excitement. How would he produce cement now? Would he rub his hands together and conjure 100 cement? Or would cement ooze from his body like an Akatina? After successfully taming the max-level Akatina, Lin Ye was stunned to see the skill had unlocked. But he had no idea how he triggered it. Baffled, he asked his system, "Are you sure it's unlocked, little Meiying?" Li Meiying's virtual projection glanced at the skill column and said, "It's definitely unlocked, master. It says it produces cement and organic polymer period, but it doesn't specify how." Lin Ye frowned. Could it be that passive skills worked differently from active ones? The alarm ability head gained from taming the parasaur could be activated manually anytime. Even his Tyrannosaurus roar skill was at his command. But this Akatina. As Lin Ye pondered, he felt an itch and instinctively rubbed his neck like the monk Ji Gong scraping dirt off his body. Lin Ye rubbed twice with a blissful expression and happily obtained 5 cement. He froze on the spot. "Geez. Don't mess with me. Just fine." No sooner had he spoken than his stomach churned. He leaned on his pteranodon and retched. "Ugh. Damn. Organic polymer X23 produced. Cement X98 produced." He was numb. Completely numb. Staring at the pile of cement and organic polymer he had vomited, he hesitated to pick it up. It had definitely come from his mouth, and it was still warm. The cement was still steaming. The organic polymer even contained corn kernels from yesterday's meal, looking barely digested. Lin Ye's pteranodon had witnessed his antics before, but this time, even that prehistoric creature felt disgusted. Just then 6-6, who had been gathering cement, returned. He immediately complained, "Damn it, those people from the southern islands have no manners. They steal from beaver dams without clearing the nests, so nothing respawned for me. I only got a little over 1,000 cement." At that moment, Lin Ye waved at 6-6. "There's cement here. Use it first." 6-6 looked down and sure enough saw a pile of steaming cement. He directly put it into his inventory. Lin Ye squinted, a realization dawning on him. It seemed that whenever he ate, there was a chance he would produce cement and polymer. He also had a vague feeling this skill could be exploited further. Since it was a passive ability, there had to be ways to manipulate it. Like increasing the yield. Nearby, the over-level 200 Akatina stared in utter confusion at Lin Ye, who was stealing its livelihood. It had never encountered such a bizarre creature. Sure enough, Lin Ye had already gone off to a corner and was jabbing his own throat. Using the fingers that had just rubbed cement off his body, he forcefully pressed on his larynx. He retched instantly. "Ugh. Cement X129 produced." Lin Ye was overjoyed. Could it be that whenever he threw up, what came out was cement? Could he exploit a glitch? Eat, then force it up again. Mass-produced cement. Though the pain of vomiting was vile, who was Lin the Dragon King? He immediately went to the storage box, leaned on it, and began gagging himself. He had prepared some cooked meat and berries nearby. Clearly he was in for the long haul. When 6-6 returned from another gathering run intending to craft metal walls, he noticed a new cabinet beside the fabricator. Upon seeing the 4,500 cement stored inside, his expression shifted instantly. The boss really knows how. Lin Ye, who had already moved on, was back to taming dinosaurs. He had practically vomited his intestines out earlier. To ease the suffering, he ate the organic polymer he had produced. He died on the spot, then revived fully. "Brave bull, no fear of hardship, right, little Meiying?" Lin Ye declared with pride. Li Meiying's projection was utterly dumbfounded. She had watched him vomit for so long. There was no denying it was disgusting. Even Observer 007 in the Ascension Cave began to question life. Is this how the Overseer system is meant to be used, eh? You're so gross, master. Aren't you afraid that when you next embrace Miss Tinger, you'll vomit cement all over her face? What's there to fear? Even if I puke, she'll have to take it. Huh. I'm invincible. Next, I'll capture a level 150 gacha that can produce all kinds of resources. Then I can be completely self-sufficient underwater. Lin Ye fantasized excitedly about going to Extinction and Genesis to tame a gacha, a creature that could produce every resource, even tech element dust. Just then, Li Meiying's projection suddenly interjected, "But master gachas need to eat owl pellets and feces to boost production." Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. He swallowed hard. That was true. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. That's nothing. What do I have to fear? There's nothing I'm afraid of. Lin Ye raised his head again and spotted a level 40 female Therizina. Without a second thought, he moved to capture it. With this system, he could just farm resources at home from now on. Unfortunately, the yield was too low. 4,500 cement could be gathered in just 30 minutes by looting beaver dams in a large map like Ragnarok. But under special circumstances, this ability could turn the tide of battle. As Lin Ye pondered future strategies, he attacked the trapped level 40 Therizinosaur. Unbeknownst to him, another level 150 creature had appeared behind him, staring at him with menacing intent, its cheeks puffed up. Lin Ye, still shooting at the sickle claw, was completely unaware of the disturbance behind him. His pteranodon had spotted it, but even tamed creatures in the ARK would never warn their master of an impending attack. They would wait until their master was struck before taking action. Creatures like the Ichthyosaurus would even abandon their master and flee at the first sign of danger. Having just tranquilized the sickle claw, Lin Ye was lost in thought about which dinosaur to tame next to unlock new skills. Suddenly he heard a sound whoosh. His vision turned a sickly green, and he could see nothing. Disgrace. Utter humiliation. An ARK veteran blinded by the venom spit of a dilophosaur. The dilophosaur was behind him, gnawing at his leg. Still clutching his long-barreled rifle, Lin Ye could only wait for the blind. The moment his sight returned, he fired a shot, hitting the dilophosaur square in the forehead. One shot didn't knock it out. Lin Ye was bewildered. Such a small creature should be down with a single dart. If not, there could only be one reason. He loaded another tranquilizer dart and fired again. This time the dilophosaur was thoroughly unconscious. It was then Lin Ye saw its level 150. He fell into thought once more. This dilophosaur's skill was spitting venom to blind its foes. A truly vile ability, and an active one at that. Lin Ye could actively spew acid into an enemy's face. What the hell is going on today? Can't I get a single decent skill? Lin Ye shouted in exasperation, looking up to the sky. The next second, he heard the most irritating sound of all. Caught. A level 130 Ichthyornis dive-bombed him, stealing his water canteen. It seemed to have also hit the unconscious sickle claw, and Lin Ye saw the taming effectiveness drop. Fury ignited within him. Damn you. Creatures like you deserve to go extinct. Mounting his pteranodon, Lin Ye took to the skies, unleashing a spinning attack. Blinded by rage, Lin circled in the sky with the Ichthyornis. He missed twice. How infuriating. What the hell? You're everywhere. Die already. Finally getting a bead on his target, Lin Ye and his pteranodon executed a spinning attack, sending the Ichthyornis to its demise. Just as Lin Ye was taming the max-level dilophosaur and the female sickle claw, the tribe leaders on the public channel suddenly became active. Someone started it. Do the women in your tribes work? This question instantly sparked a response from nearly every tribe. Zhang Beishan, the leader of Herbivore Island tribe, was the most agitated. Work? Huh. They ask if we're even men sending women into the deep wilds to fight and build. Isn't that men's work? I was an idiot. I took in 7 women, but they were utterly useless on the island. All they did was complain, so I kicked them out. Can you believe it? Some stupid woman tore down half of my wooden shack, saying my house was ugly. I told her to build it herself. She told me to go mine metal. Damn her. They're experts at bossing us around, but when it's time to work, not a word. To them, work is a man's job. Like we owe them something. We were the ones who took them in, remember? Huang Hao shared a similar plight with Zhang Beishan. Huang Hao had built a tribe of 30 on the southern islets. With his silver tongue and many followers, he had also attracted several. Huang Hao replied on the public channel, these women don't know their place. Pulling that feminist crap here. Not working here means only one thing, death. Either they lie quietly in a man's bed, and he'll keep them idle doing nothing for them, or they go out and work. In short, either work or be worked over. Li Taiwang of Iron Forge chuckled, haha, well said. We at Iron Forge never took in women. We brothers knew they'd be a burden, not helping, and only causing. One complains of hunger, another of thirst. One even said she couldn't cut trees or smith because of her period. She lazed around the tribe for 2 days, and when my brothers were mining stones at night, she complained we were too loud. To hell with her. I kicked her out immediately. She said we didn't know how to take care of women. Damn them all. Go be your fairy self. Exactly. Brother Huang Hao. Those women. Either work or be worked over. Almost every man in the major tribes was discussing the behavioral issues of these feminists. Among these 8,000 people, there were at least 3,000 women. In their real lives, most had been brainwashed by commercial advertising. They thought themselves exceptional and remarkable. Some, living through beauty filters, believed they were ethereal beauties deserving of a man's total devotion. And they would deign to allow a man to serve them only if they felt like it, for they were fairies. This led to many women being idle, expecting to reap without sowing. Women like Wang Xinyu, who only wanted to rely on a man, were not few in number. But they underestimated these men who had been so brutally oppressed in reality. With no laws, morality, or conscience left, the one with the bigger fist ruled. The ugly and troublesome ones were directly kicked out of the tribes. The prettier ones who caused trouble were locked up. Tribe members could attack each other. They could inflict harm. Disobedient women were simply knocked out with tranquilizer darts and imprisoned. Who had time for their nonsense? Be beautiful enough to keep as a servant or get out. It took these men almost a single day to redefine the relationship between the sexes in this world. It wasn't a vendetta against women, but a reaction to the disgust they felt in reality. The Herbivore Island tribe Iron Forge, the Huang Heavenly tribe Peach Blossom Spring, and others jointly proposed a law of equality between men and women on the island. If a woman doesn't work, she can only be someone's accessory. This rule was set in stone. None of them wanted to endure the torment of female chauvinism again. They were the ones who worked the hardest, yet those women acted superior. If a woman worked, her treatment would be equal to a man's, and she would be protected by tribal rules. Anyone who dared to bully a working woman would be locked up and fed feces for 7 days, and a repeat offense would mean half a month. There were still brainless women on the island who argued, trying to prove their non-existent value and worth. But they soon Their own tribesmen, eager to be rid of these foolish women, kicked them out. Ironforge had declared that anyone who took in Wang's sinew would be destroyed in 29 days. No one wanted to offend a major tribe over a few brainless women. Since you women are so good at talking, go talk to the wild dinosaurs. Good luck. The tribe is the same with or without you. Plenty of women were kicked out. Those who did little work and only knew how to spout nonsense. On the snowy mountain, braving sub-zero temperatures to smelt metal, Li Ting was displeased. She not only had to work, but also had to endure Lin Ye every night. Lin Ye said proudly, "Our situation is different. This is love. We smelt metal for love. Their vision isn't as lofty as ours. This is love." Li Ting retorted, "Love your mother's twisted pretzel." Lin Ye glanced around with a shrewd look, confirming no one else was present, then raised his hand with a profound expression and said, "You have to treat the tribe as your own home." Clearly he was trying to paint a rosy picture. "Think about it. You're my woman. Shouldn't you set an example for the newcomers? If they work as hard as you do, our metal output could double. Grow strong and prosper. Create brilliance. With a sea of metal, our tribe will become mighty. Then I'll get myself a 755 shotgun and you a sniper rifle. You'll perch on the snowy peak picking off enemies. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. So for our happy life, smithing is the most important thing. Isn't that love?" Faced with Lin Ye's persuasive bluster, Li Ting wanted to argue, but found no reason to refute him. It seemed smithing really was the way to strengthen the tribe. Just then Chen Yushue returned from smithing. Lin Ye watched her graceful figure drenched in sweat from the forge and unconsciously scratched his chin. Li Ting smirked and, catching him off guard, struck with a dragon claw hand in a stealthy peach theft. "Ow! Damn you!" Chen Yushue looked at the howling Lin Ye with concern and asked, "What's wrong, brother Lin?" Lin Ye, pale-faced, forced a calm demeanor and said, "Nothing, nothing. Nice weather on the island today." Chen Yushue was still unaware that Lin Ye had already been with Li Ting. Every night Li Ting waited until everyone was asleep and teleported to Lin Ye's bed. After Chen Yushue placed the metal into the industrial furnace to smelt, Li Ting took the chance to ride her eagle and slip away with the ankylosaurus. Lin Ye gazed wistfully at the departing Li Ting. This woman was a bundle of contradictions. She urged him to find women, yet got jealous, and now she'd even learned the peach theft move. "I think she's spoiled. Don't want a smith." "Fine, then go to the caves and scout every artifact and blueprint on the island. Or else go catch a sea dragon in the depths. The underwater cave needs one for transporting materials." Lin Ye spoke while eyeing their nearly completed snow mountain base, which had taken over nearly the entire peak. It was massive, far larger than the previous one, likely the largest metal structure on the island. No need to worry about lag from too many buildings now. Since they crossed over, they could build freely. Smithing can't stop. Once the base is done today, we'll rotate smithing as before. The rest will focus on cave diving and taming. It's time to teach them the caves. Once they know everything, I can stay home and study perfect inheritance and attribute breakthroughs for human offspring. Having planned his schedule, Lin Ye first bred 2 Therizinosaurus, stored the eggs in the fridge, then continued eating and forcing himself to vomit for cement. To meet the deadline, Lin Ye personally hauled metal twice today. With everyone's teamwork, a 2-story giant metal matchbox sat wedged on the snowy peak like a massive lid, enclosing the blue obelisk's teleport terminal within their base. For safety, Lin Ye also surrounded the foundation with walls. Normally, raiders would directly blow up the foundation. One blast could take out a whole section. Protecting the outer foundation was crucial. Lin Ye wanted to encircle every foundation piece with safes, but that would require at least 700 or 800 metal safes, a colossal task. Adding his 8 octagonal turret towers and 36 floating turrets, they were still short a huge amount of metal. They also needed vast quantities of cement and gunpowder. At this thought, Lin Ye's face twitched with irritation. 66 Kai and Gu Lengxin stared at the metal structure, their eyes brimming with boundless excitement. Lin Ye had planned to push for more metal work, but seeing their expressions, he stopped. "Huh. Our tribe. Our base. We now have an impregnable fortress." 66 Kai exclaimed, his voice trembling with emotion. His face was alight with uncontrollable joy. Chen Yushue lay on the ground exhausted, gazing at the 24-wall-high giant matchbox idly scattering handfuls of snow. The newcomer Lu Yu looked at the group that had built an all-metal base in just a few days, then at Lin Ye. She really wanted to bring her sisters. Sometimes a woman giving in didn't seem so bad. After all, this was love. Thinking of her sisters in the southern archipelago still venturing into wild forests for metal and taming creatures, Lu Yue, who once refused to rely on men, felt her mindset slowly shift. "Oh hoo, this is our tribe. We must be the fastest developers on the island. Forget whether it's ugly. Just this setup would make anyone try." Li Ting shouted with excitement, hands on her hips, her eyes sparkling with delight. Lin Ye wanted to push them to keep smithing, but couldn't bear to dampen the newcomer's joy. To an old hand like him, a matchbox was just a framework with zero defense, only good against dinosaurs. Yet seeing his ecstatic companions, he hesitated to interrupt. Just then a cool breeze swept over the snow mountain, turning the light flurries into a heavy blizzard. Everyone rushed excitedly into their new base, enjoying the air conditioning as they sat on chairs recounting their recent exhaustion and adventures. Chen Yushua said animatedly, last time I went smithing I spotted a Uranus stuck in a rock. The snow was so heavy I didn't notice. It roared as I flew past, and my eagle went haywire, nearly dropping me near a pack of allosaurs. Li Ting chimed in, I was such an idiot last time. I meant to clear the stone from the ankylosaurus, but I don't know what I was thinking. I dumped all the metal instead. Had to mine it all over again. Pissed me off. Lin Ye watched his teammates from afar, his heart light. He remembered the first time he played ARK. The thrill was no less than theirs. The first tamed the first base, built the first boss, defeated the first solo run through the scorched earth cave. ARK was full of unforgettable firsts. Lost in thought, Lin Ye fetched some vegetable cakes from the fridge, leftovers from today's taming of the Akatina. Everyone looked surprised as Lin Ye emerged with the cake along with homemade juice drinks crafted using berries and notes to create DIY beverages and food. Wow. Cake and drinks. Boss, you're amazing. Lin Ye chuckled softly. Eat up. Tomorrow I'll teach you something new and take you to find some treasures. Sometimes a balance between work and leisure is necessary. Some people find forging tedious, so they might as well do something else to mix it up. I just wonder if they can handle it. For those novices, descending into the cave is a truly despairing task. Who knows how many times they will die before they can get. By early the next morning, Lin Ye had prepared everything needed for the descent. He also bred all the dinosaurs at home that could reproduce again, and the number of dragons at home was slowly increasing. The Tyrannosaurus Rex could now produce second generations, and it was estimated that they would soon be able to take on simple bosses. After getting everything ready, he prepared some supplies for the others, including claw hooks for clothing, sleeping bags, roasted meat, and water bottles. Upon hearing they were going to touch the divine artifacts and blueprints, Lu Kai and Gu Lingxin immediately widened their eyes, eager to take action. Those who had never played ARK instinctively thought of the divine artifacts as incredibly powerful treasures. Chen Yushua and the others were no exception. Soon everyone rode on their eagles, bringing their respective companions, and arrived at the southern islands of the isolated island at the coordinates of 80:53, in front of the entrance to the hunter's mine. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Lin Ye first instructed everyone to set their eagles to neutral mode. After they took out the sleeping bags, he began to discuss the strategy for descending into the cave. There are a total of 10 divine artifacts on the isolated island, each located in the caves. To fight the bosses, you must first touch the divine artifacts to activate the obelisk that leads to the boss room. Today I will take you through all the caves. Remember the routes of each cave in your hearts. Make sure to use the grappling hooks. The claw hooks can be shot out to traverse the terrain. Follow me closely as there are monsters inside. The first hunter's mine is quite simple. Just keep to the left path. When you encounter a fork in the road, keep going left to reach the divine artifact. As Lin Ye spoke, he took out his shotgun, which had over 200 attack power. The caves in this place were so numerous that riding a dragon was unnecessary. Lu Kai and the others already had experience in clearing toxic caves. They knew there would be poisonous insects and monsters inside, so they followed Lin Ye at a distance. However, in this hunter's mine, they only encountered 7 monsters, while reaching the divine artifact far fewer than in the toxic cave. Li Ting proudly raised her head, completely unconcerned about the descent. Looking at Lin Ye, who had soon reached the divine artifact, Li Ting said in astonishment, "That was so easy. We found the divine artifact already." Lin Ye chuckled and said nothing further, turning around to lead them to the second swamp mine, which contained the Unity artifact, a slightly more complex cave among the isolated island mines. The path in the middle was winding with many forks, and they also needed to go underwater. Before they reached their destination, Lu Yu spotted her former sister tribe. Their tribe was on the southern islands right in front of the swamp. Lin Ye noticed Lu Yu's thoughts and guessed she wanted to go back and explain things to her sisters. At that moment, he was taken aback to see that the sister tribe already had several hundred members. He was momentarily stunned. Even Lu Yu was taken aback. Gu Lingxin, with a hint of confusion, said, "That must be at least 200 people, right? How can so many live in a wooden house? Don't they feel cramped?" Lin Ye took out his binoculars to take a closer look, and was surprised to see Wang Xinyu among them. Recalling how yesterday various tribes had kicked out the women who were not working, it was likely that some of those women had found their way to this sister tribe, led by Mina. Seeing this, Lin Ye smiled, saying, "Don't worry about them. Even without the barbaric combat mode, this tribe won't last long. It's full of drama queens, always engaging in palace intrigue. It won't last." Lu Kai also laughed as he could imagine how that group of women would argue endlessly over trivial matters. "It would either be about you taking my fur clothing, or you eating my roasted meat. I mined 200 metals, but she didn't do anything yesterday, and I even killed 2 chickens. Then factionalism would emerge. There is no place with many women that doesn't form factions." Lu Yu also guessed what would happen in the future. She looked at her former tribe with concern, suspecting that the kind-hearted Mina couldn't bear to see those women left out in the cold, so she took them in. But Mina was no match for those women. She was only in her teens, while those women were all seasoned actresses. She understood women far too well. Most women in this society are not great people. Only a small portion rely on themselves. The vast majority hope to find a man to change their fate and never think of working hard themselves. Moreover, these women share a common flaw. If things go poorly in the future, they blame their men for being useless and never think of their own shortcomings. Even if they earn nothing, while their men earn thousands, they still feel their men are useless. Then they would say things like, "The biggest regret of my life was marrying you." Such nonsense. If all 200 of these women are only talkers and not doers, it would be quite amusing. Let's go, shall you? I'll talk about this later. Today we focus on finding the divine artifacts. Lin Ye said with a mischievous grin. Lu Yu nodded helplessly and followed Lin Ye and the others to the swamp. By the time they reached the entrance of the swamp unity mine, Lu Kai was already impatient. This time Lin Ye said nothing as he entered. He wanted to teach these newcomers something. The route in the unity cave of the isolated island was quite complex. Lin Ye walked ahead with his shotgun, while Lu Kai and the others followed behind. They had been walking for a long time, yet Lin Ye showed no signs of stopping. The oppressive environment quickly made the women feel a hint of unease. This cave seems a bit too long. Moreover, Lin Ye deliberately slowed his pace, stopping to look around with each step. This cave is more complicated than the previous one. You all need to memorize the route. The first half is mostly clear, but if you hit a dead end, come back. However, let me give you a tip. If you come into the cave on your own, you need to learn to find reference points. Otherwise, you will get lost, and time wasted will allow the monsters you just killed to respawn, which will be quite troublesome. As Lin Ye spoke, he fired his shotgun at the giant scorpion ahead. There were also some monsters lurking in the walls, and Lin Ye killed quite a few on the way. After taking a couple more forks in the road, Lu Kai and Li Ting had completely lost track of the path. When Lin Ye led them to an underground stone tower, a bat flew by. For these small flying carnivorous creatures, without riding a dragon, it was quite difficult to hit them with ranged attacks. Lin Ye had to shoot 3 times before he finally took it down. That little thing was quite bothersome as it flitted around. Just as Lin Ye was about to lead them underwater, Lu Yu suddenly started coughing from behind. Lin Ye frowned at that moment. Then everyone began to cough. "We're poisoned." Everyone spread out. Lu Kai was about to say something, but he suddenly coughed twice, and then saw his health dropping. Lin Ye calmly shouted, "Everyone keep your distance, don't move a muscle. All of you have 350 health now. This rabies virus can't kill us. Just wait for the virus to run its course. But if anyone moves and infects the others, the virus timer will reset, and even 350 health won't save you. You all should have cooked meat on you. Eat some every so often to recover health." The group was almost frozen in place coughing, but they all trusted Lin Ye. No one wanted to spread the virus again, or doom. Time ticked by second by second. Lu Kai and the others had already lost half their health to the virus. In a little while they would. Next time he'll make an antidote. I forgot today because I didn't take that bat seriously. But to be safe, we should bring an antidote. Lin Ye continued speaking, reviewing the path they had taken to get here. Just then a scream echoed from afar. The newly joined Lu Yu couldn't withstand the virus and died. At that moment, the virus wore off for the others. Lin Ye then realized Lu Yu's level wasn't high. He hadn't taken her to the poison gas cave to level up. Resurrected at the cave entrance, Lu Yu stared into the deep dark mine, her earlier confidence in the hunter's cave completely gone. Now alone at the entrance, how could she run down to rejoin her team? What if she took the wrong path? Lu Yu felt a surge of fear. When a person truly ventures alone into an unknown cave, most can't handle it. After all, this was reality, not a computer screen. Some men even get scared in front of a screen, let alone a woman who had never played. She took just a few steps, saw a fork in the road, and froze. Cold sweat drenched her body. It felt completely different from when Lin Ye led them. Now she found no comfort at all. Just as she was about to call Lin Ye on the tribe channel, Lin Ye suddenly appeared, startling her into a scream. "Let's go. Everyone's waiting." Lin Ye gestured for her to move forward. Lu Yu's heart swelled with joy. When they reached the stone tower, Lin Ye signaled them to go into the water. Lu Kai rolled his eyes. "I have thalassophobia. It's only a few meters deep. What's there to fear? Past the waterway is the artifact." Lu Kai absolutely refused to go into the water. He had a phobia of it. Watching Lin Ye ahead blasting at the dinosaurs and piranhas in the water with a shotgun only made him more terrified. There were monsters in the water, and a lot of them. Lin Ye laughed. "There's another cave later underwater in the sea. You're not going." "Who will?" "Leave it to the women. Besides, we have to catch sea dragons in the ocean. You need to overcome your fear, Lu Kai. The seabed is a must." Lu Kai adamantly refused to get in the water. Li Ting and Gu Lingxin had already reached the other side. Seeing the cowardly fat man, Li Ting sneered. "Yesterday Brother Lin said he'd find you a girlfriend. With you acting like a scared little dog, too afraid to even get in the water, what kind of girlfriend do you expect?" The mention of a girlfriend made Lu Kai glance at Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded immediately. "Right. She's spot on. I'm always loyal and true. I even praised your bravery to her yesterday. But you're not living up to it." Lu Kai roared on the spot. "Boss, if you find me a girlfriend, I'll not only dive into the sea, I'll eat shit by the mouthful." "You're my dad, Lin Ye." Li Ting. Everyone's foreheads were dotted with black lines. This guy was something else. When they all finally saw the artifact of the pack, the hardships and tension along the way finally eased. Lin Ye emphasized the route again, wanting them to remember, the first straight path is long. Only when you reach the first cliff do you enter the cave. The next section spawns many monsters. Some are hiding in the walls, so be careful. Follow the path down from the first cliff. At the first fork, go left. At the bottom, there's a dossier crate. Seeing it means you're on the right track. Then continue down to the second fork, go right, and you'll come out to see some giant mushrooms. Keep to the right, and you'll reach the stone tower we passed earlier. At the stone tower, use a grappling hook on the small hole above the waterway. One hook and you're across. When Lin Ye said this, Lu Lukai's eyes bulged. Damn it, so you made us swim. I just wanted you to have the experience. Haha, alright, let's head to the next place. The group followed Lin Ye back to the cave entrance without further incident, encountering some newly spawned Arthroplura and Titanoboa along the way. Without Lin Ye leading the way, none of them would have survived. After retrieving the artifact of the pack, no one was as cocky as after getting the hunter artifact. They wondered how Lin Ye knew everything. He could even predict where monsters would spawn in the cave. Lu Lukai murmured thoughtfully, how many times do you think the boss died in caves? He's so skilled it's almost heartbreaking. Hearing the praise, Lin Ye immediately smirked proudly. If we're talking about the most deaths, it wasn't on the island. It was the desert labyrinth on Ragnarok. Other caves are just mines, but Ragnarok's is a true labyrinth. Back when no major streamer guides existed, he must have died over 100 times before mastering that maze. Traps everywhere, deaths of every kind. No two were alike. It was all tears when he recalled it. Just as Lin Ye was reminiscing, he heard voices outside the cave, more than one person. Which tribe's Argentavis is this? All these creatures are over level 200. What are they doing here? Oh, there's a cave here. So eerie. Could there be treasure inside? The speakers were women from a nearby sister tribe. Lin Ye instinctively stepped back, disliking being seen. Lu Lukai quickly went forward. Looking at the women in hide clothing, he puffed out his chest with pride. What can I do for you ladies? The woman opposite saw Lu Lukai was level 80 and shrieked with excitement. Oh my god, this guy is level 80. And the women behind him are all high level too. Hey handsome, can you take me in? I can work. He'll do anything. As the woman was speaking, a girl with twin tails suddenly widened her eyes, grabbed Lu Lukai's ear, and yelled. You damn fatso. Last time you lied to me, said you were a streamer, and groped my leg. I've been looking for you everywhere. Lu Lukai was stunned. Wasn't this Ning Lingshuang the little firecracker had run into when showing off in the southern tribe? Back then had fooled her into thinking he was a streamer, kissed and hugged her, and said he liked her. Then he recruited a bunch of women only to have someone bring a pair of dilophosaurs and tear down his thatch hut. Ning Lingshuang had sworn then to make Lu Lukai's life miserable. How could he run into her here? If it weren't for those dilophosaurs wrecking his place, he'd have already had his way with her. But soon Ning Lingshuang noticed Lu Lukai's level and froze. Then she started cursing. You damn fatso, you found a useless piece of trash like you leveled up so high. You think I'm stupid? You owe me an explanation today. Now the whole island knows you took advantage of me that day. I'm furious. And on top of that, you're fat and ugly. You bastard. Now everyone on the island knows you groped me, and those gossiping women won't shut up about it. I can't even find a boyfriend now. Fatso, how are you going to make this right? Lu Lukai looked awkward as Ning Lingshuang tugged at his ear, though she couldn't inflict any physical harm on him. Yet with his teammates present, this attack on his persona dealt true spiritual damage to his 180-pound frame. Lu Lukai struggled desperately to salvage his image. On the first day of the server, he had gathered a crowd of women intending to establish a tribe called the Kingdom of Women. However, after being taught a harsh lesson by a few dilophosaurs, he reformed profoundly, realizing his strength was nowhere near his ambition. Thus, to avoid being deemed unreliable by Chun Yushua and the others, Lu Lukai shouted at the furious Ning Lingshuang, believe it or not, I mean it. Touching your leg is one thing, but my sincerity is genuine. You can't deny my true feelings just because I'm lecherous. Behind them, Lin Ye listened contemplatively to the absurd remarks of that character Lu Lukai. You can't deny my true feelings just because I'm lecherous. Little did he know this phrase would influence the rest of Lin the Dragon King's life. Ning Lingshuang was enraged, slapping him for 0 damage. You fat bastard, I've seen shameless people, but never one as shameless as you. Ha, true feelings. Do you have a house? Do you have a car? Do you have a dragon? What right do you have to say you love me? With your 180 pounds of blubber. Aren't you just pretending to be a big shot by flaunting your thighs? What use are you? As Ning Lingshuang finished, Lin Ye approached Lu Lukai and asked, Old Kai, do you really like this one? Sure you don't want someone prettier? Lu Lukai swallowed, instinctively glancing at Ning Lingshuang as he recalled how he had fooled her. Though this girl was average-looking, he had indeed taken advantage of her. At the time, Lu Lukai had simply said, I kind of like her. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye's face turned icy cold as he stared at the woman. Their base was now established, pillars erected atop the snowy mountains, and the ice cave, poison gas cave, and underwater invincible cave were all under his control. He no longer feared anyone targeting him. Looking at the furious Ning Lingshuang, Lin Ye said mockingly, "He'll give you a chance to be Lu Lukai's woman. Either agree or stay out of the way. Weren't you also deceived because you wanted to rely on a man? Didn't you willingly let him take advantage of you because you thought Lu Lukai was powerful? He'll say this now, what's the big deal if my brother touched you? What can you do about it?" Lu Lukai quickly stepped in to urge Ning Lingshuang not to say anything rash. Clearly the fat man was genuinely afraid Lin Ye might harm her. Seeing Lin Ye's level, Ning Lingshuang was utterly stunned. Level 100. I'm a newbie, don't hit me. Is Lin Ye the one who used pillars to occupy the red ARK and green ARK? The expert they mentioned before. Level 100. How is that even possible? Lin Ye, now fearless, coldly eyed the woman and said, "Watch your tone with my brother. Opposing him means opposing our tribe. Think carefully about what you'll face when the 28-day brutal mode arrives." With that, Lin Ye mounted the Argentavis and signaled for everyone to head to the next cave. They had to clear all the caves today. Ning Lingshuang, subdued by Lin Ye's confrontation, felt her spoiled temper weighing considerably. She turned back to see Lu Yokai, now level 80, mounting a level 260 eagle ready to take flight. Clearly he had changed. "Xiao Shuang, I lied to you before, and I feel guilty about it. If you don't find me too ugly, you'll take care of you. We have to go now, so that's it for today," Lu Lukai said helplessly. Then glancing at the Unity cave behind, he added with concern, "Don't go into the cave behind. It's dangerous." With that, he flew into the sky, tossing a set of epic ghillie armor he had found in the poison gas cave in front of Ning Lingshuang. "Wear this. Wild dinos won't spot you easily, and you'll be safer. Oh, and don't tell anyone about our boss. If he gets angry, everyone in this area might be in for trouble." Ning Lingshuang watched him leave, her cheeks puffed up in lingering fury. After leaving Unity Cave, Lin Ye checked the map. Next was the most thrilling cave on the island, the Parkour Cave. It held the artifact of the stable located at the southeasternmost point of the island. It was filled with cliffs and lava below, with scorching temperatures. Without ghillie armor, one would be overwhelmed. The cave had few creatures, but it was swarming with. When the group arrived at the entrance of the cave of the stable, Chen Yushua and Gu Lingxin already felt the oppressive heat. Both were wearing fur clothing from the cold days of smithing earlier. "Why is it so hot? We can't stand it, even at the entrance." "Are you hot, Teacher Gu?" Chen Yushua fanned herself, her face flushed. Gu Lingxin, overwhelmed by the heat, started stripping off her fur coat directly. Beneath it, she wore her professional teacher attire. Her black-stockinged feet, damp with sweat, lifted slightly as she habitually tugged at the fabric to air them out. Seeing the teacher undressed, Chen Yushua followed suit, knowing she was still clothed underneath and wouldn't be exposed. A second pair of exquisite feet appeared before Lin Ye, leaving him utterly stunned. "It's so hot. Why is the cave entrance this hot? My stockings are sticking to my legs. It's sweltering." Chen Yuxu's distressed demeanor even gave Lin Ye a case of heat stroke, a psychological heat stroke. "Yeah, it's really hot. Too hot," Lin Ye said absent-mindedly, stealing glances at her feet while trying to look serious. He then grabbed his shotgun and prepared to charge into the cave of the stable. "Stay close. There aren't many creatures here, but it's a test of skill. If you can't handle the sprint jumps, use grappling hooks. Place some sleeping bags at the entrance first." With that, Lin Ye entered, followed by the others. Lu Lukai had given his ghillie armor to his love interest, leaving only Li Ting with a set. Li Ting split hers among the group as the heat was unbearable. Inside the cave, everyone saw massive crystals hanging from the walls, making it much brighter than the other caves. They advanced as Lin Ye cleared the path, encountering only a few giant scorpions and spiders. When they reached the first main chamber, the expressions of Lu Lukai and the others shifted. They saw lava and a lava waterfall. "No wonder it's so hot. Are we at the Earth's core?" Lin Ye smirked. "Ahead lies the parkour challenge. If you can't make the jump, you'll get to enjoy a warm dip in the lava." The crowd clearly had no idea what parkour meant, each of them still following Lin Ye with flushed faces, terrified of touching the lava. Just then Lin Ye suddenly declared, "Everyone hand over all your belongings to me. Keep only the crossbows and grappling hooks." Li Ting asked in confusion, "Why?" "You're carrying too much weight. I'm afraid you won't be able to jump," Lin Ye said as he began collecting their items. He had no intention of taking them into the other caves on the island riding dragons for kills. He needed to cultivate their ability to fight independently. Previously, when he led newcomers, he had them enter caves on foot with guns without dragons. This could hone their various skills, especially since PvP later on primarily relied on individual prowess. Most importantly, venturing into caves could gradually fortify a novice's inner strength, a crucial factor. Some players had logged 3,000 hours, but only joined existing tribes. They had never built a substantial base, borrowed dragons from others, and let teammates retrieve the artifacts. Throughout those 3,000 hours, they barely mined any metal and merely coasted through boss fights. Such players were all too common in ARK. Habits and character must be cultivated from the start. Every team member needed to become strong. Lin Ye intended to mold them all into elites, especially his woman, who had to be exceptionally formidable. The others didn't think much of it, unaware that Lin Ye was already anticipating their screams. Soon under his lead they arrived at the spawn point teeming with bats. But this time Lin Ye was mentally prepared. To kill bats you had to shoot early to draw their aggro. They would fly straight toward you slow. Simply fire 2 shots as they approach and they'd die. They wouldn't change direction when closing and making them easy targets. If they got too close it was best to create distance before attacking. This time they successfully killed the bats without contracting rabies. Everyone cheered. Ahead is a spot where you need to sprint and jump. If you're unsure of your agility, use the grappling hook, Lin Ye said, stowing his weapon. Before anyone could react, he was already sprinting in place. In the next moment Lin Ye executed a light-foot leap crossing 2 stone platforms in succession. He landed firmly on the opposite bank and began killing monsters with his shotgun. Lu Lukai looked down in utter bewilderment. Below the stone platforms was a river of lava, falling mint being roasted like a suckling pig. The 4 women also stared nervously at the platforms. Lu Yu said anxiously to Li Ting, I don't have any grappling hooks left. Can you spare some? Li Ting realized she didn't have many left either, and giving them away would leave her short for the return trip. Gu Lingxin exhaled softly and said, use mine. She then handed over all her dozen or so grappling hooks. Li Ting looked surprised about to say something, but Gu Lingxin had already crouched ready to sprint. She then remembered that Gu was a track and field athlete with exceptional agility. True to expectations, Gu Lingxin performed impressively, crossing the lava river in just 2 leaps for a first-time cave explorer. But before they could celebrate, a scream echoed from the river. Looking down they saw Lu Lukai had instantly perished. Your tribe member Lu Yokai has died. Lu Yu swallowed hard, imagining the agony of being scorched by lava. She quickly shot her grappling hook, hitting the opposite bank, then closed her eyes and retracted it. When she opened her eyes she was on the other side. By then Xin Yuxiue had already used her grappling hook to cross, keeping her eyes open, showing more courage. When it was Li Ting's turn another mishap occurred. Her hook hit the opposite bank, but she was slow to retract the rope, getting stuck in a crevice. She was now dangling beneath the platform with lava just 20 centimeters below her feet. Oh my god! Mom! Save me! Help me! Help me! Li Ting screamed in panic below. The newly revived Lu Lukai was still haunted by the terror of being. Watching Li Ting about to have a close encounter with the lava, Lu Lukai also felt a surge of fear. The biggest taboo in parkour was nervousness. Staying calm made such distances jumpable. Lin Ye looked thoughtfully at Li Ting below. Even reaching out wouldn't be enough to pull her up at that distance. Stuck like that, there was only one way to save herself: quickly shoot the grappling hook to an open area, pull herself over, adjust. But this required great skill. She had to pull herself away before falling into the lava, a race not against time, but against death itself. Lin Ye spoke to her seriously from above. Li Ting nodded, repeatedly suppressing her fear as she followed his instructions. The next second Lin Ye saw a bubble appear on the lava. She was dead. Li Ting hadn't even managed to fire a second grappling hook before dying. When Li Ting revived, she ran back in tears, her face full of misery. She had never experienced such agony in her life. Being burned to death by lava, feeling her skin split and flesh roast. No one could endure that. She never wanted to go through it again. But worse was yet to come. The cave's monsters respawned, and Li Ting, not noticing 2 giant scorpions nearby, got caught between their pincers and attacked. Giant scorpions carried venom. Multiple hits could cause dizziness. Their stingers injected potent poison, repeatedly stabbing Li Ting, and a pincer snapped. Li Ting screamed in pain, shouting in the tribe chat, I'm not going into the cave anymore. I quit. Let me mine metal instead. I don't want to come. I want. The others looked on confused at the tribe chat. Lin Ye sighed thoughtfully and told the others to wait while he went to retrieve Li Ting. She had to learn the route today. Moreover, she was his woman and she needed to know how to retrieve artifacts. Otherwise she'd give up on even harder. That's how ARK was. If someone gave up on their first cave dive, they might never go again, even with someone leading them. To evolve from a novice to a veteran, one had to master cave diving and various operations. Otherwise PvP would be even tougher for her. Many players placed their bases inside caves. Being afraid to enter caves made the game pointless. Running back to the cave entrance, Lin Ye saw Li Ting's tear-streaked face. He patted her head and said, come on, everyone dies the first time. This cave is almost done and they're all waiting. Li Ting replied with a pout, can't you just handle it? The cave is so gloomy. I'm scared. I almost lost it in those 2 tunnels just now. I hate the bugs in the cave. I hate those pythons. Can't I just skip it? Lin Ye rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, Sai, I thought you were braver than Xiao Shui, but you're such a scaredy cat. She even offered to lead the way and I lent her my shotgun. Li Ting hesitated for 3 seconds, then searched Lin Ye's pockets in disbelief. You really gave her the shotgun? Of course, and Xiao Shui looks pretty cool holding that gun. She's protecting everyone in the cave right now. Li Ting lowered her head, understanding his implication. She wasn't stupid. Reluctantly, she grabbed Lin Ye's arm and said, then don't go too far from me. I'm scared. All right, let's go. This time Lin Ye used parkour to lure the newly spawned giant scorpions and spiders into the lava. He could have just run past. But Li Ting refused to risk dying again, so he wasted a few minutes pulling the mobs. After reuniting with the group, Li Ting saw Chen Yuxue patrolling with the shotgun, and jealousy flared up. Chen Yuxue noticed Li Ting's return and hurried over concerned. Are you okay, sis? If you need grappling hooks, take mine. I can make the jumps now. Li Ting replied with a whimper. I can jump too. The next second another scream rang out. Lu Lukai had died again. Lu Lukai had died the most times, leaving everyone slightly stunned as they watched him abandon the grappling hook and continuously parkour across lava pits, plummeting to his death again and again. The more he died, the bolder he grew. By his fifth death, he finally found the trick. He could now perform a dragonfly-like skip across 2 stone platforms, just like Lin Ye. The others stared at his relentless persistence with bewilderment. Even the ultra-wide lava river before the divine artifact was something he leaped across, landing safely. Lin Ye, retrieving the artifact, understood what was happening. Lu Lukai had been shattered by the words of a woman named Ningling Shuang. Fat bastard, ugly and fat, a useless wasted dog thief, who only knew how to fool others into leeching off him. Such personal insults wounded his pride, especially coming from the woman he admired. Those women didn't understand, but Lin Ye, what it felt like to be called useless by a woman you loved in front of everyone. The women fell silent along the way, and Lu Lukai said nothing. He began to mimic Lin Ye's every move, aspiring to become a self-reliant powerhouse like him. Someday he would make that woman realize he was not just a boastful fat pig. I'm not fat. I'm just sturdy. Lu Lukai's newfound determination and drive brought new progress to the subsequent mine caves. They ventured into the Devourer mine on Demon Island, swimming through underwater passages and using parachutes to leap off cliffs, acquiring the Devourer Divine Artifact. Then they headed to the Wisdom Divine Artifact mine at the foot of the volcano. This cave required no parkour, and they easily obtained the artifact. Next was the Celestial Lord Divine Artifact, located north of their snow mountain base, filled entirely with bats. The narrow tunnels sometimes forced them to crouch, making combat easy. Lin Ye often killed 2 with a single shot. Everything went smoothly. With the immunity artifact from the poison gas cave, they now had 7 artifacts in total. Everyone had jotted down the routes to the 7 mines on sticky notes. Lin Ye checked the time. It was faster than expected. It was only 2 p.m. So he decided to have his teammates each capture an ichthyosaur or a sarcosuchus. The brutality and cunning artifacts in the sea required underwater exploration. The last remaining mine on land was the ice cave beneath the snowy mountain. He planned to prepare thoroughly at night before leading them there, as the cave was swarming with an overwhelming number of monsters. Unlike the poison bugs in the gas cave, this one was filled with ferocious beasts like bears and wolves in massive numbers, and at levels of 2 to 300. He needed to bring in one of his second-generation Tyrannosaurus Rexes and craft a 109 Armor Rex saddle from blueprints. With the place crawling with beasts, it would be a hassle to return without teleporting the Rex in. What? We have to go into the sea. Chen Yuxue, hearing Lin Ye's order to catch ichthyosaurs and sarcosuchus, grew nervous. She too was terrified of water. Lu Lukai said nothing, but upon hearing about the sea, his face turned pale and cold sweat poured down his forehead. It wasn't just about dying in the water. He would be tormented by his crippling thalassophobia at every moment. We have to go into the sea, every single one of you. First, we'll head to the Brutality Artifact mine on the seabed. There won't be too many monsters in that cave. Just follow me as I swim in. The path is easy to remember, and the artifact is at the end. Later on, you'll be too limited without diving. Don't forget, there are 1,000 servers and 8 million people. Even if just 2 experts exist per server, that's 2,000 experts. If they build bases underwater to ambush us, will you just beg for mercy on the shore? Lin Ye's resolve to make them dive was unyielding, leaving no room for refusal. Gu Lingxin had already gone to pull Chen Yuxue along, planning to take her to the coast to find an ichthyosaur. With their feed, taming low-level ichthyosaurs would be incredibly. A few bites might be enough to tame it. Ichthyosaurs are passive tames. You just follow and feed them. Their combat ability, however, is the floor of the ocean. They can barely fight anything. The most absurd part is if you get attacked underwater while not riding the ichthyosaur, it will flee faster than you. Even if you set it to aggressive mode, it will still turn tail and run. It won't die even if you do. It comes and goes without a trace. Its only advantage is its incredible swimming speed. With all points in speed, an ichthyosaur can circle the island along the coastline in no time. Terrified of water, Lu Lukai chose to go to the small pond at the foot of the snowy mountain, a meat grinder where sarcosuchus occasionally spawned. Lin Ye, watching the 4 women about to catch ichthyosaurs, raised his hand and said, "Go to the first respawn point near the southern archipelago. Ichthyosaurs often beach themselves there. Remember to wear diving gear and flippers. Clear the monsters first. Use crossbows underwater to shoot jellyfish and megalodons. With your numbers, it'll be easy. Go on, it'll give you 2 hours to catch your mounts. They'll prepare the gear for the ice cave tonight. For the sarcosuchus and ichthyosaurs, you don't need high levels. Around 20 is fine. Once caught, gather at the shore by our old base and wait for me. Everyone took a small portion of feed and turned to leave. This time Lin Ye didn't follow. He first rode his shark-toothed dragon across the snowy mountain, clearing a path, then fed the baby Tyrannosaurus rexes and eagles at the base. Afterward, he used an eagle to carry an ankylosaurus down to collect some berries, as the babies of the Megatherium ankylosaurus and Therizinosaurus also needed feed. Although no mainstream dinosaur had yet broken through in stats, their numbers had greatly increased. It was only a matter of time before new stat-boosting breeding lines emerged. Once the babies were taken care of, Lin Ye began crafting rocket-propelled grenades RPGs, a highly lethal weapon. He also made 100 parachutes, 300 grappling hooks, and 30 sleeping bags. Clearly tonight's ice cave exploration was meant to be thrilling. While Lin Ye painstakingly prepared, Lu Lukai was the first to knock out a level 25 Sarcosuchus. Gu Lingxin and the others didn't go to the southern archipelago. Instead, they found several low-level ichthyosaurs by the shore near their old base with no jellyfish or megalo. The taming process went smoothly, but the ichthyosaurs kept swimming into deeper waters, making Li Ting shout, "Come back. Don't you want to eat? That's dangerous. There are water monkeys and water ghosts there." Fortunately, it all ended without incident, and each of them caught their own underwater mount. Upon receiving the news, Lin Ye quickly respawned at his underwater invincible cave base, where he had secretly built a house and a safe filled with diving gear and flippers. His ichthyosaur was waiting in the cave, having gone hungry for days. It probably expected Lin Ye to bring food, but Lin Ye just mounted it and rode off. This was the classic case of wanting the horse to run fast while expecting it to eat nothing. When he reached the rendezvous point, he looked at his teammates and said only one thing: "Follow me closely. Don't stop unless I do. They'll keep an eye on your mount's stamina and find places to rest. In short, if I move, you move. If I stop, you stop." With that, Lin Ye rode his ichthyosaur southward into the sea, diving straight to the ocean floor. The group behind him, gazing into the murky depths, hardly dared to. Gu Lingxin had the strongest nerves of them all. Along the way, megalodons, electric eels, and plesiosaurs chased them relentlessly. Lu Lukai even spotted a giant squid called a tusso, nearly scaring him to death. Especially when that squid extended its 8 tentacles and seemed to swim toward him. He felt he was about to piss himself in terror. By the time they reached the entrance of the Brutality underwater mine, everyone was on the verge of breaking down. Staring at the deep, eerie sea cave before them, Lu Lukai completely lost control. He truly pissed himself. Li Ting beside him turned back in slight surprise. Why was the seawater here tinged with yellow? And there seemed to be an indescribable smell. The confidence and courage that Lu Lukai had just built were utterly shattered at the bottom of the sea. He now stayed as close to Lin Ye as possible, fearing that if Lin Ye ran too far, he wouldn't be able to keep up. The Dinosuchus was not slow underwater either, its tail spinning like a propeller as it swam. Unable to speak in the sea, Lin Ye could only type in the tribe channel, "Stay close. This cave isn't as hard as you think. Swim to the end, grab the artifact, and we're done. No fighting. Acknowledge if you copy." Everyone replied, and then Lin Ye darted in like a fish. They encountered some marine creatures along the way, but simply ignored them and sped straight to the end. After grabbing the artifact, they turned right back. Lin Ye signaled for them to swim to the top, bypass the creatures behind, and then dive back down. The brutal cave was cleared smoothly. Back on the surface, Lu Lukai first found a small grove to relieve himself. Ignoring the dodos wandering in the grove, he urinated directly on the head of one of the foolish birds. What a rush! Lin Ye looked at the still shaken group and said with a soft smile, "This underwater cave was relatively simple. Next, we're heading to the devious cave, where there might be an elite squid or an elite mosasaurus. It's full of jellyfish and electric eels. If you swim too slow, you're dead. Don't panic. Treat it like this cave. If the creatures block the entrance, they'll lure them away, and then we'll go in." Hearing that there was another underwater cave, and an even more dangerous one, the group immediately felt like backing out. Li Ting shook her hair and asked, "Why does the sea smell like urine?" Lin Ye checked the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Time to set out. Without saying much, he led them around to the easternmost coast of the island. For Lu Yokai, Li Ting, and the others, today was exceptionally thrilling. They would probably remember it for a lifetime. Staring again at the fathomless sea and the several megalodons in the distance, Lu Lukai swallowed nervously. The icy seawater chilled his heart to the core. He was truly terrified. Lin Ye said with a hint of mockery, "Look, Teacher Gu isn't afraid, and she's a woman. What are you scared of? Don't you want to get stronger and put that Ning Shuang under your thumb? You've got to step up, bro. I've got your back. After we grab the artifacts, he'll take you to fight the boss and tame all kinds of awesome. Then you'll be the second baddest man on the island. Forget Ningling Shuang, he'll find you 3 wives if you want. We're brothers, no need for words. You've got to step up." Lu Lukai swallowed hard and said awkwardly, "Stop. Bro, don't talk about her like that. I don't plan on having many women, just her is enough." Lin Ye looked at him with some surprise, a hint of melancholy in his expression, but he didn't say anything more. He then led the team, diving into the sea, with everyone following closely. Not long after swimming, they spotted a colossal squid of breathtaking size. And it was glowing. Lin Ye raised his binoculars and frowned. A level 90 elite Tusiteuthis. Beside it were two groups of electric eels, and no fewer than 20 megalodons. There even seemed to be an elite megalodon. Lin Ye looked again through the binoculars. It was a level 150 megalodon, its entire body a fiery red. Lu Lukai quickly typed in the tribe channel, boss. They're swimming toward us. Lin Ye replied, don't move. They'll lure them away. Wait for me. After sending the message, Lin Ye swam down holding a rare flower. He was about to stir up some real excitement. The group watched in utter bewilderment as Lin Ye ate the rare flower and led a horde of creatures southward, their expressions twisted with anxiety. There were just too many, and the elite squid was incredibly fast, nearly grabbing Lin Ye. Before long, Lin Ye vanished. Li Ting looked worriedly at the seabed around her, then at the spot where Lin Ye had disappeared. Something seemed to shift in her mindset. She had gone from fearing for herself to fearing for Lin Ye. She knew he would respawn if he died, but with the full 100% pain and fear, wasn't he afraid? Even more worried than Li Ting was Lu Yu. She was new here and only knew Lin Ye. Unlike Li Ting, she had fallen in love with him at first sight. Though she had later thought about how coincidental it was when Lin Ye raided the beaver dam that day and how impulsive she had been. It had all happened so hastily. But she was now his, and she wouldn't dwell on it. She only hoped Lin Ye would return safely. After a few minutes, Lin Ye successfully rejoined the group, his face brimming with excitement as he pointed toward the cave entrance, signaling them to move. Lu Lukai saw something still trailing behind Lin Ye. He shuddered. The other creatures had been lured away, but the elite squid was still chasing. Without a second thought, he hurriedly followed Lin Ye into the cave. The devious cave had even more sea monsters. There was another squid inside. Though not an elite, it was still terrifying enough. This wasn't a race against time, it was a race against fear. And there were swarms of sharks, electric eels, and jelly. Extremely thrilling. The group swam frantically, but when they reached the narrowest waterway of the devious cave, the cramped space caused Chin-Yukshu's ichthyosaurus to be zapped by an electric eel. The ichthyosaurus instantly stopped swimming. The megalodons behind charged forward, and as luck would have it, just as everyone thought, Chin-Yushua would surely meet her end in the sea. The shark's sudden intrusion blocked the eels behind, and Chin-Yushua snapped back to reality, quickly escaping. She avoided the second eel's shock. She survived. When the group reached the end, some of the pursuing monsters got stuck in the narrow waterway. Soon they spotted the artifact, mercifully guarded by only 4 Dunkleistus. A large fish that doesn't attack proactively. After grabbing the artifact, Lin Ye gestured for them to prepare for the return trip. On the way out, everyone swam faster than Lin Ye. They already knew the way out, and it was a race to see who could escape first. Lin Ye fell behind. Safely back on the shore, Lu Lukai's face was pale. The devious cave. It's truly devious. Did the person who designed this game even play it themselves? Lin Ye smiled with approval. No one had died in the devious cave. He had expected at least 2 casualties. Come on. They'll take you to our invincible underwater cave to release the water dragons, and then we'll head to the last ice cave for the artifact of the strong. They'll fly you in. This is the hardest of the island's land cave explorations. Lu Lukai broke down on the spot. Damn. When will this end? Just kill me now. Haha. Last one. They'll fly you straight to the artifact in this cave. In the PvP brutal mode of the game, a majority of players establish their impregnable strongholds within the ice cave owing to its immense interior space. Not only does it periodically spawn various treasure chests, but it also blocks anyone attempting to seize artifacts within. Furthermore, the entrance is so low that even humans must crouch to enter, effectively barring most dinosaurs from entry. However, the later introduction of the poke ball-like item changed everything. Once inside, players could summon a Giganotosaurus to wreak havoc, and even level 300+ dire bears were no match for it. The once dreaded ice cave has now become a mere hole that even newcomers dismiss. It can be said that the ARK has lost its former essence, the primal survival instinct and the determination to conquer despite repeated deaths. But now, as Lin Ye and his group arrived at the ice cave entrance, he felt the thrill of pioneering days returning. At this moment, no one could use pokeballs. Moreover, on the island, not even a single Lymantria had appeared yet. The pure, unadulterated pioneering spirit. Lu Lukai, Gu Lingxin, and the others trembled to their bones as they gazed into the deep frozen cave. The cold was unbearable. Even in fur armor, they needed torches to feel a shred of warmth. Among ARK players, there exists a type who, whenever a new map or cave emerges, delights in conquering those caves. Popular streamers like Xiaomi Tingyu and Hulu Jun all belong to this category, and they excel at creating cave guides for fellow. Lin Ye was also a player driven by challenge, always seeking to execute extreme maneuvers, soloing the aberrant Rockwell without tames, soloing the island overseer without tames. He even performed the now unavailable Deinonychus pounce, taking down a manticore single-handedly, with a Deinonychus biting it to death from the sky. A thrill he still remembers vividly. Gazing at the untouched ice cave, Lin Ye's adventurous spirit stirred once more. After a glance at the group at the entrance, he began distributing supplies. Parachutes, grappling hooks, sleeping bags. The first order was for everyone to place sleeping bags so they could respawn at the entrance. Seeing so many sleeping bags, the group swallowed hard. He hadn't brought this many for previous caves. Was this one particularly dangerous? Time to teach you some real skills. What I show you today will come in handy when you play brutal PvP later. I hope you understand why I won't let you ride dinos. The higher the starting point, the higher the peak. Now all of you crouch at the entrance and watch me. I'll clear the monsters at the door, then you do exactly as I do. Follow my every move. Using grappling hooks and parachutes, you can fly straight and horizontally. Don't panic. If you fall, you're likely dead. With that, Lin Ye picked up his shotgun, checked the ammo count, then crouched down, readied his crossbow and grappling hook, and surveyed confirming that within 5 meters of the entrance there were no Perlovias. Only 7 dire bears and 2 dire wolves. He charged in abruptly. The beasts, ranging from level 200 to 300, immediately lunged at Lin Ye, including a Perlovia that burst from the ground, racing to tear him apart. Lin Ye swiftly aimed upward, fired his grappling hook, and pulled himself up, narrowly escaping the pack's jaws. He nearly got pounced by a flying Perlovia. Outside the cave, Lu Kai and the others watched tensely. Were the monster levels here too high? The poisonous insects in the swamp cave had high levels too, but their health pools were low. Even at high levels, they weren't absurdly tough. But a dire bear at level 150 would have at least 300 to 400 health. A level 380 dire bear, its health would be one swipe and your guts would spill out. As Lu Kai and the others peered inside from the entrance, the beast spotted them too, but the low ceiling prevented them from exiting. They could only glare. Meanwhile, Lin Ye began clearing monsters from the cave ceiling. He had to stay high to ensure no Perlovias were lurking. Otherwise, when they swung across with parachutes, a Perlovia could pounce and knock them out of the sky. The clearing took about 5 minutes as the beasts had substantial health. After finishing, Lin Ye instructed everyone to crouch through the entrance and mimic his action of shooting grappling hooks onto the ceiling. Once they were all hanging from the ceiling like him, Lin Ye continued. Remember, always clear the entrance first. After that, the priority is to find Perlovias. These things can fly up and stun you. For pioneering, it's best to clear as you go. Many like to rush in, but abandoning teammates won't happen in our tribe. If you go in and the monsters you aggro kill your teammates behind you, no matter how strong you become later, never betray your... The most misleading advice in ARK is that you don't need to outrun the dinosaurs, just your teammates. That's nonsense. This game relies on teamwork in the late game. Lin Ye spoke earnestly, then began scanning for Perlovias hiding underground. The entrance was narrow, obscuring his view of both sides, so he descended to the ground using his grappling hook line. He took a few steps forward, keeping the crossbow line taut. A true master doesn't rush, they prioritize stability. They can be slow, but they must not die. Dying in a cave is a disgrace. Lu Kai caught on and said, I get it, don't release the line when you land. If danger strikes, you can reel yourself back to the ceiling. Always leave an escape route. Soon Lin Ye spotted 2 Perlovias buried ahead, one at level 380, the other at level 295. Either one pouncing would be no joke. After spotting them, Lin Ye checked his surroundings, and seeing no other monsters, he switched to his rocket launcher, the RPG. He explained its use to those behind. This thing has splash damage. One shot can blow up the buried Perlovias. But be careful, don't fire at your own feet or near teammates, or you'll kill them instantly. Lin Ye loaded the RPG, aimed at the 2 buried Perlovias, and fired after a 2-second lock-on. From their high vantage, Lu Kai and the others watched as the 2 sneaky creatures were blasted out of the ground, immediately meeting their end. The subsequent narrow passage was relatively smooth. Everyone followed Lin Ye, swinging across the ceiling with grappling hooks. When they reached areas with monsters, Lin Ye would clear them, fearing someone might fall. Everyone helped Lin Ye spot Perlovias. With many eyes, the Perlovias who usually ambushed others never dreamed they'd be ambushed today. After exterminating all nearby Perlovias, Lin Ye signaled them to ready their parachutes. Grinning, he said, get ready for some aerial acrobatics. Don't be nervous. Just think of it as fun. Seeing Lin Ye already holding his parachute, the others followed suit, preparing to deploy theirs. But just as Lin Ye released his parachute, he fired another grappling hook. The slowly descending parachute began to drift toward the direction where the grappling hook had struck. It was no longer like swinging on a swing. Using only the grappling hook would still result in landing on the ground with a high chance of being injured by the monsters below. But now, as everyone witnessed this ascending parachute defying gravity, they were utterly dumbfounded. It was like riding a cable car. Once the parachute reached the point where the grappling hook had struck, you could leisurely fire the hook at the neck. The latter half of the journey was spent flying through the air. Along the way, Li Ting kept talking to Lu Yu from behind, her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Ye, instantly turning into a devoted fan. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I told you long ago he was the best. Just think about how chaotic it is out there now. So many women have been locked up by those tribes, especially the pretty ones. You from now on stick with our husband wholeheartedly. I'm telling you, that will be the best decision you ever make. Ahead, Lin Ye, who was operating the parachute, wore an awkward smile. She was 2 years older than Li Ting, but according to the order of arrival, she was Lin Ye's second wife, and had to call Li Ting's sister. Yet this young girl clearly wasn't one to put on airs, and Lin Ye seemed to be warming up to her. Just then Chun Yushua spotted something up ahead. Strange. Do beast heads cling to the cave's ceiling? Lin Ye replied, almost without thinking. Some might lurk on cliffs, or in special terrain. It's possible, but you almost never see it. But the next second Chun Yushua shouted, "Ah! A giant rat is flying down from above." Lin Ye immediately turned to look, only to see a beast head clinging to the ceiling, shrieking excitedly. A descending Buddha's palm strike sent Chun Yushua, who had launched herself skyward with a toad-style technique, crashing down. Lin Ye quickly adjusted his direction, first using an RPG to clear the monsters rushing to attack Chun Yushua from afar, then finishing off the beast head that had delivered the Buddha's palm with a shotgun. The teammates hanging in the air clearly saw Lin Ye braving the monsters to rescue Chun Yushua. At that moment, an imperceptible shift occurred within their hearts. They too wanted weapons. They too wanted to save their teammates. True bonds are forged in adversity. This was another purpose behind Lin Ye leading them into the cave today. A sense of belonging. Many players, even after joining enormous and powerful tribes in ARK, never felt invested because they lacked that belonging. Those who truly stay together until the end are often the ones who have shared hardships, living together, dying together. No one abandons anyone. Chun Yushua, who had expected to be slaughtered by a horde of over 300 level monsters, saw Lin Ye pulling and killing the monsters ahead after recovering from the beast head's stunning attack. True, dying in this game meant you could respawn. But if everyone thought that way, the tribe would have no purpose. Xiaoxua died, so what? She can just respawn. Wasn't it just the pain of dying? Everyone had died before, the pain would pass. At worst, she could wait outside or dead was dead, no big deal. But what Lin Ye didn't expect was that for a proud woman like Chun Yushua, his saving her a second time caused a strange glint to appear in her eyes as she looked at him. Any normal person feared pain. Staring at the ferocious beast so close, Chun Yushua hastily fired a grappling hook at the cave ceiling. She too feared pain. She was terrified of it. Growing up without a mother's love, she had endured far more hardship than most girls. Though she was strong-willed at this moment, even this resilient woman seemed to develop a hint of dependence. Li Ting pondered, occasionally glancing at Chun Yushua. A woman's intuition was often sharper than a man's, and she suspected that Xiaoxua might be developing some feelings for Lin Ye. After clearing the monsters, Lin Ye used his grappling hook to return to the ceiling and said calmly, "I want all of you to remember, never abandon a teammate no matter what. If a teammate is captured, even if we all die 1,000 times, we must rescue them. This isn't just a game. This is our team's creed, including personal grudges. If anyone here bullies you or does anything to you, I won't say much, but I'll make sure those who bully you won't dare to breathe a word when they see our rookie tribe. We face everything together. That's what a tribe is." As Lin Ye spoke these words, everyone was lost in thought. Lin Ye could also see from their friendliness stats that they had all reached maximum. Even Lu Lukai's friendliness had hit 100. Though he had died the most that day, he had fully integrated his heart into the all because when Ning Lingshuang criticized him earlier, Lin Ye had stood in front of him, backed him up, and called him brother. He called others dad, but Lin Ye called him brother, a debt of gratitude he could never repay in a lifetime. His friendliness maxed out instantly. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Ye's fighting spirit surged. All right. We're almost at the final main chamber, where the artifact of strength is located. The route through this ice cave isn't complicated. It's just full of monsters. Just then Li Ting spotted a red treasure chest in the distance. She wanted to go, but dared not. Lin Ye saw it too, thinking that since they had fought their way to the end, he had forgotten to retrieve the second-generation Tyrannosaurus he had uploaded to ARK. He fired a grappling hook at the chest, pulling himself over. Opening it, he found a blueprint for a 80 armor saddle for a Therizinosaur and a finished legendary platform saddle for a Mosasaur. After summoning the Tyrannosaurus and storing the items, he took out a 109 armor Tyrannosaurus saddle he had crafted earlier. Instead of riding the Tyrannosaurus into the deepest cave, he left it behind. Everyone looked at Lin Ye in confusion. But Lin Ye had already entered and turned back to say, "Watch closely. The secret to pulling monsters is using terrain to trap them below. Next time it'll be your turn." With that, Lin Ye ran and fired a grappling hook to reach the ceiling and swung like a pendulum to a spot directly above a pool of water. Almost all the surrounding beasts rushed over. As if mindless, they all fell into the water, staring dumbly at Lin Ye on the ceiling. Li Ting shouted excitedly, "Is that the artifact behind it?" Lin Ye nodded. After landing, he checked that no monsters were around, grabbed the artifact, and ran. On the way back, he used the Tyrannosaurus to clear a path. After parking the Tyrannosaurus at the cave entrance, he gathered some wood and stone, crafting several stone pillars and ladders. Then he sealed off the entrance to the ice cave, blocking the monster spawn points as well. The Tyrannosaurus was left at the entrance, making it easy to clear the cave on the next visit. Alright, starting tomorrow, well, divide the work 2 for smithing, 2 for diving into caves to retrieve artifacts, and 1 for feeding dragons and raising hatchlings. Well, rotate. No sooner had Lin Ye finished than Li Ting raised both hands and roared, "I'll do the smithing." Lin Ye glanced around at the group, noticing that some were clearly uncertain about their choices. Venturing into the cave to retrieve divine artifacts without an experienced guide would likely result in countless deaths for the newcomers. Just as confusion began to settle among them, 2 individuals raised their hands without hesitation. "I'll go down the mine." "I'm going to." Chen Yuxiue and Gu Lengxin stepped forward one after the other, their expressions resolute. Behind them, 6-6 clenched his right fist tightly, still unable to overcome the mental barrier the deep sea had imposed upon him. Especially after venturing into that treacherous cave teeming with countless sea monsters, he remained haunted by fear. Throughout the ordeal, he had no idea what to do or how to escape. Had he not followed Lin Ye, he would have likely fainted on the spot, rolling his eyes back. The assignments were soon arranged. Gu Lengxin and Shen Yuxiue would first retrieve the artifacts and treasure chests, while Lu Yu and Li Ting would handle the forging. 6-6 would stay at the base to incubate the young dragon, gather meat and fruits, and search near the snowy mountains for a level 150 dragon, particularly a male Ankylosaurus, Stegosaurus uteranus, or Diodon of that level. Lin Ye, meanwhile, began planning the construction of 2 additional bases. Such tasks were best done sooner rather than later. Procrastination would only make them more arduous. Tomorrow he intended to build metal structures in both the ice cave and the underwater invincible cave, not necessarily large, just enough to block the entrances. Then he would bring over equipment like generators, refrigerators, air conditioners, and fabricators. Most importantly, he had to transport the eggs of creatures like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, as precautions were necessary for every contingency. As Lin Ye pondered his plans for the next day, time slipped away unnoticed, and it was already past 10 in the evening. The isolated island had once again become a pitch-black expanse. Heavy snow began to fall on the snowy mountains. Back at the base, everyone gathered around the fireplace, seated at the dining table, eating roasted meat and recounting the day's events. Just as Li Ting was about to seek out Lin Ye, she noticed that the usually strong-willed Chen Yuxiue was heading toward Lin Ye's quarters carrying some food. Her eyes widened in shock. "Holy crap! Xiao Shui, you're bold." Before Chen Yuxiue could reach Lin Ye's bedroom, she heard Li Ting whispering behind her, her face instantly flushing crimson as she bolted away. She ran to the feeding trough of the giant sloth nearby and placed the food and drink inside. Pretending nonchalance, she smiled foolishly at the sloth, murmuring, "Eat up, he." The giant sloth thought, "You're surprisingly kind." Li Ting stood frozen with wide eyes, then a mischievous grin spread across her face as she dashed over and wrapped her arms around Chen Yuxiue's waist from behind, firmly locking her in place. "Sis," Li Ting said with a sly smile. Chen Yuxiue shook her head repeatedly. "I just wanted to thank him. Don't overthink it. It's not what you imagine, Ting. Don't look at me like that. Oh, I'm not competing with you. Oh, stop tickling me, huh? Let go." Li Ting and Chen Yuxiue continued their playful scuffle. Watching them from afar, Lin Ye, who was brushing his teeth with coarse salt, felt a dry thirst in his throat. Without toothpaste here, they had to resort to the ancient method of using salt. Li Ting whispered something that turned Chen Yuxiue's face from red to a deep purple. When Chen Yuxiue caught sight of Lin Ye, her mind went completely blank. She turned and fled, even executing a few quick dashes, nearly stepping on the giant sloth's foot in the process. Lin Ye looked at Li Ting with a puzzled expression, unsure of her antics. "You need to brush your teeth before bed. Don't be lazy and take a bath too, or else tonight." Li Ting sidled up to him with a cunning look, as if plotting something secretive. A hint of a hidden scheme flickered in her eyes. "How about we make a deal?" Lin Ye was taken aback. "What kind of deal?" Li Ting glanced around excitedly, ensuring no one was eavesdropping before she whispered softly into Lin Ye's ear, "What do you think of Xiao Shui?" Lin Ye nervously swallowed. "She's good. But definitely not as good as you." Li Ting chuckled. "Just do me one favor, and I'll persuade her to be your wife." Lin Ye agreed without a second thought. Where else could he find such an opportunity? That night, he went to bed early, sleeping sweetly and soundly until dawn the next day. Watching the tribe members who had changed shifts and were heading out to complete the day's tasks, Lin Ye offered his praise with full approval. "Everyone has worked hard. Let's continue today. I'm going to the underwater cave and the ice cave to set up our sub-bases." Unaware of this, Chen Yuxiue's heart fluttered like a startled deer at the sight of Lin Ye, whom she hadn't seen for a day. She hadn't seen this man all day yesterday, and she didn't know why, but her mind was in a turmoil. Waking up, Li Ting immediately teleported to her room, tidied up her belongings, and cleaned away some items that couldn't be seen. Then, with a radiant and charming expression, she emerged from her room. "I'm going to forge iron." She didn't speak much as before, as if she had become a different person, her eyes occasionally drifting toward Lin Ye, seemingly filled with countless untold stories. Her gaze had changed. She no longer looked like she used to. Now she too was a person with stories. Her eyes were brimming with a romantic love story she couldn't share with anyone. After Lin Ye had paired up all the dragons at home, he gathered some equipment and set out to tame a mosasaurus. Transporting building materials underwater required a high carrying capacity. Low-level ichthyosaurs could barely carry anything. The underwater cave was too narrow for creatures like the Mosasaurus or Tusiteuthis, leaving the Mosasaurus as the only suitable option. After grabbing 2 wetsuits and crafting several wooden dinosaur gateways, he also fetched some exceptional feed from the fridge. Then riding a pteranodon, he began a patrol along the coast. Yesterday felt like a dream, and he was still lost in thoughts savoring the memory. As he flew near the red obelisk, he spotted a creature of breathtaking and ethereal beauty. For a moment he was stunned. Gazing at the pure white horse with a single horn on its head, Lin Ye slowly raised his telescope to look. His pupils dilated instantly. A level 150 male unicorn. The rarest pet in the entire island, with only one ever spawning. Without a second thought, he hurried back to the farm to dig up some carrots, the unicorn's favorite vegetable. Taming a unicorn was like taming a zebra. There was no need to knock it unconscious. One simply had to run quickly behind it and feed it a carrot, and it would allow you to ride. The first time it would try to buck you off, but another carrot would do the trick. Then it would gallop wildly, and all you had to do was feed it a carrot whenever it tried to throw you off. Just as Lin Ye was taming the unicorn, the Huangtian tribe near the red obelisk seemed to have spotted the creature as well. Chieftain Huangtian, peering through his telescope at Lin Ye riding the unicorn, furrowed his brow. Haven't I seen him somewhere before? Watching Lin Ye, who was still taming the unicorn, Huang Hao's eyes gradually widened. It all came back to him. His expression turned complex, and his first instinct was to hide, making sure Lin Ye didn't see him. He remembered Wang Xinyu mentioning that her boyfriend Lin Ye was incredibly skilled at this game. Fear crept in. Huang Hao, the son of wealthy Suzhou merchant Huang Dabiao, had been surrounded by countless socialites and beauties. Known as the Crown Prince of Suzhou, whenever he visited a nightclub, the owner would always introduce him to new companions. Coincidentally, one night a club owner set his sights on the newly arrived Wang Xinyu. The dim, hazy atmosphere of the nightclub transformed any woman into a beauty, provided she wore heavy makeup and dressed provocatively. If she wore something revealing, spoke with a coquettish tone, and moved with a suggestive sway, she was sure to attract a man willing to take her out for a night of pleasure. Men went to nightclubs for one purpose: to find women. And everyone knew that women who frequented such places were not to be trusted. Whatever their reasons for seeking thrills in this den of iniquity, they were nothing but sluts. Even if they seemed innocent, they were sluts at heart. Huang Hao wasn't entirely wicked. He only pursued those who were openly promiscuous. He never bothered the decent female graduates or the women in his company. He sought out the shameless ones and played them to his heart's content, free from guilt. They wanted his money, he wanted pleasure. It was a mutual game. Let's see who laughs last. That very day, Wang Xinyu was furious after being shown up by a female colleague at a company party. That colleague, also a fresh graduate, had found a sugar daddy in his 40s while still in university. Within 6 months of graduation, she was driving a BMW. Through that man's connections, she landed a vice president position at Wang Xinyu's company with a salary of 5,000. Wang Xinyu earned only 2,000 or 3,000. Her resolve to dump Lin Ye hardened. Throughout college, she had used Lin Ye as a meal ticket, stringing him along with promises of marriage after graduation. After graduation, Lin Ye worked day jobs and delivered food at night to save for the bride. In 6 months, he saved 5,000 yuan, aiming for 1,000 by year's end. 1,000. You think 1,000 is enough to marry me? Huh? You think I'm only worth 1,000? That can't even buy half a car. How useless are you? She became a president, and you, delivering food. How? Don't fool yourself with your own sacrifice. Your hard work only proves your incompetence. Incompetent. After berating Lin Ye, Wang Xinyu didn't break up with him. Keeping him as a backup was her policy, as she couldn't cut off her safety net. If she didn't find a better option, she could always fall back on him for money. She turned and went back to their rented room. Taking in the shabby surroundings and the boxes of condoms on the table, she began to apply her makeup. Tonight she would find a wealthy man. At that moment, Lin Ye was questioning his entire existence. Most fresh graduates earned only 3,000 to 4,000 a month, some even struggling to make ends meet and relying on their parents. Some were drowning in credit card debt. Saving 5,000 in 6 months as a new graduate was no small feat. But he naively thought Wang Xinyu was just in a bad mood, after all they had been together for 4 years. Wang Xinyu changed into a tight short skirt and a pair of black stockings that Lin Ye had nearly worn out, then headed to the nightclub. That night, she slept with Huang Hao. Huang Hao's underlings informed him about her. He laughed. She dumped her boyfriend of 4 years to find a rich man. This bitch is something else, ha. I like it. Tisk tisk, she's a bit ugly though. I was too drunk that night and the lights were too dim. Now I get why her body was so good. She'd been trained for 4. Tisk tisk, you'll play along. They'll take her out tomorrow, get her pregnant, and then disappear. They'll tell her to keep the kid, and he'll marry her once it's born. Ha ha ha, messing with trash like this is way too satisfying. The next morning, Wang Xinyu left with a seductive air. Huang Hao promised to take her to his mansion in Suzhou, where she would be the mistress. She dreamed of a life of luxury. The gold digger Wang Xinyu believed him. That very morning, she called Lin Ye and broke up with him outright. Lin Ye was at work completely clueless. Wang Xinyu, convinced she had found happiness, dropped all pretense and ended things. Breaking up meant a better life. Sleeping with anyone was the same. Whether it was Huang Hao or even his father, she would do it. After all, there was a mansion waiting. Just thinking about her future daily life made Wang Xinyu's eyes widen with excitement. The next scene unfolds with Lin Ye bringing flowers to apologize to her. Wang Xinyu told Lin Ye to stop bothering her, and Huang Hao arrived in his sports car. Then everyone was transported to the ARK. Realizing the full picture, Huang Hao broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at Lin Ye, who was already level 100. If this man saw him, the Huangtian tribe would be doomed. Level 100. The expert everyone was talking about on the first day? The one who dared to seal the resurrection point and seize the green ARK right under Ironforge's nose. Lin Ye was untouchable. Just then Lin Ye, who had been riding the unicorn for quite a while, spotted a figure crouching behind a rock in the distance. Lin Ye gulped, hoping the other person wouldn't notice him. The unicorn was not only powerful, but also incredibly flashy. If that person pulled aggro, taming the beast would be impossible. Lin Ye fed the unicorn while silently praying, "Don't see me, don't see me." Behind the rock, Huang Hao was drenched in cold sweat, also muttering, "Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. My dad is Huang Dabiao, don't hurt me." Just then one of his underlings approached, shouting, "Bro Hao. Bro Hao." His voice was so loud it could probably be heard in the blue ARK to the north. Enraged, Huang Hao kicked the underling in the groin. At that moment a piercing neigh echoed through the sky. The pure white unicorn had been successfully tamed by Lin Ye. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief, then coldly raised his binoculars to pinpoint the peeping Tom. Huang Hao turned and ran, but he was no match for the unicorn's speed. With a shout of "Giddy up!" Lin Ye charged ahead on the unicorn, blocking Huang Hao's escape. Lin Ye looked down at the man who had cuckolded him. Huang Hao mustered his courage and yelled, "My dad is Huang Dabiao. Don't do anything rash. Stay away from me." His voice cracked with terror. Why did Huang Hao, who had just been flaunting his father, suddenly become terrified? Because as Lin Ye dismounted from the unicorn and stood on the ground, a level 20 Dilophosaur, disregarding martial ethics, launched a sneak attack on him from behind. It first threw a left hook, but before it could deliver a right leg whip, it was directly kicked unconscious by Lin Ye's left front kick. Like a zebra, the unicorn's kick had a stunning effect, landing perfectly on low-level small creatures. Huang Hao, seeing Lin Ye knock out the Dilophosaur, the newbie killer, with a single kick, was instantly scared out of his wits. Lin Ye, somewhat displeased, took out the torch he carried and finished off the unconscious Dilophosaur on the ground. Flames quickly engulfed the Dilophosaur. Amidst its continuous screams, Huang Hao flinched involuntarily every time Lin Ye struck the creature with the torch. By the end, he couldn't tell if the Dilophosaur had been burned to death or beaten to death. He felt Lin Ye was trying to intimidate him. He kept shouting, "Boss, I didn't know she was your woman before, don't blame me. If I'd known, I wouldn't have dared." Lin Ye looked at Huang Hao contemplatively, then said with displeasure, "You're the tribe leader. Where's your tribe? Take me there." Huang Hao's heart skipped a beat. This was obviously a plunder. The 1,000 metal he had painstakingly gathered for his tribe yesterday was probably about to be lost. "Can't you hear me? I told you to take me there. You don't think I don't know the place, do you? Huangtian tribe." Even though it was a PvE peaceful mode, Huang Hao, outwardly tough, but inwardly weak, was truly scared now. No matter how stubborn he acted, he wouldn't delude himself into thinking he could wage war in 27 days. He had to think of a plan. Except for the 800 crystal and 1,000 metal at home, Lin Ye could take whatever he wanted. Then he'd find a way to curry favor with Lin Ye, even becoming his lackey if necessary. Once the savage mode was activated, later he'd stab Lin Ye in the back. With this thought, Huang Hao quickly said, "Brother Lin'll take you there right now. Don't get worked up." Lin Ye whistled, and the distant pterosaur slowly flew over. He then mounted the unicorn and followed Huang Hao to the Huangtian tribe. The tribe wasn't large, but it had quite a few people. Surrounding the tribe was a wooden dinosaur gate. Inside were 4 wooden houses. One seemed to be for men, another for women, and the central one was where Huang Hao and his underlings lived. But when Lin Ye saw the 4th house, he couldn't help but take a second look. Was there a woman locked inside? A woman imprisoned by Huang Hao. TSK. "Boss, our tribe is poor, we have nothing. Just tell me what you want. He'll give it to you." Huang Hao continued, speaking flatteringly, his eyes darting around. He was timid, but not stupid. The elite Tyrannosaurus Rex that had wiped out Zhao Bao's 1,000-man tribe was clearly lured by someone. Their small place couldn't withstand such an attack. Lin Ye looked at the dodos in the chicken coop, then at the 2 Lystrosaurus in the pigsty. Behind them seemed to be 2 Compsognathus, each less than half a meter long. These were all the tamed creatures of the Huangtian tribe. Lin Ye sneered. "The tribe's name sounds impressive, but it looks more like a..." Huang Hao lowered his head in embarrassment, murmuring in agreement. Lin Ye didn't even bother looking at their storage cabinets. Instead, he said coldly, "Call out all your women and have them stand in a line." Huang Hao was taken aback. Call out all the women? For what? Could he be planning to repay in kind? "I cuckolded him, so he intends to cuckold women, whatever. Even if he takes all the women, I can find more. As long as he doesn't mess with my tribe." Soon the 7 women of the tribe and the imprisoned woman all came out. 2 women immediately went up to Huang Hao acting coquettishly. Brother Hao, what's this about? Huang Hao slapped one of them. Get in line. No more nonsense. Just then a mature woman in her 30s slowly walked out from behind Huang Hao. Looking at the scene, she asked in confusion, son, what are you doing? Have you found your father? Have you searched everywhere on this surf? Huang Hao turned around and saw it was his mother. He let out a breath. No, dad shouldn't be here. A few days ago Huang Hao had found his mother Wang Marin, her actual name. When Lin Ye saw Huang Hao's mother, his eyes widened. Wang Marin was only about 36, but she was exceptionally well preserved. Wealthy people often married young. She had married Huang Dabiao in her teens. Because of her extraordinary beauty, Huang Dabiao had divorced his first wife. She showed no signs of aging now, like a perfectly ripe peach. Every gesture exuded a feminine charm and mature allure that could make any survivor in the ARK world fantasize. Her figure was incomparable to that of a young girl. Lin Ye didn't know why, but suddenly he didn't find Huang Hao so detestable anymore. In fact, Huang Hao seemed rather agreeable. When your own child makes a mistake, can you really hold it against them? You cuckolded me. Then I'll become your stepfather. Lin Ye had found the most valuable treasure of the Huangtian tribe. He made up his mind. He pretended to inspect the other women. The woman imprisoned by Huang Hao was Nan Xiaoro, a million-follower internet celebrity from Suzhou. She had a sweet-faced twin ponytails, a fiery personality, and a set of canine teeth. Because she refused to sleep with Huang Hao, he had imprisoned her. Even though she had left the tribe, she remained in the cage. She had been locked up for a day. Lin Ye looked at this internet celebrity. She bore a resemblance to his wife Li Ting. However, he had to pretend he was here for another woman. He had to take revenge. A gentleman bides his time for 10 years, but Lin Ye was no gentleman. He was a true gentleman. He had to make Huang Hao willingly call, otherwise all these years of playing ARK would have been wasted. After some negotiation, Nan Xiaoro agreed to join Lin Ye's tribe. Because he had rescued her, their friendship level shot up to 60. Lin Ye then took Nan Xiaoro back to his tribe, and Huang Hao couldn't have been happier. He was still rejoicing that he had saved his 1,000 metal ingots. But soon Lin Ye, now clad in ghillie suit, circled back. He lay still behind the Huangtian tribe, not moving a muscle. His heart was gradually twisting. He had once been a good man, despising those who coerced others. But now seeing his enemy Lin Ye's heart was becoming increasingly Cao Cao-like. He intended to emulate Cao Cao's deeds. When the men went out to forge metal and tame dinosaurs, he slipped in through the back door. Upon seeing Wang Marin, Lin Ye said directly, Madam, you wouldn't want your son's tribe to be destroyed, would you? As long as you join my tribe, I promise no one will dare to bully your son. I can also help you connect to the isolated island. You just need to join my tribe and assist me in forging. Rest assured, I won't do anything to you. I am the strongest tribe leader on the isolated island. You can come and see my tribe to know if I'm trying to scare you. Wang Marin looked at Lin Ye, who was level 100 and is nearly level 300 wyvern, her expression filled with shock. Lin Ye continued saying something, and Wang Marin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. This is PV mode. You shouldn't be scaring us here. Hey, you saw that Wang Xinyu was cursing daily on the World Channel. I have a way to make your son suffer endlessly. Ooh, I will ensure he can't defeat the boss for a year dying here. Do you want to give it a try? Moreover, I can seal off 3 ARKs and all resurrection points. Your son won't stand a chance to survive. He took my woman, who I must reclaim. At this point, Wang Marin's eyes were filled with panic as Lin Ye spoke. If the other party sealed off all resurrection points, her son would never be able to defeat the boss and would die in a year. Wang Marin knew her son had been fooling around outside. Was this retribution? I just want to be a blacksmith slave. You won't do anything to me, right? Wang Marin still felt uneasy. Lin Ye hurriedly said, my current girlfriend is still there. What could I possibly do? Unless I want to give up my life, my tribe needs manpower to develop. I can't trust others. You have leverage over me, so I feel safe. In the end, Wang Marin withdrew from the tribe for her son's safety. Because Lin Ye said he would lead her son to defeat the BOSS, the greatness of maternal love shines brightly at all times. Huang Hao, who was outside taming a water dragon beast, suddenly saw his mother withdraw from the tribe. He immediately shouted in the World Channel, Mom, why did you withdraw from the tribe? Wang Marin, who had already joined Lin Ye's tribe, looked at their massive base and sighed helplessly. She knew her son could never be a match for this man. If I help you properly, you won't harm my son, right? Rest assured, as long as you obey and follow the arrangements, nothing will be an issue. Now go over there and ride the sloth to gather some berries and meat. The dragon cubs at home need feeding. Lin Ye pointed to the sloth they commonly used at the door, and Wang Marin instinctively swallowed. She had never ridden such a beast. Looking at the 8 tech raptors in the room, she couldn't help but take a second glance. The dragons in this tribe were all of such high level. After some thought, she indeed went outside to gather resources. Meanwhile, Lin Ye was preparing some never-before-used items, first opening the skill list to find the camera skill, then sneering twice. Seeing Wang Marin, who had a friendliness level of 0, he needed to think of a way to raise it to 100%. He had to become Huang Hao's stepfather to ease his anger. Even if someone told him there was a level-capped golden southern titan outside, he wouldn't be moved. Today, even if Li Mei came, he would still take revenge dealing with Huang Hao's mother. At that moment, Lu Kai, who had gone out to look for high-level dragons, suddenly shouted, "Damn! Boss! Level 150 Golden Southern Titan. A male one." Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, but quickly calmed down. "Can you capture it? If you can't let Black Whirlwind go catch it, that way we can have a pair, and we need it. I'm very busy right now." Lu Kai looked at the gigantic Southern Titan and instinctively swallowed. Thus he sent a message in the Alliance channel, "Peach Blossom, Old Peach Black Whirlwind, are you free?" A level 150 Golden Male Southern Titan was spotted in the Snow Mountain. "We can't make it there, can you guys come to capture it?" The tribe leader of Peach Blossom felt a bit awkward at that moment. "Isn't it too much? You guys don't need to be so..." Lin Ye was not polite at all, directly saying, "I'm really busy today. Just give my brothers 4 Southern Titan eggs later. Hurry up." Lu Kai lure that Southern Titan to a secluded place and don't let others see it. Black Whirlwind hurriedly replied, "Well, give you 2 Wind God Wyvern eggs. We caught 2 level 140s for mating. Their attributes are not great, but sufficient." After finalizing the arrangements, Lin Ye also started making the camera, equipping his long-range rifle with over 200 attack and tranquilizer darts. Then he searched the fridge for several thousand black fruits. Clearly he planned to engage in some nefarious activities. Even if her friendliness level was 0, he could take some compromising pictures and store them in a password-protected safe. He didn't believe this woman would still dare to act. With time, feelings would develop, and slowly he would send some warmth to Huang Hao. Wouldn't this woman obediently follow him? After all, with Huang Hao's father not here, who besides Lin could care for them? A gentleman's revenge, killing without bloodshed, while also targeting the heart. After Wang Marin returned with some berries, Lin Ye shot her with a tranquilizer dart. Then he opened her backpack and threw in several thousand black fruits and 2,000 units of tranquilizer. Next door, Black Whirlwind and Peach Blossom were already tranquilizing that Golden Southern Titan. "Hurry kids, gather black fruits, it's about to go down, and we don't have much left at home," Peach Blossom shouted excitedly. Black Whirlwind hurriedly shouted in the Alliance channel, "Brothers, we came too quickly. Do you have black fruits or tranquilizers? Give us some, and we'll return them later." Lin Ye then said, "I just finished using them on the dragon. Lu Kai and the new Xiao Rou, you guys help out by using armored dragons to gather black fruits and bring..." After saying this, Lin Ye looked at Wang Marin, who had been fed thousands of black fruits. This amount of tranquilizer would likely keep her out until tonight. To be safe, it was best to make a few more cameras. The more scandalous the actions and the photos, the less likely the other party would resist upon finding out. This was coercion. On one hand was her son, and on the other was her own purity. She had to weigh it herself. While she was weighing things, certain events were already destined. 3 hours later, Black Whirlwind and the others had successfully tamed the Southern Titan, preparing to attack, with over 260. As a breeding dragon, it was absolutely qualified. Lu Kai also returned to the Peach Blossom tribe, and Peach Blossom expressed her gratitude by letting the Southern Titan breed right away, then handing over 2 Wind God Wyvern eggs to Lu Kai. "Thank you, brother. In 3 days, I'll send you guys 3 Southern Titan eggs again, with Shinfeng." Lu Kai bid farewell to Peach Blossom and rode back on his eagle. That night, Lin Ye, who had taken over 1,000 beautiful photos of Wang Marin, proudly donned his metallic greaves. This method of revenge was simply too satisfying. He first placed all those photos in a secure safe, then turned to the still unconscious woman, clearly planning for the next act. At that moment, she suddenly woke up. The first thing she noticed was that her legs were sore they had no feeling. As someone with experience, how could she not understand? She immediately screamed in shock. The sound attracted Lu Yu and Li Ting, who had just returned. "Huh, why is there a woman's voice?" The 2 women unconsciously walked towards Lin Ye's room. But when they heard Lin Ye say this woman was Huang Hao's mother, their expressions gradually turned cold. "Is your son the one who made our husband unhappy? Daring to mess with our man, you seek death." Wang Marin originally thought Lin Ye's wife would come to save her, but looking at the 3 slowly approaching her, she was so scared her face began to twist. She also uttered words similar to Huang Hao's, "Don't come over. My husband is Huang Dabiao." Trembling voice. Humble author adding a chapter on weekends, wishing all friends a pleasant weekend. For those who haven't given a good review, please give a 5-star rating, thank you. Lin Ye never dreamed that Wang Marin would directly show him favor. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to go. He was stunned By the time dawn approached, Wang Marin was already talking to herself. "Actually, Howard isn't Dabiao's son. Back then, Huang Dabiao forced me to marry him." Lin Ye burst out laughing like a pig. "Don't be so funny. Ha!" He kept laughing, finding it absurd that her friendliness had already turned into 100 points. How could there be something so damn absurd? Even though he didn't act like a decent person, he had taken his revenge, and now he felt great. Nothing was more satisfying than becoming the father of his enemy. "From now on, I'll stick with you, my little rogue. You know big sister finds you more and more pleasing to the eye." Her words carried a hint of enchanting allure. Lin Ye's tribe had everything, and it was clearly the strongest tribe on the isolated island. It was far superior to that Ironforge fortress which collected protection fees every day. The main point was that by following Lin Ye, Wang Marin could find happiness and ensure her son's survival. Where else could she find such a good deal? Other women would later have to fight tooth and nail, begging Lin Ye to take them along to defeat the boss just to survive. Rather than scrambling in desperation, then it was better to willingly join him now. Besides, it was Howard who wronged him first. We're in the wrong. From now on, Big Sister is part of your tribe. You don't have to tell me to mine 200 metal ores a day. Even if it's 200, Big Sister will obediently do it, as long as you're a happy little brother. He'll listen to everything you say. What was this called? This was what they meant by sharpening the axe doesn't delay the cutting of wood. Some might ask why the protagonist had been thinking about women these past 2 days. But the strategic significance was clear. In just one day, he avenged a great grudge, found a blacksmithing slave, got a wife, and even made his enemy his son. It wasn't just killing 2 birds with 1 stone, it was killing 4. The next time he saw Huang Hao, Lin Ye could rightfully say, "Don't talk to your father like that." Then Wang Marin would chime in, "Don't talk to your father like that." That would be amazing. By the next morning, the newly joined Nin Xiao was about to go smithing with Lu Yu and Li Ting. Wang Marin saw them and walked over. "Sister's mind if Big Sister joins. I can do any kind of work." Nan Xiao looked at Huang Hao's mother in surprise and murmured, "Are you sure, Auntie? Don't overwork yourself." When they started smithing, Wang Marin's hard work exceeded everyone's expectations. She had only one thought now: "Damn you, Huang Dabiao, you bastard. From now on, I'm going to pursue my own happiness. Sooner or later, you'll find out Howard isn't your biological son, so we'll find him a good father who doesn't reject him in advance. Let that dog die of anger." Meanwhile, Lin Ye, who had already tamed a mosasaurus near the Red Ark, still couldn't get over it. It was all too ridiculous. Yesterday, Wang Marin had personally said to him, "Good little brother, can you be kinder to my Howard from now on? Big Sister will listen to everything you say. The child is young and doesn't understand. Don't take it to heart. If he makes you angry again, I'll teach him a lesson." Below, the level 140 mosasaurus, trapped at the bottom of the sea by a wooden doorframe, had been stunned for a long time. It was puzzled why had this person trapped it under the doorframe for so long without feeding it. Shouldn't the normal plot be to tame it? What was that bipedal sheep laughing at like an idiot? Why was it acting so stupid? Then a megalodon without any martial virtue ambushed Lin Ye. He quickly swam away and started shooting with his cross. After killing the megalodon, Lin Ye began taming the mosasaurus. As long as it was trapped, it was as good as tamed. Mosasaurus was also a passive tame. All it needed was to be fed continuously. This creature was thick-skinned and tough, practically the overlord of the sea. In the deep sea, even if you rode a plesiosaur, a jellyfish could electrocute you off its back, leaving you defenseless. But the mosasaurus was different. Its thick blubber made it immune to the paralysis effects of jellyfish and eels. After successfully taming the mosasaurus, Lin Ye checked its stats. Average, nothing outstanding. Since it was only meant to transport building materials to the underwater cave, he just focused on increasing its weight capacity. Just as Lin Ye was building a metal house in the underwater cave with the materials, Lu Kai shouted in the tribe channel, "Boss, the Tyrannosaurus Rex has broken through. It's exactly the kind of attack breakthrough you mentioned. Over 480 attack power. And it's a male." Lin Ye did not appear overly thrilled. Now that they had 20 tech Rexes, a breakthrough was merely a matter of time. Remember, don't allocate any points. Don't add points to the second-generation breeding dinosaurs. Just rename them and leave them be. Tomorrow, use these newly bred dinosaurs to mate with the first-generation females. When he finished posting in the tribe channel, Lu Kai was taken aback. A peculiar thought flashed through his mind. Is there a single normal player in ARK using someone's offspring to mate with the mother? If Lin Ye's so-called graduated dinosaurs were any indication just how many despicable acts had been committed along the way, the entire lineage of this bloodline was likely the product of incestuous breeding. Yet ARK players never saw anything wrong with it. Wasn't this perfectly normal? Just like how Huang Hao had mated with Lin Ye's girlfriend, his good brother, and Lin Ye had mated with Huang Hao's mother, his good brothers. And now their brotherhood had transformed into a father-son bond. Didn't that deepen their connection? Whether dragons or humans, it was all the same. Lu Kai swallowed involuntarily and fell silent. He then went back to hunting for meat to feed the baby dragons. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, who was now building an iron house in the underwater invincible cave, had finally assembled everything he needed. Refrigerators, air-conditioned hatcheries, generators, fabricators, smithies, safes, and more. He also brought eggs from creatures like Ankylosaurus argentavis rex and Therizinosaurus, storing them in the refrigerator for emergencies. Now, except for lacking a safe wall, this underwater cave could function as a normal base. The next step was to test his building skill. Over the past few days, the tribe members had gathered enough metal to craft a large number of safes. Lin Ye gazed thoughtfully at the over 100 safes carried by the mosasaurus. After some consideration, he decided to first fortify the underwater invincible cave before setting up defenses in the ice cave. Without defenses, even an invincible cave was meaningless against skilled opponents. With 8 million people transported here, if experts from other maps cleared the bosses early and teleported to their server to cause trouble, he is the greatest threat, would undoubtedly be the primary target. With that thought, Lin Ye began constructing a wall of safes. Why not use metal walls? Simple. Safes are also made of metal, and each has 50,000 health points. A metal wall only has 10,000 health. If the enemy used RPGs or C4 charges, it wouldn't take long to destroy. Moreover, unlike safes, if the bottom wall was breached, all the walls above would collapse. If you blew up the safes at the bottom, the ones above would simply fall down, stacking like a pile of dominoes. In PvP, it always comes down to resources. If the enemy's turret ammunition and safe count reached an astonishing number, you wouldn't even think about opening fire. Soon Lin Ye used metal pillars and ceilings to build the first framework to support the safes. Then he placed them one by one. After placing all the safes, he went up and dismantled the ceilings that supported them. The safes, now unsupported, fell one after another. This method was one of the most troublesome defenses in the brutal PvP mode. Want to break through the line? You'd have to blow up every single safe in that row. The equipment you brought might not even be enough. Later, Lin Ye inserted new ceilings in the gaps behind the safes, using them to block the metal ceilings behind, allowing him to place turrets. To destroy the turrets, you'd have to blow up the safes first. Otherwise, there was no way through. Lin Ye also left a space behind the safe wall, creating a metal shooting platform. This allowed his people to move freely behind the safes and counterattack with weapons. He then placed 2 separate turrets in the corners of the water exit. If anyone came, they would die before even surfacing. Now this underwater invincible cave was truly invincible. Unless a massive tribe with a large force came to deplete his ammunition, this place was impregnable. But the cost of conquering it was unknown. After finishing the underwater invincible cave, Lin Ye returned. With a secure rear base, he felt much more at ease. Then, using the same method, he went to the ice cave to set up defenses. The entrance, which required crouching to enter, was now sealed with 4 layers of metal doors, with a turret waiting at the opening. On both sides were 2 walls of safes, impossible to cross even with grappling hooks. Refrigerators, fabricators, and other supplies were also installed. He even used a treasure chest to teleport a Deinonychus inside for clearing creatures, as there were no female Deinonychus yet. Once there were, he would bring them out to breed. After all, the treasure chests inside the ice cave respawned periodically, and creatures could be uploaded to the ARK. Once everything was done, Lin Ye returned home to find that almost all the metal, polymer, and cement had been used up. There wasn't even 1,000 metal ingots left. He was poorer than Huang Hao. Lin Ye examined the wrecks that Lu Lukai mentioned had broken through in attack, then looked at the perfectly inherited Therizinosaurus. He fell into thought. We can fight the bosses now. Should we clear all the easy bosses in 3 days? The hard dragon requires a high-damage shotgun and a tanky Megaloceros. That's easy to arrange. I can respec my points into crafting and use the existing blueprints to make a few shotguns for now. Should I skip the easy mode and go straight for hard? I can definitely win, but I need to make sure they don't die. Lin Ye stared thoughtfully at the blueprints in his private encrypted safe. Blueprints for Rex saddles, Therizinosaurus saddles, and Uteranus saddles. All legendary except for the Rex saddle. There was also an epic blueprint for a Diodon and a blueprint for a shotgun with 278 damage. Lin Ye pondered. If they thought the bosses were too easy, it might make them complacent. In this game, you must never be careless. Carelessness leads to disaster. Many players have had their bases raided and dinosaurs killed, leading them to smash their computers in rage, especially the foreigners. In PvP, who hasn't been raided or wiped out? He couldn't let them develop that mentality. If they relied on him for everything, it wouldn't be good for them. After much thought, Lin Ye decided to solo the 3 hard mode bosses first. Then he would take them through the easy ones. Later, they would have to tackle the medium difficulty on their own. He had to teach them how to fight the bosses. If necessary, he would let them all get wiped once. Getting wiped by a boss was far better than by other players. That way they would reflect on themselves and stop relying. Soon Lin Ye had planned out the schedule. All tribe members would continue their routine of gathering metal and breeding dinosaurs, while he would solo the hard brood mother and hard Megapithecus tomorrow. The day after, he would take on the hard dragon. The day after that, he would lead them to the easy bosses. Then his conquest plan would begin. Now that the invincible caves were ready, he could make the entire server work for him. Work hard these 3 days. The day after tomorrow, it'll take you to fight the bosses. After that, it'll lead you to conquer the island. Seize all respawn points and obelisks. The others, still busy outside, changed expressions upon hearing about fighting the bosses. Wang Myron's face lit up at the mention of conquering the island. How your mother found you a good father. You mustn't throw any more tantrums. After rallying the tribe members, Lin Ye approached the blue obelisk inside the house. Gazing at the materials required to challenge the boss, he sighed with a melancholic expression. The divine artifact was in hand, but additional materials were still needed for the formidable boss. Other issues were minor. Items like Spinosaur sails and Argentavi's talons were often collected by seasoned players during hunts in preparation for boss battles. Lin Ye's storage already held a considerable stockpile, including enough Megalania venom and Titoboa venom gathered from the swamp cave. The real challenge lay in obtaining Basilosaurus blubber and a Giganotosaurus heart. Basilosaurs rarely spawned on the island Lin Ye had only spotted 2 in days, one of which he had tamed. As for the Giganotosaurus heart, he had none. After some thought, Lin Ye decided to scout for a wild Giganotosaurus, and if found, lure it into the sea to drown. Logically, one should spawn near the snow biome or the mountain. With 2 Giganotosaurus hearts, Basilosaurus blubber, and Tusatooth's tentacles, his materials for the hard boss would be complete. Lin Ye flew around the snow biome, pausing frequently to scan the area. After a thorough search with no sign of a wild Giganotosaurus, he headed south to the mountain. He was reluctant to ask Taoyuan if they had any Giganotosaurus hearts, as that would reveal his intent to challenge the hard boss. He couldn't risk word spreading that he could solo it. Upon reaching the mountain, he spotted a massive dun-colored Giganotosaurus tearing into 3 Stegosauruses. Quickly raising his spyglass, Lin Ye saw it was a level 100 male. He exhaled softly. Don't blame me for this. I'm sending you off first. The process of luring the wild Giganotosaurus to the coast was far from smooth. Lin Ye's eagle was mauled twice, forcing him to kill passive creatures for the bird to feast on and recover health. By noon, he finally managed to drag the Giganotosaurus into the deep sea where it couldn't escape. Now he only had to wait for it to drown. After successfully obtaining a Giganotosaurus heart, Lin Ye considered checking again. If the in-game time mirrored reality, a new Giganotosaurus should spawn soon. Or perhaps one. There had to be a pattern. After another fruitless search, he mounted his Basilosaurus to hunt for more Basilosaurs and Taises in the depths. With a Basilosaurus, the ocean felt far safer. Even megalodons, unless in overwhelming numbers, were easy prey. Tusatooth's tentacles were quickly secured. He knew their spawn points, and his Basilosaurus could easily kill them. Yet after an hour of searching, he found only 2 Basilosaurs. What a hassle. I'd better check if the Giganotosaurus has respawned. Lin Ye turned back. It seemed the entire day would be spent gathering materials. As he passed the Huangtian tribe near Red Obelisk, he recalled Wang Myron's plea from yesterday. She wanted a mount for her son, promising him some entertainment in return. The memory of her enchanting allure made him swallow hard. What a seductress. But fine, he's just a kid. They'll give him something to play with on the way. Lin Ye typed in the tribe channel, Xiaomei, take that level 200 Triceratops from home and give it to your son. I want go. It's not good for the kid. Wang Marin, who was busy smithing, was overjoyed. Great'll go soon. You're so kindly. Ting, smithing beside her, nearly burst out laughing. Weren't they enemies just days ago? Now he was calling her son his child. Not good for the kid to see me. But Huang Hao was so ugly. He clearly wasn't Lin Ye's biological son. When Wang Marin arrived at the Huangtian tribe riding the level 200 Triceratops, Huang Hao was utterly stunned. From a distance, his eyes widened as he saw through his spyglass that his mother was already over level 70. His eyes bulged. He was only level 40, and most others were in their 30s or 40s. How was his mother level 70? I'm a noob, don't hit me. Why does that name sound familiar? Did my mom join that tribe that places pillars everywhere? Wang Marin said little, simply having Huang Hao claim the Triceratops. Her gaze softened with concern as she looked at him. Son, take care of yourself. Mom has found a good patron now. He's willing to take us to fight the boss. Then we won't have to die anymore. But Huang Hao suddenly recalled Lin Ye from that day, who belonged to the same tribe. He wasn't stupid. He realized Lin Ye must have come for his mother while he was out gathering metal. Rage surged through Huang Hao. He had already guessed the truth. Ill thing kill you. His voice cracked as he roared, the veins on his neck bulging. He was about to curse Lin Ye on the world chat when Wang Marin slapped him. Don't you dare speak of Uncle Lin that way. What are you being so stubborn about, huh? Isn't this all you're doing? Tears streamed down Huang Hao's face as he stared at his mother, who was defending Lin Ye. His expression twisted in utter devastation. His worldview shattered. Then Wang Myron's next words crushed any courage Huang Hao had left to confront Lin Ye. You're not the son of Huang Dabiao. I found someone else to get back at him. Think carefully. Do you want to ruin things with your Uncle Lin over your petty grudges, or play it smart and let him take us? Your Uncle Lin is about to take us to fight the boss. After that, he'll control the entire island. Everyone here will have to listen to him. Don't be foolish, son. Don't worry, I've already talked it over with him. Your Uncle Lin is magnanimous, a real man. He won't hold a grudge against you, rest assured. Huang Hao stood frozen, a drop of mucus falling unnoticed. There are only 25 days left until the savage mode kicks in. Things are about to get chaotic. Don't be stubborn, Hao. Surviving is what matters most. With that, Wang Marin left, leaving Huang Hao and the Triceratops standing in the wind, bewildered. The Triceratops chewed on a nearby plant with a blank expression, utterly clueless as to why they had given it to this ugly mess. This guy was a total slob. His snot was practically a river, and he didn't even bother to wipe it. Just then the geniuses in Huang Hao's tribe started causing trouble again. A group of lackeys had set up a row of campfires to roast meat, completely oblivious to the men on pteranodons hovering above their tribe. Qian Suan Pan, the second-in-command of Iron Fortress, sneered at the modest tribe. How did we forget this place? Let's go down and collect protection fees. Demand 2,000 metal ingots and 1,000 cement. If they don't have it, take their most valuable dino. If they refuse, aggro wild creatures and tear them down. Huang Hao, still bewildered, had clearly lost the ability to think. Was he not his father's son? Had his mother sought someone else to retaliate against his father's infidelity? His mother had gotten involved with Lin Ye. It seemed they had already done what needed to be done. Every piece of news nearly shattered Huang Hao's worldview. While he was dumbfounded, his tribe also fell into trouble. 1,000 Abacus, leading a dozen people, looked at Huang Hao's tribe with sneers and said, "We are from Ironforge, here to collect protection fees to shield you from wild dragons." Huang Hao's underlings were all terrified of these fully armored people riding flying mounts. Although fighting wasn't possible, yet it would be in over 20 days, and everyone knew they could now lure monsters to wreck bases. Their worries were written all over their faces. Huang Hao's underlings shouted, "How go? How go? Someone's here to collect protection fees." Huang Hao instinctively looked up, and when he saw 1,000 Abacus' mocking face, his anger surged. What was wrong with today? Why did everything have to happen to him? Huang Hao glared and cursed, "Collect your mothers. If you want to fight, then fight. Do you know who I am, huh?" 1,000 Abacus laughed contemptuously. "Haha, there's actually a fool here who relies on his daddy. Who are you? You're a loser, that's who. Do you know who I am?" 1,000 Abacus was an agent sent by Lin Ye to have Ironforge collect protection fees from various tribes, escalating their conflicts. Now Zhang Beishan from Vegetarian Island had already issued a challenge to Ironforge, a direct confrontation in 25 days. Then 1,000 Abacus could finally follow Lin Ye. Huang Hao wanted to say his father was Huang Dabiao, but after being scolded by his mother, he was in a terrible state, unsure how to go. He had forgotten his grudge against Lin Ye, and now hated that bitch Wang Xinyu. He wasn't entirely bad. He only went after women from nightclubs and red light district socialites and gold diggers. He never touched female employees or students in the company. But now Huang Hao didn't know how to survive. Moreover, there was one thing he hadn't told his mother. His father, Huang Dabiao, wasn't in Suzhou on the day of the teleportation, but had gone on a trip with his new, beautiful secretary. His father hadn't been teleported. As Huang Hao stood there dazed, 1,000 Abacus noticed the Triceratops behind him. It was over level 200. 1,000 Abacus' eyes widened. The highest level dinosaur in Ironforge hadn't even reached level 200. They had mobilized dozens of people to capture that Spinosaurus. After a hail of arrows, they finally knocked out the Spinosaurus, but taming it took an enormous amount of time. How could someone who never played ARK know about kibble? All they knew was that feeding raw meat could tame carnivores. They didn't even know about prime meat. There was no internet here to look up guides. 1,000 Abacus suddenly realized something and whispered nervously to Huang Hao, "Who gave you this Triceratops?" Huang Hao looked at 1,000 Abacus' dog-like face, then at his brothers and women being intimidated. Huang Hao coldly said, "The strongest tribe in this area gave it to me. Got a problem?" 1,000 Abacus leaned back, slightly looking up at the blue obelisk to the north. This place wasn't far from the blue obelisk, and that level 200 Triceratops must have come from Lin Ye. Did Lin Ye know him? Just then Ironforge members asked about Huang Hao's resources and cursed, "Damn poor. Just over 1,000 metal ingots and a couple hundred cement. Nothing valuable except that Triceratops." Huang Hao watched his underlings hand over the metal ingots they'd worked so hard to gather, and he immediately got furious. He couldn't bear to use them himself. Mining metal in this godforsaken place was too hard. But before Huang Hao could explode, 1,000 Abacus ordered the ingots returned. Ironforge members were puzzled, but they all feared the second-in-command 1,000 Abacus, so no one took anything. Then 1,000 Abacus sent them to the Redwood Forest where a tribe called Men's Club had appeared, and he stayed behind to ask Huang Hao, "What's your relationship with Leader Lin?" Huang Hao looked at the Triceratops, then at 1,000 Abacus, and somehow hardened his expression, blurting out, "I don't care about your Ironforge or Copperforge. If you mess with me again, I'll have Uncle Lin take you down." 1,000 Abacus' expression was utterly troubled. Looking at Huang Hao, who was older than Lin Ye, he narrowed his eyes. To prevent Huang Hao from badmouthing him to Lin Ye, 1,000 Abacus gave him a full set of blue-quality iron armor and a crossbow with 185 attack power. 1,000 Abacus left. The members of Huang Tian tribe saw that Huang Hao had scared off the mighty Ironforge with just a few words and felt they had chosen the right leader. Huang Hao's gaze darkened and his mood sank again. But looking at the level 200 Triceratops, he recalled his mother's words. If they couldn't defeat the hard boss in a year, they'd all die. To survive, bowing his head to Lin Ye seemed acceptable. Those people were still trying to fight bosses, but they didn't even know where to find artifacts. Breeding dinosaurs. Without guides or the internet, they knew nothing. Thinking this, Huang Hao sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, Huang Hao's dear Uncle Lin had drowned another Giganotosaurus near the snowy mountains and now only needed the fat from a Mosasaurus. Lin Ye checked the time and scratched his head. "Time flies, it's already 4 in the afternoon. Do I have to go into the sea in the dark? Can't see a thing, it's too dark. When will I ever find a level 150 Megalosaurus? Damn it. This stupid map of the island." Just as Lin Ye was cursing, he suddenly spotted a massive tail whipping by in the distance, extremely thick. It wasn't the slender tail of a Brontosaurus or Diplodocus. Lin Ye squinted, and his eyes went wide. The long-awaited female Carcharodontosaurus had appeared. It was a level 135 female Carcharodontosaurus. The level was low, but as long as it was female, it could mate with his breeding male. Producing a female that perfectly inherited the breeding male's stats was just a matter of time. This spot wasn't far from their snowy mountain base. Lin Ye first returned home swapped to a second-generation Pteranodon with high health and flew out again. At that moment Chen Yuxue and Gu Lingxin, who were searching for artifacts in the southern cave of the island, also discovered the creature Lin Ye had been. A level 150 Megalosaurus curled up on the ground, fast asleep. Upon hearing that it was a level 150 spotted dragon, Lin Ye's expression immediately became serious. In such a desolate place as a deserted island, although there were spawn points for spotted dragons in the southern mines, most players rarely encountered them. Occasionally one or two would spawn, but their levels were generally very low. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ye made his decision, as the transition from day to night would occur around 9 p.m. Once night fell, even if you knocked out a spotted dragon, it would awaken when darkness descended. He needed to tame it before that. He instructed Li Ting to ride an eagle carrying a billboard over while asking Chen Yuxue and the others to keep an eye on the spotted dragon. Otherwise, once night fell, the spotted dragon would enter night battle mode with doubled speed, vision, and attack power. Moreover, at night, it would unleash a skill that could bite medium-sized creatures into the sky. If it bit you, it would chew you to death. When Li Ting arrived with the billboard, Lin Ye used a method to trap the south giant and ensnared the spotted dragon, then turned to Li Ting and said, "Don't think about taming it. You won't be able to manage, just watch." He then flew back to the Snow Mountain Blue ARK base to fetch the items needed to tame the spotted dragon. Time passed quickly, and by the time he reached Chen Yuxue and the others, it was already close to 6 p.m. Lin Ye also spotted the spotted dragon. Most of the time, if you approached a sleeping spotted dragon, it would stand up. However, if you maintained a good distance, it was easiest to trap such creatures. This time Lin Ye chose stone dinosaur gates and frames, bringing 4 sets at once. If he used the billboard, the spotted dragon might wake up, as the billboard was relatively small, and he would need to place it close to the dragon. If they touched each other, it would awaken. If it moved before he had it surrounded, it would escape, and he couldn't take that risk as night approached. After Lin Ye surrounded the spotted dragon with the dinosaur gates, he took out a long-barreled rifle and began shooting tranquilizer darts. Beside him, Chen Yuxue looked at Lin Ye taming the spotted dragon with anticipation, as it seemed he was always very serious whenever he engaged in serious matters, remaining silent the entire time. He was just typically so goofy when he wasn't serious. It would be great if he wasn't so silly. After Lin Ye shot a tranquilizer dart, the spotted dragon suddenly woke up. However, at that moment the sky had not yet darkened, and it walked like a turtle extremely slowly. Lin Ye shot through the gaps between the dinosaur gates. One shot followed another. Now even if it turned dark, he wasn't afraid. A trapped beast was nothing to worry about. After successfully stunning the spotted dragon, Lin Ye finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he acquired the night vision ability of the spotted dragon, he could stealthily go tame the shark-toothed dragon at night. Chen Yuxue asked curiously, "Lingo, why do you always prefer to use a trapping room for taming creatures? Isn't it a bit troublesome?" While surrounding the gaps in the dinosaur gates with wooden barricades, Lin Ye replied, "Remember, in this game the more experienced players understand the importance of a trapping room. Those who dislike using trapping rooms are usually newcomers who find it troublesome. Most dinosaurs will run away when they are about to be knocked out. If an Argentine giant eagle flies up, you won't be able to shoot it down. Don't be overconfident thinking you can bring it down. If it flies out over the sea, even if it gets knocked out, it might drown." Later on, there are even more advanced dragon taming rooms, such as those for flying dragons and death reapers. Each type of dragon taming room has a different design developed through countless attempts by many experienced players. There's no such thing as waste. It's not about speed, but stability. Moreover, you have to surround the stunned dragon with something. Sometimes when some panicking herbivorous dinosaurs run near your stunned dragon, if the predators chasing the herbivores hit your dragon, you'll be in trouble. The trapping room can also serve as protection. Chen Yuxue nodded repeatedly, and then showed Lin Ye the artifacts and blueprints she had gathered from the mines today. Lin Ye chuckled softly, then opened the backpack on the ground, momentarily stunned. He had found a legendary blueprint for a shotgun with an attack power of 295. It was even higher than the one he had. Previously, he had crafted several shotguns with over 300 attack power, using the blueprint at home, intending to use them against bosses. Now it seemed he needed to redo that. Even a mere increase of 10 points in attack power warranted a redo. He didn't bring a dragon to face the difficult spiders and the challenging golem. The damage could be the difference between victory and defeat. Excellent. Keep it up. Facing Lin Ye's praise, Chen Yuxue scratched her head awkwardly, saying, "It's just that I still can't manage the clever underwater cave. 2 of my fish dragons have died. I might be too nervous and can't lure the monsters properly." Beside them, Gu Lingxin occasionally glanced at Chen Yuxue. Unlike Li Ting, Chen Yuxue gave her the impression that she saw Lin Ye as a big brother. However, Gu Lingxin understood very well that girls like Li Ting, who could quickly adapt to their environment, and read people accurately were far superior to most women. Night soon fell. The stunned little South giant spotted dragon did not awaken. Lin Ye calculated the time and went up to feed it some extraordinary feed. Before long, the spotted dragon was tamed. It stood up at level 224 with 8,300 health and over 290 attack, quite average. At this moment, however, Lin Ye did not pay attention to the attributes of the spotted dragon. Instead, he chatted with the system's virtual figure Li Mei for a few moments. Soon his eyes began to glow golden, just like the spotted dragon. The originally dark vision now became clear. Lin Ye smiled again, feeling invincible in the darkness. Being able to see in the dark without adjusting the brightness was indeed somewhat overpowered. Moreover, his speed had increased. He felt that his speed at night had exceeded 180 as he soared into the air. Next, he instructed Chen Yuxue and Gu Lingxin to bring the spotted dragon back to the base as it was dark and their shift was over. Just as Lin Ye was about to fly to the shark-toothed dragon's location, Li Ting suddenly said in the tribe channel, "Not good people from Ironforge are here. They've spotted the shark-toothed dragon. There are so many of them, about 15. They've seen me." Lin Ye pondered, deeply bewildered as to what they were planning. "Didn't we say not to let Ironforge people come north? This group is getting too bold." Lin Ye reassured her. "It's fine, you go back first, leave the rest to me." He instructed, "Don't engage with them." Because they had been trapped by Lin Ye's dragon trapping room, those people had been successfully shooting at the shark-toothed. This shark-toothed dragon is actually stuck by the billboard. Heaven is helping us. With this shark-toothed dragon, our tribe's strength will increase further. A group of Ironforge people excitedly yelled, wondering if this shark-toothed dragon was much better than the spiny-backed dragon. Just as they were shooting at the shark-toothed dragon, suddenly a man riding a flying mount charged down, dismantled the billboard, and ran. The freed shark-toothed dragon looked at the group of birdmen who had shot at it for so long, and immediately charged at them, taking one. Lin Ye also took advantage of his night speed to loot the bags of the dead Ironforge players. They were all garbage gear. Damn, which idiot took down the billboard? Who dares to oppose us, Ironforge? Are they tired of living? In the next moment, the shark-toothed dragon, after eating the Ironforge players, gained a buff. Its speed skyrocketed. That shark-toothed dragon was like a frenzied killing machine, a tiger among sheep. With the speed buff, it hunted down those Ironforge small fries even faster. Lin Ye had already flown into the sky on his eagle. He checked the time, it was past 8 p.m. Soon the sky would be pitch black and one wouldn't be able to see their hand in front of their face. He planned to tame the shark-toothed dragon once it finished off those bastards. He didn't think the people from Ironforge would dare to come in the dark. Below, several from Ironforge had already died, some before even mounting their pteranodons. Several of their pteranodons had also been killed. The remaining Ironforge members mounted their pteranodons, watching the shark-toothed dragon wreak havoc below. They were baffled. They had shot it hundreds of arrows, so why wasn't it unconscious? What the hell was this thing? Just then an Ironforge underling spotted Lin Ye across the way. He raised his telescope and his eyes widened in shock. Holy shit. Holy shit. He's from the noob tribe. That bastard who put up a pillar on our green ARK. Holy shit. Lin Ye, level 100. The crowd erupted into chaos. Everyone on the server knew Lin Ye's name from day one. Soon an Ironforge underling messaged on the world channel, "Brotherly. Brother Tiawong, the noob tribe, is that pro player Lin Yes. He's level 100. He's killed many of our pteranodons. Several brothers are dead. He's level 100. Back at home studying skills, Li Tiawong, the leader of Ironforge, furrowed his brows. Qian Suanpan immediately cursed, rushing to Li Taiwan. "Chief, don't go to war with him. We're no match. He's level 100. That one man alone can destroy us. Trust me." As he spoke, Qian Suanpan asked on the world channel, "Why is he at?" Lin Ye sneered. Now that he had an invincible cave, he feared nothing. "You were messing with the dragon I was taming, and you think you're in the right." "Yeah, I'm Lin Ye. Not happy. Come at me." His words stunned everyone on the server who knew him. Wang Xinyu's eyes widened. Was the tribe that had troubled her for days the noob tribe? Could it be Lin Ye? It must be him. Zhao Baowen shouted excitedly, Bro, it's Baowen. My good brother, where are you? Can I come join you?" Ma Hazen, the boss of Wantian Group, also said on the world channel, "Xiao Lin, you're really on this server. Great. It's Boss Ma. Do you remember me?" Ma Kai Ma Haisen's son replied below, "Haha, brother Lin, great. Sorry about before, don't hold a grudge. I really wanted to make you a permanent employee back then. I just had too much to drink that day and said some harsh words. Don't take it to heart." Lin Ye sneered repeatedly. They were all just rabble. What he hated most was being disturbed while taming a dragon. Now he feared no one here. He shot back at the fools on the public screen, "Don't mess with me. Anyone who dares to annoy me again will face the consequences." Li Taiwan was still in the tribe listening to Qian Suanpan analyze the situation. He didn't think the noob tribe was that. Qian Suanpan grew anxious. "I've inquired before. This man made a living from this game in Suzhou. His knowledge and strength are beyond what we can handle. If you really want war, Chief, I have a plan. Let's take over the vegetarian island tribe and occupy the island. It's easy to defend and hard to attack. Plus Zhongbaishan's people are numerous and most know how to play now. If we start a war now, we'll likely be wiped out. He probably has a way to destroy us even in PvE mode. Chief think. Just then Peach Blossom, the leader of the Peach Blossom Source tribe, chimed in. Oh lively night. Which blind bastard dares to mess with my brother Lin Ye? Stay out of the north and don't bother us, damn it. The snowy mountains are the territory of the noob tribe. I've said my piece. Who's with me, who's against? The other tribes watched the drama unfold. The most powerful tribes were bickering, and no one dared to speak up, fearing they'd. Seeing Peach Blossom Source helping Qian Suanpan grew even more frantic. Peach Blossom Source has experts too. They may only have 2 adults, but they've already tamed dinosaurs we haven't, and they've settled on Death Island. What's Death Island, Chief? If those 2 tribes have allied, we're no match. We need more people. I suggest we go to the Vegetarian Island tribe tomorrow. It's PvE mode anyway, they can't really hurt us. Well, persuade their people. Li Taiwang pondered Qian Suanpan's words and eventually nodded. But now Li Taiwang's thoughts had shifted. He wanted to recruit Lin Ye. With such a pro they could dominate. Alright Suanpan. He'll take the men to Vegetarian Island tomorrow. You go persuade Lin Ye. Make sure he joins us. If he does, he'll give you that Spinosaurus we caught as your mount. Qian Suanpan was stunned, his glasses nearly falling off. Oh. Li Taiwang's eyes turned cold. Everyone has weaknesses. Is he into beauties or something? Tailor your approach. He'll give you 3 days. Even if you can't recruit him, make the noob tribe submit to us and pay us 10,000 metal ingots as protection money. They must have that much. Qian Suanpan sneered inwardly. This fool was asking for death. Adjusting his glasses, he said helplessly, I understand. He'll do my best. Lin Ye saw that the sky was dark enough now, pitch black. The taming of the shark-toothed dragon had begun. Lu Kai and Li Ting also flew over on their eagles, worried about Lin Ye. Lu Kai saw the chatter on the public screen and cursed. What's this? We've never been the ones extorting protection money. We haven't bullied anyone. We've kept to ourselves. Who messes with us, we mess with them. My bro Lin was already level 97 on day 1. Can you do that? While the other tribes had never dealt with the noob tribe, the mention of protection money made them gnash their teeth. On the island of 800, gathering metal meant fighting for it. Resources were scarce on the island. Everyone fought over metal only to have it taken by Ironforge every few days. Seeing a major tribe dare to stand up to Ironforge, some got excited. Can Ironforge lower the protection money? Where are we supposed to find metal? There's none. Unexpectedly, a tribe that had been oppressed by Ironforge for days shouted on the public channel, Noob tribe, we support you. They always bully people. Last time they took the level 30 Pteranodon I just tamed. If I didn't hand it over, they'd bring their dinos to destroy my base. Qian Suanpan laughed. The protection fee was his terrible idea. He excelled at drawing aggro. Lin Ye laughed too. Wasn't this the slave labor force coming to him? It was not until later that Li Tiawang, the chief of Iron Fortress, stepped in to smooth things over. We were in the wrong today, brother Lin. Please don't take offense. Come visit us whenever you like. We're all brothers. Lin Ye, who was taming the Megalodon, did not respond. Instead, he was planning how to make those people willingly work for him. Having been a dragon merchant before, he could always seize the business opportunities within the ARK. On the island, metal was scarce. Those players who sought metal only wanted to build a metal house to protect themselves from having their base raided by Iron Fortress luring creatures. They farmed the snow mountain and volcano zones daily, but without Ankylosaurus or Argentavis, the newcomers could barely gather any. Those who had never played ARK would not know about work tames. Now that he had everything, what did he lack most? Bullets. An absurd idea flashed through his mind. If so many people needed metal, then metal could essentially become the circulating currency. If he exchanged 10,000 metal for gunpowder every day, his bullet stock would overflow. To control the new player's development speed, the exchange rate for metal to gunpowder had to be set high. For example, 100 metal for 1,000 gunpowder and 1,000 metal for 1,000 gunpowder. He would trade 1,000 raw metal daily for gunpowder, netting 1,000 gunpowder a day. By the time he defeated the boss, all his turret ammo would be maxed out. Making gunpowder was not complicated. Burn wood into charcoal, then combine it with kindling powder made from stone and flint. New players could manage that. Some tribes had a dozen members. If they all crafted gunpowder together, even beginners could produce 1,000 gunpowder in a day. 1,000 metal was just a few tail swings of an Ankylosaurus. Thinking of this, Lin Ye's eyes lit up. By the time he finished taming the Megalodon, it was already late. He adjusted his strategy and refined this extremely unbalanced trade model. Later he shared the idea with Lu Kai, who burst out laughing. Haha, 1,000 raw metal for 1,000 gunpowder. What fool would trade that? No, some of them will definitely trade. To keep Iron Fortress from luring dragons and destroying their bases, they'll do it. Limit the daily exchange to 1,000 metal, raw metal, not ingots. Each tribe can trade up to 1,000 raw metal per day. Trade for 3 consecutive days, and they get 3 sets of metal armor and tools. Tell them that after 7 days of trading, they'll receive a full set of 3 by 3 metal building materials to build a proper base. Forget hide. They can't fight wild creatures anyway. Just gunpowder. Tomorrow go to Red Ark and enclose the obelisk with a 9x9 foundation to serve as the island's trading center. Lu Kai nodded thoughtfully after hearing this, then sent out the news about trading gunpowder for metal. The response was even better than Lin Ye and Lu Kai. Those people were drawn by the promise of a metal house after 7 days of trading. Even though it was only 3x3, it was enough. They no longer had to count out to Iron Fortress. They all knew it was a losing deal, but by the next morning someone actually came to trade. When Lu Kai arrived at Red Ark, he saw at least 100 people. Some even came riding Parasaurolophus. Within half an hour, the 1000 raw metal were all traded. Lu Kai looked at the 1000 gunpowder he had received and almost wanted to laugh. But the traders didn't leave. Some lingered at the trading post entrance, hoping to curry favor with Lu Kai, wanting to be associated with the newbie tribe, so that the punks from Iron Fortress wouldn't dare mess with them. On one side, they willingly labored for metal and would get a small metal house in 7 days. On the other side, it was one-sided exploitation. The effect was immediate. Lu Kai increasingly felt that Lin Ye was unfathomable. He realized Lin Ye's true goal wasn't just gunpowder. Watching the tribes constantly trying to ingratiate themselves, he guessed Lin Ye intended to unify the entire island after defeating the boss. By then, anyone who didn't submit would likely be eliminated. Lin Ye had already begun his strategy. The boss is truly a born leader. I'm still far behind him. If we go to war with Iron Fortress later, these metal traders will probably side with us. Some people after obtaining metal returned home to smelt it, planning to build a small metal house. Even if it was tiny, they wouldn't have to fear Iron Fortress luring creatures to destroy their base. No one wanted to endure humiliation. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, who was about to challenge the Brood Mother on hard difficulty, looked at the level 10 Procoptodon he had tamed earlier with a somewhat melancholy expression. That's right. Dragon King Lin planned to ride this level 10 kangaroo to solo the hard Brood Mother. The kangaroo stared blankly at Lin Ye with ill intent, the purple berries in its mouth suddenly losing their flavor. It felt like Lin Ye was about to kill it. After respecking and chugging potions, I crafted over 20 shotguns and only got 4 usable ones. Not bad luck. I'm about ready to fight the boss. Too bad I didn't get a 755 damage shotgun. Haha, probably because it's an official server. I doubt he'll ever craft one. With that, Lin Ye mounted the kangaroo and leaped to the blue obelisk. At that moment, the kangaroo's expression was extremely complicated. Kangaroo, I advise you not to do anything rash. Lin Ye looked around, making sure none of his tames were near the obelisk, then began gathering the materials and artifacts needed to summon the hard Brood Mother. Let me see. Artifacts: hunter wise and stalwart. Materials: Argentavis, talon, sarcosuchus, hide, brontodiplodocus, vertebra, titanoboa venom. All set. Then he checked his equipment: 4 shotguns with damages of 375, 355, 348, and 344. Cooked meat, a full set of stews, energy brews, bug repellent, ghillie suit, flak, armor, water, canteen, shotgun shells, etc. Lin Ye tried to recall the Brood Mother's health and stats. Hard Brood Mother, HP 9700, base attack 3369. Has armor piercing effect. Abilities: web snare, sprays a large amount of webbing to bind the target, reducing movement speed and dealing 436 damage. Multiple webs can hit the same target. Venom spray shoots 14 venom projectiles forward, dealing 1248 damage each. Spider swarm periodically summons a group of level 500 spiders. If there are small spiders in the boss room, this ability won't activate. In hard mode, the Brood Mother is faster than in easy mode. It can reach you within 5 seconds of entering. Time limit 30 minutes. If not killed by then, the player dies. Lin Ye checked his stats again, which he had respect specifically for this solo fight. Health 900, all other points into weight with 0 investment in movement speed. When he calculated how many shotgun shots it would take to kill the 9700 HP Brood Mother, he was stunned. Holy shit. Obviously, the calculation showed that if he only used the shotgun, it would definitely exceed 30 minutes. He could win, but it would take too long. He didn't have a top-tier shotgun. In an instant, Lin Ye came up with a plan. He brought over the first-generation male Tech Rex and 2 male Megatheriums from home. They stood in a circle around the blue obelisk. He equipped them with high armor saddles he had prepared earlier. Some of the Rexes already had health up to 2000. After imprinting, their attack had already exceeded 500. Staying at home these past few days, they had leveled up automatically, and after allocating points, their attack reached over 600. Clearly, Lin Ye didn't plan to take them outside to level up. He just threw them into the fray. The Rexes looked at him in confusion, wondering what he was up to. The 2 male Megatheriums were also puzzled. What was he going to do? Lin Ye casually remarked, well, if I let them deal the finishing damage, it should be enough time. Rexes are expendable anyway. Listen to him. Are those words fit for a human? Other people have their dragons deal damage to the boss. He has his dragons deal finishing damage. And from his tone, he intended to sacrifice all these dragons. Lin Ye checked the stats of the dinosaurs and decided to put all points into attack. If they died, so be it. Lin Ye calculated the time again, estimating that these dragons could take down 1/3 of the boss health before dying thanks to the epic Rex saddles. The time should be enough. In his eyes, those saddles were worth more than the first-generation Rexes. After the boss fight, he would have to retrieve the saddles from the Rex corpses. After making sure nothing was left behind, Lin Ye activated the teleport button to the Broodmother's arena on hard difficulty. A teleportation light shield appeared instantly, enveloping Lin Ye and all the creatures. Lin Ye quickly adjusted the position of that unlucky kangaroo. He would rely on it entirely. Soon the teleport countdown ended. His vision went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he was inside the boss arena. The Broodmother in the distance had already spotted them. On hard difficulty, the Broodmother moved faster, reaching them in seconds. Lin Ye quickly mounted the low-level kangaroo, which had all points in weight, and looked toward the stone pillar in the middle of the boss arena. On that pillar were several keratinous mushrooms. It was also where he would achieve victory. He adjusted the kangaroo's angle at lightning speed, then made a powerful leap straight into the air, landing precisely on one of the mushrooms. Once he was on the mushroom, the Rexes and Megatheriums below had already engaged the Broodmother. In the distance, a few stupid tech Rexes were just watching. They stood there with an air of indifference, swaying their heads, and watching their comrades get beaten. Their stupidity was almost comical. Lin Ye quickly whistled, ordering all nearby creatures to attack the Broodmother below. The distant Rexes finally joined. Lin Ye also brought out his shotgun, and from his vantage point, began firing at the Broodmother below. The Broodmother was enormous. Even with all the Rexes surrounding it, its massive abdomen towered above them all. Lin Ye kept shooting with his shotgun, and rows of green numbers began to fill the screen. After a few shots, the kangaroo blocked his position. He froze for a moment. Why hadn't this creature gone down? Didn't it hear his whistle? Was it out of its attack range? Lin Ye decisively switched the kangaroo to patrol mode. Once a creature enters patrol mode, it wanders around aimlessly. The kangaroo slowly walked down, fell to the ground, and landed next to a level 500 spider. This was what they called burning bridges. With no more obstacles, Lin Ye fought like a storm from the mushroom. Soon he saw a message that the kangaroo had been killed by a level 500 spider. Shortly after, 2 Rexes below had their armor broken by the Broodmother's claws, and blood patches on their bodies became increasingly visible. But Lin Ye paid no attention. It was now a race against time. Every shot had to be accurate. Some people, even with high-damage shotguns, miss due to nervousness. If only 3 out of 4 shots hit, there's a high chance of timing out. The 2 Rexes in front of the Broodmother were about to die. Large patches of blood had already appeared on their bodies. Lin Ye didn't care and continued. He made sure every pellet from the shotgun hit the target, maximizing damage and minimizing misses. As always, stability was key. Soon he heard 2 screams. Meanwhile, Li Ting and the others who were foraging outside were just talking about how the kangaroo at home had died, killed by a level 500 spider. Now they saw that the Rex had been killed by the Broodmother. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the tribe log, lost in thought. Is he soloing a hard boss? Can he do it alone? Lulu Kai looked at the 2 dead first-generation Rexes and wondered if Lin Ye had gone to test the hard boss strength, taking all the first-generation Rexes from home. Inside, Lin Ye continued killing. 3 more tech Rexes had just died. The Broodmother, with its armor-piercing ability, could break the defense of anyone standing before its claws with sustained attacks. It reduced defense by a percentage. The Broodmother also spotted the 2 Megatheriums that had killed its spiderlings. It charged straight at them, unleashing a series of attacks on one of them. Then it released a large web on the spot, instantly slowing down all the Rexes. Seeing that all the spiderlings had been wiped out, the Broodmother lifted its abdomen and spawned a dozen level 500 spider. They must have been leveling up since birth. Lin Ye adjusted his angle and continued shooting. 5 minutes had passed, and the boss health was visibly dropping. The Rex's health was looking precarious. The tech Rexes in front of the Broodmother already had blood patches on their bodies. They were close to death. While continuing to shoot, Lin Ye whistled again, ordering an attack on the Broodmother. The tech Rexes that had been fighting the spiderlings turned and charged at the boss. What followed was a sacrificial phase. As Lin Ye kept dealing damage, the Rexes and Megatheriums fell one by one. Screams and howls filled the air. 15 minutes had passed, and thanks to the combined damage from Lin Ye and the Rexes, the boss health had dropped to a level where Lin Ye could solo it. As long as he didn't make mistakes, he would win. Now came the most critical test of skill. Watching the last Rex fall with a mournful cry, Lin Ye remained expressionless and continued firing. The Broodmother turned its aggro toward Lin Ye on the mushroom. The solo phase had begun. The Broodmother raised its head and spat a dozen venom attacks at the stone pillar, but its venom could only travel horizontally. The only attack it could use to hit Lin Ye was the web snare. After realizing its venom couldn't reach him, the Broodmother quickly gathered strength and hurled a massive web toward Lin Ye above. Most of the web hit the stone pillar, but one strand flew straight toward Lin Ye. His pupils dilated, and he let out a soft breath. He didn't plan to dodge. Instead, he intended to use his 900 health and energy tonic to keep shooting while tanking the incoming web. In a narrow path, the brave wins. A web from the Broodmother wrapped directly around Lin Ye, immobilizing him for about 10 seconds. His movement speed was severely reduced, and he took considerable damage. Those with low health would be instantly killed. This was precisely why he had boosted his health to 900 points. for this very moment. The broodmother's skill had a cooldown. He just needed to keep attacking while consuming energy potions to restore health. By the time it used this skill again, his health would be full, and its luck wouldn't hold every time. It might not be as fortunate to him. Lin Ye looked down, concentrating fully on his assault, keeping the shotgun's crosshair locked onto the broodmother. The spider wouldn't stay in one place. It would occasionally scurry beneath the mushroom and gaze up at Lin Ye. At such moments, he had to jump and shoot from the mushroom's edge, leaping to the highest point to strike the broodmother's abdomen. He couldn't afford a single misstep. Falling meant death, and without speed, he couldn't pull off the king circling the pillar tactic. Reload, aim, fire. He repeated this cycle without pause. Ignore the timer, follow your own rhythm to succeed. Many panic when they see only minutes left, yet often they fall just short of the needed damage. At that moment, the overseer in the Ascension Cave was utterly stunned. How many days had it been since the server launched? Watching Lin Ye solo the broodmother on hard mode, the overseer immediately started recording. If Li Meiying and Helen ever doubted him, he'd show them this footage. You weren't this fierce back in your day. You know how many days it took you to beat a hard boss? You were the first survivors, and back then many settings were incomplete, so you could ride a Giga to fight the Megapithecus. This guy's combat power may not match yours, Li Meiying, but who knows what the future holds. For some reason, the overseer seemed to hold a grudge against Li Meiying, likely having been lectured by her many times. But now a new idea struck him. What if he could set Li Meiying up, lure her to Lin Ye, and if Lin Ye took her down, she'd become his daughter? Whoa, a generational demotion. The overseer's eyes went wide. While he was lost in his wild fantasies, the broodmother's health in the boss room had been reduced to a sliver. The broodmother never imagined it would be defeated by a kangaroo, and such a low-level one at that. But watching Lin Ye, who kept firing from atop the mushroom, it felt helpless. As a spider being too fat to climb walls led to its downfall today, it had no excuses. As a sorrowful howl echoed through the boss room, a notification appeared before Lin Ye confirming he had slain the broodmother. A long list of techgram unlocks also appeared. After defeating a boss, survivors unlock more powerful technologies. Tech helmet unlocked. Tech boots unlocked. Tech replicator unlocked. Tech turret unlocked. Following that was a series of tech building materials, far stronger than metal structures. These were the most robust materials in the ARK world, destructible only by explosives or tribes that had also unlocked tech technology. Once you had a tech house, those who hadn't beaten a boss would see you and think you were their godfather. Technological suppression. However, the materials required were extremely difficult to obtain. It demanded not only vast amounts of metal, but also tech energy plates, commonly known as plates in the ARK world. Every tech foundation and tech wall required plates, and defeating the broodmother on hard mode only yielded 74 plates. Even more advanced items like the tech generator, tech armor, tech force field, and tech cloning chamber required an enormous number of plates to craft. If a tech force field enveloped the turret, anyone approaching would die. The purpose of fighting bosses wasn't just to prove prowess in the eyes of veterans, it was about farming materials. Ambitious and capable. After a brief glance at the unlocked techgrams, Lin Ye didn't smirk and shout him invincible, because he knew this was just the beginning. Many newcomers thought beating a boss made them unbeatable, standing at the peak of the island. As the saying goes, PvP battles hinge on resources. From now on, farming bosses for plates would become as routine as gathering metal. Whoever had more tech plates was the boss. Lin Ye then looked at the height and leaped down, losing nearly a third of his 900 health upon landing. He couldn't let his guard down until everything was wrapped up. After stashing the looted tech plates, he began collecting the packs from his fallen Rexes. He had to retrieve the high-quality saddles Head painstakingly crafted. Losing even one would sting. Once Head gathered all the Rex and Megatherium saddles, Lin Ye burst into laughter, growing more unbridled, then shouted with a grin, "Haha, I'm invincible again. Under heaven's might all are but ants. Who else?" Soon after, Lin Ye, having successfully slain the boss, was teleported out. He needed to quickly compose himself and adjust his expression. He couldn't appear so arrogant. If his tribe members found out Head soloed the boss, they'd clamor for him to take them on hard mode. Catch a few more kangaroos, have everyone hop on and rain down attacks from the sky without needing tames, an easy win. But Lin Ye didn't want them to take such shortcuts. They needed to progress step by step. His impatience would hurt later development. Just as Lin Ye was thinking about how to explain things to his tribe, he saw Lu Lukai sitting on the ground looking utterly miserable. Lin Ye was taken aback. What's wrong? Did Ning Lingshuang get with someone else? Lu Lukai glanced at Lin Ye, his sorrow palpable. Lin Ye cursed, "Damn it, I'll help you win her back." But Lu Lukai replied that the tames are dead. Over a dozen Rexes are gone. I raised them for so many days, and now they're dead. Lin Ye shrank back, glancing at the 40-plus Rexes still in the pen, planning to later take 15 first-generation and second-generation males to fight the Megapithecus. This server had no modified rates except one. All creatures matured in a single day. They now had Gigantosauruses and Quetzal, which would likely be grown by tomorrow and ready for breeding. The Rexes had been bred continuously from the start, multiplying exponentially. A female would lay over a dozen eggs, and the next day those young would reach adulthood. That's the wrong way to think. Rexes are consumables. Come let me teach you the real purpose of raising tames. Lukai stood up somewhat dejected. These past days he had been the one feeding the dinosaurs at home, and now their tribe's dinosaur population was no less than 200. Every day eggs were hatched, and by the next day a large batch would reach adulthood. As the number of female dinosaurs grew, the number of offspring began to multiply geometrically. Tyrannosaurs alone accounted for a quarter of them. The rest were mostly ankylosaurs, argentavis, therizinosaurs, and megatheriums. They also had two perfectly inherited high-level Uteranus. Adding the level 145 Diodon that Lukai had captured using Lin Ye's trap-building method, they now had almost all the dinosaurs needed for the island's boss battles. The newly added juvenile Giganotosaurus, Carcharodontosaurus, and Quetzalcoatlus were not yet fully grown. Lin Ye looked at the dinosaurs in the pen, then at Lukai, knowing that Lukai, like his younger self, had grown attached to them. Most people with normal emotions would feel attached to creatures they raised. But if you thought that way, you couldn't play this game. The world we're in is actually virtual, a game world. These creatures are just data from this world. Have you ever seen a normal animal stand still at home all day without moving? Tyrannosaurs are even more expendable. Don't romanticize them, it's useless. I was the same as you back then. I tamed a Triceratops I really liked. It was completely red. At that time I was playing on the domestic server, my first time with this game. I didn't know about utility dinosaurs or kibble. Someone just told me to knock it out, feed it narcoberries, then give it majo berries, and it would be mine. I spent over 3 hours just hand-picking berries. When it woke up, I was so excited I slapped my knees and told my friend beside me about my joy. But back then I didn't know dinosaurs had attack and passive modes. I took it across a river, and it got bitten by piranhas, so I was frantic. I couldn't swim fast enough, and it wouldn't listen to my whistle commands. It just stayed in the river fighting those piranhas. Soon it died. I was devastated, truly devastated. As Lin Ye said this, he couldn't help but laugh. Lukai gazed at the motionless tyrannosaurs, lost in thought. Are they really just data? Do they have no feelings? Is there something binding them, forcing them to follow our commands? Maybe they're suffering inside. Lin Ye shook his head. Look at that male Uteranus leading the egg laying. It already has 20 females around it, laying eggs day and night. Does it look pained? If it were a real creature, it would have died in that pit long ago. Lukai chuckled foolishly. Boss, tell me what you do. Lin Ye immediately replied. Back then I played for 3 months and only reached level 57. Someone gave me a set of metal armor, and I was so excited I called them a pro. I fought a raptor for 3 days and 3 nights in an internet cafe, trying to tame it. I even skipped class. I died so many times I questioned my existence. Back then I had no idea about trap building, or that you couldn't tame elites. I just had one thought: damn it, I'm not letting you beat me. 3 days later it despawned. Damn. Ha ha ha, damn, 3 days and nights. Lin Ye chatted with him in the tribe for half an hour, then mentioned he had just tested the health of the hard boss. If they could break through a few more times, they could take on the hard mode. Day after tomorrow they would start with easy mode. Lukai felt much better and went out to gather meat again. The juvenile Giganotosaurus and Carcharodontosaurus were voracious eaters. Then Lin Ye turned his gaze back to the tech tyrannosaurs in the pen, his eyes gleaming with delight. My children, Daddy is taking you to fight the big gorilla, the Megapithecus. Tyrannosaur, I am a data without feelings, don't push me. Lin Ye looked around and selected the remaining 5 first-generation male tech tyrannosaurs at home, then chose 10 second-generation male tech tyrannosaurs. He didn't select any first-generation female tyrannosaurs. They were needed for breeding with the second-generation breeders. Only 2 second-generation male breeders were kept, the rest were expendable. Then he chose a wild Uteranus with 820 health and 120 stamina, immediately allocating all its points into movement speed. That's right, Lin Ye's signature trick was back. That Uteranus had been secretly relieved that it wasn't chosen, thinking this guy was crazy. Absolutely insane. But when Lin Ye led that Uteranus to the blue obelisk and stood it beside the group of expendable tyrannosaurs, its face turned green. After checking the artifacts and materials needed to activate the hard Megapithecus boss arena, Lin Ye began changing his equipment. He swapped his ghillie suit and flak armor for 2 sets of high-quality fur armor because the temperature in the Megapithecus arena was extremely low. Without fur clothing, you'd freeze to death before the boss was defeated. To be safe, Lin Ye respected his stats, this time allocating 100 points to health and the rest to weight. After repairing the high-damage shotgun he had used against the brood mother and equipping the Tyrannosaurs and Uteranus with saddles worth more than the dinosaurs themselves, Lin Ye set the Uteranus to passive mode and disabled it from responding to group whistle commands. That way, when Lin Ye blew the whistle, this creature wouldn't react. Then came the time for Lin Ye to calculate the boss health and the time needed to defeat it. No matter how many times he had fought, he always calculated first, running through the strategy in his mind to ensure perfection. But before he could start, a phrase popped into his head: the 3 fools, the weakest. The island's 3 bosses were known as the 3 fools, and the weakest among them was the Megapithecus. Lin Ye lowered his head and recalled. Didn't this Megapithecus have nearly half the health of the broodmother? Was its health 52000 or 54000? If that's the case. Soon Lin Ye calculated a startling result. Even without the 755 shotgun, he could kill the Megapithecus within 30 minutes on his own. Because the hard broodmother had nearly 1,000,000 health, while this Megapithecus only had over 50000. Though it looked fierce, all its ferocity was on the surface, it seemed lacking underneath. Lin Ye laughed outright. He removed the saddles from the tyrannosaurs and returned them to the pen. Now only a bewildered Yutyrannus remained standing by the obelisk. Lin Ye, confident of victory, activated the teleportation. The Yutyrannus left inside the teleport circle was utterly stunned. Yutyrannus, what about me? Let me out, hey. Soon the teleportation time arrived. Lin Ye opened his eyes to a vast expanse of snow, his expression turning serious. Little did he know that the overseer, his foster father, had already opened the surveillance feed, watching Lin Ye's every move as he single-handedly took on the King Kong with a wild Yutyrannus. This time the overseer wasn't eating black pearls. He had switched to tech energy plates. He turned the surveillance audio to max, looking like an eager spectator waiting for the show to unfold. Lin Ye immediately mounted the Yutyrannus, whose speed had been boosted to 162, and charged straight toward the king. He ran as fast as he could, leaving the overseer stunned. Back then Li Mei had ridden a Giga. How could a Yutyrannus possibly stand a chance? But just as Lin Ye reached the King Kong boss, the arrogant beast raised its fists, beating its chest and roaring. This was the King Kong boss' opening move. Before fighting, it would pound its chest and howl for a few seconds. Lin Ye seized the gap, circling behind the King Kong and charging up a slope at its rear. This was precisely why speed was crucial for the Yutyrannus. If it were too slow, the King Kong would likely close in and the battle would be over. After its roar, the King Kong boss would most often unleash its summoning skill. Like the broodmother, she summoned spiders, while the King Kong summoned 8 men, a dozen at a time. Each 8 man had a knockback effect. By the time the King Kong finished summoning its minions, Lin Ye was already at the highest point of the slope waiting. The King Kong slowly approached with its horde of followers. This ape clearly never went to school. It didn't think to take a detour, and instead picked up a massive rock, hurling it at Lin Ye above. Lin Ye adjusted his position, finding the perfect spot. As long as the King Kong's boulder couldn't hit the Yutyrannus, he knew he had chosen correctly. He let the enemy throw rocks a few times at first, ensuring none struck the Yutyrannus before beginning his assault. After 3 throws, Lin Ye confirmed this was the same spot where he had once speedrun the hard King Kong in just over 10 minutes with a 755 shotgun. He immediately dismounted. The Yutyrannus had been set to passive mode beforehand and stood still. Lin Ye couldn't kill it yet. He still had. Then came the point-blank barrage. Lin Ye raised his shotgun and opened fire from above. From this elevated position, with no cover, nearly every shot struck the King Kong's face, dealing devastating damage. As he fired, Lin Ye watched for the King Kong's movements. He wasn't worried about the rock throws. He had already locked into position. What concerned him was the boss' second skill, summoning 8 men. Unlike the broodmother, which spawned spiders from beneath its body, the King Kong summoned its minions from the sky. And from this spot, there was a chance that one 8 man would land behind Lin Ye. If he wasn't careful, the knockback attack from an ape could send him tumbling down to the King Kong's feet, spelling certain doom. Sure enough, after a while the King Kong summoned a group of minions, and one landed right beside Lin Ye. Lin Ye immediately stopped shooting and mounted the terrified Yutyrannus in under a second. The Yutyrannus had 2 skills, one that increased the attack power of all nearby allied creatures, and a fear roar that could terrify smaller creatures in the vicinity. Lin Ye ordered the Yutyrannus to unleash the fear roar, hoping to scare off the 8 man. But after 2 roars, the creature showed no reaction. Lin Ye let out a soft sigh. Had the mechanics changed? Or was it the angle? He quickly devised a countermeasure. Whatever the reason, the Yutyrannus couldn't move now. The King Kong's aggro was locked onto it. If moving caused the King Kong to leave its dead angle and come around, things would get complicated. So he rode the Yutyrannus, biting. The Yutyrannus attacks also had knockback, and the 8 men summoned by the King Kong were lower level than the broodmother's spiders. The Yutyrannus could handle them alone without issue. After killing the 8 man, Lin Ye dismounted again and resumed firing his shotgun. The King Kong's summoning skill had a cooldown, and not every summon placed 8 men up top. The next 2 summons landed all the minions below. By then only 10 minutes had passed, and the King Kong's health had already dropped by a quarter. Point-blank fire made quick work. The 54000 health pool was barely a challenge. The Yutyrannus, watching the howling King Kong below, felt an unprecedented surge of pride. Can you believe it? I'm soloing the King Kong, on hard mode. Throughout the fight, the unschooled King Kong never thought to take a different path, even as death approached. It just kept howling and throwing rocks below. The overseer, slightly bewildered, munched on his tech energy plate. Everyone else fought bosses with armies of selectively bred Rexes. This adopted son. Just as the overseer stared in utter disbelief at the monitor, a reluctant roar of the King Kong echoed through the feed. What the hell? It's dead. Already. Only 22 minutes. Can you believe that? Does that mean anyone with a shotgun and a Uranus could solo it? The overseer shot upright. Lin Ye had sacrificed some creatures against the broodmother, but against the King Kong, he lost nothing. Just 1,000 or so shotgun shells. At that moment the kill log for the King Kong appeared in Lin Ye's eyes along with various unlocked tech skills. After collecting the loot from the King Kong's corpse, he flashed a crooked grin. Why ride a giga? When little Maying sees me, I'll show her my skills. All kinds of skills. This time the overseer heard it. He heard Lin Ye mention Li Maying's name. The overseer swallowed hard. At this rate, Lin, you would be the first player on any server to solo all 3 bosses on the island. Then he could transfer to other island servers, and even gain access to the Scorched Earth map. Is my adopted son going after Li Maying? Good. Just like me in the old days. If I hadn't let my guard down back then, I wouldn't have been beaten into the mud by that shrew Li Maying. Since you're after Li Maying, your foster father will help you. Don't go to that godforsaken Scorched Earth. There's nothing there. They'll send you to Ragnarok instead. That map is huge, and there's a Manticore boss there too. With all the resources you'll ride, once you clear Ragnarok, it'll send you straight to Aberration to find that shrew Li Maying. Take her down. Damn it. As he mused, the overseer secretly changed Lin Ye's next map destination. No sooner had he made the change than his communicator rang. It was Li Maying calling. Oh crap. The inspector nervously eyed the flickering communicator. After a moment's thought, he steeled his expression and answered the call with feigned solemnity. To his surprise, Li Maying wasn't calling to reprimand him. Who on your server cleared 2 bosses in a single day? Who is it? Li Maying asked directly, her tone surprisingly gentle. A smirk tugged at the inspector's lips as he silently mocked. You weren't that impressive back then either, were you? Well, it's a player named Lin Ye. He hit level 97 on his first day. I reckon he could have taken on the bosses much earlier, but he wasted time building up his team. Li Maying paused for 3 seconds on the other end, then uttered words that stunned the inspector. He's the one you've been helping. Not bad. Clearing the King Kong just 10 days after the server launch. He's got a flair reminiscent of my younger days. The inspector blurted out, you're full of. Li Maying cut in, oh. Haha, right. You're absolutely right. He does have your touch. I was thinking of sending him to the Scorched Earth to hunt the Manticore. We should nurture talent like him, shouldn't we? After all, there's a Manticore boss in the Scorched Earth too. No point wasting his time in the desert, right? Li Maying fell into deep thought at his words. According to the standard progression, the island is followed by Scorched Earth. The purpose of sending survivors there is to hone their survival skills in extreme environments. Scorched Earth is a desolate wasteland with scorching temperatures, sandstorms, and extreme heat. Players must contend not only with wild creatures, but also with the environment itself. After that comes the center, a map comprised entirely of ocean. It harbors a terrifying abyss that daunts all who approach, the deepest sea of any map. Even riding an ichthyosaur, you could dive endlessly without touching the bottom. Even veterans feel fear in its deepest reaches. Li Maying spoke hesitantly. You mean to send him straight to Scorched Earth, then to Aberration to meet me? The inspector lowered his voice. How about we let him go to Scorched Earth first, unlock the maps for both Scorched Earth and the center, and then have him symbolically defeat the boss? That's not a bad idea. I'm heading to Genesis soon. Our Rockwell's recent moves have me uneasy. Hey, race the plan, send him to Scorched Earth. He must conquer the hardest desert labyrinth and retrieve all the artifacts before taking on the Manticore. I want to gauge his overall capability. Also, for the first month on the new map, he's not allowed to transfer creatures or items. Don't upset the survival balance. The inspector sneered. You're just afraid he'll steamroll the boss on day 1 and make you look bad, aren't you? Li Maying thought for a moment, then added, after he finishes the island's final boss, the Hard Dragon, issue a server-wide announcement to motivate the other survivors. There are some skilled players on other servers too, probably on par with this Lin Ye. Understood. Mission will be accomplished. After hanging up, the inspector's grin stretched from ear to ear. Ha ha, we're taking off. We're taking off. My boy, we're another step closer to invincibility. Other server pros. My boy has the 2nd generation inspector system. Once he tames the golem and the wyvern, those nobodies won't stand a chance. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, who was at home preparing to take on the Hard Dragon, was also making his arrangements. There was no way he could fight it today. It was already 6 in the evening. He still needed to capture a high-level Megaloceros. Without one, he couldn't handle the dragon. What neither the inspector nor Li Maying anticipated was that Lin Ye's plan after defeating the boss was to cultivate his team. He already had an idea to recruit the skilled player Black Whirlwind. He intended to stay behind for a while to unify the island. His goal was to establish a tribe of 100 or even 1,000 members. Then he would seal off all 3 obelisks. Anyone who wanted to fight a boss would first have to work for Lin Ye. The price 600 metal ingots per run. After defeating the boss, they'd have to hand over the artifact. Anyone who refused would be locked up. Even when the final year was up and time ran out, Lin Ye wouldn't let those who couldn't clear the bosses leave. If 1,000 people opposed him, they'd all die here. If 2,000 opposed him, none would survive. Let them go so they could join enemy tribes on other servers, and if you kill, you leave no loose ends. Exterminate them root and branch. In Lin Ye's mind, the bosses weren't the real problem. The real threat was the skilled players from other servers, far more troublesome than any creature. It was also crucial to craft tech teleporters and tech replicators in the underwater cave on the island. With the teleporter tribe members could instantly transport their creatures to the ocean floor. He also planned to build a tech force field in the cave. Once that was done, anyone who attacked them would have to call him daddy. If they got pushed back on another map, without a secure home base, everything could fall apart. Lin Ye's cautious nature had never changed. At that moment, he was riding an Argentavis over the redwoods searching for a Megaloceros. With a Megaloceros and his pack of Therizinosaurus, he might be able to clear the hard dragon. But he'd likely lose many Therizinos, maybe even all of them. After all, they were only first-generation creatures. What Lin Ye didn't know was that his boss fight had already been discovered thanks to one oversight. When the boss arena's teleporter was activated, the energy from the obelisks sent a thunderous roar across the entire island. Lin Ye, already inside the arena, couldn't hear it and forgot about it entirely. Over on Death Island, Peach Blossom and Black Whirlwind from the Peach Blossom Spring Tribe had already deduced that Lin Ye was fighting a boss. Black Whirlwind looked at the newly tamed level 150 Tyrannosaurus with a complicated expression. Despite being a veteran, he couldn't fathom how Lin Ye was managing to take on a boss. He refused to believe Lin Ye was just messing around in there. Peach Blossom mused, "It's probably a newbie tribe. The other tribes have no idea where to find the artifacts for the boss fights." Black Whirlwind nodded. He knew how to fight bosses too, but his method was the most conventional: breed a line of Tyrannosaurs until their stats were good enough, then engage Hedon. He glanced back at the children, his expression wistful. "Maybe we should join them. We could clear it too, but with my approach it'll take at least 30 more days. But the primal combat mode is coming soon. I'm worried things might change." Peach Blossom trusted Black Whirlwind implicitly and agreed on the spot. "Alright, you decide. We'll do whatever you say. Tomorrow we'll go ask him. If he doesn't want us, that's fine too. No forcing it." Black Whirlwind stood up abruptly. "No need to wait until tomorrow. I'm going now to ask if he'll take us." With that, he mounted his Pteranodon and flew toward the snowy mountains. When Black Whirlwind arrived at the snowy newbie tribe and saw the towering metal structures before him along with the 4 octagonal watchtowers and countless turrets already built, his expression was exactly like when he first visited a server overlord's base in ARK. Especially when he spotted the dense cluster of blue dinosaur names in Lin Ye's Metal Dragon pin, he became even more certain that Lin Ye was the one who had taken down the boss. But when Black Whirlwind found Gu Lingxin at the entrance, he learned that Lin Ye was still out. It's final wait for him here. No need. After saying this, Black Whirlwind waited in silence. Meanwhile, near the entrance of the poison gas cave in the redwood forest, Lin Ye was still surveying his surroundings. After ensuring that bastard beast-head beast wasn't around, he picked up his binoculars and began scouting for the Megaloceros he planned to capture tonight. This creature was the bane of the fire dragon boss, as it could wedge itself between the dragon's legs. The fire dragon was too tall to bite the low-slung Megaloceros. The Megaloceros was also one of the few small creatures with high health and speed that could be ridden and shot from. Wolves were useless as they lacked saddles and would be sent to their deaths. The only way the fire dragon boss could harm a Megaloceros up close was by breathing fire. This skill was its ultimate technique, and its flames dealt percentage-based damage. This was why even noobs who boosted their Rex's and Therizinosaurus's health to 50 or 60,000 still couldn't win. To achieve what most couldn't, one had to calculate every stat and analyze the boss skills. The fire dragon's most fatal trait was that it was the only boss on the island that could directly attack the rider. It could also summon flocks of pteranodons, the shameless Ichthyornis and Dimorphodons. The Dimorphodons in particular were tiny and could gnaw directly on the rider. While recalling the fire dragon's stats, Lin Ye had already killed 3 low-level Megaloceros. He couldn't understand why herbivorous Megaloceros had to spawn in this godforsaken redwood forest. Everything here was a predator to it. But as Lin Ye patrolled the redwoods, he thought he saw something strange. He turned around and flew back. Staring at the treehouse built into a giant redwood and the 6 hornless female Megaloceros, all over level 180, on the platform, Lin Ye scratched his chin instinctively. Probably all raised on berries. Since when did the redwoods have a tribe? How did they get the Megaloceros up onto the treehouse? With an Argentavis, Lin Ye looked at the tribe, named Men's Club, baffled. Just then he spotted a level 145 male Megaloceros. Its antlers were magnificent. Females had no antlers, making the gender easy to distinguish. Without a second thought, Lin Ye dove down through a bola at the Megaloceros, then pulled out his long and used long neck rifle. And this creature had low torpor, it was knocked out in a few shots. To be safe, Lin Ye immediately erected a stone fence foundation and walled in the Megaloceros he planned to take to the boss fight. The moment he finished, 4 vile terror birds, bobbing their heads like they were on ecstasy, flapped their ridiculously short wings and launched a fierce assault on the stone wall. Damage dealt 0. Lin Ye quickly mounted his Argentavis to clear the pests. Meanwhile, a man on the treehouse above watched him excitedly through binoculars. Level 100. Was it him who took down the boss? He also glanced at the male Megaloceros Lin Ye had pinned up. His eyes widened. What a majestic stag. I've been searching for days for a high-level one. Taking advantage of Lin Ye's battle, he flew down on his own Argent. Having just cleared the monsters, Lin Ye eyed the man warily. Anyone who could tame an Argentavis and craft a saddle was high-level. Another ARK veteran. Why haven't I seen him before? The man riding his Argentavis landed and shouted excitedly, Brother, when this stag of yours is tamed, could I borrow him to mate? I've got 6 does at home. I've been trying to catch a buck. Lin Ye saw the man was already over level 70 and fell into thought. Seeing Lin Ye silent, the man continued with a smile. Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Jean Wenxiang. My brother Jean Hiniu, and I just made this our home. Lin Ye, you guys have played ARK. Yeah, but we're casuals. We just like taming pretty creatures, not into the hardcore stuff. Hearing this, Lin Ye immediately deduced the man was probably an expert like Black Whirlwind, just keeping a low profile with his brother. In ARK, some players were pure casuals tired of challenging everything repeatedly. They decorated houses, fished, tamed colorful dinos, or crafted skins, whatever amused them. Lin Ye didn't bother asking stupid questions like why they didn't tame meta creatures. Every veteran had their own playstyle and strategies. Seeing their tribe was named Men's Club, Lin Ye chuckled. What, planning to open a foot spa in the Redwoods, friend? Haha, just killing time. Let me breed him when your stag wakes up, okay? You took down the boss just now, didn't you? I heard the teleport noise. Let me breed him, and when the babies hatch, I'll let you pick the 2 highest level ones first. They'll be grown by tomorrow. Riding a 2nd generation Megaloceros against the fire dragon should be safer. These simple words made Lin Ye wince. Had forgotten the boss teleporter made a huge noise. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye laughed heartily. Alright, you're straightforward, brother. I won't be coy. I'll raise him with kibble, it'll be fast. Take him to breed. Haha. Okay. Once I get my men's club built, I'll find some pretty girls. You get free foot massages. Remember me, brother. I'm Jean Wenxiang. Wenxiang as in knowing a woman by her scent. Just call me Wenxiang. Lin Ye laughed. This guy was a character. While others begged and scraped to survive, he was setting up a foot spa in the Redwoods. And judging by his treehouse, was he planning a full-service joint? What would the currency be? Metal ingots. Damn, a genius. Who would come here to spend? It had to be people from big tribes who could afford metal ingots. At dusk, Lin Ye and Jean Wenxiang bred the Megaloceros. Lin Ye claimed 2 babies, 1 male, 1 female. Both were high-level, with the male having a health stat. As Lin Ye and Jean Wenxiang admired their treehouse foot spa, Gulingxin checked the time. It was 9 p.m. Black Whirlwind had been waiting for nearly 3 hours. Sensing something was up, she messaged the tribe channel. Lin, do you want to come back? Someone from Peach Blossom Spring has been waiting a long time. You won't tell me why? Lin Ye frowned. One doesn't visit a temple without a reason. Waiting for him meant he wanted something. Dragons or blueprints. No. A true brother wouldn't shamelessly beg for a comrade's most valuable possessions. A true brother gives freely. Could they be trying to join me? At this thought, Lin Ye released the baby Megaloceros to Jean Wenxiang and said, Brother, mind feeding them for a bit. He'll be back to get them. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Ye, who had mastered night vision, was completely unhindered by the darkness. He could clearly see every living creature on the ground. Along the way, he pondered how to bring the Peach Blossom Spring under his command. One thing troubled him: the group of children. They were an unknown variable. If any child had a friendliness level of 0, he definitely would not accept them. What if a child took one of his family's top-tier dinosaur eggs? That would be a disaster. He needed to devise a foolproof plan. Soon he flew to the snowy mountain. Snow was falling outside. Gazing at the base atop the peak, Lin Ye flew over with a contemplative expression. Lulu, Kai, Li Ting, and the others had already returned. When they saw Lin Ye, they joyfully shared the day's achievements with him. Li Ting, Lu Yue, and Wang Meirin could now gather 1.0 metal per day, averaging 4.0 each, a significant improvement from before. Lulu Kai also mentioned the maturation of the shark-toothed dragon, the wind god, and the young Giganotosaurus. Lin Ye nodded in acknowledgement, then noticed Black Whirlwind sitting in the distance. He told everyone to attend to their own tasks and rest early, then slowly walked toward him. Black Whirlwind, seeing Lin Ye approach, stood up with a faint smile. Lin Ye closed the door, gestured for him to sit, and said softly, "It's late, brother. What urgent matter brings you here?" Black Whirlwind looked at Lin Ye, spread his legs, placed his hands on his knees, and rubbed them. "I know you're an expert, brother. You must have cleared the hard boss today. Old Peach and I want to join you. What do you think?" Lin Ye smiled first. It was just as he had guessed. He glanced at the tribe members in the distance, his expression gradually turning serious. "If you want to join, I naturally trust you. But you may not know me well. I don't like to do things without certainty." Lin Ye added softly, "especially things that are uncontrollable." Black Whirlwind wasn't foolish. He had also been thinking. Their tribe, including the children, now had 20 people. It was understandable that Lin Ye might not feel at ease. Seeing Black Whirlwind silent, Lin Ye chuckled lightly. Times have changed. Some little brats are more ruthless than adults. It's not that I lack compassion, but they're already teenagers. Let me give you a simple example. If a child sees my woman, especially a beautiful girl like Tinger, and while we're away he knocks her out with a tranquilizer dart and does something to her. Do you understand? No one would know. I need manpower. I desperately need it. But you've played PvP before. In a PvP team, one traitor spells disaster for the whole group. Youngsters act without considering consequences. Aren't most of the vile, shameless deeds these days committed by brats? Can you honestly say you truly know those children under you? Black Whirlwind remained silent. He didn't really know them. He and Old Peach had originally brought them out of pity. Among them were indeed a few teenagers with bad attitudes who liked to bully the younger ones. Lin Ye would never tolerate that. This was the ARK, a lawless place. No one could guarantee they would always behave. Lin Ye chuckled softly. Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. I teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. You've taught them for over 10 days. If you and Old Peach want to join directly, you'll bring you in right now. But I don't know the others and I won't take the risk. I have to be responsible. Black Whirlwind nodded. Clearly this wasn't a decision he could make alone. He would have to go back and discuss it with Old Peach. Just then a call came from outside the tribe. Old Peach, worried after waiting so long for Black Whirlwind to return, had flown up. Lin Ye was delighted. He opened the door and welcomed her in. Old Peach smiled awkwardly. Sorry to bother you so late. No worries. We're all brothers. Sit down and talk. Lin Ye invited Old Peach to sit and took a few glasses of draft beer from the fridge. In the ARK world, beer could be brewed from berries. Today's a good day. Let's have a few drinks. There are no cigarettes in this world, so I won't offer you any. Let's drink and talk about the future. Lin Ye handed the beer to them. They clinked glasses and drank around. Old Peach downed his drink in one gulp, then saw Black Whirlwind only take a small sip and immediately started teasing him. Not good enough, Whirlwind. Your name is Black Whirlwind. Why aren't you swirling? You need to chug it. Swirl that bottle. Black Whirlwind shook his head vigorously. I'm allergic to alcohol. Oh, come off it. What allergy could you have in this ARK world? Old Peach shoved a bottle in front of him. Lin Ye laughed heartily. Let's cut the nonsense. We've had our drink. Let's talk business. I really want to take you both in. I truly do. But those children worry me. No offense, but my vision is to build an elite team. One that shares a deep bond. Old Peach frowned immediately. He was sharp and understood at once. The atmosphere grew awkward. Black Whirlwind looked at both of them and quickly interjected. What you said makes sense. How about this? Let us go back and observe carefully. Well, select the kind-hearted and trustworthy ones. As for the disobedient ones, well, let them inherit the Peach Blossom Spring tribe. After speaking, Black Whirlwind turned to Old Peach. Lin Ye smiled faintly. The other party had conceded. If the children they brought were truly trustworthy, he would first use his friendliness module to check their affinity. Anyone with a friendliness level below 60, no matter what they said, he wouldn't accept. 60 was his bottom line. Unexpectedly, Old Peach agreed on the spot. I've noticed some kids aren't right either. We were too hasty. The oldest boys like to bully the girls in the tribe. I'm not their parent, so I can't control them. Lin Ye slapped his knee and laughed. That's normal. Even their own parents might not be able to control them. You've already taught them a lot. You've done them a great kindness. Why keep the disobedient ones? So they can run away in a huff. Take your dinosaurs and join Ironforge. The three were of one mind, their values aligned. Upholding justice and helping the weak depended on who it was for. Ingrates could fend for themselves. All right. Tomorrow Old Peach and I will bring over our Giganotosaurus and Quetzal. We'll leave the Tyrannosaurus and Brontosaurus for them. Our Trex's stats are mediocre anyway. Lin Ye agreed immediately. No need to wait until tomorrow. They'll go with you now. There are plenty of supply drops on Dead Island. We can upload the dinosaurs directly. Great. Decisive. Soon the three of them flew through the heavy snow of the snow-capped mountains towards the northeasternmost Death Island of the isolated island, chatting and laughing along the way. Black Whirlwind once again lamented how the dragon he had nurtured for several years was drowned by his partner, causing everyone to laugh until tears streamed down their faces. The woman behind even found a man, and with her swollen belly, she asked Black Whirlwind for forgiveness. If I were to kill someone, it would definitely be under duress. Don't laugh. I raised the South Giant for 3 years. At that time the South Giant matured in 14 days, and the official multiplier hadn't been adjusted yet. He exclaimed, Do you know how heartbroken I am? It hurts. It hurts too much. The pain still lingers, even now. Tao Hua and Lin Ye laughed so hard that they could barely keep their eyes open. Lin Ye even thought that Wang Xinyu was better than that woman. At least she was accommodating and not troublesome. Later Black Whirlwind said sharply, I know she was teleported here too. Don't let me catch her. He added, I'll make her wear night vision goggles during the day, then I'll fill the room with floodlights aimed at her. And give her shadow steak. He continued, I'll even make her drink urine. Lin Ye was already feeling unwell, realizing they were kindred spirits. Upon reaching Death Island, Tao Hua urged Black Whirlwind to stop rambling and get to work. Some of the kids who had already gone to sleep were waking up, mostly concerned about why Tao Hua and Black Whirlwind had not returned yet. Tao Hua looked at the children, her expression contemplative. Soon they had uploaded the South Giant and the Wind God Pterosaur into the Light Column airdrop. They also woke up a few sleeping girls. With the two of them, there were a total of 10 people. They immediately withdrew from the tribe, pulled in by Lin Ye. Lin Ye immediately checked the friendliness levels of those kids, which were nearly all above 60. Previously Lu and Li Ting had visited a few times, and they had a pretty good impression of the newbie tribe. Two of the boys even reached above 70. They all knew that the newbie team had given the South Giant to them. Black Whirlwind's friendliness level was surprisingly identical to Tao Hua's, both at 86. Lin Ye swallowed hard in contemplation, truly deserving of the title of good brother. Just then the oldest boy in the room, Sun Gang, woke up and shouted at the sounds outside. Who's not sleeping at night? Can't anyone let us sleep? Tao Hua looked at Sun Gang and said in a flat tone, this is temporarily handed over to you, Xiao Gang. Take care of the younger siblings. You already know how to tame dragons, we need to do other things now. Sun Gang noticed that both the South Giant and the Wind God were gone and instantly understood. At 17 years old, he was no fool. Are you planning to join the newbie team? Aren't you leaving the South Giant for me? Huaguo, are you not going to take care of us anymore? Black Whirlwind quickly walked over and said, it's not that we won't take care of you, but it's temporarily for development. You guys do well, the fledglings will eventually soar high. You're of age now, don't rely on others. Do your best. After saying this, Lin Ye laid down a foundation beside him and placed a row of beds on it. Those newly joined boys and girls were teleported to the snow mountain base through the beds. Several girls even showed expressions of liberation, as if saying they were finally leaving this place. As they left, they glanced back at Sun Gang and made a fist gesture. Sun Gang watched as the most beautiful of his sisters were taken away, wanting to rush forward. But before he could approach, he saw a pair of icy eyes. Lin Ye was staring intently at him. Sun Gang stepped back, his voice tinged with sadness as he said, Huaguo, hey Gu, please don't abandon us. I'll be obedient from now on. Let's see your performance. For now, don't bully the younger ones, you're now the tribe leader. You have to hold up the big pillar. Black Whirlwind said, signaling Tao Hua to ride the eagle. Then Lin Ye took Black Whirlwind and Tao Hua away from Death Island. With the addition of these 10 people, Lin Ye's newbie team now had 18 members. It wouldn't be long before he would raise their friendliness levels to 100%. The joy today brought Lin Ye even more excitement than defeating a boss. There are now experts in the family. He wouldn't have to rely on himself for everything anymore. Plus, he really liked their personalities. When Lin Ye had Black Whirlwind and Tao Hua park the South Giant and Wind God in the Dragon Room, he also assigned them as administrators and set the main door of the Dragon Room to be accessible only to administrators. The kids could not touch the dragons at home until they reached 80 friendliness. They would take their time. Just then Lin Ye suddenly widened his eyes. Damn. I forgot something. You all sleep first, I'll be right back. After that, he rode the eagle and flew out, heading straight for the Redwood Forest. It was already midnight and he had just told Jean Wenxiang from the Redwood Forest that he would be back soon. Now this happened. When Lin Ye arrived at the treehouse, the other party had already gone to sleep. Lin Ye knocked on the door with a face of anticipation. Inside, Wenxiang groggily walked out, forcing a smile despite her fatigue. Sorry, I was busy, too late. I came to get the antler deer. Jean Wenxiang yawned and smiled. It's okay, I went to bed a bit early today. Take it just in time to leave a mark. Lin Ye clasped his fists in gratitude, and after claiming the antler deer cub, rode the eagle back. He had to make 2 trips because there were 2 of them. As Jean Wenxiang called out just as Lin Ye was about to leave, brother, come back in a few days for a foot wash. We'll be opening soon. Remember to come support us. Absolutely. Thank you. By the time Lin Ye finished his tasks, it was already early morning. However, tonight Lin Ye clearly had no intention of sleeping. He needed to calculate the values for battling the fire dragon tomorrow. There were currently 38 scythe dragons at home, leaving a blood volume of 1,000 after marking with an attack of around 390. This was without any enhancement. Lin Ye had almost instinctively allocated all points to attack. The attacks of those scythe dragons had also reached 475. This low-spec, single-target combat style required excellent maneuvering. Even Lin Ye could face a potential failure. The configuration had been decided: 15 scythe dragons, most of which were male. 1 healing pig with a food value of 8,000, and a second-generation antler deer with 3,000 health that had yet to mature. Tomorrow morning, he would take it to collect some notes, increasing its health to 8,000. This was Lin Ye's initial intention, not to gather notes for leveling up. Later, when he encountered dinosaurs that urgently needed leveling, he could use this method. He also couldn't bring the feathered Tyrannosaurus. Its size and biological level were too high. If Lin Ye used the antler deer to block the fire dragon, once the feathered Tyrannosaurus got close, it would most likely cause the fire dragon to switch its aggro. Lin Ye pondered the various possibilities of failure. If he brought the feathered Tyrannosaurus, there would only be 2 outcomes. The fire dragon would either chase after the feathered Tyrannosaurus, forcing Lin Ye to reposition, or the fire dragon would fly into the sky, unleashing a rain of fire from above, and it wouldn't come down for a short time. I also need to make vegetable cakes. Damn it, these 15 need 150 vegetable cakes. Otherwise, there's no margin for error. Vegetable cake. The effect is to continuously restore 10 of the creature's maximum health within 20 seconds. with a cooldown time of 30 seconds. If the dinosaur's health falls below 85, it will automatically eat the cakes from its backpack. This item is used to deal with the percentage damage from fire dragons. Without it, the scythe dragons with this attribute would face failure. However, when Lin Ye opened the fridge to prepare the vegetable cakes, he was stunned. Damn. 200. Who's such a good person? Who cares who made them? They're all mine anyway. That's the whole point of the tribe. With these cakes, in one giant leap closer to invincibility. Lin Ye laughed with an air of pride. Then he began inspecting the saddles he had obtained for the Therizinosaurus. He had found a blueprint for a Therizinosaurus saddle in the ice cave before. Its armor wasn't as high as the Tyrannosaurus saddle, only 82 points, but it would have to do. But when Lin Ye used up all the hide in the tribe and only managed to make 10 Therizinosaurus saddles, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Looking at the remaining 7 Therizinosaurus, a ridiculous idea flashed through his mind. He didn't want to make saddles for them. Damn, a tribe leader has to go gather hides himself. That's just not right. But since he had been doing it all on the sly, he felt embarrassed now about waking everyone up to gather hides in the dark. So he rode out on the Megalosaurus. The Megalosaurus was stunned. It's pitch black, I can't see a thing. But I can. Mantis shrimp, let's go. We're going to catch some little ones. That night Lin Ye hunted from 2 in the morning until 6. He slaughtered his way from the snowy mountains to the volcano, killing everything in his path, even wiping out 7 or 8 nests of those stupid dodos. He had to return home several times because he was over-encumbered and couldn't move. Now not only the Therizinosaurus, but also the Diodon and the Megalosauros had saddles. The armor of the Therizinosaurus saddles ranged from 80 to 90, with only 2 reaching over 100. Lin Ye checked his equipment again: shotgun, 2 sets of legendary flak armor, energy brew canteen, cooked meat, medical brews. To be safe, he brought 800 rounds. If all went smoothly, the Therizinosaurus would be the main damage dealers. Recalling the stats of the dragon, Lin Ye's expression grew serious again. Hard dragon health, 972000. Attacks: bite, fire breath, aerial, fireball, barrage, summoning pteranodon swarms. Normal attacks deal 100 damage to carnivores, but only 60 to herbivores. That's why the Therizinosaurus could replace the Tyrannosaurus for this boss fight. After ensuring everything was in order, Lin Ye arranged the Therizinosaurus in formation. This was crucial. Unlike the spider fight where all creatures circled the obelisk, they now stood in a fan-shaped formation on one side of the obelisk. The Therizinosaurus were much smaller and could spread out. Lin Ye then rode the Megalosauros to the front. With the formation set, he activated the teleportation device. The 30-second teleportation was over in no time. Lin Ye opened his eyes to a scorching mountaintop with a river of molten lava flowing through the center. The familiar music filled his ears, the dragon's unique entrance BGM, grand and majestic. Just from the music, he could tell this creature was on a completely different level from the broodmother. Lin Ye immediately charged forward on the Megalosauros, breaking away from the Therizinosaurus formation like a wild horse unleashed. Looking up at the dragon soaring in the sky, he raised his shotgun and began firing. While shooting, he had to maintain distance from the Therizinosaurus group. He needed to keep the dragon's aggro locked on himself. Lin Ye surveyed the terrain, trying to stay away from the central lava river, while ensuring the Therizinosaurus behind him could still hear his whistle. With a deft turn, he got behind the dragon, which then turned and flew towards Lin Ye, positioning itself perfectly between the Therizinosaurus and Lin Ye. Just then the dragon prepared to land and unleashed its first burst of flame. Lin Ye didn't dodge, he chose to tank it heat-in. The Megalosaurus' health began to plummet under the dragon's special attack. Lin Ye quickly ran directly beneath the dragon. The Megalosauros ate a vegetable cake to start healing. The dragon snapped its jaws a few times, but couldn't reach the Megalosauros, yet it kept trying. Lin Ye quickly looked up and continued firing his shotgun. After 2 shots to ensure the dragon's aggro was still on him, he blew his whistle, commanding the Therizinosaurus behind the dragon to come and attack its rear. Upon hearing the whistle, all the Therizinosaurus charged at the dragon. Lin Ye kept firing nonstop. He couldn't pause for even a moment, or the aggro would break and the dragon would turn to attack the Therizinosaurus at its back. The Therizinosaurus were positioned where the dragon couldn't hit them. Since the positioning was set up in advance, it was very successful. The Therizinosaurus were unharmed, attacking from the rear alongside Lin Ye. This was why Lin Ye had used the Megalosauros to kite the dragon into position at the start. Veterans focused on micromanagement. You couldn't just blow the whistle and send them all in blindly. The Therizinosaurus stats couldn't withstand a frontal assault. But just as they had chipped away a fifth of the dragon's health, it suddenly flapped its wings and took to the sky. Once airborne, it began launching fireballs. It bombarded the Therizinosaurus group and Lin Ye below. These fireballs could hit all creatures in their area of effect. Even riding the Megalosauros wouldn't save you from a headshot. It was time for more maneuvering. Lin Ye on the Megalosauros blew his whistle to reposition the Therizinosaurus. The moment they moved, the dragon summoned a large swarm of pteranodons from above. Lin Ye and the Megalosauros were swarmed. He quickly rode the Megaloceros to the Therizinosaurus side, letting them take down the incoming. At the same time, he kept an eye on the dragon above and tried to maintain aggro with his shotgun. After flying for a while, the dragon landed again. Lin Ye didn't hesitate, he charged straight in. The dragon lifted its head and spewed another jet of flame. Lin Ye's Megaloceros endured the flames and once again reached the dragon's feet. By now the Megaloceros' health had dropped by nearly a quarter. But the shotgun fire couldn't stop. Once the positioning was right, Lin Ye blew his whistle again. This time the Therizinosaurus charged the dragon head-on. The dragon had landed in a bad spot. A ruin behind it blocked its rear. Even if Lin Ye whistled the Therizinosaurus around to the back, they probably couldn't reach it. It looked like some would be sacrificed. Before the Therizinosaurus could get many hits and the dragon unleashed a blast of fire, igniting the six in front. The Therizinosaurus were set ablaze, their health plummeting rapidly. They then auto-fed on the vegetable cakes in their inventory, but even with the vegetable cakes healing them, their stats couldn't withstand the dragon's onslaught. The Diodon's healing aura also activated. It was a full-on brawl. Lin Ye couldn't adjust the formation now, the dragon's health was already down by nearly a quarter. This was a perfect damage window. If he moved, the thing would take off again. He watched helplessly as 3 Therizinosaurus fell in battle. Another 6 were covered in large bloodstains, once again on the verge of death. The vegetable cakes had a cooldown. He didn't know if they could heal in time. As the dragon took off again to launch fireballs, Lin Ye saw the Diodon, which had stopped emitting its healing aura. He knew its food bar was empty. There was no time to eat the meat in its inventory. Looking at the dragon, which still had half its health, Lin Ye distanced himself, trying to find a good spot to trap it and let the Therizinosaurus attack from behind again. But he shot at it from below for a long time, and the dragon seemed to have turned cowardly. It just kept throwing fireballs and summoning pteranodon swarms. It had been flying for 3 minutes. It seemed it didn't want to come down. Lin Ye cursed loudly, "You son of a bitch." Author's note: Therizinosaurus with around 450 attack are the minimum requirement. If a newbie can't control the positioning, it's advisable to find a teammate for a duo run. One to hold aggro, one to whistle, and lead the Therizinosaurus around to the dragon's rear. You must bring 2 sets of flak armor and energy brews to avoid being one-shot by the pteranodon swarm. Lin Ye maneuvered with the scythe dragon while maintaining a safe distance from it. Among the whistle commands, one directive instructed the dinosaur to move towards a specific location. Lin Ye did not allow the entire group of scythe dragons to follow him, as having them all closely tailing him would greatly increase the chances of getting stuck. Next, the fire dragon charged directly at his scythe dragon horde. Currently, these scythe dragons could not withstand much damage. After enduring 3 fireball bombardments and 2 rounds of attacks from the pterosaurs, the fire dragon finally began to descend. Lin Ye hurriedly increased his firing rate and maneuvered to the rear of the fire dragon. This time he was steady, the terrain was flat, and there was nothing behind. An ideal spot for an ambush. The fire dragon, seeing Lin Ye land alone, immediately unleashed a torrent of flames, hitting him squarely. The great horned deer could no longer recover health after consuming the vegetable cake, as its health was already at its limit. Yet this time, as Lin Ye eyed the perfect spot for dragon slaying, his heartbeat quickened. After firing 2 shots, he whistled to signal all the scythe dragons to move behind the fire dragon. Regardless of the circumstances, calmness and steadiness were always core elements. If a few scythe dragons reached the side of the fire dragon and got bitten, then this wave would be for naught. Lin Ye aimed at the belly of the fire dragon while watching the approaching scythe dragons. Once they all reached directly behind the fire dragon, he blew the whistle to signal attack this target. Upon receiving the command, the scythe dragons charged forward again. This time their positioning was as tricky as during the first attempt. All the scythe dragons behind were delivering damage without taking any hits. Moreover, this time the fire dragon clearly had no intention of flying away, it chose to confront them head-on. Lin Ye smiled. The overseer in the Ascension Cave also chuckled. The overseer gazed at the fire dragon, which had only 1/5 of its health remaining, and grinned broadly. "Haha, I'll give my godson a chance to show off later. A server. Did Li Mei not want me to make a server-wide announcement? He'll announce it for a whole day and night without stopping. I'll make sure to show off plenty." Anyway, she didn't specify how long the announcement should last. "I can't give up the dragon, but I can still make an announcement, right?" Huh. Meanwhile, Lin Ye continued to unleash attacks. The scythe dragons fired rapidly, and the fire dragon's health was nearly depleted. Lin Ye took a slight breath and continued shooting. Even without the scythe dragons, he was still steady. In less than a minute, the strongest fire dragon of the island's trio fell victim to Lin Ye's clever positioning, letting out a reluctant roar before collapsing to the ground. The illustration for defeating the fire dragon also appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. This time he unlocked more tech technology. More skill information began to flood the screen: tech force field shield, tech teleporter, tech cloning machine, tech storage box, tech chest armor, tech portal, and more. He had now unlocked all the tech technologies available on the island and could now craft tech armor. He was one significant step closer to becoming the tech war god in PvP. Moreover, he noticed the system prompt indicating he could access the Fairyland map. After collecting the tech panels and spoils dropped by the fire dragon, Lin Ye retrieved the saddles from the deceased scythe dragons. Tomorrow he would take Lu and the others to battle a simple BOSS, starting from the fundamentals, to teach them. Otherwise they would struggle in PvP later. He once knew a master in PvP, a godlike micromanipulation player, who could command respect, even from cheaters. Initially Lin Ye had taken him as a mentor. That person could single-handedly hold off 20 opponents, his skill comparable to a deity descending. He transformed survival games into a finely tuned personal action competition. With a tech punch dash he knocked down a rider mounted on a south giant. Then with a claw hook he yanked them out of the crowd and eliminated them, scooping up their loot and soaring into the sky. After striking down a pterosaur rider with a whip, he could turn and dash like Astro Boy, delivering a punch that knocked down the rider of the lightning dragon. Headshots with a composite bow in the air killing metal helmet riders had become routine. From extreme long-range headshots with the tech bow in the sky, anyone who emerged from the cave would meet their end. The opponents couldn't even touch him. When Lin Ye first witnessed what true god-level manipulation looked like, his heart trembled. Micro-level manipulation must start from the basics. He aimed to prepare his team for PvP by ensuring they did not ride dragons into mines and steadily fall. All members must be elite, the kind that could wipe out an entire tribe. To cultivate the mindset necessary to become a tech war god in solo combat, one must be calm and steady. Just as Lin Ye pondered how to teach them new things and the basics of PvP, the teleportation time for the Fire Dragon boss room arrived and Lin Ye was transported out. The road ahead is still long. I won't let them go out until they can stand on their own. We'll train here first, Lin Ye said thoughtfully. Suddenly, he saw a flurry of messages on the world channel, scrolling rapidly. He looked down and widened his eyes in surprise. What the hell? Server announcement: congratulations to the tribe. I'm a newbie. Please don't attack me. The tribe leader Lin Ye has successfully soloed the 3 difficult bosses on the island. He became the first player in the server to teleport to other islands and the first to reach the next map. As a reward, he was granted a blueprint for a legendary long-barreled rifle with an attack of 298. Other survivors are encouraged to continue working hard to clear the island as soon as possible. Then that message appeared directly above Lin Ye's field of vision, the sky blue text lingering like the skill unlocking notifications refusing to dissipate. Not only Lin Ye but everyone on this server saw such a server announcement. The overseer had set this message to disappear after 24 hours. This meant that everyone would have to keep their eyes on this message whether they wanted to or not, unless they closed their eyes to sleep. Lin Ye retracted his neck. He didn't remember such a setting in ARK. Defeating a boss was quite normal, right? If he encountered a skilled elite team, they could wipe out the trio on the first day without riding dragons. Was it really necessary to make such a grand announcement to everyone? However, Lin Ye thought this, yet when he saw the world chat filled with people wildly shouting that he was a god, he couldn't help but feel bittersweet. Lin Ye's mouth involuntarily went out of control. It felt as if he had suffered a stroke and could not straighten up. 3 seconds later, a deafening shout echoed from the snowy mountain peak, piercing the clouds. I'm invincible again. Ha ha ha. His laughter carried a hint of mischief. A newly spawned level 20 South giant on the mountain was so startled that it turned and bolted down the slope. Wang Xinyu was the most excited one, as she didn't care that Lin Ye had previously scolded her. She directly shouted in the public chat, "You are truly amazing, the most incredible man in the world. Do you know? I have been thinking about you every moment for so many days." But the next second Huang Hao jumped into post Uncle Lin. "She is lying to you. This girl is not a good person. Don't believe her. She said she would use you and dump you when she returns to the real world." Wang Xinyu, "That's not true." "Whoa, don't you understand me?" Dear little Yi Lin Ye felt a bit prickly, as if he had been pricked by needles in his pants. Everyone in the world sought to curry favor with this Lin Ye, with some who had just learned to tame dinosaurs a few days ago, already feeling quite proud of themselves. Some had even captured what they believed to be formidable carnivorous dinosaurs, the Carnotaurus. News spread swiftly among the many tribes, and now more than half of them knew the trick of taming dinosaurs with black fruit. Yet those novices who thought they were about to soar could only exclaim in disbelief today. "Holy crap, taking on 3 bosses. Holy crap. I don't even know where the bosses are. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Master, carry me." Li Ting was still brainwashing Chen Yuxue, who was busy forging iron. Ever since she made that 6-hour non-stop bet with Lin Ye last time, she had been persuading her good friend Chen Yuxue. She had been at it for 2 days now. Wang Marin glanced at Gu Lingxin and Nan Xiaoro beside her and proudly lifted her chin. Among the 3 women descending into the mine today, she held the highest seniority. Moreover, as Lin Ye's woman, she considered herself more successful than the other 2. She had simply reaped the rewards. "I always said this little brother of mine was formidable. To be with him, I'm truly fortunate." Nan Xiaoro gazed dreamily at the global announcement, recalling the day Lin Ye had rescued her from the Huangtian tribe. She sighed helplessly, realizing he had never taken her, a famous internet celebrity, seriously. Nan Xiaoro glanced at Wang Marin, whose figure was far more voluptuous than hers, and felt a pang of self-mockery. Indeed, the other woman was larger than her, and by quite a margin. Gu Lingxin, who was up ahead killing giant scorpions with her shotgun, seemed lost in thought, occasionally glancing back at the newly joined Wang Marin. She sneered inwardly. Are these people so desperate to survive that they've abandoned all dignity? Little did she know that in this ARK world, most would throw away their pride to stay alive. Just look at Huang Hao, who now addressed Lin Ye as Uncle Lin on the public channel. He had figured out how to live. If failing to clear the game meant death after a year, what was wrong with calling him Uncle Lin? Calling him Dad would be fine too, as long as it could save his life. Others would kill for that chance. On a high platform, Qian Suanpan cackled with excitement. That fool Li Taiwang had sent him to persuade Lin Ye to join them. Instead, he found a place to hide, planning to return in 2 days and claim failure. By now, Li Taiwang was probably cursing Zhang Beishan out on Herbivore Island. The rest of the world was also begging Lin Ye to take them in, as if they had found a savior in the darkness. Some even resorted to shameless pleas to catch Lin Ye's attention. This was a golden opportunity to survive. Brother Lin, my name is Suzhou. I'm a top star in the country. Can you take me with you? I'm willing to follow you to the next map. I'll be your servant, do anything you ask, and you can do anything to me. My bust size is a D cup. Huh, a celebrity, so what? Brother Lin, ignore her. I'm Su Xiaoxiao, 18 years old, and I'm still a virgin. I'll give myself to you. Please take me with you. I'll endure any hardship, do anything, and I won't cause trouble. And I've never been in love. Up there, stop bragging. Wasn't it you who went to the woods with Erden yesterday? How shameless can you get? Aren't you afraid of being pecked to death by a dodo while fooling around in the wild? The loudest was Huang Hao, as his underlings now regarded him as their father and their only hope. In what was once a chaotic Huantian tribe, a miraculous lucky charm had appeared. Huang Hao vaguely recalled his mother saying when she sent him a triceratops, "Your Uncle Lin will take us to fight bosses later." Huang Hao felt incredibly proud. To survive what was face, even the author would have to call Lin Ye Dad and beg, "Take me. I'm a good..." Huang Hao shouted excitedly on the public channel, "Mom. Mom. Say something, Mom. Are you with Uncle Lin?" Wang Marin saw that her Hauer was so sensible, no longer throwing tantrums, and even calling Lin Ye Uncle Lin. She couldn't have been happier. "Yes, Mom is forging iron. Take care of yourself, don't worry about me." As soon as Wang Marin spoke, everyone saw her tribe name, Newbie Squad. Some were stunned. Wang Xinyu was also shocked and immediately cursed on the public channel. "Huang Hao, you shameless bastard. You're calling Lin Ye Dad just to survive. Are you even human? How can you be such a dog?" Huang Hao was emboldened and retorted, "What's the matter? Jealous? You want to call my Uncle Lin Dad, but you can't. Huh? You can't." Wang Xinyu, you. That single word, jealous, silenced her completely. Some clever tribes had already started crafting gunpowder, knowing it was the only way to trade for raw metal with the newbie tribe. Many had done nothing all day but craft gunpowder, planning to line up tomorrow morning to see Liliakai. Others were even more resourceful. "Quick, call out the prettiest, cleanest women from the tribe and have them trade for gunpowder. If Lin Ye takes a liking to one, and she joins him, make sure she brings... Oh, and don't wait until tomorrow to line up. Go now. Shall Lu get to the Red Ark Trading Center and secure a spot? Go now. Don't do anything else today, just hold that spot. They'll bring the team tomorrow." It wasn't just one tribe, many were scrambling to curry favor with the newbie. The southern sister tribe, after many days, was still in a sorry state, with most women too lazy to work. Manana had led a dozen trusted sisters to leave the sister tribe. They settled in Thunderbluff in the south, naming their tribe Qingshui. Among them was Ning Lingshuang, who had once called Liliakai a... Ning Lingshuang watched the newbie squad on the public channel, recalling her first encounter with them at the mine entrance. She swallowed hard, knowing they probably wouldn't acknowledge her after she had insulted Liliakai so badly. Manana was also lost in thought. Their good sister Lu Yu had abandoned them to join the newbie squad, and who would have thought that tribe would become so powerful? It wasn't just powerful, it was like a father figure. Women could live without men, but when a ready-made powerhouse was right in front of you, ready to lift you to the heavens, would you reach out? Stubborn Manana clearly had no intention of reaching out. She turned and led her sisters to tame Carbonomies, determined to build a metal house this time. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, now blessed with his foster father's show-off aura, looked at his friendship module. His grin was no longer crooked. It was twisted, distorting his entire demeanor. And his eyes had turned red with a special effect. Huh, this show-off was perfect. Lin Ye laughed until his face contorted, because after his tribe members learned he had soloed the BOSS, their affinity toward him skyrocketed. Not only did the affinity of Black Whirlwind and Peach Blossom directly reach 100, but the 8 newly arrived youths also had their affinity exceed 90. One must still put on a show when needed. The tribe members below now regarded Lin Ye as their hope. With such a formidable leader, whenever they encountered other tribes, people would have to treat them with respect. Even the youngest children would likely be fawned over. Lin Ye shouted excitedly, "I'm invincible, absolutely invincible. I'm invincible again. Huh. Woo, let's soar." Just then a blueprint for a long-barreled rifle with 298 attack appeared in his backpack. It was a reward from the never-before-seen overseer, his benefactor. His eyes widened instantly. A value of 298 was the highest in the official server. Before entering Genesis for missions, this blueprint was a top-tier treasure, a heirloom-level item. In single-player mode private servers and imitation official servers, blueprints up to 755 could be obtained. But this was the official server. With this long-barreled rifle, taming dragons would take off. If he reset his stats and poured everything into crafting skills, he could easily produce a finished long-barreled rifle with over 350 attack. With luck, it might even approach 400 attack. Lin Ye proudly placed the blueprint into his encrypted safe, then like an idiot occasionally emitted strange sounds from his mouth, completely obsessed. In the world of ARK, the hardest thing to control was the human heart. If everyone submitted, there would be no worries. As Lin Ye went crazy, the atmosphere in the public chat began to shift subtly. Because Huang Hao had spread what Wang Xinyu had said earlier, Wang Xinyu harbored resentment. The leader of Wantian Company's tribe, Ma Hazen, and his son Ma Kai learned that Wang Xinyu was Lin Ye's girlfriend of 4 years. The father and son found Wang Xinyu and took her into their tribe. They gave her a malicious idea to turn against Huang Hao and sow discord. They tried to make Lin Ye change his mind so they could follow along to fight the boss. Wang Xinyu believed them and shouted in the public chat, "Darling, you know what? Back then Huang Hao coerced me, coveting my beauty, using despicable means too. I was forced. He said if I didn't break up with you, he'd have your company's manager Ma fire you. His father Huang Dabiao knows manager Ma. I was forced. I truly love you. Don't you remember our beautiful memories from 4 years of college? Didn't you promise to marry me? I've already told my parents. I can't live without you. I don't know how to go on without you." Huang Hao was stunned, then cursed below, "You shameless liar. You're talking nonsense. It was you who seduced me at my booth that night. I coerced you. Are you insane?" But Ma Haisen also spoke up. "Shaolin Xinyu is telling the truth. She's a good girl. Huang Hao called me back then, and I have business with his father. I had no choice but to have my son not confirm your employment. Xinyu is a good girl. Don't wait until you lose her to regret it." Then he added a sentimental line, "Cherish what you have. A true heart is hard to find." Huang Hao's eyes nearly popped out, but his fury made his words incoherent, and he could only curse, "Go to hell. Don't spread lies. Damn it. Screw you." Ma Kai also chimed in, "Don't get so worked up. The truth can't be hidden. Everyone knows you were a playboy in Suzhou back then. Which woman you set your sights on wasn't coerced by you." Lin Ye couldn't stop laughing. Watching those idiots perform in the public chat, he felt his intelligence was insulted. So he hatched a mischievous plan. Since they were acting head, play along too, haha. Let's see who's more shameless. So Lin Ye typed in the chat, "Is everything you said true, Xinyu?" Wang Xinyu excitedly replied, "Absolutely true. If I'm lying, may I die a horrible death." Huang Hao didn't know what to say anymore, only repeatedly shouting, "Uncle Lin, don't believe her, Uncle Lin." Just then, seeing Lin Ye's reply to Wang Xinyu, his women couldn't sit still. Lu Yu was the first to start a catfight, cursing at Wang Xinyu, "Where did this vixen come from spreading rumors? Huh, who do you think you are?" Beauty Wang also joined the fray. "I'll say this now, once barbarian mode is activated, it'll destroy whoever's tribe you're in. Look at you, who do you think?" Chen Yuxiue, who had been thoroughly convinced by Li Ting's sweet talk, believed that Lin Ye truly liked her. She shouted in the public chat, "How dare you seduce him? He'll skin you alive. You're not worthy. You have no figure, no looks. What gives you the right to blabber?" Wang Xinyu instantly realized these women must be his new flings. Li Ting was the first to return to base. Seeing Lin Ye grinning foolishly, she shouted excitedly, "What are you doing? I was about to convince Xiaoxue. Do you actually believe that?" Lin Ye laughed. He had forgotten about this. "What did you tell Xiaoxue? Is she willing to be with me?" Li Ting's eyes widened as she yelled, "Don't worry about that. I'm asking you, do you really believe that bitch? If you do, I'm done with you. Ha ha ha, I'm just messing with her, playing around. They act and I act too. Don't you know me? Am I that stupid?" Hearing that Lin Ye was just acting, Li Ting's expression changed like a performer switching masks. She instantly became Lin Ye's little fangirl, cooing and pulling his arm, whispering sweet nothings. At that moment, fearing Lin Ye might misunderstand him, Huang Hao couldn't stay put any longer. He mounted a triceratops and headed for the snowy mountains to find Lin Ye, determined to claim him as his stepfather today. Delay could lead to trouble. The other members of Huangtian tribe couldn't stop him. "Chief, this is our only strong triceratops. Don't go to the snowy mountains, you'll die on the way. You don't even know the path." Huang Hao was already on the triceratops, shouting excitedly, "Don't hold me back. I have to find my Uncle Lin today. Move it. Anyone who holds me back, I'll kick them out. Don't think I want." Just then someone riding an eagle flew over to Huangtian tribe. Learning that Huang Hao's mother had taken up with Lin Ye, Qian Suanpan decided to show up, and hearing that Huang Hao was going to the snowy mountains to claim Lin Ye as his stepfather, he laughed so hard his sides ached. "You want to go? They'll help you. Take my eagle. Qian Suanpan. Don't forget my kindness, brother." Huang Hao was overjoyed and rode off on the eagle, soaring like a dragon, leaving the sea. Qian Suanpan watched the distant Huang Hao and felt something was off. If he and Huang Hao were brothers, wouldn't He also have to call Lin Ye uncle. Those lackeys watched Huang Hao as he soared into the sky on an eagle, a mix of worry and anticipation in their hearts. After the heavenly king's beauty sent off the Triceratops, Huang Hao hid in his bedroom and wept, feeling like a complete fool. His father was not his biological father, and his mother had taken up with someone he had once offended. That night Huang Hao's followers saw him too. As the saying goes, true friendship is forged in adversity. When Huang Hao first crossed over, he hadn't fully grasped the situation and still carried the arrogant demeanor he had in Suzhou, seeking out people he had known before. No one paid him any mind. He had few friends, but when his followers learned of his conflict with Lin Ye, they displayed a rare sense of brotherhood. Actually, brother, how if you think of it the other way, it won't feel so bad. A year from now, if we can't win, well, I'll die anyway. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Even the invincible Lu Bu of old called the traitor Dong Zhui's foster father. Besides that, Lin Ye seems to treat your mother well, and he even gave us a dragon. If he doesn't hold it against you calling him uncle and having him save your life, it's nothing. If he'd let me call him uncle and take me to fight a boss Neil and call him grandpa if I had to. My mom is still back home, and I have a little sister in school there. If I'm stuck in this godforsaken place forever, I'll die without seeing my family again. The follower grew sorrowful, and the others began to miss their families back home too. They had all come to Suzhou for work, and no one wanted this. Huang Hao looked at his loyal followers, feeling much better, and laughed at the foolish things he had done since crossing over. Those who once knew him here, who used to call him young Master Huang or brother Hao, now cursed him as a fool. They gave him no respect, and he met rejection everywhere. But as he looked at his brothers, Huang Hao silently made a resolve. For the sake of bringing them home, bowing his head was no shame. But now things were different. Huang Hao was fully immersed. When he heard that bitch Wang Xinyu was slandering him, he stormed up the snowy mountain in anger. Before long, he saw an incredibly shocking all-metal structure. For bunkers made of safes with overlapping fields of fire, each covering the others, to form a flawless defensive network. Most absurdly above the metal building were 36 hovering turret mounts, each equipped with 4 heavy cannons. It was like a dream. Hovering bunkers. Hovering. Huang Hao swallowed in awe, his face full of shock. But he hadn't worn a sweater, and soon his health began to drop. Without a second thought, he flew straight to the main gate and shouted, "Uncle Lin. Mom. It's me, Huang Hao. I'm Huang Hao." Inside the base, Lin Ye shrank back and muttered, "Damn. What kind of plot is this?" Outside, Huang Hao was nearly frozen to death. Just as he was about to succumb, Lin Ye opened the door. The moment he saw Huang Hao's sycophantic grin, Lin Ye's CPU crashed. "Who am I? Who is he? What should I say? Uncle Lin. I'm freezing to death." Huang Hao stammered, trembling. Lin Ye had Li Ting fetch a fur coat and informed Wang Marin in the tribe channel that her son had arrived. Once Huang Hao entered Lin Ye's tribe, he was like Granny Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. His expression was priceless. "What do you want?" Lin Ye asked softly, his CPU still short-circuited. He only wanted to be a scoundrel, not adopt the son. And this son was a year older than him. How ridiculous was that? Huang Hao quickly shouted, "Uncle Lin, it's not what Wang Xinyu said. Don't believe her, she's lying to you." "I know," Lin Ye said flatly. Just then Black Whirlwind returned, wanting to discuss the matter of the immortal realm and the tribe's future development. As soon as he entered, he saw Huang Hao. "Damn, that's incredible. An avalanche on the snowy mountain. What kind of plot is this?" Seeing Black Whirlwind back, Lin Ye quickly changed the subject. "Old Black, you're back early. What's up?" Black Whirlwind glanced at Huang Hao, then at Lin Ye, and said thoughtfully, "I'll tell you later. You go ahead." At that moment, 6-6, who was in charge of hunting meat for the young, also returned along with Wang Marin. Everyone was back. How thrilling. Huang Hao felt reassured seeing his mother. "Mom," Wang Marin said with displeasure, "who told you to come? Didn't I say to develop on your own first?" Huang Hao looked awkwardly at the group, wanting to explain. Lin Ye waved his hand. "It's fine. What's past is past. I'm not petty. Since you're here, don't leave empty-handed. Take a pterosaur back. Learn to catch direct." Huang Hao was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Wang Marin quickly pulled him aside, scolding him with a reproachful glare. Huang Hao kept nodding, promising not to cause trouble again, then flew off on his eagle with the pterosaur. Lin Ye turned to Black Whirlwind and the others, and after some thought decided to hold a meeting. There were things he needed to tell them. Everyone in the tribe was present except the kids, who were still out gathering metal, crystal, and obsidian. Lin Ye had originally planned to sneakily take down the BOSS, but he hadn't expected a server-wide announcement. Since everyone knew, he decided to start the solo plan training early. Before Lin Ye could speak, 6-6 said excitedly, "Boss is amazing. He can solo a hard boss. Now we can go to the next map early." Chen Yushue was also thrilled, her eyes shining as she looked at Lin Ye. Going to the next map meant they'd have an extra year to prepare for its BOSS, greatly increasing their survival chances. Black Whirlwind looked at Lin Ye, then at Peach Blossom, and said seriously, "How about you go to the next map first tomorrow? They'll teach them how to beat the easy boss tomorrow." "I get your point. Everyone needs to know how to fight a BOSS, right? We need to claim the key spots first. If you go first, it'll probably be a month of peace mode, then savage PvP kicks in. We need to deploy in advance. Lin Ye pursed his lips thoughtfully. Black Whirlwind was only half right. He hadn't said the important part yet. After a moment, Lin Ye posed a question. Then what? Do you really think beating one boss will let us survive to the end? Let me ask you this, who is our most formidable enemy? A bucket of cold water doused their spirits. Hearing Lin Ye's words, it seemed he didn't want to go to the next map first. Seeing everyone bow their heads in contemplation, Lin Ye also explained why he wanted to solo the boss alone. The reason I didn't bring you to fight the boss isn't because I don't consider you part of the team. Don't take it the wrong way. What I'm about to say might shatter your understanding of the ARK world. Our enemies aren't the bosses on each map. You need to understand that our real enemies are the experts from other servers. What truly determines our survival is the barbaric mode. I can even clear the ARK's Genesis before you finish the Hard Island boss, but what's the point? You're still stuck in place. From the very beginning I said I wanted to forge a team of elites. I won't abandon you either. Even if I directly push to Genesis 2 to find Lao Luo, while you're still here not knowing what to do, it would be meaningless. PvP relies on teamwork. Lin Ye stood up as he spoke, his face stern as he looked at everyone. In this world, no one can survive to the end alone. Unifying the island is necessary, and your strength must also improve. Levels mean nothing. I don't understand why you're so fixated on levels and bosses. PvP and PvE in ARK are two different games. PvP demands higher architectural skills and greater individual combat prowess. Many of you have played PvP before, and most of you have raided others' bases. But most of that was done while others were offline, not heating combat. That's called offline raiding. Now it's different and no one will log off. So in the future, battles of 100 people are inevitable, even 1,000. When Lin Ye said this, He Xianfeng also sensed the gravity of the problem. He had played PvP before and knew that the tactics and skills of those players were beyond the imagination of PvE players. I ask you, if someone attacks tomorrow with 100 men, how would you defend? How would you fight? Lin Ye looked at the confused faces and knew that mere words wouldn't make them understand. So he called He Xianfeng over. Old He, let's spar. Show them what they need to learn. Old He's expression was complicated. He had played PvP, but most of his skills were from PvE. Lin Ye chuckled softly. Come on, you can ride any dragon from the base and use any gear. Let them learn something different. Players from the same tribe can damage each other, so be careful. Old He turned and went to the weapon cabinet, picked a shotgun and iron sword, and donned a full set of iron armor. After a moment's thought, he mounted a triceratops as it allowed riding and shooting. Lin Ye opened his own safe, put on a set of white ordinary iron armor, and brought 5 parachutes. Then came a metal axe, crossbow, grappling hook, compound bow, standard sniper rifle, shield, and bolus. Later he retrieved healing potions, beer, shadow steak, and various tonics from the refrigerator. Soon they were outside the base with everyone following. Seeing He Xianfeng on his triceratops with a shotgun, no one thought Lin Ye could win. But He Xianfeng alone felt certain of his defeat, for he had seen Lin Ye take a crossbow. Having been tormented by various PvP experts, he recalled those unpleasant memories. Some people, even alone, could single-handedly take down dozens of tribes. A lone warrior. The duel began. Without hesitation, He Xianfeng fired his shotgun, but Lin Ye immediately took a swig of beer and dashed left. He Xianfeng pursued and fired again, but Lin Ye dashed right. With serpentine movements, he dodged the first 2 shots. He Xuanfeng, being a veteran, seized an opening and landed a hit on Lin Ye. But Lin Ye didn't die, and He Xianfeng was stunned. PvE players wouldn't know that drinking beer reduces water and stamina consumption, while greatly increasing melee damage and resistance. Most crucially, it enhances damage reduction. As He Xianfeng reloaded, an incredibly absurd scene unfolded. Lin Ye flew. With a grappling hook, he shot straight up, latching onto the top of a massive boulder behind him. Then he drew his compound bow and fired 2 arrows in quick succession. He Xuanfeng, caught off guard, hurriedly raised his gun to return fire. The next second, another arrow struck him in the head, killing him instantly. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Ye slowly descended, landing unscathed. The duel had already begun, and He Xianfeng didn't bother equipping new gear. He remembered, the compound bow has armor-piercing effects against iron armor. When he respawned and went to retrieve his bag, Lin Ye hooked his corpse with a grappling hook and snatched it. Lin Ye said calmly, "You weren't prepared for this round. Think carefully about how to fight, then gear up again. You can switch dragons." He Xianfeng nodded, went to the weapon cabinet, and recalled his PvP tactics. He also chose a crossbow, grappling hook, compound bow, and put on iron armor again. He also grabbed healing potions. This time, he didn't ride the cumbersome triceratops. Instead, he mounted a pteranodon, which could grab people. If he could snatch Lin Ye and drop him from a height, it would be certain death. He Xianfeng launched again, riding the pteranodon in a spiraling dash into the sky. His opponent was strong, so maintaining distance was crucial. Lin Ye stood motionless below, riding a pteranodon prevented shooting. He Xianfeng began seeking terrain cover, made a swift dash behind a rock, then turned back, flying in from the original direction, quickly approaching Lin Ye. But suddenly he saw Lin Ye smiling, and sensed something was wrong. He hurriedly ascended on the pteranodon. Just then Lin Ye's grappling hook shot out with pinpoint accuracy, latching onto the approaching pteranodon. The pteranodon instantly halted midair, overloaded. He Xianfeng immediately realized, damn, that's some serious attention to detail. Lin Ye had snatched his bag earlier precisely to increase his own weight. If a pteranodon is hooked by someone with higher weight, it cannot. Then Lin Ye switched to his shotgun and fired at the immobilized He Xianfeng. Unable to withstand the damage, He Xianfeng hastily chugged a healing potion, then dismounted, crashing to the ground with his health nearly depleted. Before he could react, a bola struck him, pinning him in place. The outcome was predictable. With a cry of agony from He Xianfeng, the second bout ended. Lu Lukai and Chun Yushue stood frozen. Was such a feat even humanly possible? After respawning, He Xianfeng experienced another instant death upon showing his face. Before he could retrieve his bag, Lin Ye's grappling hook struck him again. Lin Ye then turned and ran, leaping sideways off the snowy mountain to prevent He Xianfeng from mounting his pteranodon. He Xianfeng was dragged down by the hook. Lin Ye quickly deployed his parachute and released the hook. He Xianfeng plummeted to the base of the mountain, dying on impact. Lin Ye then shot his grappling hook again to return to the summit. He Xianfeng was furious. He'll be damned. I don't believe this. The killing of Black Whirlwind infuriated him, as Lin Ye's maneuvers stirred memories of the time when his base was raided in PvP. They had 10 people complete with turrets, a dragon, and a base made entirely of metal. Back then they had no concept of a one-man army. Most players in ARK focused on taming creatures and defeating bosses, but some geniuses took a different path. Their skills were not something ordinary players could replicate. Calm, decisive, meticulous, and steady. In the old days, all 10 of them were online, yet they were pinned down in their own base by just 2 opponents. Those 2 weren't even riding dragons. They wore only tech gear, descending like gods. They killed their people, took the pokeballs from their packs, summoned gigantosaurus, and used their own creatures against them. The memory of that raid reignited Black Whirlwind's fury, and he decided to emulate Lin Ye by fighting without a mount. Armed with a grappling hook, compound bow shield, and flak armor, he ventured out. Lin Ye sensed Black Whirlwind's irritation and wondered if he had been bested by similar tactics before. This time Black Whirlwind immediately took cover behind a rock, then expertly fired a grappling hook that struck the still distracted Lin Ye, clearly aiming for a sneak. As Black Whirlwind's hook lashed onto Lin Ye, the nearby players 6-6 Kai and Peach Blossom shouted excitedly, "Nice counter kill." But in the next second, Lin Ye swung his axe a few times, severing the grappling hook's line. In PvP, the axe is a versatile tool. It can cut grappling hooks and break bolas. Then Black Whirlwind raised his compound bow and fired an arrow straight at Lin Ye's head. But Lin Ye suddenly dropped to the ground, dodging the shot. Rising to his feet, he unleashed a blast from his shotgun at Black Whirlwind retaliated again, but Lin Ye once more hit the ground, remarking, "In close quarters PvP, it's best to aim for the feet with this kind of weapon. No matter their stance, it won't matter." This time Lin Ye held back and didn't finish him off. Black Whirlwind was utterly convinced. He had been thoroughly subdued. Everyone present fell silent. If what Lin Ye said was true and other servers harbored such experts, then even their 10-man team would stand no chance. As for riding dragons, their riding skills were likely inferior to Black Whirlwind's. Lin Ye spoke with a contemplative look. "If I were wearing tech armor, you wouldn't even see me before you died. I'm not showing off. I'm just telling you that our enemies are when they train hundreds of elites, I alone won't be enough to handle them. Starting today, you must spar with each other. Gather resources in the morning, take on bosses in the afternoon, and practice duels at night. Just mastering the grappling hook will take you a week. There's no shortcut, only practice. The more you do it, the better you'll get. Once you've developed some skill in solo combat, it'll teach you how to build PvP bases. Follow my plan from now on. I won't be going to Scorched Earth tomorrow. I have other matters to attend to. I'm not going to lead you through the tough bosses. You'll have to earn your victories yourselves. Learn from Old Black. I've said a lot today, but I hope you understand my intentions. Bosses are nothing to fear. Don't take them too seriously. Treat them like forging metal, just a means to get resources. Do it every day. The higher your ambition, the bigger the stage." Everyone present was stunned by the incomprehensible maneuvers they had witnessed, their emotions mixed with a hint of shame. 6-6 Kai replayed the fight in his mind and realized that even if he were riding a gigantosaurus, he would be no match for Lin Ye. Once the rider fell, the creature became useless. Only those who were truly skilled would make it to Scorched Earth and Ragnarok. Some might even be masters on par with Lin Ye. After a moment of thought, 6-6 Kai almost laughed at himself for viewing bosses as the ultimate challenge, thinking that defeating them was the end. If a group of experts on later maps blocked the ARK and forced them back to the island or demolished their stronghold there, everything would be lost. The boss is right. We need to get stronger. Starting tomorrow, I'm going into the caves. Don't follow me. We'll get the artifacts myself. Li Ting looked at 6-6 Kai in surprise and asked, "Huh? Are you going to the underwater cave too? Aren't you scared?" 6-6 Kai replied without hesitation, "Scared, but I have to go anyway. I don't want to be useless." Chun Yushue sighed, realizing she had overestimated herself. She thought that learning to navigate caves and retrieve artifacts had closed the gap with Lin Ye. But now she understood that those cave runs were merely the first step in mastering solo combat. I'll work hard too. Brother Lin is right. I'll defeat the tough bosses on my own through effort. I swear it. Lin Ye looked at Black Whirlwind, who was still reeling from the defeat, and scratched the back of his head awkwardly as he walked over. You okay, buddy? Black Whirlwind wore a grimace, his whole demeanor radiating discomfort. I'm fine. Fine. I learned a lot today. They'll definitely get you next time. Haha, alright, I'll be waiting for that day. No hard feelings. If you're upset, I'll let you kill me in return. Lin Ye said with a mischievous grin. In the next instant, Black Whirlwind pulled out the high-damage shotgun Lin Ye had used against the boss and fired several shots into the stunned Lin Ye's head. Didn't see that coming, did you? So satisfying. After respawning, Lin Ye stared speechlessly at the ecstatic Black Whirlwind, his expression twitching. You have no martial ethics. I advise you to behave. How dare you ambush me? Haha, we're even. I'm done. Black Whirlwind said, darting into the base as joyful as a monkey. As dusk fell, everyone returned to the base, their mindsets subtly shifting. Their expressions gradually hardened, each envisioning a future where they could be as formidable as Lin Ye. Meanwhile, Lin Ye gathered some building materials. Having finished teaching his teammates, he planned to scout other servers on the island. With 1,000 servers in total, his goal was to visit every single one within 3 days. He would mark any server that housed skilled players. If circumstances allowed, he would find ways to hinder their progress. If they were about to take on a boss, he would rush and snatch the artifacts and materials from the obelisk and make a swift escape. Preemptively disrupting others' development was more meaningful than soloing bosses in Ragnarok. If he encountered like-minded experts, he would recruit them directly. Finding allies early was key in PvP. The strategy had to start from the very beginning. Just then, Chun Yushua, flustered by Li Ting's persuasion, nervously appeared behind Lin Ye. Her cheeks flushed, her heart racing. Watching Lin Ye examine something at the obelisk, she approached with anticipation. Brother Lin. Lin Ye looked at Chun Yushua behind him and almost instantly set down the building materials in his hands. There are many kinds of women in this world, but those who are strong-willed, self-respecting, and a little stubborn are rare, especially when she's a beauty wearing black stockings. Lin Ye also suffered. The damned setting of this game made everyone who transmigrated wear their original clothes even after death and resurrection. Moreover, in this ARK world, women were all barefaced. The only thing they could do was tidy their hair and wash their faces. The ugly and monstrous were instantly exposed by this mirror of truth, coupled with the fact that Chun Yushua had always worn black stockings. Not only that, she also wore pure white sneakers. Who could resist such a top-tier campus belle? Pain, a heart-wrenching pain. The pain of only being able to look but not touch was about to be soothed today. Chun Yushua came today to confess her feelings, unaware that her close friend had already gotten together with him and had tricked her into believing Lin Ye was still single because she was told not to miss the opportunity or she would regret it when someone else snatched him away. Cherish the moment, cherish the person before you. You're so amazing. I wish I could be as strong as you. I want to become stronger too. Chun Yushua murmured, lowering her head in nervousness. It was late at night, and it was impossible not to feel nervous. When she inadvertently glanced at Lin Ye, Chun Yushua couldn't help but lower her head again. Recalling how he had saved her in the ice cave, her heart beat even faster. It was like a startled elk frantically fleeing through the mangrove forest of love. Even some dull, unromantic bull-like dinosaurs couldn't help but stretch out their heads and stubbornly chase after that love-struck elk. To make that fleeing elk plunge headfirst into the inescapable swamp of love. To fulfill her desire to become stronger and learn solo combat. Lin Ye racked his brains, gathered some equipment and items for solo operations, and planned to personally demonstrate how to use them. Wooden clubs were very familiar to everyone in the ARK. Their shape was similar to a baseball bat, and they had a stunning effect. Many novices liked to use this item to knock out dinosaurs. Then Lin Ye also brought several stun batons. These items in the ARK had a durability of 1 point regardless of attack power and broke after one use. They also had a strong stunning effect. A single strike could leave a person rolling their eyes and unable to wake up for a long time. After demonstrating for Chun Yushua, she slowly widened her eyes, indicating she had learned a lot and benefited greatly. You also need to bring vegetables for solo fighting, like carrots and corn. They not only quench thirst, but also increase food level, taking up only 1 quick slot. Besides eating and drinking, they have other uses. Let me teach you. Lin Ye said seriously, but when he brought the carrots and corn to Chun Yushua, she had already fallen asleep exhausted. Obviously, she had learned a lot about solo combat knowledge that night. It was already very late, and Lin Ye was also getting sleepy. But a man couldn't say he was tired. He had to check other servers and stop some people from developing. The best time to do mischief was at night. After checking some servers, he would come back to sleep. Sleep during the day and sneak around at night. With a ruthless glint in his eyes, Lin Ye opened the blue obelisk and looked at the servers. When he saw the major lists of servers, his expression instantly changed. Why was it different from what he had seen during the day? During the day, the server list showed island servers 001, 1000 in order. Now on the first page of servers there were 4 options: Island, Scorched Earth Center, and Ragnarok. Moreover, the maps like Scorched Earth Center and Ragnarok also had 1000 servers each. After defeating the boss, I can directly go to 3 maps. This isn't right. Helena said at the beginning that clearing 1 map only unlocks the next. How did I unlock 3 at once? As Lin Ye was pondering, he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes. In an instant, a teleportation barrier appeared around him, and a countdown of 30 seconds appeared above his head. What the hell? What's going on? A bug? Lin Ye was dumbfounded. He stood up and ran outside, but the teleportation barrier followed him wherever he went. The next second, Lin Ye vanished into thin air. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a metal energy body he knew all too well. Who else could it be but the overseer of the island? Lin Ye stared in utter bewilderment at the scene before him. What was this all about? Then the overseer slowly spoke. Why aren't you going to Ragnarok? Why do I see you wanting to go to other islands? Don't mess around. You need to clear Ragnarok quickly and go to Aberration to find Li Mei. Lin Ye's eyes widened. Holy shit. The overseer can speak human language. Don't look at me like that. It's been me helping you all along. I spawned the Tech Rex and the Therizinosaur for you. Even though I know you could beat the boss without my help, you probably don't know who Li Mei is, do you? Do you know the story of our world? You're excellent, and I want to mentor you. Let me tell you about it, and you'll understand your mission. The overseer spoke seriously, but Lin Ye completely ignored him. He was looking around restlessly, trying to see if there were any treasures in the overseer's place. Ahem, behave yourself. Let me tell you about Li Mei and the others. You'll meet them sooner or later. The overseer, but what Lin Ye said next shattered his worldview. I know. Li Mei, Helena, and Rockwell were the first survivors. They were sent to the island. After clearing the island, Li Mei went to Aberration, and the other 2 went to Scorched Earth. But Rockwell turned evil. He stole a tribe's artifact and started studying the obelisks and tech elements. Later, when he reached Aberration, he became completely corrupted, turning into a big boss, merging his body with the elements. Li Mei met Santiago, the leader of the first survivors in Aberration. Li Mei also got involved with a woman. He killed Diana, the lover Li Mei met there. Enraged, Li Mei struck Rockwell from the surface of Aberration all the way to the core. But Rockwell didn't die. He had already merged with the tech elements, and even met the elemental overlord, reaching the 4th dimension. Then they went to extinction, but Rockwell followed. There was a great battle with the Titans. The survivor leader Santiago died in battle. Helena became deified, and only Li Mei was left to fight alone. Outnumbered, the beast tamer queen faced her only siege from all sides. Then the deified Helena revived Diana, Li Mei's love. Diana, clad in a mech suit, was unstoppable and saved Li Mei. Then the deified Helena mastered the power of the 4th dimension, allowing her to infinitely resurrect all survivors. That's why we batch of people can't die. Then they went to Genesis, but Rockwell was still alive. He followed too. Later they killed him again, and the world was at peace once more. Earth became extinction and was unreachable. Li Mei returned to Aberration with Diana, the place where they fell in love to live. The deified Helena tried to save the corrupted Earth, which was extinction. But who knew Rockwell wasn't dead? His consciousness had reached a deified level on par with Helena, or even stronger. So Helena sent us here. According to my deduction, within 10 years the Earth that has become extinction will completely perish. Moreover, everyone's resurrection count on each map will become 0 after a year, because Helena is now suppressed. Now Genesis and extinction should be Rockwell's territory, right? After hearing this, the overseer's expression was extremely complicated, and his mind went blank. You? Holy shit. Does your family know how awesome you are? You just summed up hundreds of chapters in a few sentences. What am I supposed to talk about? Off work, haha, I can go off work again. Veterans knew the background of this world. According to the original setting, they would not be resurrected. Only if Helena achieved apotheosis could the survivors be brought back to life. He had already guessed something a few days after the transmigration. The protagonist Li Mei was merely a pitiful woman yearning to return home, but her heart shattered upon seeing the already corrupted Earth. Lin Ye glanced again at the overseer who had previously played the role of a villain, his expression contemplative. Have you already been purified by Helena? You weren't on the same side before. The overseer laughed on the spot. Clever. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You've saved me a lot of trouble, my adopted son. Lin Ye immediately cursed back. I'm your grandpa, you little brat. His voice was thunderous. The overseer was taken aback for a moment. You? Don't be so arrogant. I know you could handle it even without my help, but I meant well. That system of yours was given by me. Lin Ye laughed upon hearing that his system came from the overseer. Bullshit. Can you create Li Mei's AI projection? This was obviously made by Helena. Seeing that he couldn't hide it any longer, the overseer panicked. I made a mistake, but I also discovered that you have the potential for apotheosis. So I kept you around. With this second-generation overseer system, you must collect all level 150 creatures, understand? You'll have a chance to achieve apotheosis later, and then. Lin Ye waved his hand in exasperation. It's so exhausting communicating with you ancient people. You're really dumb for teleporting modern people here. Modern folks are far worse than old Luo. Old Luo and the ancient people's technology and knowledge are centuries behind modern times. We in Suzhou also have researchers. Later on, someone even more formidable than old Luo might appear. The overseer looked at Lin Ye with a contemplative expression. They had never considered this issue before. After thinking for a moment, the overseer asked with some concern, "Don't go causing trouble on other islands. I know what you're planning. Aren't you afraid they'll fail to defeat the boss and die a year from now? We'll see about that later. I need to recruit my own people first and build a team as quickly as possible. I can tell you this, the survivors of our generation are severely polarized, but those at the top understand this world far better than you do. Your old methods won't work." Seeing how arrogant his adopted son was, the overseer shot back, "Your godfather here sent you a wife. Show some respect when you talk to me. Lu Yu was my gift to you." Lin Ye's CPU spun at lightning speed in 0.1 seconds. Recalling all the good fortune he had encountered recently, including the inexplicable appearance of 200 vegetable cakes, he suddenly understood. He immediately dropped to one knee and shouted loudly, "Thank you, Godfather." The overseer's smile was so wide he couldn't close his mouth. This adopted son was worth raising. He had to find a way to help him. As he thought, he materialized several cryopods on his desk. Lin Ye laughed as he spoke. "Do you have any good stuff for me? You summoned me here, you can't send me back empty-handed, can you?" The overseer's eyes widened. How did this little rascal read his mind? A 755 shotgun high durability armor, and maybe a level 150 Noglin, so I can directly control others and become a psychic overlord. The overseer shook his head repeatedly. "No, Li Meiying won't let me give you anything. She said she wants to see your true strength." Lin Ye looked around. When he spotted a pile of black pearls on the overseer's desk, his gaze turned disdainful. But suddenly he lifted his head, his eyes shining with seeing those blue spherical objects. Lin Ye dashed over and stuffed them directly into his backpack. The overseer pretended not to notice, feigning ignorance. Clearly he had deliberately left them there. 5 empty cryopods, pokeballs. Li Meiying said he couldn't give Lin Ye anything, and these cryopods were only supposed to be unlocked when they reached Genesis. But she never said Lin Ye couldn't steal them himself. He could just claim Lin Ye stole them. He would just play dumb. "Brother. Send me back. Don't worry about what I do. I won't be an enemy of little Meiying. You have no idea how much I like her." The overseer smirked wickedly, looking down at Lin Ye, an unspoken understanding between them. With a casual wave, he sent Lin Ye back. "Wait. Did he just call me brother? Bastard." Having stolen 5 cryopods, Lin Ye returned to his base. With the cryopods, he could search other servers much more quickly. Because after uploading a dinosaur to the ARK and downloading it, there was a 12-hour cooldown, which made traveling to other maps very time-consuming. With cryopods, things were different. He could carry dinosaurs on his person. Soon Lin Ye began to smirk. Looking at the server list, he first checked Scorched Earth, the Center, and Ragnarok. Confirming no players were online, he felt relieved. No one online meant no one had cleared the difficult island yet, and no one had ventured to the lower maps. Lin Ye's server was Island 007. So armed with equipment and sleeping bags, he stored a pteranodon in a cryopod and teleported to Island 001. Looking at the spawn points, Lin Ye thought for a moment and chose to respawn in the north where there were the fewest people. As soon as he appeared, he saw several wolves ready to tear into him. Lin Ye pulled out his shotgun and blasted them. "Is this how you welcome me?" Just then the overseer of Island 001, Overseer 001, suddenly noticed an extra person on their server. The server, originally with 800 players, now had 8001. Holy shit. Who's that? He quickly pulled up surveillance footage and focused on Lin Ye. When he saw the second-generation overseer system on Lin Ye, his face turned green instantly. True. Troublesome. He assumed Lin Ye was one of Li Meiying's people and immediately backed down. By now the time on the island had reached 2 a.m., the perfect hour for sneaking around the map. Lin Ye released the pteranodon and mounted it to patrol the island. With night vision, his sight was as clear as day. He headed first to Death Island, as many veterans like to settle there. Finding no one, he proceeded to the Snow Mountain, then the Redwood Forest. After surveying the entire 001 server, Lin Ye let out a mocking laugh. What a bunch of nobodies. They're not even as skilled as Ironforge. Not a single large creature. But just as Lin Ye was flying his pteranodon to Green Obelisk, planning to head to Island 002, he suddenly spotted a flag. A Japanese flag. What the hell? We have a Japanese colonel from Suzhou who got teleported here. And he actually tamed 8 Carnos. Haha, impressive. Lin Ye looked down at the modest stone courtyard below, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Clearly he was about to do something that would bring glory to his ancestors. Current ARK players might not know that during the peak of ARK's Chinese server, the PV griefing and base-destroying tactics devised by Chinese players could be utterly devious. Lin Ye knew this all too well. Even if they had metal structures, Lin Ye could still tear them down in PV mode. Gazing at the Japanese tribe that actually knew how to claim territory, Lin Ye also noticed several small Chinese tribes in the distance clearly being squeezed by the Japanese tribe. To mess with others in PvE mode, one had to harness the power of nature. Lin Ye first created a tribe name avoiding Mingxin group to prevent exposure, as starting anew on another server allowed a fresh tribe name. After a moment's thought, Lin Ye named it the Japs' Big Daddy. Then he mounted his pteranodon and flew toward the treetops of the redwood forest. This pteranodon was specially bred for mischief, boasting exceptional stamina. It could fly almost non-stop. Upon reaching the redwood forest summit, he instantly consumed a rare flower, luring several eagles from the sky to swarm him. Lin Ye flew around gathering a large flock of eagles, at least 8 or 9. Eagles couldn't outpace pteranodons. So Lin Ye stealthily flew toward the Japanese tribe in the dark. Periodically, he ate rare flowers to maintain aggro. He had to fly very slowly, keeping the eagles within aggro range, so they would keep following. Once he reached the Japanese tribe's courtyard, Lin Ye ate another rare flower, and the eagles swooped down. Lin Ye dove his pteranodon into a herd of carnivores, then executed a sharp spin to shake off the eagles. The eagles clashed with the carnivores. Lin Ye grinned, so wide his mouth twisted. The funniest part was that those carnivores were set to passive mode, and the eagles killed them one by one, then moved on to the dodos. Almost every creature in the yard except for 2 raptors on neutral was on passive mode, since most players set their tames to passive when leaving them at home to prevent wandering. Lin Ye watched with an air of smug satisfaction as the wild eagles proceeded to slaughter the Japanese tribe's Parasaurolophus and Triceratops, his grin twisting again. Soon the Japanese player, awakened by the commotion, saw his slaughtered tames and howled in the courtyard, "Nanny! Bakayaro! Damai!" Grinning crookedly, Lin Ye laughed heartily and flew away, heading to Green Ark and then to Island 002. Upon reaching the north of Island 002, Lin Ye noticed someone in the global chat talking about the poison cave. He frowned. Could there be someone on this server who knew how to delve into caves? A veteran. Lin Ye's expression turned serious. Who would be running caves this late? But when he saw how those people in global chat spoke, he hesitated. Brotherly, you said we need to get artifacts to fight the boss. How do we get in? This cave is so small. Don't worry with me, Li Ying here. I guarantee everyone can beat the boss and get the artifacts. Tomorrow, he'll give you all Rex eggs to raise. Later, he'll lead you into the poison cave. Make sure you prepare sleeping bags. Lin Ye watched Li Ying's messages in global chat, hesitating to speak. When he reached the top of the poison cave, he saw at least a few hundred people holding torches with dozens of tribes surrounding Li Ying. Lin Ye exhaled. This guy was leading the entire server into the cave and handing out Rex eggs. Such a figure. After a moment's thought, he mounted his pteranodon and flew to find Li Ying's tribe. After searching for about 15 minutes, he spotted a metal structure at Red Ark. It was modest in size, with a courtyard enclosed by stone gates. Inside the courtyard were over a dozen Rexes and a few eagles. Lin Ye felt conflicted, knowing Li Ying was likely a good-hearted person like Tao Hua. But those he helped might not all be virtuous. In this world, helping everyone indiscriminately could lead to a tragic end. Looking at the stone courtyard, Lin Ye had the ability to kill the opponent's Rexes, but refrained. Instead, he headed to the ice cave, blocking its entrance with metal fence foundations and metal walls. Since he wasn't staying, the metal wall would vanish in half a month, buying time to delay their artifact and boss runs. By then, the barbaric mode would be active in a few days, ensuring conflict on this server. If Li Ying couldn't enter the ice cave, he'd surely seek help globally, asking whoever placed the metal wall to remove it. Failure to find them would cause panic and chaos. The ice cave's artifact of the strong was essential for the hard dragon boss fight. How could they not panic? Sealing that cave slowed the entire server's progress. Moreover, his tribe on this server was named 00. Before leaving, he jotted down Li Ying's name on a sticky note, planning to recruit him after scouting the map. By then, Li Ying would likely have been tricked and exploited, shedding his naive goodwill. Next up was server 003, but Lin Ye was growing drowsy. He hadn't slept in 2 days, having stayed up the night before the dragon boss fight, and again tonight. He built a campfire, stepped onto it, and let himself burn, instantly jolting awake. Then he resumed his map-wide patrol. Though he started late today, he aimed to cover at least 100 servers. Later, Lin Ye used eagles and wild tames to stealthily kill creatures in several tribes, sealing the ice caves on nearly every map. When materials ran out, he returned to server 007 to restock. When Lin Ye reached island server 88, he spotted foreigners chatting in global chat. He instantly perked up. Holy crap, big score. Huh. Tonight's rampage will be on you guys. As everyone knows, on ARK's foreign servers, foreigners love to bully Chinese players, especially newbies. When Lin Ye found the foreigners' base, his resolve to destroy them hardened. The foreigners below were clearly experienced players, having built a full metal box house at the Golden Triangle at the foot of the island's snowy mountain, the same spot Lin Ye had first chosen to build his home. After surveying the server, Lin Ye concluded that this foreigner was the server's dominant player. Just then Chinese players in global chat complained about the dozen or so foreigners being too oppressive, occupying all the mines and visiting daily to demand resources in broken Mandarin. Lin Ye sneered. Bullying us Chinese, huh? You think you're untouchable in PV mode? With that he mounted his pteranodon and took off. He had seen plenty of Titanosauruses on other servers that night. The Titanosaurus, the largest land dinosaur in ARK, could deal fixed damage to metal structures. This creature couldn't be tamed permanently. Even if tamed, it only lasted for a limited time, couldn't breed or be cloned, and couldn't be stored. Even if tamed, it would vanish after a while. It wouldn't attack people proactively, but with a terrifying 0 HP and devastating attack power, once enraged the consequences would be dire. On the island, a level 5 Titanosaurus would occasionally spawn. Perhaps Lin Ye was exceptionally lucky. After searching for a while, he finally spotted one at the foot of the volcano. A twisted grin spread across his face. Fortunately, this was a deserted island. Had it been any other map, Lin Ye would have employed even more tricks. As he lured the massive titanosaur to slowly amble toward the foreigner's metal base, a few foreigners who were still awake spotted the colossal beast at a glance. Ahead of the titanosaur, a man riding a pteranodon, his body radiating a red glow from consuming a rare flower, sped toward the ceiling of their base. Those foreigners' eyes went wide. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? The next second the titanosaur began to lift its foot, and Lin Ye grinned. He saw a Tyrannosaurus at the foreign tribe's entrance rush forward to bite the Titanosaur's soul. It was crushed to death in 2 stomps. Enraged, the Titanosaur, seemingly sharing Lin Ye's nationality, started pounding the ground fiercely. With several successive stomps, 2 foreigners at the entrance died on the spot. Their metal walls began to turn gray, their durability significantly depleted. Have you ever heard the sound of metal walls shattering? It was like firecrackers during New Year, crackling and popping. All those foreigners rushed out. The Titanosaur had fully aggroed them, and both sides clashed. What followed was a massacre. Fuck. Oh, no. No. It was brutal. Too brutal. So brutal, it was almost spectacular. Lin Ye, already flying high on his pteranodon, watched the carnage below, laughing so hard his nose went crooked. Then he turned and flew to the ice cave, placed down metal walls and a metal foundation to block it off, and headed to the next server. But this time, when Lin Ye chose to respawn in the sparsely populated north, he was instantly dumbfounded. He had respawned inside a metal room, a 1x1. Holy shit. Which bastard did such a despicable thing? Doing something like this, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Is sealing a respawn point something a human would do? Are you even human? Leaving us common folks no way out. Fuck your mother. Aren't you just bullying the honest? Utterly distraught, Lin Ye howled inside the metal room. He had a pokeball on him, a treasure he couldn't afford to lose if he died. Fuck your grandfather. Which despicable little bastard sealed the respawn point? Aren't you afraid of karma? Can't handle the game. Holy shit. Fuck. The never-before-beaten, crooked-mouthed Dragon King Lin Ye had finally met his match. The most outrageous part was that the room had an air conditioner, ensuring no one respawned there would freeze to death at the foot of the northern snowy mountains. Bastard. Fuck your grandfather. Fuck your ancestors 18 generations back. I'm your daddy. Holy shit. Explosive. Lin Ye, who hadn't been trapped in years, completely lost it. His death wasn't the issue, but he only had 5 cryopod pokeballs, and losing even one was a huge loss. He could suicide by eating to produce polymer, but he couldn't bear to. So Lin Ye started scheming. Even if he had to play the fool, he had to get out, and then destroy that bastard. Head seal every cave on this server. Then bring dragons to demolish that bastard's home. And come back every few days to... Once he got out, he'd find a spot to build a small outpost, damn it. So Lin Ye began pondering a plan, and named his tribe, Good Deeds Bring Good Fortune. He then checked the name of the tribe that owned this building. With a face full of feigned respect, he shouted on the world chat, Dear good brothers and sisters of the Biming tribe, your little brother accidentally respawned in your house. Could you please let me out? See, that's what they call shameless. When other tribe members saw someone else had respawned in the Biming tribe's house, they immediately started mocking. Haha, it's been so many days, and there's still some fool respawning in the north. Don't they know the north is big shot Biming's territory? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. It's not even dawn yet, and I'm wide awake. 666. Which tribe's genius is this? The tribe name is Good Deeds Bring Good Fortune. Holy shit, ha ha ha, what a genius. Lin Ye's face turned green. After cursing those bastards dozens of times in his mind, he spoke again on the public channel with utmost humility. Good brothers, does anyone know someone from the Biming tribe? I'm a newbie. Can anyone help out your little brother? I'd be your slave. I'll go smith metal for you. Please. Good deeds bring good fortune. Those people were laughing their heads off. Lin Ye was about to explode. Damn it. Disgrace. This was the shame of his life. Trapped in PV mode. But just as Lin Ye was plotting how to destroy the Biming tribe once he got out, the door suddenly opened. Lin Ye bolted out as if racing to be reincarnated. The moment he was outside, he swelled. His expression was extremely twisted to the point of explosion. He immediately shouted, "I'll fuck your." Before he could finish, a man behind him said excitedly, "Old Lin." Lin Ye turned around in astonishment and looked at the man in fur clothing. His eyes went wide. "Huh. Holy shit. Master. It's really you. How did you get to our server? Did you beat the island on 3 difficulties? Holy shit, you're still this awesome. Take me with you." Lin Ye recognized the man before him. Zhang Dongjie, a buddy he used to play ARK with in Suzhou. And he had another identity, Lin Ye's disciple. Everything Zhang Dongjie knew was taught by Lin Ye. The man who a second ago wanted to curse someone's ancestors did a complete 180. He exaggeratedly threw his arm around Zhang Dongjie's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Ha, good brother. Meeting you here is such luck. This is fate." Zhang Dongjie was also incredibly excited to meet his old friend and mentor. He immediately puffed up with pride. "Brotherhood. For life. I'm so happy to see you. Come to my tribe and sit a while. No, we'll just invite you straight into the tribe." As he spoke, Zhang Dongjie opened the recruitment option and pulled Lin Ye in. The man who was cursing someone's grandfather a moment ago clenched his fist in excitement and said, "Good brother. We've taken another huge step toward invincibility." When Lin Ye followed him to the blue obelisk on the snowy mountain, he smiled. It was almost identical to his own base. Slightly smaller and lacking defenses, but otherwise the same. Just then Zhang Dongjie transferred the tribe leadership to Lin Ye. Shrank back. "Good brother. What's this? My tribe has 2 veterans. There are just 3 of us, all trustworthy. Master, take us to the top. We'll follow you." Lin Ye felt somewhat awkward too. Giving away an entire tribe upon their first meeting was something only a true brother would. Lin Ye observed the friendliness levels of those waiting in the tribe. Zhang Dongjie was at 100 while the other 2 remained at 0, and he fell into a contemplative silence. Just then Zhang Dongjie rushed in with an ecstatic expression. "Brothers, incredible news. Wake up. Stop sleeping. My master is here." Those words immediately jolted the 2 people in the bedroom awake. Lin Ye surveyed the dinosaurs in the tribe. There were already 20 Tyrannosaurus rexes, only 1 Therizinosaurus, and a considerable number of ankylosaurs had been bred. They had also bred quite a few Tapijaras, a type of pterosaur larger than the pteranodon but smaller than the Quetzalcoatlus, with exceptional flight capabilities, capable of hovering sideways and even hanging from trees. Its health, stamina, and weight capacity were all higher than those of ordinary pterosaurs. The most delightful surprise was that they had even captured a unicorn. Its level wasn't as high as his, but it could make a perfect pair. This was a mascot that spawned only once per map. Just as Lin Ye was observing the tribe's creatures, the 2 who had woken up, they spoke with barely contained excitement. "Boss, is this the legendary expert who single-handedly took down dozens of foreigners? The one known as the Night King Lin Ye?" Zhang Dongjie nodded vigorously. "That's right. This is the master I've always told you about. Everything I know he taught me." Lin Ye looked at the 2 in surprise. Their friendliness, which had been 0 just moments ago, was now skyrocketing. "Greetings, Brother Lin." "Hello, Brother Lin." The 2 were incredibly thrilled. Although they were ARK players with 2,000 hours of experience, they only knew how to conventionally breed dinosaurs and fight bosses, and their PvP experience was a complete blank. Lin Ye let out a soft chuckle. Noticing that the friendliness of the 2 had stopped at 61 and 69 respectively, his mind began to stir with thoughts. "From now on, we're all brothers. You've developed quite well. I reckon you'll be able to take on the boss before long." Zhang Dongjie, seeing Lin Ye acknowledge his new recruits, quickly stepped forward to flatter him. "Master, don't put us down. We're nowhere near as awesome as you. Can you take us to fight the boss? We want to join your tribe. We can just abandon this place. There's nothing valuable here anyway." Lin Ye shook his head repeatedly. "No way. Have you forgotten what I taught you? No true expert has only one map as their home base. Not to mention this place of yours. I could abandon my own spot at any moment. If things go south, just turn around and get the dinos out. In this game, structures are the least valuable. In PvP, bases and dinosaurs are consumables. There's no base that can't be taken down." Zhang Dongjie chuckled lightly and said, "Master, I still can't clear the ice cave. Can you take us there once and teach us? We'll handle the easier bosses ourselves later." The other 2 also approached with eager expressions. They had explored all the other caves, only the ice cave remained. Without cryopods, their dinosaurs couldn't enter. Lin Ye nodded. He had no intention of revealing that he possessed cryopods, so he'd stick to the old method. Glancing at the time, dawn was approaching, and Lin Ye decided not to move on to the next server. "That's enough for today. Let's quit while we're ahead. Alright, I'll take you through one run. You develop on your own first. Before the barbaric mode activates, he'll come find you and take you to the next map." Zhang Dongjie and the other 2 were overjoyed. Then, just as he had done with Lu Kai and the others, Lin Ye led them through the... Zhang Dongjie and his team successfully conquered the ice cave, establishing it as their second stronghold. After a long night's work, Lin Ye finally decided to return to server 007. Upon returning to the main base, he collapsed into sleep. He hadn't closed his eyes for 2 days and 2 nights. He sent a message in the tribe channel, Don't bother me even if the sky falls. I need rest. You all handle your own affairs. Good luck. When they woke up, Black Whirlwind and Peach Blossom were already sparring outside the base. It was a pathetic display of amateur combat. Black Whirlwind couldn't land a hit on Peach Blossom, and Peach Blossom couldn't hit Black Whirlwind either. They wasted quite a few bullets and grappling hooks, all missing their targets. When Lu Kai woke up and saw the two sparring, he let out a sigh, then mounted his eagle and headed into the mine. Peach Blossom stared blankly at Black Whirlwind, who was jerking his head left and right like a convulsing fool. What the hell are you doing twitching like that? Lin Ye's footwork yesterday wasn't some epileptic dance. Black Whirlwind smirked. You just don't get it, do you? Then his eyes suddenly widened as he pointed behind Peach Blossom and yelled, "Holy crap! Wild Giganotosaurus!" Peach Blossom instinctively turned around and stepped back. The next second, Black Whirlwind fired 2 shots straight into Peach Blossom's head, dead. Huh. Awesome. First blood. When Peach Blossom respawned, his face was twisted with fury as he clenched his fists and cursed, "You bastard. You treacherous bastard. I never knew you were this sneaky." Black Whirlwind burst into triumphant laughter. All's fair in war. Haha, this is called strategy. Peach Blossom, freshly respawned, gripped his shotgun, veins bulging, as he stared at Black Whirlwind, who was still swaying side to side in that ridiculous dance to dodge his bullets. His expression was twisted to the extreme. Just then Peach Blossom's eyes suddenly bulged. Staring at something behind Black Whirlwind, he murmured in disbelief, "Beauty. Beauties. So many beauties." Black Whirlwind sneered, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Look at you." But Peach Blossom had already walked past him. Black Whirlwind was stunned. What kind of trick was this? When he finally turned around, his own eyes nearly popped out of his head. Seeing the dozens of stunning beauties braving the heavy snow to reach the mountaintop was more astonishing than spotting an alpha Giganotosaurus. Peach Blossom whispered, "Stay calm. Stay calm." Leading them was a 26-year-old goddess, a beauty with glossy black hair flowing in the snowflakes. Her face was a work of art, especially her eyes brimming with a captivating charm. Black Whirlwind immediately lost his composure. The leading woman spoke, "Brothers, could you let us in to talk? It's so cold." Black Whirlwind glanced back at their dino barn, making sure it was sealed, then gestured for them to enter. Peach Blossom said thoughtfully, "Should we wake up old Lin?" Black Whirlwind laughed. Didn't he say not to bother him even if the sky falls? Peach Blossom grinned too, and with a shared look they led the dozens of women into the base. The moment the women entered, they held their breath. The base completely subverted their expectations. A whole row of refrigerators, several rows of air conditioners. Even turrets were set up inside the base. The leading woman exhaled and said with some helplessness, "We were all forced here by our respective tribes. We want to ask you for a favor." A hint of unease lingered in her voice. "Could you protect our tribes?" Yesterday, the Ironforge tribe absorbed the Herbivore Island tribe and allied with several others, including the Web Sky Company tribe. Over 1,000 people in total. They're forcing our tribes to join them. Last night, when we went out to gather resources, their people followed us. Every piece of metal we mined, they'd swarm in and steal. Same with chopping trees. We can't develop at all anymore. We're willing to pledge allegiance to you from now on. Please help us. If you do, we girls will give ourselves to you. We beg you." As they spoke, the women fell to their knees. Upon hearing the mention of Iron Furnace Fortress, He Xianfeng pursed his lips. Tao Hua inadvertently glanced at Lin Ye's room, feeling curious as to why Lin Ye did not engage with Iron Furnace Fortress. He was clearly so impressive. There should be more ways to limit the development of Iron Furnace Fortress, right? Tao Hua looked at the women kneeling down and realized he was a clever man. Some concepts quickly became clear. If a person were to go out with a metal pickaxe to gather metals, followed by a few people behind, he would want to chop a certain metal or a certain type of wood. Those following would just concentrate their fire and rob him, making it impossible to play in the PvE mode if faced with a large number of players from a major tribe. This method is most effective in annoying smaller tribes. The annoyed have no way to retaliate. Do you want to go out and tame dragons? Which one do you want to tame? Before you can even knock a dragon unconscious, they would just focus fire and take it down. What can you do? Gathering and taming dragons becomes nonsense. This is the advantage of having many people. After thinking for a moment, Tao Hua turned to He Xianfeng and said, "Old He, if what those women said is true, Iron Furnace Fortress is definitely coming for us. Should we wake up old Lin?" He Xianfeng pondered as their thoughts had already shifted away from the women. Their mindset adjusted rapidly. He Xianfeng hesitantly said, "Is there a possibility that Lin Ye plans for us to deal with Iron Furnace Fortress ourselves? Do you remember what he said that night? He mentioned letting us handle the boss ourselves. If 100 people come to destroy our homes, how can we defend?" Tao Hua stroked his chin. Looking back at the women kneeling down for development, he realized that this wasn't an exaggeration. If they cannot develop, they cannot fight the BOSS, leaving only a path to demise. After glancing a couple of times, Tao Hua withdrew his gaze, saying, "Is he making us deal with Iron Furnace Fortress to train us? Could it be that in his eyes Iron Furnace Fortress is merely a training partner?" He Xianfeng replied, perhaps in his eyes Iron Furnace Fortress is not even a training partner, at most just a playmate. They seem to only have 7 or 8 Stegosaurus and a bunch of Triceratops and Brachiosaurus, and their levels aren't very high. I went to take a look before, and it seems they captured a few low-level Tyrannosaurs. Soon the two began to discuss strategies and called the women over. If these tribes could become allies in the future, that would be great. Then Tao Hua took out a world map of the deserted island. Looking at the terrain on the map, Tao Hua said, seriously, you all go back and prepare to move. All tribes should head to the northeastern coastal area to build homes. While heading north, place stone foundations along the way. Block the path. The women nodded repeatedly, not fully understanding the intention, but willing to comply. He Xuanfeng's expression darkened as he looked at the world map. Although he wasn't strong in PvP, he had heard some strategies from the big shots. He took a charcoal pencil and drew a line from the junction of the volcano and the mangrove forest. In the lower left corner is the Huangtian tribe, in the middle is the mangrove forest, and in the northeastern corner is the mountain next to the underwater abyss where Lin Ye and the others are. After the women left, He Xianfeng discussed the map with Tao Hua. Although I haven't participated in large-scale PvP, I've heard those big shots say that the real offensive strategy in PvP is based on territorial control. Even if individual combat capabilities are strong, support is needed. If there are no strongholds at the front line, and one can only respawn in the back, it becomes extremely passive. Let's not do anything today, but focus on claiming land. Fill the volcano, the snow mountain, and all places with foundations. All metal. Cover everything. Leave the resource points empty, just don't place them too close. Tao Hua nodded slightly, and directly spent a red heart. Since old Lin sent us to deal with Iron Furnace Fortress, let's be bold, and aim to earn him 100 million. He Xianfeng stared wide-eyed at the marked red ARK. What do you mean? Tao Hua chuckled softly. In terms of individual combat, I may not be as cunning as you, but in terms of troop deployment and military operations, 3 of you couldn't match me. I've studied the 3 kingdoms. I've been playing strategic war games for many years, whether it's the strategic version of the 3 kingdoms or anything else. I've always been the As He Xianfeng and Tao Hua were discussing a situation of a 3-way meeting appeared on the side of Iron Furnace Fortress. The leader of Iron Furnace Fortress, Li Tiawang, the leader of Vegetarian Island, Zhang Beishan, and Ma Haisan from Wantian Company, along with several other tribal leaders, sat in a stone building discussing plans. Zhang Beishan, the leader of Vegetarian Island, previously despised Ma Haisan. Before the teleportation, he was an employee of the latter's company. However, yesterday Ma Haisan sent 10 beautiful women to Zhang Beishan, and their relationship softened. Li Taiwang pondered as he looked at Ma Haisan, the convener of this meeting, and said, Old Ma, what do you mean? What do you mean by using others' strengths to overcome their weaknesses? We are brick movers, we don't understand your literary stuff. Ma Haisan chuckled softly with a calm expression and said, learn from others' strengths, compensate for your own weaknesses, and then use what you've learned to defeat them. Since they are building large-scale, all-metal structures, we will build as well. They are building watchtowers, so will we. They are breeding tyrannosaurs, and we will too. Everything will follow their example. Send people to follow them throughout. Whatever they do, we will do the same. After all, it's a peaceful mode. No one can harm anyone. At this point, everyone was suddenly enlightened. Ma Haisan proudly turned back to the crowd and smiled, feeling disdain for them. He is the boss of Wantian Company, and how could he become a boss without a bit of brain? In recent days, he has thought about many things. That Lin Ye is nothing to worry about. Even the legendary Lu Bu was defeated. How strong can one person be? When it really comes to fighting, it's uncertain who will win or lose. From today, we will militarize everyone. Each person must make their own materials to craft a handgun. Don't waste materials on anything else, or we can't make too many. Everyone present agreed with this viewpoint, and some even began calling him Brother Ma. Brother Ma, you truly deserve to be a boss. You're really sharp. I admire you. Yes, it makes sense. If he doesn't take us to fight the BOSS, we'll destroy him. How could a mere kid who only knows how to play games contend with us adults? Although we may not know how to play, we have eaten more salt than he has eaten rice. How could he outsmart us? That's right. In reality, he is trash. Even if he enters the game, he will still be a paper tiger. Let's eliminate him. As Ma Haisan said this, he looked at everyone and slowly walked towards the opposite side. He then looked at Li Taiwang with a hint of mockery and said, kick that 1,000 calculator from your tribe. This person must not be left alive. Li Taiwang frowned at that moment. What do you mean? Author's note: previously everyone said that the PvP start time was too slow. In fact, it wasn't slow. Earlier in the national server on some PvE servers, various powerful factions would do everything to prevent other players from developing, driving away all the veterans. New players would buy their dragons to establish friendships to lessen the pressure. In this article, PvE mode starts attacking directly, which is tied to human nature. Everyone wants to be the boss. At the beginning of the national server's PvE, even if fighting wasn't allowed, it wouldn't stop ambitious people from harassing smaller tribes. Where there are people, there is war. Even now, some PvE servers have people pulling dragons to bully newcomers. That's ARK. Today is another 6 updates. Thank you for the great reviews, it's already a 9. New friends please give a good review too. Ma Huan-san cast a playful glance at Li Tiawang, who was not particularly sharp-witted, and let out a soft snort. I don't know what you're thinking, you're not that strong yet you insist on starting to collect protection fees from all the small tribes. The underlings behind Li Tiawang immediately took offense. What did you say? Say it again. Li Tiawang raised his hand, signaling them to stay quiet. Ma Haisan's son Ma Kai looked down at these lowly laborers who only knew how to work, cursing them inwardly for their stupidity. Haven't you ever read history? In the early stages, relying on numbers to bully weaker tribes will only lead to one outcome. They'll seek refuge with someone. Besides, there are people like Lin Ye in this server. If he grows stronger, how do you think we'll fight them? Most laborers are just that, because they lack the ability and brains to do big things. As Ma Kai finished, the underling behind Li Tiawang burst into curses. You son of a bitch. Who do you think you are? You're just riding on your father's coattails. Are you trying to pick a fight with us today? Ma Haisan quickly bowed his head, flashing his trademark hypocritical smile, and pulled his son back. Adults are speaking, you have no place here. Get back. Then Ma Haisan turned to the others and said, the boy doesn't know his limits, please don't take offense. Li Tiawang and the others remained silent. If not for Lin Ye already clearing the boss, none of them would want to waste time sitting here. Ma Haisan pondered for a moment, then a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. As a former CEO who once led a company of 100 people, he understood certain aspects of human nature. For some reason, Ma Haisan suddenly lifted his head, his face full of sorrow. Gazing at the pterosaurs circling in the sky outside, he spoke with a touch of melancholy. I started as a laborer too, and I still owe over 10 million in debt. The collection agency is probably at my house by now. My wife took my youngest son on a trip. If she finds out I'm missing, she'll probably transfer my assets, and he'll be left with nothing. Nothing at all. The others fell silent, lost in thoughts of their own families. Li Tiawang's heart churned as well. He had a younger brother back home who had planned to go to a construction site with him to carry bricks. He must have arrived in Suzhou by now, and who knew how things were out there. Ma Haisan glanced back at the crowd without making it obvious. He had found a point of resonance. That made things easier. He suddenly clenched his fist and shouted, so, for ourselves, we must find every way to get back. No one wants to die in this godforsaken place. Li Tiawang narrowed his eyes and asked in a low, skeptical tone, you just said I should kick out my trusted confidant. What do you— Ma Haisan laughed heartily. Oh, Brother Li, are you still in the dark? Who is Qian Swampin? He's the one who caused little Zhao Baowen's 1,000-man tribe to be wiped out in the first place. As Ma Haisan spoke, a figure stepped out from behind him. It was Zhao Baowen, the one who had owed Lin Ye 1,000 yuan before. He had clearly sided with Ma Haisan. Yes, he was the one who gave me that terrible idea. If not for him, the southern archipelago would still be mine. Zhao Baowen was not only brazenly exaggerating, but deep down truly believed Qian Swampin had screwed him over. That's just how people are. When problems arise, it's always someone else's fault. Seeing Li Tiawang hesitate, Ma Haisan pressed on. I've also heard that this whole protection fee thing was Qian Swampin's doing. Can we keep such a black sheep? Li Tiawang's eyes widened. He recalled how Qian Swampin had always spoken about Lin Ye, and a nagging sense of wrongness crept in. Besides, he had been gone for 3 days now. Why hadn't he returned? Could it be? Kick him out. Keeping someone like him will only disrupt the harmony of our alliance. All he does is come up with lousy ideas. A brat barely over 20, what the hell does he know? Ma Haisan continued his persuasion. Li Tiawang was swayed, feeling that the argument made sense. From the very beginning, Qian Swampin had always stopped them from going north. Could he be a spy? Qian Swampin was expelled. Ma Haisan smiled. His real goal was to undermine Li Tiawang's authority. He had already conspired with Zhang Beishan to seize the leadership from Li Tiawang at the right time. Together they would rule everyone and become the overlords of this server. Little did he know, by sheer coincidence, he had actually expelled a real spy. Looking at the gathered crowd, Ma Haisan continued to build rapport. I know everyone was confused when they were first teleported here. We were so arrogant. Because we are humans. Arrogance is human nature. We thought those dinosaurs wouldn't stand a chance against us, and we had numbers. As expected, we all did a lot of stupid things at the start. Some ate blackberries and passed out for half a day, some set campfires at their doorstep only to have them trampled by brontosaurs, and some even tried to knock out the fish birds in the sky with their fists. We all did those idiotic and ridiculous things. Ma Haisan raised his voice as he spoke, his expression growing intensely emotional. I did them too. At first I thought it was all a joke. I told people, hey, I'm President Ma, help me out, and he'll give you 1 million once I get out. And Brother Beishan shot back, idiot. Haha, what a good insult. If not for him, I wouldn't have snapped out of it so quickly. When Ma Haisan said this, everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Beishan smiled too. The atmosphere instantly lightened. Indeed, everyone had done something utterly ridiculous at the very start. Ma Haisan had nailed that point again. There's nothing to be ashamed of. What matters is understanding. I'm not worthy of much, but am willing to divide our people into roles and serve as the overall commander of our alliance. I will expand our alliance at the fastest pace possible. There's only one goal, to bring all our brothers home. Anyone who stands in our way, we'll kill them. If we don't know something, we'll learn. Don't understand. We'll have 20 college students research it. Our alliance has college students too, all gamers. He'll set up a dedicated team to study the game's mechanics. It will definitely yield results. And with my new plan, we'll definitely devour the newbie group before the barbarian mode kicks in. Ma Haisan's words were like a stone thrown into a still lake, stirring 1,000 ripples. A single phrase awakened them from their stupor. Merchants, often quick-witted, were already scheming as Ma Haisan summoned the newly recruited college student. The crowd looked at the student with eager anticipation. His girlfriend had been transported here with him, and Ma Haisan had threatened that if he didn't comply, they would all violate her in front of him. There would always be a moment of negligence, with so many of them watching in shifts. Coupled with his timid nature, he immediately agreed. My name is Lu Xintian. Greetings, uncles. Ma Haisan chuckled. Don't be afraid, we're all friends here. Tell everyone what you've discovered in these 3 days. Your big brother Ma won't treat you poorly. He'll even find you a few women. Lu Xintian adjusted his glasses, nervously speaking. I've played games like Sons of the Forest and Stranded Deep before. I also enjoy watching Daxiami's streams, though I've never played ARK. Li Taiwang scratched his head in confusion, asking, Who's Daxiami? He's a popular ARK video blogger. I always watch his videos while eating. Let me tell you, you've all got it wrong. To defeat the boss, you need to tame high-level tyrannosaurs. The highest wild level is supposedly around 150, and use them to fight the boss. Also for PvP, your scattered little metal huts are no better than trash. One titanosaur could tear them all down. Ma Haisan pondered, looking at his newly recruited subordinate with a complex expression. What kind of dinosaur is a titanosaur? Can it be tamed? It's the largest dinosaur on land, capable of damaging metal structures. I don't know how to tame it, but I know in PvP they use C4 and rocket launchers. Only fools use pistols. Ma Haisan shot him a glare for speaking without thinking. He had just mentioned equipping everyone with pistols, and this idiot clearly had no sense. How could someone so stupid get into college? The crowd listened to Lu Xintian's explanations, their expressions growing increasingly excited, as if struck by sudden enlightenment. That very day, they dispatched 200 people to search for high-level tyrannosaurs in the wild. Another 20 were sent flying toward the snowy mountains, intending to spy and learn. What did it mean for 200 people to scour the island for tyrannosaurs? In just a few minutes, the entire island would be swept clean. Humanity's ability to learn is the key factor that made them Earth's rulers. Soon they found a level 135 female tyrannosaur. Meanwhile, Chen Yuxiue and Nan Xiaoro took a contrary approach. Chen Yuxiue had just knocked out a level 6 tech. She had also knocked out 2 level 5 therizinosaurs. Nan Xiaoro puzzled fed blackberries to the therizinosaur, unable to understand why they were taming such low-level creatures. Isn't higher level supposed to be better? Just as Chen Yuxiue was about to speak, Peach in the tribe channel sent a message. Attention, all units, the Southern Alliance has already sent people to search for you. Do not reveal any professional knowledge about ARK. Sure enough, when Chen Yuxiue looked back, 2 bewildered men were staring at her knocked-out level 6 tech tyrannosaur. They couldn't fathom why anyone would tame such a low-level creature. Chen Yuxiue's mind worked quickly, and she put on a silly smile, saying, Oh dear, I really can't handle the high-level ones. Brother Lin won't let me touch the tribe's dinosaurs, so I'm just catching a few for myself to play with. Nan Xiaoro seemed convinced. I see. Can I catch a few to play with too? Of course you can. The 2 men above immediately dismissed them as insignificant. Meanwhile, those who had found Wang Marin and Gu Lingxin watched from the sky as Wang Marin rode an ankylosaurus swimming in the river, their expressions puzzled. Gu Lingxin kept her distance on her eagle, knowing the secret of using tooled dinosaurs for metal couldn't be revealed, at least not yet. Black Whirlwind replied in the tribe channel, Metalsmiths head home. Prepare for the simple boss fight this afternoon. From now on, smelt metal at night. You all know the routes and locations. Don't light torches at night. Use the map. The Ironforge people occasionally landed their pteranodons on high ground, following from afar. When they reached the snowy mountains, they immediately sensed something was wrong. Damn, it's freezing here. I'm freezing to death. Let's go. They had no idea they needed fur clothing for the mountains. Who wouldn't look up a guide on their first playthrough to know where to get fur? They had no fur coats. The snowy mountains became a natural barrier. Lu Xintian, now Ma Haisan's third command, immediately replied in the tribe channel, light torches. To make fur coats, look for creatures with thick fur. According to the golden rule of survival games, extreme environments always have a solution within a mile. With that thought, Lu Xintian shouted, the creatures on the snowy mountains drop fur. Kill them and bring it back. Meanwhile, the kicked-out 1,000 Abacus found Li Taiwang. When he saw the disdain in Li Taiwang's eyes, he understood. Even the eagle Lin Ye had given him was now the other's property. Kicked out, he had no more rights. 1,000 Abacus chose not to shout Lin Ye's name in public chat, but respawned near Red Obelisk. The snowy mountains were impossible for him. Too cold. After running for a long time, he finally reached Huang Tian tribe and explained everything to Huang Hao. Huang Hao laughed upon hearing someone wanted to fight his uncle Lin. Haha, damn. These people aren't afraid of death. Thousand Abacus knew a battle was coming and wanted to bring intelligence to Lin Ye at the snowy mountains. But he had no dinosaur. Huang Hao immediately invited Thousand Abacus into the tribe. Thanks for lending me that eagle last time, brother. This time I'll lend you a pteranodon and a fur coat. They're all gifts from my Uncle Lin. Thousand Abacus was warmed by Huang Hao's words, a true lifeline in need. At that moment Huang Hao shone like a beam of moonlight upon the exiled Thousand Abacus. Thousand Abacus glanced at the pigsty-like Huangtian tribe, and then at Huang Hao's loyal followers, letting out a light chuckle. He'll remember your kindness. In ARK it's often the small, insignificant things that forge inexplicable friendships. Sometimes just giving someone 5 pieces of feed is enough to leave a mark. Thousand Abacus joined Huangtian tribe and flew toward the snowy mountains on a tour. But when he reached Lin Ye's super tribe, he was stunned. Lin Ye was asleep and not receiving guests. Peach, looking at the map in the base, said casually he said not to disturb him today, even if the sky falls or hell flip out. Thousand Abacus was shocked. What? How can he sleep at a time like this? The Ironforge people are coming to cause trouble. Peach smiled, a look of complete confidence on her face. I'm already watching it. Qian Suanpan clearly did not believe Tao Hua. When he saw Tao Hua drawing a map, he was momentarily stunned. On the map a place was circled. It was the veget. Qian Suanpan did not react at first. When he looked again his pupils dilated. What are you thinking? They have 1,000 people. Drive them all to Vegetarian Island. Can we do that alone? Aren't we going to wake Lin Ye? Tao Hua chuckled lightly. If we rely on him for everything, what use are we? As she spoke, Tao Hua pointed at the children returning from outside. Even those kids know to hunt for meat, gather berries, farm the land, and search for sheep. Are we worse than them? In truth, they are terrified. Some of them have offended our leader before. It is precisely because of their fear that they have banded together. Tao Hua rose to her feet as she spoke. This war will not last long. The real show has just begun. Go and gather intelligence for now. I cannot recruit you yet. Only our leader can do that, and it requires his consent. Qian Suanpan realized that she did not trust him. Lin Ye had likely only mentioned his name in passing. After some thought, Qian Suanpan decided to return to see Lin Ye the next day. For now he would stay at the Huangtian tribe and visit other small tribes to gather intelligence. After Qian Suanpan left, Chen Yuxue and Nan Xiao returned. They immediately complained, "It's so annoying. There are 2 stalkers following us everywhere." Tao Hua smiled. "It's fine. Let's go underwater to catch water dragons or gather resources. Let's see if they dare to follow us down there. You could also have some fun with them. Lure them into the mines and kill them to loot their bags. They certainly don't know the mine routes." Chen Yuxu's eyes lit up. Those people probably wouldn't dare to go underwater. Meanwhile, Nan Xiao downloaded the newly captured level 6 Tech Rex from the ARK along with 2 level 5 Therazinos. Tao Hua stared at the 3 creatures in astonishment. Why did you catch these things? Their levels are so low. Chen Yuxue glanced back and saw the base gate was closed, but still uneasy she ran to the parasaur and set it to alert mode. Tao Hua frowned. What required such caution? After the parasaur began to call, no intruders from other tribes were detected sneaking in. Chen Yuxue breathed a sigh of relief, then pulled out a note Lin Ye had given her last night. Brother Hua, take a look. Lin gave this to me yesterday, but I can't understand it. Something about inheritance, respect dragon, but level capping breakthrough. He also said our breeding dragons are only half finished, and told us to catch low-level ones ourselves. Just looking at this gives me a headache. Tao Hua took the note covered in dense handwriting and was immediately captivated. The first line read, all creatures have a level cap. Those exceeding level 450 cannot gain further points. Tech Rexes cannot gain points after level. To cultivate a breeding dragon with perfect attack stats, all other useless attributes must be minimized to avoid waste. Like humans, creatures reaching level 100 receive 99 attribute points, but they are randomly assigned by the system. If the system allocates 30 points to food and 20 to oxygen, that creature is ruined. Each attribute point enhances the dinosaur's stats, just like when players level up and assign points. It is necessary to respect, akin to drinking a forgetfulness potion to clear all points. Rexes should have all points in attack or health. Alternatively, combine them. 60 points in health and 80 in attack, for both endurance and power. Concept of a breeding dragon: only health and attack should have points, while all other attributes must be 0. Only then can it be called a true breeding dragon. Breeding dragon cultivation process. If a dragon is considered level 6, one can imagine it as a level 6 human survivor. When humans ascend to level 6, they gain 5 attribute points, and the same applies to dinosaurs. Thus, the lowest level 6, Tech Tyrannosaurus Rex, possesses 5 attribute points. Furthermore, these attribute points are randomly allocated across various attribute bars. Attribute points are the crucial factor determining the potency of a dragon's attributes. Positive inheritance: the cub inherits the superior values of health, attack, oxygen, food, stamina, and weight from both parents, which is known as positive inheritance. For instance, if the male dragon has high health and the female dragon has high attack and both attributes are passed down to the cub, this constitutes positive inheritance. commonly referred to by players as perfect inheritance. Negative inheritance in contrast, if the male dragon has high health, but low attack, and the female dragon has low health, but high attack, the cub might inherit the male's attack, and the female's health, resulting in a useless creature with low attack and low health. Stat resetting leverages this principle by using the lowest level dragon among the cubs for breeding, resetting all attributes to their base values, and clearing stat points, inevitably resulting in a level 1 dragon. Capture several level 6 tech tyrannosaurs and find those with 0 points in health, 0 points in stamina, and 0 points in food. If none are found, capture more and breed the low-level dragons that have 0 points in each other's attributes. For example, male dragon A, health 0, food 1, stamina 2, weight 0, oxygen 2, attack 0. Female dragon B, health 1, food 0, stamina 0, weight 1, oxygen 0, attack 3. There is a certain probability that they will produce a cub with health 0, food 0, stamina 0, weight 0, oxygen 0, and attack 0, a base level 1 dragon. Because each attribute of the offspring is randomly inherited from one of the parents, this is an extremely tedious process that with bad luck could take many days. Once a level 1 dragon is obtained, breed it with existing high-level breeding stock to create a pure attack-type breeder. This prevents scenarios where a level 350 Tyrannosaur has tens of thousands of food points, but only over 300 attack. Moreover, the upper limit will be higher. For 2 level 500 tech Tyrannosaurs, one with randomly assigned attributes, and the other a perfect specimen, with all 499 points allocated to attack. The disparity in strength is self-evident. Peach Blossom stared at these words in utter bewilderment, feeling as if his brain was about to grow. So he summoned Black Whirlwind. After staring for a long while, Black Whirlwind immediately retorted, "Isn't this simple?" Peach Blossom cast him a sidelong glance and said, "Then explain it to me. Don't look at that sticky note, just tell me." Chun Yushue also approached with an excited expression, her face brimming with curiosity. Black Whirlwind was instantly dumbfounded. "It's just, not bad. Get lost, you." None of the three present could comprehend it, yet they all grasped one truth: some things were beyond the reach of those in Ironforge, no matter how hard they tried. The rules of the ARK and the myriad methods to grow stronger would forever elude them. Even if they captured a level 150 Tyrannosaurus Rex, they wouldn't even know how to read the stats. As time progressed, the gap between them would only widen. Peach Blossom gazed at her 20 Gigantopithecus and 15 Carcharodontosaurus at home, then turned her eyes to the rehatched herd of 60 Tyrannosaurus Rexes, her expression contemplative. Chun Yushue then produced another note, her face tinged with helplessness as she spoke. Brother Lin also said to capture these creatures and breed them. Peach Blossom and Black Whirlwind glanced at it, their brows furrowing instantly. Black Whirlwind exclaimed in surprise, "Damn! Capture the moose, and the turtle, and the giant rhino." Peach Blossom declared with unwavering resolve, "Let the children handle the captures. We have other matters to attend to. After we defeat the boss this afternoon, Xiaoxue, you and the others will join us tonight to cover all the land north of the Redwoods with foundations. Maintain maximum spacing between each foundation. They will never set foot in the north again. Even if it means dying in the dark dozens of times tonight, we must pave it all by dawn. In the dead of night we march south. The entire force will swarm the Green Ark. Well, surround their base completely. Claim every inch of land. Let them know who the real master is." Black Whirlwind exclaimed with fervor, "That's utterly brutal." Chun Yushue inquired with a hint of doubt, "Do we have enough metal building materials?" Peach Blossom chuckled softly, "Don't forget how many diligent children we have. They've been mining metal every day, even venturing into the sea. Their output is no slower than yours. Our building materials are nearly enough to construct a ring of dinosaur gates around the entire island." Chun Yukshu's eyes widened with excitement at the news. "No sleep tonight. They'll go prepare for the boss fight first. This afternoon, Big Brother Black, you'll teach us how to take it down. Leave it to me. If I mess up, I'll eat my own words." Black Whirlwind declared proudly, as if victory was already assured. Just then another woman arrived at the doorstep, shouting with intense agitation, Sister Yu, are you there? Can you help us? Our sisters are in dire straits. After Ironforge took in women from our sister tribe, they came to our Qingshui tribe to coerce us, preventing our development and even getting handsy. Sister Nana told me not to come, but I snuck out. Please help us. There are over 100 men there. Even though they can't hurt us, they're shamelessly exposing themselves. It's utterly disgraceful." As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Black Whirlwind, who was urinating in the snow by the base entrance. She was immediately treated to a site reserved only for VIP members. Black Whirlwind, still pondering the note about negative inheritance and such, failed to notice the woman staring at him. Peach Blossom leaned back, tactically observing Black Whirlwind outside as he finished, and gave a shake. She tilted her head and muttered involuntarily, "This is what they call brain dead." Just then Black Whirlwind spotted the woman as the scene instantly turned awkward. The woman's face flushed crimson. She had thought escaping would spare her from such lewd displays. Yet upon arrival she was met with the sight of a pale-skinned fool. Enraged, she shut her eyes and roared, "You black bastard. Shameless." Black Whirlwind was furious. The one thing he despised most was being called dark. He could tolerate being called a simp, but not dark. "You damn pervert. Peeping on me while I pee. This is bronze skin, you understand. Bronze skin, you ignorant hick." But the woman played her trump card, delivering a devastating blow. "You pale-skinned bastard, how dare you curse me?" Inside Peach Blossom was in stitches. The term pale-skinned bastard would haunt Black Whirlwind for the rest of his life. Unbeknownst to them, the commotion outside woke Lin Ye, who had been sleeping soundly inside. Lin Ye, his eyes bloodshot with exhaustion, could barely keep them open. Enraged by the shouting outside his base, he stormed out in his boxers yelling, "What's all this noise? If you've got a problem, strip and fight it out. We've got plenty of space. You're driving me crazy. Can't a man get some sleep? Picking on the weak, are we?" His words cowed Black Whirlwind instantly. Black Whirlwind grabbed the shrew and tried to flee, fearing Lin Ye's wrath. But the woman suddenly shouted, "Are you going to help me or not? If you don't, I'll broadcast to everyone that you're a pervert. Are you insane? Don't push me. Back in the day, I was a top dog on the ARK. Even our leader fell to my gun. Watch your tongue." Hearing of Black Whirlwind's prowess, the woman quickly changed her tune. "Are you really that powerful? Can you help me, please? Good brother. My name is Yao Bulai. Bulai as in never abandon." Black Whirlwind sneered, eyeing her voluptuous figure with disdain. "I've sworn a solemn oath. I will never be swayed by beauty again. I have things to do. Goodbye." As he spoke, he ran off, but a nosebleed betrayed him. "Must be the heat. Calm down. Stay calm." His health plummeted. He became the sole survivor in PvE mode to be injured by another player. And it was true damage. Meanwhile, the awakened Lin Ye found himself facing yet another problem. Chen Yuxue returned after preparing for the afternoon's easy boss fight. Clearly, she still had questions about yesterday's solo trip. She intended to seek further guidance from Lin Ye. Once was addictive, but Lin Ye refused to engage again, shooing her out. "I have very important matters to attend to tonight. Be good. Once I'm done, I'll train with you every day," Lin Ye said, closing the door and setting a password. He even planted a flag at his doorstep inscribed with "Disturb me again, and you'll face my wrath." Little did they know, above their snowy mountains, several men clad in fur and riding pteranodons were sketching the layout of Lin Ye's tribe on their notes. They mapped the floating turrets and the vault bunkers. Some were even counting their foundations. It's absurd. If a fight breaks out on this snowy mountain, we'd stand no chance. Most dinosaurs can't even climb up here. And it's freezing. Without fur clothes, it's a death sentence. Don't worry, we'll build our own base too. But those floating turrets and vault bunkers, what skill did they use to build them? Should we ask Lu Xintian again? Soon the few individuals who had completed their reconnaissance mission joyfully flew back with their notes in hand. They believed they had grasped the powerful secret of Lin Ye. Upon returning near Iron Furnace Fort, they happened to see Li Taiwang in the midst of a handover with several tribal leaders and Ma Haisan. They all believed that Ma Haisan could lead them to defeat the rookie team, and subsequently let Lin Ye take them to defeat bosses one by one. This was definitely not a dream. Today, Ma Haisan officially became the main power holder of the Southern Alliance. Each tribe sent their representatives to Ma Haisan looked at the returning individuals, a slight smile on his face. "Our plan has already succeeded halfway. You all have worked hard. Please share the reconnaissance results with everyone." The few individuals with excitement on their faces began to discuss the fortress and the giant all-metal matchbox house while holding their notes. Ma Haisan glanced at Lu Xintian beside him, signaling him to construct a base similar to that of the others. When Lu Xintian saw the opponent's floating cannon platform, he couldn't help but gasp. Yet he had to steel himself and follow suit to create something similar, which was not beyond his capabilities. Thus, with plenty of gaming experience, Lu Xintian chose a relatively flat terrain behind them as the site for the main base. He instructed his men to lay the foundation while he built the fortress. He directly inserted a pillar into the ground, extending it to a height of 10 stories, with a ceiling on each level and the cannon platform placed on top. Their metal reserves were substantial. With so many tribes coming together to build, it was indeed possible to establish a large base. However, Lu Xintian could never have imagined that his imitation would lead to the Southern Alliance losing all initiative. One pillar supporting 30 cannon platforms seemed impressive, yet destroying just the bottom pillar would cause the entire fortress to collapse. "I may not be able to build a floating platform, but I can definitely build 8 fortresses," Lu Xintian said with some confidence. Ma Haisan waved his hand. "Good. No wonder you are from the same school as Lin Ye. Your school has quite a number of talented individuals. Bring your classmates here, and we will take them all." Lu Xintian instinctively swallowed hard, recalling the time when he was in the same class as Lin Ye, during which he felt looked down upon by others. "Don't worry, just bring your classmates and share everything you know about Lin Ye, such as what kind of person he was in school, and whether he has committed any crimes, so we all know what kind of person he is, to avoid others thinking he is a good person," Ma Haisan said with a playful expression, as if planning something. Lu Xintian anxiously looked at Ma Haisan and said, "Brother Ma, can you let my girlfriend go? It'll work for you in the future." "Huh? What foolishness are you talking about? Your girlfriend is already in your room. Brother Ma has arranged a fully metal residence for you. And I've even provided you with 4 beautiful maidens. Thank you, Brother Ma. Lu Zinshan's heart seemed to undergo a slight change. Reflecting on the hardships he faced in real life, having struggled to find work for 6 months after graduation, he too wanted to become someone of stature. At this moment the opportunity lay before him. His ambition began to swell, especially when he returned to his residence and saw that the 4 women sent to him were far more alluring than his fiery-tempered girlfriend. At this moment his heart began to change. Lin Ye, you were nothing but a marginal figure in our class. If it weren't for Teacher Gu helping you, you would have flunked and been held back. Who doesn't know you are a waste? All you do is hang around internet cafes playing games. If your family is so poor, you shouldn't come to the big city and embarrass yourself. Isn't it just that you played ARK for a few more years? I've played more games than you. Which game haven't I dominated? With power levels over 10,000. What trash are you? Lu Xintian clenched his fists as he spoke. Lu Xintian will definitely be stronger than you. Keep your eyes wide open and watch. He then rode a pterosaur to build his invincible fortress. In just one afternoon, he built 8 fortresses looking quite impressive. They seemed capable of scaring people. Soon Ma Haisen found 8 of Lin Ye's former classmates. It seemed most had graduated and were not in Suzhou, so they had not been teleported over. When Ma Haisen learned about Lin Ye's behavior in school, his expression was overly arrogant. I thought what it was, turns out he was just a little loser. To survive in this world, you need a background. And a special needs student. His parents are farmers. The bottom of the class isolated a loser. No wonder he's so arrogant. Ma Haisen started laughing lewdly. Hey, get someone to spread the word that Lin Ye stole, committed crimes, and even spent time in prison. Now he even pushed his teacher. He's simply a living beast. Let him be utterly disgraced. How could he compete with us? Then you classmates will flood the public screen daily with messages to break his psychological defenses. Expose everything from his school days. You can even make things up. Li Taiwang listened to Ma Haisen and couldn't help but smile brightly. Business people are different, knowing how to leverage public opinion. If people on the public screen keep saying he is not a good person, over time everyone will believe he is not a good person either. And just a small brother outside ran in excitedly and said, Leader Ma, the rookie team's Black Whirlwind has arrived. He said he wants to see you. Those present stared wide-eyed. This person was a trusted aide of Lin Ye. Ma Haisen was overjoyed. Quick, let him in. Soon Black Whirlwind was brought in by a few little brothers. When he saw the leaders present, his expression turned somewhat somber. Ma Haisen waved his hand. Everyone else leave. Beishan and Brotherly stay. Give Black Brother a seat. Black Whirlwind looked at Ma Haisen across the table, then glanced at Li Tiawang, pretending not to know Ma Haisen was the boss. He directly told Li Tiawang, I want to pledge allegiance. Li Taiwang was shocked. But Ma Haisen was somewhat displeased. He was the boss now. So he quickly waved his hand and said, Black Brother, can you tell me what happened? You were doing well in the rookie team. How come? Black Whirlwind pondered for a moment while looking at Ma Haisen, then turned to Li Taiwang and said, I can't stand that dog thing. He actually fights bosses by himself without taking us. Every day, he makes me gather iron. Oh, I've had enough. Damn it. I went to ask him today, and he just hugged a woman and went to sleep. He even told me not to disturb him. Upon hearing this, Ma Haisen's eyes lit up. Zhang Beishan looked worriedly at Black Whirlwind, his expression extremely unfriendly. Do you think we are fools?